Chapter 1. Eons of Cultivation, Unrivaled, Huzhou, Mount Long. This mountain is majestic and grand, stretching across 30,000 miles, and is renowned as one of the spiritual mountains of Huzhou. At this moment, a young lad was precariously climbing the mountainside. He plucked a medicinal herb and placed it into the bamboo basket strapped to his back. These herbs should suffice to concoct an antidote pill to suppress Su Dafu's corpse poison. I must hasten back. Gazing at the basket brimming with herbs, the youth murmured to himself. His name is Chun Chongan. He traversed into this world 3 years prior. Orphaned, he was taken in by an elderly apothecary, accompanying him daily to gather herbs and heal ailments. His current venture into the mountains was to seek antidotal herbs for his neighbor and friend, Su Dafu, who had fallen victim to misfortune. Last night, that unfortunate soul had ventured into a graveyard, where he was bitten by an ancient zombie, succumbing to its venom. With that thought, Chun Chongan continued his descent down the mountain. At that moment, 2 beams of light, one white and one black, suddenly streaked across the sky. Those are cultivators. Chen Chang'an's face was filled with envy. In 3 years of transmigration, he possessed no golden finger, no standard system, and certainly no innate talent for cultivation. He was undeniably a failure. Even with daily practice of the ancestral technique imparted by the old man, he had merely reached the initial stage of blood nourishment, and progressing further remained a daunting challenge. How much time would it take to break through from blood nourishment to the transcendence realm and become a true cultivator? As Chun Chongan watched with envy, the 2 cultivators in the sky suddenly engaged in a fierce battle. In an instant, sand and stones were whipped into the air, the ground trembled, and the echoes of explosions resounded endlessly. A terrifying force obliterated everything in its vicinity. This cultivation world is exceedingly perilous. I must retreat post-haste. In this realm, the law of the jungle prevails, where the strong dominate, and all aspire to ascend to immortality and sovereignty. The lives of the weak are as insignificant as the wild grasses by the roadside. If he were to be caught in the fray of their battle, he might not even have a complete corpse left. Making his way to the roadside, Chun Chongan felt a gust of wind at his feet and darted in another direction. That moment, a beam of black light suddenly shot toward him, aimed directly at him. Upon turning to witness this scene, an overwhelming thought surged in his mind. I apologize for bringing shame to the transmigrators. Yes, he braced for what seemed inevitable. A property panel unexpectedly materialized before him, shielding him from the oncoming light. Name: Chun Chongan, 16 years old. Lifespan: 1,666. Realm: initial stage of blood nourishment. Cultivation: 999 billion years. Invincible cultivation can be unsealed at any time. Note: any intensity of cultivation can be utilized at will, but exceeding the physical limits will reduce lifespan. Warning: unsealing cultivation carries risks. The host's physical realm is too low. Utilizing power beyond what the body can endure will lead to a decrease in lifespan. Upon reading this attribute interface, Chen Chang'an was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. However, he only focused on the 999 billion years of cultivation, paying little heed to the subsequent notes and warnings. System: why have you only arrived now? As the system initiated, the tension that had gripped Chen Chang'an for 3 long years finally found unparalleled relief. With an astonishing cultivation of 999 billion years, he stood invincible. This absolute dominion, this unparalleled might to sweep away all obstacles and act at will, was indeed the very essence of the transcendent existence he had yearned for. At this moment, Chun Chang'an's eyes sparkled with an eager excitement. I wonder if my invincible cultivation of 999 billion years can obliterate this realm of cultivation with a single strike. The battle raging in the skies continued unabated. Chun Chang'an began to revel in the breathtaking clash unfolding above him. It was then that he discerned the 2 figures in combat, a black-armored cultivator and a white-robed cultivator. The aura of the black-armored cultivator was a deep shade of black. He recalled the menacing black light that had assaulted him moments ago. A shiver of fear coursed through Chun Chang'an's mind. Quickly, this dread transformed into fury. That black-armored cultivator had sought his life. This vendetta he must avenge. However, before Qin Chaoyan could take action, the black-armored cultivator unleashed a fierce spell that struck the fleeing white-robed cultivator. The white-robed cultivator was severely injured, plummeting from the heavens with a resounding thud. By sheer coincidence, she fell right before Chen Chang'an. As he approached, he could finally see her clearly. She was a young woman, seemingly in her 20s, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin as fair as snow, and her beauty extraordinary. Yet at that moment, her complexion was pale, grievously wounded, her white robe stained with blood, and her breath was faint. She gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed upon the black-armored cultivator, filled with resentment and rage. Qin Chaoyan struggled to rise. Her delicate form swayed unsteadily, every inch of her skin feeling as if it were being torn apart, her internal energy depleted. She let out a muffled groan, but could not restrain herself from collapsing once more onto the ground, breathless and gasping. At that moment, Qin Chaoyan noticed a young man standing before her. His cultivation aura was exceedingly weak, clearly a mere mortal who had just begun to nurture his life force. Enough? I'm near death anyway, I may as well do a good deed. As she spoke, Qin Chaoyan had already moved behind Chen Chang'an. If you wish to survive, do not move recklessly. I still possess a trace of residual magic within me, just enough to use a minor teleportation talisman to send you, a mortal, away from this perilous place. If you manage to endure, remember to convey my message to the Cold Moon Peak Master of the Eternal Life Sect. She shall avenge me. With that, she produced a purple talisman and began to cast her spell. The talisman activated, releasing waves of spatial energy. Qin Chaoyan felt a flicker of surprise. He never anticipated that this breathtakingly beautiful woman would come to his aid. It seemed that not all cultivators looked down upon mortals as mere insects. A smile crept upon Chun Chongan's face. Flee? This fiend seeks to slay me. I have yet to avenge myself, and I cannot leave now. Before Chen Chang'an could finish his words, a divine light surged forth, obliterating the minor teleportation talisman that Qin Chaoyan had just activated. Gazing at the shattered talisman, Qin Chaoyan's expression swiftly transformed into one of complexity. Not only was the youth before her fated to perish alongside her, but even the possibility of sending out a message had been extinguished. Haha, Qin Chaoyan, are you still contemplating revenge? Do you truly believe that upon your demise, your master would risk offending our corpse carriage sect for a deceased disciple? A mocking voice resonated, and another figure gradually descended from the sky. It was a cold youth clad in dark battle armor, exuding an air of arrogance and pride, his eyes gleaming like two lanterns with an otherworldly light. He looked down upon them as if they were mere prey, his gaze insatiable and predatory. Eventually, the gaze of the stone dragon fixated on Chen Chang'an, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. This insignificant insect displayed no sign of fear or trepidation in his presence. The hint of an amused smirk crept onto his lips. You sought vengeance against me just now. Chun Chongan replied with a smile. Indeed, at this proclamation, the stone dragon was momentarily taken aback. Did this ordinary individual dare to claim he sought retribution against him? After a brief pause, he erupted into laughter. Without further ado, he raised his hand, intent on slaying Chun Chang'an. At this moment, Qin Chaoyan, depleted of all her magical energy, found herself utterly powerless. She could almost envision the tragic scene of Chun Chang'an's head being severed by the stone dragon. Overwhelmed by guilt, she could scarcely bear to watch. Chapter 2. A single strike across 30,000 miles, seeking immortality. At this moment, Chen Chang'an remained utterly unafraid. Instead, he exhibited an eager anticipation. In the face of the stone dragon's onslaught, he took a step forward, silently reciting the words unseal in his heart. System prompt. The host's current cultivation far exceeds the physical body's bearing limit. The host is advised to exercise caution, as misuse may lead to a reduction in lifespan. It is recommended that the host enhance their physical realm to better utilize their unmatched cultivation. As the prompt concluded, an overwhelming, terrifying pressure erupted from within Qin Chaoyan, akin to the simultaneous eruption of countless volcanoes. In an instant, the heavens and earth darkened. With but a thought, the invincible power easily suppressed the attacking stone dragon, rendering it utterly immobile. The stone dragon's expression shifted dramatically, a profound terror descending upon him, sending chills down his spine. His body trembled uncontrollably. What is happening? What have you done to me? Even the fallen Qin Chaoyan was left dumbfounded, her eyes wide as she gazed at Chen Chang'an. Just moments ago, this youth was merely an ordinary person. But why? Why did he suddenly unleash such a terrifying aura of power? With a smile, Chun Chongan drew the iron knife hanging at his waist. This knife, an unremarkable tool he typically used to clear paths while ascending the mountains, was perceived by the stone dragon as something far more unsettling. Despite its ordinary appearance, a deep sense of unease gripped him. He forced himself to suppress his fear and stammered, "I have opened the 3 great life springs of my physical body. My form is sturdy as adamant, impervious to harm. With this mere broken iron knife in your hand, you cannot possibly injure me." "Is that so?" Chen Chang'an gently shook the knife's handle. Before he even swung it, a blinding, fearsome blade light erupted from the blade. The endless intent of the knife surged forth, cleaving towards the stone dragon, instantly reducing it to nothingness. What shocked everyone further was that the blade light, after vanquishing the stone dragon, showed no sign of diminishing power, continuing onward to strike the great dragon mountain behind it. With a resounding roar, the magnificent blade light, with an unstoppable force, split the great dragon mountain, spanning 30,000 miles, cleanly in two. A fresh scar, resembling a canyon, stretched endlessly into the distance, evoking awe in all who beheld it. Witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, Qin Chaoyan felt as if she had turned to stone. She could scarcely fathom the level of cultivation required to unleash such cataclysmic devastation with a single blow. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an gazed at the scene wrought by his trembling hand. Though his exterior remained calm and unruffled, his heart was already tumultuous with waves of astonishment. Is this the essence of invincibility, nurtured over an unfathomable 9 billion years? In this moment, I merely exerted a fraction of my power, yet it unleashed a terrifying force, effortlessly cleaving the vast dragon mountain, spanning 30,000 miles, in two. Had I unleashed my full strength, it felt as though the very world itself could be split asunder. Ding. The host is utilizing power that exceeds the limits of the physical form. Current lifespan, 3. The host is advised to expedite the enhancement of physical strength. Upon reopening the lifespan panel, Chen Chang'an discovered that his lifespan had diminished from 66 to 63. Name: Chun Chongan, 16 years. Lifespan: 1663. Remaining: 47. Realm: Initial blood cultivation. Cultivation: 999 billion years. Invincible cultivation, sealed, can be unsealed at any time. Note: unsealing cultivation. Host's physical realm is too low. Utilizing power beyond what the body can endure will result in a reduction of lifespan. Only then did Chen Chang'an gain a clearer understanding of the panel's warning. In simple terms, his body was too frail. After employing merely a few seconds of slightly formidable power, he had expended 3 years of his lifespan. While the sensation of invincibility was exhilarating, a long-term perspective was essential. He would need to exercise restraint in future endeavors. Exhausting his lifespan would prove a most unwise trade-off. It was evident that he must contemplate methods to enhance both his physical cultivation and lifespan. He recalled hearing the old man speak of matters within the realm of cultivation. In this world, aside from breakthroughs, one could extend their lifespan and vitality through rare celestial treasures and techniques specifically designed for such purposes. It was said that some ordinary individuals, lacking any innate talent for cultivation, fortuitously discovered a longevity elixir, allowing them to live for over 1,000 years. There were also legendary body refiners who ascended to immortality through sheer physical prowess. To understand the stages of cultivation, one begins with blood cultivation, followed by breaking the mundane. Life spring, wheel of lifespan, destiny, spirit transformation, indestructibility, all laws, and ascension. Beyond that, Chen Chang'an was uncertain. Although he did not know the full extent of the power associated with ascension, it seemed unlikely to surpass his own cultivation of billions of years. A flicker of determination glimmered in Chen Chang'an's eyes as he set a modest goal: to extend his lifespan by 1,000 years and achieve physical ascension. The process of body refinement was not something to be accomplished overnight. The immediate priority was to significantly increase his lifespan. Securing the iron blade back to his waist, Chen Chang'an turned his gaze towards Qin Chaoyan. "How is your injury?" Qin Chaoyan, recovering from her astonishment, looked at Chen Chang'an with a mixture of reverence and gratitude. tinged with an unmistakable fear. In her heart, she speculated that Chen Chang'an must be an extraordinary figure of immense power. The faint aura of blood cultivation he exuded was clearly deceptive. To wield a mere mortal blade and cleave the vast dragon mountain in two could only be accomplished by those in the cultivation realm who were sanctioned by the heavens. Perhaps only a being of the indestructible sect could achieve such a feat. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life. My injuries are not severe, she managed to stammer. Qin Chaoyan chuckled. Do I appear so aged? In the Qin dynasty, Yin was alarmed by the thought that Chen Chang'an was angry, and she hurriedly spoke with a flustered demeanor. My apologies, young master. It was a mere slip of the tongue. There is no need for you to fear me. I am not a man-eater. Having attained an unparalleled mastery of 999 billion years, he wielded complete control over all matters. This transformation in mindset rendered Chen Chang'an calm and composed, bestowing upon him an indescribable, ethereal aura. Qin Chaoyan, weak yet respectful, rose with utmost deference. Had it not been for the young master's timely intervention, she would have surely met her demise at the hands of the stone dragon. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, young master. I am at a loss as to how I can repay your kindness. Reflecting on Chun Chongan's formidable strength, she gritted her teeth and retrieved a treasure obtained from the depths of the great dragon mountain. Young master, this treasure is the very reason the stone dragon pursued me, and today I present it to you. She unveiled a golden longsword, resplendent in its golden hue, its sharpness radiating boldly, and its blade exuding an ancient grandeur. Mysterious patterns danced across its surface, transforming into celestial bodies, mountains, and flora, encapsulating boundless secrets. Witnessing Chun Chang'an's formidable prowess, Qin Chaoyan felt that in comparison to forging a deep bond with this esteemed elder, the compassion sword seemed less precious. However, what she did not anticipate was that Chen Chang'an merely cast a fleeting glance at the compassion sword in her grasp before averting his gaze. Chapter 3. The Spectacle of the Imperial Palace. Chen Chang'an discerned the obsequious demeanor of Qin Chaoyan towards him. In truth, such flattery was unnecessary. This woman had risked her life to save him in a moment of peril, and for that alone, he deemed her worthy of protection. Moreover, while the compassionate sword emanated an extraordinary energy, it paled in comparison to the might of his earlier weapon, a mere kitchen knife. It would be prudent for her to retain this sword for herself. Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyan was utterly bewildered. Had she misheard? The precious artifact she had fought to safeguard seemed to hold no value in the eyes of this elder, whose gaze bore an air of disdain. Perhaps you would be better off providing me with longevity pills, elixirs, or techniques for body refinement, he continued. For Chen Chang'an, his true interest lay in items that could extend life. At the very least, he sought to reclaim the 3 years of lifespan he had lost. Longevity-enhancing items? Qin Chaoyan's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned upon her. It is well known that cultivators place immense importance on lifespan. Only with a prolonged existence can one aspire to ascend to the realms of emperors and immortals. Many, however, find themselves unwillingly succumbing to oblivion due to insufficient years. In their quest for longevity, countless cultivators have sought after items that can extend their lives or have dedicated themselves to the study of techniques that promote life extension. The elder appeared youthful, but must surely be an ancient being who had lived for an unfathomable duration. Naturally, only items that increase lifespan would capture his interest. Yet, it seemed that the body refinement techniques were unnecessary given his formidable power. Nonetheless, Qin Chaoyan dared not inquire further and responded respectfully, Esteemed sir, the lineage of body refinement has nearly vanished, and we possess no such techniques here. However, we do have some longevity herbs and a method that can extend life by 30 years. If you would not mind, I shall retrieve them for you at once. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's heart soared with joy. The longevity methods were typically devised by cultivators nearing the end of their lives, requiring minimal physical aptitude. However, due to their life-extending capabilities, they were often kept as prized secrets by powerful factions. Given the current scarcity of body refinement techniques, this was indeed the most suitable method for Chen Chang'an. Moreover, a 30-year extension paled in comparison to the 3 years he had lost, representing a tenfold return. Excellent. Truly excellent. Chun Chongan affirmed. That longevity method is of great utility to me. I shall take it. Is there anything else you require, esteemed sir? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Chang'an replied, I also require medicines for healing and detoxification, if you possess any. Recalling the poison from Su Dafu, he lamented that the herbs he had gathered could merely suppress its effects. How he wished for an antidote. Qin Chaoyan promptly produced a finely crafted jade vial. Esteemed sir, within are 5 third-grade jade toad pills, which possess the efficacy of detoxification and healing. I wonder if they may be of assistance to you? Quite useful. Chen Chang'an accepted the vial of jade toad pills. Though Qin Chaoyan harbored her doubts, she recognized that a person of such caliber must possess profound wisdom beyond her comprehension, and thus refrained from further inquiry. After conversing for a while, Chun Chongan instructed Qin Chaoyan to visit him directly at the Jiukong apothecary in Tianwu City once she acquired the longevity method. Qin Chaoyan nodded and said, "Young master, I shall return to the sect to retrieve the method, which may take a few days. How shall I find you afterward?" Chen Chang'an replied, "Simply seek me at the Jiukong apothecary within the city." Understood, Qin Chaoyan responded before transforming into a radiant divine rainbow, soaring into the sky and swiftly vanishing from sight. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an dismissed any further thoughts. With the third-grade Yuchan Dan provided by Qin Chaoyan, he believed alleviating the zombie poison within Su Dafu would pose no issue. He really ought to return. Otherwise, that young man would soon undergo a transformation into a corpse. At that moment, deep within the Dalong Mountain, a vast blood-red underground palace emerged from a canyon carved by a blade of energy that spanned 30,000 miles. A crisp sound echoed as the seal of the palace was breached by the sword energy, followed by streams of crimson divine light shooting into the heavens. Ultimately, they coalesced into a blood-red bell, erupting with terrifying cosmic phenomena. Dong, dong, dong. The resounding chimes of the bell reverberated from the depths of Dalong Mountain, awakening countless cultivators and powerful factions. It was the bell of compassion. The imperial palace of the compassionate immortal emperor had unexpectedly come into existence. It seemed to emanate from the direction of Dalong Mountain. As it turned out, the imperial palace of the compassionate immortal emperor was concealed within Dalong Mountain. Quickly, hasten to the site of the imperial palace's emergence. We must not allow others to seize the imperial legacy first. In that instant, numerous powerful entities rushed toward the direction of Dalong Mountain. Chun Chongan glanced at the dissipating cosmic phenomena erupting from the depths of Dalong Mountain with a hint of intrigue. However, his immediate concern was to administer an antidote to Su Dafu. If he delayed any longer, he feared the young man would undergo a ghastly transformation. With this thought, he quickened his pace considerably. An hour later, Chun Chongan finally returned to Tianwu City. The atmosphere in the city was bustling, with countless individuals discussing the events surrounding Dalong Mountain. Chen Chang'an swiftly made his way to the entrance of an apothecary. Jiukong Apothecary. This had been his home for the past 3 years. Upon entering, a rich and complex fragrance of herbs enveloped him, but the apothecary was eerily quiet and empty. The old man has been gone for half a year, Chen Chang'an murmured to himself. He still vividly recalled the night 6 months prior when an unexpected visitor had arrived at the apothecary. When he opened the door, he was greeted by an extraordinarily beautiful woman, possessing an enchanting and alluring figure. She was the most stunning woman Chen Chang'an had ever encountered, leaving a profound impression on him. The woman had come to speak with the old man about certain matters, after which he followed her to Shazhou for treatment. Before leaving, he had instructed Chen Chang'an to watch over the apothecary until his return. Yet, half a year had passed, and there had been no word from him. Chen Chang'an murmured to himself, hoping it was merely a matter of healing. If it were instead a pursuit of merriment with that woman, he feared the old man's bones might well disintegrate. "Chang'an, where have you been so early in the morning?" At that moment, a young man clad in yellow, plump and jovial, approached from outside. This rotund figure, comparable in age to Chen Chang'an, possessed a large round face that, when lit by a smile, nearly squinted his eyes into mere slits. His belly rolled and swelled, a soft and plump sight to behold. This jovial fellow was none other than his neighbor and dear friend, Su Dafu, who had a family connection to a weapon shop in the city through his great-uncle. Accompanying him on this venture to gather herbs was an endeavor to tend to Su Dafu's injuries. Upon arrival, Su Dafu's complexion was notably darkened, his eyes reddened, and both sides of his mouth revealed elongated, sharpened teeth that protruded conspicuously, while even the fingers of his hands had become long and razor-sharp. It was evident that he was on the verge of transformation. Chapter 4. My good friend Su Dafu, do you desire a maiden? Upon observing Su Dafu's demeanor, Chen Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. Dafu, are you truly unperturbed? Do you really wish to transform into a zombie? Su Dafu, however, waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. I have already devised a plan. This evening, I shall return to the graveyard and deal with that old zombie. The zombie poison shall be easily resolved. Chen Chang'an shot Su Dafu a disapproving glance. With your meager cultivation, perhaps you should reconsider. As he spoke, he tossed Su Dafu a vial containing a third-grade jade toad pill, which he had acquired from Qin Chaoyan. Take this elixir. Su Dafu looked puzzled. What is this? It is a third-grade jade toad pill. Fortunately, the zombie you encountered likely lacks profound abilities. Otherwise, you would have already succumbed to its curse. This pill should effectively counter the zombie poison within you. Over the past 3 years, Chen Chang'an had gained considerable knowledge from his mentor, especially regarding medicine. He had learned much about treating zombie poison, having witnessed many afflicted individuals at the graveyard. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Su Dafu felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that his friend had ventured out early solely to seek an antidote for him. Brother, you are truly wonderful. Do refrain from such flattery. It gives me goosebumps. Chen Chang'an replied, expressing his distaste. Su Dafu chuckled, opened the jade vial, and promptly swallowed a jade toad pill. The effects of the medicine manifested swiftly, alleviating the zombie poison within him. The dark aura on his face dissipated, and his teeth and nails began to regenerate, leaving him rejuvenated. The third-grade jade toad pill is indeed a remarkable substance. Chang'an, where did you procure such treasures typically reserved for cultivators? As he spoke, Su Dafu naturally tucked the remaining 4 pills into his pocket. These pills were not inexpensive for someone like Chen Chang'an. They were unattainable even if he were to sell his dignity. Chun Chongan replied, a beautiful female cultivator gifted it to me. Su Dafu regarded him with skepticism, his expression suggesting disbelief. You must be exaggerating. Chen Chang'an shot him a sidelong glance. I found it on the road. Fortune favors you, Chang'an. You are indeed my good brother and benefactor. To express my gratitude, let's invite Lazy later and enjoy an outing at Tianqian Square. I shall cover all expenses. I think it would be best to decline. Lazy is unlikely to join us as he is already engaged. Lazy, whose full name was Lin Lei, was another friend of theirs and the most accomplished among the trio. 3 years Chun Chongan senior, he was a late-stage transcendent cultivator with remarkable talent. 6 months prior, he had successfully entered the city lord's estate as a law enforcement officer. Notably, he was also betrothed to a wealthy and beautiful fiancée, often flaunting their relationship in front of his single friends. At this juncture, Chun Chongan shifted the topic. Speaking of Lazy, it suddenly occurs to me that Granny Rome from Taohua Street introduced you to a young lady for a matchmaker's appointment, did she not? If you dare to indulge in revelry tonight, your 7th great-uncle will surely have a fit. How did the matchmaking go? Sighing, Su Dafu nodded. Don't even mention it. I did meet her, and the young lady was quite beautiful. Chen Chang'an inquired, was there any potential? Su Dafu replied with irritation, not a chance. You have no idea. These women are incomparable to those in our village. They may not be exceptionally pretty, but their expectations are exorbitantly high. That girl looked down on me, Su Dafu, deeming me unworthy because I have no house, no money, I'm overweight, and lack any talent for cultivation. It's infuriating. The ladies from Tianxi and Fang are far more appealing. As long as one has wealth, which of them wouldn't be eager to marry me, Su Dafu? Chen Chang'an nodded in understanding. He recognized that Granny Rome from Peach Blossom Street was a matchmaking enthusiast, a decent person but with questionable taste. Over the years, she had caused them quite a bit of trouble. The young ladies she introduced often had ulterior motives, immediately inquiring about the profit from the pharmacy, where they came already pregnant, presenting a buy-one-get-one-free scenario. After a few such encounters, Chen Chang'an declined every introduction without a second thought. After a brief conversation, Su Dafu seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, by the way, Chang'an, did you know that a significant figure arrived in Tianwu City today? Su Dafu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of yearning. A significant figure? Yes, a person far more formidable than the city lord, an extraordinary individual. More powerful than the city lord by hundreds of times? Chen Chang'an felt a surge of curiosity. After all, the city lord was a genuine figure of the transformation realm. 3 levels above the Qin Chaoyan he had previously rescued. Chang'an, how could you not know this? Did you not see the astonishing sword strike outside the city today? Su Dafu blinked, speaking with an air of mystery. Astonishing sword strike? Yes, that illustrious figure executed an awe-inspiring sword strike. You should have seen it. The brilliance of the blade cleaved through the great dragon mountain, parting it like tofu. It truly broadened my horizons. Upon hearing Great Dragon Mountain, Chen Chang'an immediately understood what Su Dafu was referring to. Was that all there was to this remarkable figure? What do you mean, is that all? Su Dafu retorted. Consider it. A single strike capable of such tremendous force must belong to an extraordinary individual. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his expression brimming with envy. That figure might be residing in our Tianwu city. If I could locate that unparalleled master and become his disciple, wouldn't I soar to great heights? At that point, women would be no concern. There would be plenty. Qin Chaoyan asked, Are you truly intent on becoming his disciple? Su Dafu replied, Of course. Then you should kneel. Chapter 5. The two who conceal their identities. Why am I kneeling? Su Dafu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Are you not seeking to become a disciple? Chun Chongan replied with a smile. It was I who split the great dragon mountain. I am indeed the prominent figure you speak of. You? Su Dafu scoffed, disbelief evident in his expression. Chang'an, you are utterly shameless. If you truly did that, I, Su Dafu, would call you father. Chen Chang'an shook his head. I have no such rotund son as you. Su Dafu snorted dismissively, unwilling to engage in banter. Chang'an, I plan to venture into the mountains. The imperial palace left behind by the ascended emperor, cleaved by a single sword, must harbor numerous treasures. This is a tremendous opportunity that could alter my life forever. You, a mere fake cultivator at the late blood-nourishing stage, think to become cannon fodder? Chen Chang'an advised. I suggest you spend your time more wisely, perhaps visiting the pleasure houses, rather than courting death. Su Dafu, filled with determination, retorted, Damn it. I wish to grow stronger, to become invincible, to attain nobility. Only then can I rise above others and marry. Aren't the ladies at Tianxianfang alluring? What are you doing here, daydreaming? They are indeed enticing, but costly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have resorted to grave robbing. Dafu, come with me at once. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from outside, followed by the swift entrance of a man. He was a middle-aged man, in his 50s, with some graying hair and a sparse beard. His demeanor exuded an authoritative presence, and he possessed an imposing physique, standing nearly 2 meters tall, muscles rippling like coiled dragons, brimming with strength. This man was none other than Su Dafu's 7th great-uncle, Su Yuanba. 7th great-uncle, Chun Chongan greeted with a courteous smile. What brings you here? I was merely chatting with Brother Chang'an. I had no intention of visiting Tianxianfang tonight. Not in the slightest. Su Dafu trembled slightly, manifesting a clear fear of his formidable great-uncle. Su Yuanba nodded amiably at Chen Chang'an, acknowledging him, then turned his cold gaze towards Su Dafu. Should you leave behind any mess one day, I will know how to deal with you. Su Dafu hastily replied, Rest assured. 7th great-uncle, with your guidance in the locking yang technique, how could I act recklessly? He had lost count of how many times he had been beaten by his great-uncle throughout his childhood. Su Yuanba was a persistent shadow of his youth. Chang'an, continue with your tasks. I shall take Dafu out for a while. Very well. With that, Su Yuanba led Su Dafu away. Chun Chongan observed their departing figures, his gaze imbued with profound meaning. In his previous life as an ordinary man, he had sensed that Su Yuanba's aura was distinctly different. He hardly resembled a mere blacksmith from the city. Just moments ago, he had discreetly accessed the system panel and sensed an immensely powerful force concealed within Su Yuanba, far surpassing the stone dragon and Qin Chaoyan he had encountered in the mountains. As for the extent of his strength, it would require Chen Chang'an to engage in combat with him after unsealing his cultivation in order to gain a clearer understanding. Beyond Su Yuanba, even the companion with whom he had spent 3 years concealed a formidable power within. At the very least, he was on par with Shilong and Qin Chaoyan, residing in the same realm known as the Life Spring Realm. This revelation was entirely unexpected for Chen Chang'an. He never imagined that this chubby lad, who leisurely frequented the brothels of Yaolong Street, was indeed a practitioner of exceptional caliber. The world of cultivation was truly intricate. Shaking his head, Chen Chang'an chose not to dwell on it further. His 7th uncle, who concealed his cultivation by transforming into an ordinary blacksmith in Tianwu City, and Su Dafu, a hidden prodigy, were matters that bore no relevance to him. He simply acknowledged that Su Dafu was one of his friends from the past 3 years of transmigration. And that sufficed. After Su Yuanba departed the apothecary with Su Dafu, they made their way out of the city, transforming into a radiant streak, carrying Su Dafu towards the Great Dragon Mountain. Su Dafu gazed into the distance, his eyes gradually taking on a profound and enigmatic quality. Seventh uncle, what is the situation at the Great Dragon Mountain? Su Yuanba inquired solemnly. Your Highness, Old 8 and Old 9 have already gone ahead. They have reported that they have secured a corner of the Imperial Palace and are devising a method to break the seal. We are closest to the place of the compassionate Immortal Emperor's legacy, presenting a significant opportunity for your Highness to seize the Imperial inheritance. Once you obtain the Imperial legacy and become the heir of the Immortal Emperor, there will be no need for further evasion. We will undoubtedly reclaim all that we have lost and avenge our beloved queen. Su Dafu clenched his fists, a cold glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Rest assured, seventh uncle, I shall become the heir of the great emperor and will avenge our fallen predecessors, as well as my deceased mother. However, before that, I must conceal my identity. The emergence of the Imperial Palace is extraordinary, and my father will undoubtedly send someone to contend for the Immortal Emperor's legacy. Perhaps this presents an excellent opportunity to eliminate him. Understood. Su Dafu felt a sense of relief as he retrieved a white rat mask, donning it upon his face to obscure his aura. Su Yuanba followed suit, also putting on a white rat mask, and soon the two vanished into the horizon, entering the Great Dragon Mountain. Chapter 6. The Apothecary Child, Zhong Ling'er, born to be Empress. Under the night sky, adorned with countless stars, Chun Chongan awoke from his cultivation in the rear courtyard of the Jiukong Apothecary. He murmured to himself, realizing that it was time to seek a method for body refinement. His previous attempts at cultivation yielded no results, and he had come to understand his current state. Now, he possessed an unparalleled cultivation spanning 999 billion years, reaching the pinnacle of his realm. The only path available to him was to strengthen his physical form through body refinement, enabling it to bear the weight of his immense cultivation. Before him lay a solitary path, that of body cultivation. However, as cultivators advance through each realm, their bodies undergo a baptism of heaven and earth, becoming naturally stronger. Consequently, few in the realm of immortality specialize in body refinement, leading to a scarcity of such techniques. It seemed he would have to wait for Qin Chaoyan to bring the longevity method and assist him in locating a suitable body refinement technique. Chen Chang'an's gaze shifted once more towards the direction of Mount Long. In the deep of night, the world was cloaked in darkness, allowing glimpses of the ethereal lights within the depths of Mount Long, as well as the radiant arcs that pierced the starry sky. Each arc signified a formidable cultivator who had at least entered the Fate's Spring realm. He wondered how Dafu was faring in the mountains. Yet, Chen Chang'an was not overly concerned for Su Dafu's safety. With the protection of his formidable great-uncle Su Yuanba, few posed a threat to him. However, as time passed and the top-tier sects of the reformed immortal realm converged to vie for the legacy of the Immortal Emperor, how many lives would be lost within Mount Long? The following day, an elderly woman with white hair, stooped in posture, knocked on the tightly shut door of the Jiukong Apothecary with her right hand, while her other hand held that of a youthful girl, no older than 12 or 13. The girl, having been dressed with care, wore a delicate white dress, her slender figure complemented by cascading long hair, large eyes framed by long lashes, and a beautiful face exuding purity and charm. The elderly woman spoke softly to the girl, Ling. The young lad Lei asked me to introduce you to is named Chen Chang'an. He is only a few years older than you and currently runs this apothecary as a modest physician. If you marry him, your future will be secure, free from worries of sustenance. Thank you, Aunt Rong, Zhong Ling'er replied sincerely, her voice sweet and melodious. Just then, the door swung open. Chen Chang'an, still drowsy and yawning, gazed at the elderly woman and the youthful girl standing outside. Aunt Rong, you are quite lively this early in the morning, he remarked. Aunt Rong smiled kindly and gestured to Zhong Ling'er. Ling, this is the Chang'an that I and Lei mentioned. You should greet him. Hello, Brother Chang'an, Zhong Ling'er said, her voice soft and endearing. Chun Chongan smiled in return, nodding gently at Zhong Ling'er as a form of acknowledgement, before casting a puzzled glance at Aunt Rong. Madame Rong chuckled softly. Chang'an, this girl is Zhong Ling'er. You should get to know her. Chen Chang'an was at a loss for words. Madame Rome, have I not mentioned before that I have no intention of marrying or starting a family at this moment? Humph. You are already 16, if you don't marry soon. Do you intend to remain a bachelor for life? 16 is quite an age. Zhao Taidan from the neighboring street is the same age as you and has already held a child in his arms. I have seen the little girl. She is exquisitely beautiful and charming. You must seize the opportunity. Chen Chang'an sighed in exasperation. He never anticipated that even after traversing time and space, he would still be unable to escape the relentless pressure of marriage arrangements. Madame Rome then whispered conspiratorially in Chen Chang'an's ear. I heard from that rascal Lei that you prefer younger girls. This child is the one he urged me to introduce to you. Zhong Ling'er has just turned 12. Her parents were the masters of Zhongjiabao, but fell victim to the bandits of Haifeng's High. When Lei arrived at Zhongjiabao, all the members of her family had perished. He ultimately found her in a cellar. She is indeed a pitiable soul. Marrying her would not burden you in any way. Qin Chaoyan was speechless, realizing that Lei was indeed bold enough to say anything. That fellow Lei is talking nonsense. Madame Rome continued. He mentioned that Ling'er has nowhere to live at present. As a man matures, he must marry. As a woman matures, she must wed. If you consent, she will become yours. Just take a good look at Ling'er. Her appearance is not lacking. She is fresh and lovely, and she possesses an alluring figure, perfect for bearing children. Zhong Ling'er, upon hearing this, could not help but lower her head in shyness. Her cheeks flushed. Chen Chang'an glanced at her. Indeed, Zhong Ling'er was pure and adorable. Though she was still young, her beauty was undeniable. It was fortunate that Lei was Chun Chongan's good brother. Had such a fine girl been introduced to another, where would Qin Chaoyan stand? One must realize that in the matchmaking market of Tianwu City, with her looks, she would undoubtedly be in high demand. That rascal Lei is speaking absurdities. When have I said I prefer younger girls? Madame Rong sighed. Chang'an, Ling'er is quite a catch. Do you truly wish to marry one of those young ladies from grand families? You must have a clear understanding of yourself. You are merely the owner of a small apothecary. If you do not find her to your liking, I shall have no choice but to introduce Ling'er to others. If I do, she may suffer greatly. What if she encounters ill-fated individuals who would sell her to a brothel? As a healer, would you wish to see this enchanting girl fall into such disgrace? Zhong Ling'er shivered at the mention of the brothel, her expression turning fearful. She gazed mournfully at Chen Chang'an. Brother Chang'an, I am quite capable. Faced with Zhong Ling'er's pitiable gaze, Chen Chang'an found it genuinely difficult to refuse. Upon witnessing this, Granny Rong promptly seized the moment and remarked, Chang'an, even if you have no intention of marrying her, keeping her at the apothecary to assist would be quite beneficial. Old Huang has been gone for half a year, and managing the shop all by yourself is rather taxing. You might consider taking on an apprentice to help you attend to patients, serve tea, and provide care. Having someone to assist you could prove advantageous. Chen Chang'an turned his gaze towards Zhong Ling'er. Yet, at that moment, a sudden system notification concerning Zhong Ling'er appeared before him. Zhong Ling'er, the chosen one. Possessing an innate imperial physique, the reincarnation of the empress of the Jinghong dynasty from 7,000 years ago, yet to awaken, with boundless potential. Chapter 7. The Flight of the Immortal Scriptures, the marvelous utility of Invincible Cultivation. Upon encountering the information regarding Zhong Ling'er, Chen Chang'an was taken aback. Yet a plan began to form in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, listening to Granny Rong. Would you, Zhong Ling'er, be willing to stay and work at my Jiukong apothecary? Zhong Ling'er, filled with joy, hurriedly replied, Yes, yes. Thank you, Brother Chang'an, for taking me in. Granny Rong beamed with delight. Although Chun Chongan's feelings for Zhong Ling'er were not romantic, as the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. It was only a matter of time before they would eventually be together. With Zhong Ling'er's affirmative response, Chen Chang'an smiled and retrieved a low-grade spirit stone, roughly the size of an infant's fist, from his pocket, handing it to Granny Rong. Her smile grew even brighter. After deducting the 80 grains of spirit sand as a betrothal gift, she had earned an additional 20 grains as a matchmaking fee, rewarding her efforts in finding a suitable partner for Chen Chang'an. Carefully storing the spirit stone, Granny Rong addressed Zhong Ling'er. From now on, you belong to Chang'an. Be sure to listen to him. Zhong Ling'er replied eagerly. With that, Granny Rong left in high spirits, thinking about finding a new girl for the chubby lad Su Dafu next door. Su Dafu's seventh great-uncle owned a weapons shop, earning a considerable income each year. Introducing a suitable girl could yield a handsome reward in spirit sand. Watching Granny Rong's departing figure, Chen Chang'an shook his head gently. With Zhong Ling'er now in his life, it was unlikely that Granny Rong would continue to seek out matches for him. He turned to Zhong Ling'er. Come in, let me familiarize you with the apothecary. After acquainting her with the environment of the shop, Chen Chang'an settled Zhong Ling'er in an empty room on the left side of the back courtyard. Despite her seemingly timid disposition, she quickly adapted to the life at Jiukong Apothecary, beginning to tidy up the shop, sorting and arranging the medicinal materials, and even washing Qin Chaoyan's clothes, busily immersing herself in work. Clearly, she was accustomed to such a lifestyle. In the back courtyard, as Qin Chang'an observed Zhong Ling'er's industrious figure, he couldn't help but marvel. Had it not been for the system, who would have imagined that this ordinary girl was the reincarnation of an empress? His gaze deepened as he pondered. I have not heard of the Jinghong dynasty in the past 3 years. Perhaps it has long been extinguished. However, as she was the empress of that era, she might possess knowledge of advanced body refining techniques or longevity methods. Only in the Fate's Spring realm can one awaken memories of their past life. I wonder if she has any innate talent for cultivation? Ling'er, Zhong Ling'er, who was busy cleaning the back courtyard, paused at Qin Chang'an's call, looking up in confusion. Brother Chang'an, what is it? Chun Chongan inquired. Do you wish to cultivate immortality? Zhong Ling'er widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, hesitating. Brother Chang'an, can I really? Qin Chang'an smiled. Whether you can or not, you won't know until you try. With that, he returned to his room and retrieved an ancient tome to present to Zhong Ling'er. The Flying Immortal Scripture, a profound legacy imparted to me by my master, beckons you to engage in its cultivation. With curiosity, Zhong Ling'er opened the Flying Immortal Scripture. It was her inaugural encounter with the intricate and esoteric realm of immortal cultivation, leaving her somewhat bewildered by its complexity. Chen Chang'an, having devoted 3 years to this scripture, possessed considerable insights and, out of sheer idleness, took it upon himself to enlighten Zhong Ling'er. True to her status as the reincarnation of an empress, she exhibited an innate talent for cultivation, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. Within a mere morning, she fully comprehended the nourishing blood chapter of the scripture and commenced her formal training. An hour later, Zhong Ling'er sat cross-legged in the backyard, drawing spiritual energy into her body to refine her blood. Her flesh resonated with subtle pulsations, signaling her entry into the realm of blood nourishment. Chen Chang'an observed with a complex expression. Is this the chasm that separates genius from mediocrity? He recalled how, under the guidance of his mentor, he had painstakingly spent a year to successfully draw spiritual energy into his body and refine his mundane blood. Now, to his astonishment, Zhong Ling'er achieved blood nourishment in just 1 hour. Such prodigious talent was indeed remarkable. Diverting his attention from Zhong Ling'er's progress, Chen Chang'an resumed his exploration, seeking to further comprehend the utilization of his 9 billion years of cultivation. He first endeavored to unseal his invincible power and channel it into his hands. Upon gently grasping the void, he was astonished to tear open a rift in space, revealing a pitch-black abyss that emanated a terrifying aura of destruction. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Chen Chang'an's eyes. To think that infusing his invincible power solely into his hands could lead to such a formidable transformation. It became evident that if he were to infuse his invincible power into other parts of his body, he could likely witness even more extraordinary changes. Although channeling this power into his hands would indeed reduce his lifespan, the toll was considerably lesser compared to the complete unsealing of his invincible power throughout his entire being, remaining within his tolerable limits. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an infused his invincible power into his legs, eyes, and even his brain and various organs. The transformation within these organs was astounding, birthing remarkable abilities. For instance, with the infusion of invincible power into his eyes, he gained the ability to see through everything, perceiving scenes from miles away. The more power he infused, the farther his vision extended. When he turned his gaze towards Zhong Ling'er, who was diligently cultivating nearby, he could even see through her entire being, discerning the subtle spiritual energy coursing through her blood, monitoring her progress, and pinpointing any issues in her cultivation. Moreover, with invincible power coursing through his brain, Chun Chongan's thoughts became unfettered, his mind transcending the mundane, transforming him into a genius. The more power he infused into his brain, the sharper his intellect became, giving rise to countless ideas in an instant, deepening his understanding and insights into the flying, immortal scripture. He even mused that with a broader mastery of cultivation techniques, he might effortlessly conceive his own body-refining methods. In summary, the unparalleled cultivation possesses numerous intricacies that require Chen Chang'an to explore further methods of utilizing this invincible power. "Brother Chang'an, I am in such pain," Zhong Ling'er exclaimed, her face contorted in agony, pallid and drenched in fragrant sweat. "Endure it for a moment, it will soon subside." In the courtyard, Chun Chongan placed his hand gently on Zhong Ling'er's forehead, gradually infusing her with the formidable energy of his unmatched cultivation. Chapter 8. A Metamorphosis. The father of the stone dragon. Chun Chongan's gaze was profound, radiating with divine light, bolstered by his invincible cultivation, enabling him to perceive everything with a single glance. At this moment, he observed the astonishing transformations occurring within Zhong Ling'er's body. Through exploration, Chun Chang'an gradually uncovered more profound applications of his invincible cultivation. Presently, he utilized this power to assist Zhong Ling'er in cleansing her meridians and refining her essence, facilitating her complete metamorphosis. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as all impurities from Zhong Ling'er's body were meticulously refined away. Her skin became increasingly fair, exuding a lustrous sheen akin to precious jade, and she appeared even more enchanting and ethereal. In the next instant, her delicate form quivered, and she unexpectedly broke through to the mid-stage of blood nourishing. Zhong Ling'er was astonished. I have actually broken through? It was only 3 days prior that she had embarked on her cultivation journey, stepping into the initial stage of blood nourishing. To her surprise, she had ascended to the mid-stage within such a brief period. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoyan had spent 2 years without achieving the same breakthrough. Truly, it was infuriating to compare oneself to others. Zhong Ling'er's rapid advancement was nothing short of miraculous, capable of shocking countless cultivators across the vast realm of Dezhong. Of course, her breakthrough was significantly attributed to Chen Chang'an's assistance in cleansing her meridians and refining her body with his invincible cultivation. Chun Chongan withdrew his hand, satisfaction evident on his face as he remarked, "Ling'er, your body is now pure and flawless, exquisite as jade. Your future cultivation will be remarkably unimpeded." His divine vision could discern that Zhong Ling'er's rate of absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth had increased several-fold, with her blood coursing through her meridians like a mighty river. The term divine vision was the name he had bestowed upon the miraculous ability derived from his invincible cultivation, facilitating his self-reference. Besides divine vision, he possessed other skills such as divine hand and divine mind. "Thank you, Brother Chang'an." Zhong Ling'er expressed her gratitude. Had it not been for Chun Chang'an's refuge, she might have been sold into a life of servitude and endless torment. Now, she had attained cultivation, and perhaps one day, she could become a true cultivator. All of this was bestowed upon her by Chen Chang'an, a gift she cherished deeply, filled with immense gratitude towards him. Such a profound kindness, she pondered. How could she repay him other than offering herself? Yet, being all alone, she had already become Brother Chang'an's person. With this thought, Zhong Ling'er's cheeks flushed with shyness as she inquired, "Brother Chang'an, what would you like for lunch?" "The braised goose breast you made yesterday was delightful. Let us have that again. As for the rest, you can decide. You may take the money for groceries from the counter." Zhong Ling'er nodded, her face alight with joy as she departed from the Jiukong apothecary. Watching her retreating figure, Chun Chang'an smiled softly and murmured, "Having Ling'er as my apothecary apprentice is quite beneficial. Even my 3 daily meals are now taken care of, allowing me to enjoy a more leisurely life." He then shifted his gaze towards the Great Dragon Mountain. "Fatty Xia has been at the Great Dragon Mountain for 3 days. I wonder how he is faring now?" After careful consideration, Chen Chang'an once again activated the divine eye. Under its gaze, he beheld the depths of the Dragon Mountain from afar. A corner of an ancient and magnificent imperial palace revealed itself, where over 100 cultivators were relentlessly assaulting the grand ceiling formation surrounding the palace, desperately attempting to breach the defenses and enter its confines. Outside the palace, chaos reigned, with countless corpses strewn about, a clear indication that numerous battles had erupted over the past 3 days. Suddenly, under the full force of the cultivators' attacks, a breach in the palace's seal was created. A radiant treasure light shot forth from the palace at an astonishing speed, inciting a frenzied scramble among the cultivators. Another fierce battle commenced. Soon, Chen Chang'an spotted Su Dafu and Su Yuanba. However, they were not involved in the contest for the treasure light. Instead, they occupied one of the advantageous positions at the entrance of the palace. Once the seal of the palace was fully broken, they would undoubtedly be among the first to enter its depths. Besides Su Dafu, another group had also secured a favorable position at the palace entrance. The lord of Tianwu City, Chu Yongtian, and his daughter, Chu Wushuang. Qin Chaoyan contemplated further use of the divine eye to observe the unfolding events, but was interrupted by a notification echoing in his mind. Lifespan 1. Current lifespan 1662. Reluctantly, he abandoned the use of the divine eye, allowing his vision to return to normal. Since Su Dafu seemed unharmed, there was no need for his concern at that moment. Although he had uncovered many wondrous applications of his invincible cultivation over the past 3 days, he had inadvertently expended an entire year of his lifespan. If this continued, relying on his invincible state would only become more restrictive. He could not afford to wait idly for Qin Chaoyan to return from the eternal life sect with longevity techniques. He must actively seek out methods and substances to extend his life. However, his understanding of longevity and cultivation remained woefully inadequate, primarily gleaned from the tales of the old man. It seemed he needed to consult someone for more information. At the edge of Dragon Mountain, where Stone Dragon had met his demise, a gray-robed cultivator arrived. His features bore an uncanny resemblance to Stone Dragon, yet his countenance was even more chilling, with narrow, sharp eyes now brimming with fury and malice. This man was Stone Dragon's father, Shi Yu, an elder of the corpse transport sect. A formidable figure known by the title of Marquis, infamous throughout Hezhou. 3 days prior, while in seclusion for cultivation, he discovered that the soul lamp of Stone Dragon had extinguished, igniting his wrath. Utilizing a secret bloodline technique, he had pursued the trail all the way to Dragon Mountain. Gazing upon the terrifying spectacle of Dragon Mountain cleaved in two and the extraordinary phenomena erupting from within the palace, he felt no interest, consumed instead by a singular desire to find the murderer of his son. Whoever it may be, for the death of my son, I shall ensure your body is torn to shreds. Shi Yu ground his teeth in fury, forming hand seals to invoke the bloodline technique once more. Under his mastery of the bloodline technique, wisps of feeble blood energy rose from the ground, drifting towards Tianwu City. So it is here. Shi Yu's gaze intensified with malevolence as he transformed into a streak of divine light, hurtling towards Tianwu City with lethal intent. Chapter 9. The Massacre of the City. Crushing the Nobility. In the span of a single incense stick, Shi Yu arrived at Tianwu City, his bloodline's secret technique having dissipated the aura of hostility he had summoned. With a cold and piercing gaze, he surveyed the grand city before him, radiating an aura of malevolence. It was evident that the perpetrator lurked within these walls. Without hesitation, Shi Yu unleashed the terrifying pressure of the transformation realm from within him, akin to a cataclysmic flood inundating Tianwu City. Simultaneously, he cast several blood-red array flags into the air, establishing a formidable formation that sealed off the entire city. No fly could hope to escape. At this moment, countless cultivators and ordinary citizens within the city were stirred by Shi Yu's overwhelming presence, feeling an icy chill envelop them, as if a harbinger of dread had descended. The oppressive force was terrifying, unmistakably emanating from a figure of the transformation realm, a noble sanctioned by heaven and earth. He must have been drawn here by the phenomenon of the imperial palace. But why had he come to Tianwu City? A sense of unease gripped the hearts of many, an unsettling feeling that something monumental was about to transpire. Within the city, a multitude gazed upward, eyes fixed on the figure of Shi Yu, standing in the heavens, exuding an icy and fierce demeanor, prompting hushed whispers among the crowd. Shi Yu looked down upon Tianwu City, the cultivators beneath him appearing as insignificant as ants. With a voice laced with a chilling murderous intent, he declared, I know the one who killed my son is hiding within this city. Come forth at once. Today, I, Shi Yu, shall rend your body asunder and scatter your bones to the winds, leaving you without a grave. Upon hearing Shi Yu's proclamation, the crowd was engulfed in shock. It turned out that this gray-robed cultivator was indeed Shi Yu, one of the elders of the corpse-bearer sect, a figure of long-standing renown. How audacious for someone to have slain Shi Yu's son. That person must be seeking their own demise. Who do you think the murderer is? Someone queried. How would I know? But they are surely hidden within the city. Uncovering them will not be an easy task. Many in the crowd displayed a morbid curiosity. Yet Shiryu's next words instilled terror in all present. If you do not emerge immediately, I shall raze this city, slay every soul within. And see how you evade me. His icy words, steeped in murderous intent, sent shivers down the spines of every inhabitant, silencing all discussion. The atmosphere in Tianwu City turned eerily still. It was crucial to remember that Shiryu was a noble of the transformation realm. And with the city lord occupied in the pursuit of the imperial palace's legacy, none could stand in his way should he choose to unleash devastation. What could be done? They could only hope that the killer of Shiryu's son would reveal themselves voluntarily, for the alternative could spell doom for them all. Meanwhile, having just finished his meal, Chun Chongan lay leisurely in a chair in the backyard, enjoying a nap. The arrival of Shiryu jolted him awake. He yawned and turned his gaze toward the arrogant gray-robed cultivator standing in the heavens. It seems that this man is indeed the father of Shilong, arriving quite swiftly. At this moment, Zhong Ling'er, familiar with the medicinal herbs in the apothecary, stepped out with concern. Brother Chang'an, do you think if the murderer truly doesn't appear, he would really massacre the city? Chun Chongan smiled faintly, devoid of any anxiety or panic, and replied, Cultivators of the demonic path are notoriously ruthless. They will not rest until their objectives are achieved, especially after losing a son. If the perpetrator is not found, it is quite ordinary for them to resort to slaughtering a city. What should we do then? Zhong Ling'er felt increasingly apprehensive. Chun Chang'an calmly reassured her, Fear not. As long as I am here, this Tianwu city is not one that he can simply annihilate at will. Zhong Ling'er appeared puzzled, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Chun Chang'an's words. At that moment, Shiryu, perceiving the silence within the city, cast a fierce gaze as his magical power surged. Let me spill rivers of blood, and we shall see how long you can hide, you cowardly turtle. With that proclamation, Shiryu commenced his slaughter of the city. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged from the void, sweeping across the heavens, reaching for Shiryu. Alas, he was utterly incapable of mounting any defense. With a resounding pop, he was crushed into a mist of blood. Such a powerful noble met his demise before the gaze of countless cultivators within the city. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. What had they just witnessed? They had seen a formidable noble crushed to death by an enormous hand that had materialized from the southern region of the city. The entire event unfolded so rapidly that countless cultivators were left without a reaction. Amidst their shock, curiosity surged. Who had been the one to slay Shiryu? They had never anticipated that such a formidable figure was concealed within Tianwu City. Simultaneously, in the backyard of Jiukang Apothecary, Zhong Ling'er gazed in astonishment as Chen Chang'an wiped the blood from his hands. Just moments ago, when Shiryu was about to massacre the city, she had witnessed Qin Chaoyan extend his right hand, which then transformed into an immense hand that crushed Shiryu. This was, indeed, Qin Chaoyan's skill, divine hand. When used singularly, it consumed minimal lifespan, at least not diminishing it by a year. Currently, his exploration of the system required a lifespan reduction of at least 1 year for the system to provide any prompts. Am I not dreaming? Zhong Ling'er murmured, never having imagined that a young proprietor of an apothecary, barely older than herself, could possess such terrifying power. Shiryu was already so strong. How formidable could Brother Chang'an be then? In that moment, as she looked at Qin Chaoyan, Zhong Ling'er felt as if he were an unfathomable ocean, deep and mysterious. The city was abuzz with excitement, as discussions erupted about the events that had just transpired. They had not expected such strength to be hidden within Tianwu City. Indeed, we owe our lives to him. Otherwise, if Shiryu had carried out his massacre, we would all have perished. That enormous hand had appeared from the southern direction, suggesting that the esteemed figure was concealed therein. Alas, it remains a mystery who took the life of Shiryu's son, a cowardly tortoise who nearly led us to ruin. Should I discover their identity, I shall show no mercy. Someone scoffed, remarking that one who could slay Shiryu's son must possess formidable strength. Are you courting death? Ahem. I was merely jesting. At this moment, I wish to express my gratitude to that enigmatic powerhouse who dealt with Shiryu. As Qin Chaoyan strolled along the street, he found amusement in the chatter of passers-by. Chapter 10. The Wanbao Pavilion. Not a single one left. From the words of the crowd, Chun Chongan learned that Shiryu was a sovereign of the transformation realm. Regrettably, he had yet to master his invincible cultivation, and in a moment of recklessness, he crushed Shiryu, obliterating not only him but also the treasures he possessed, leaving not even a single storage ring behind. He speculated that Shiryu's storage ring must have contained numerous valuable items, perhaps even longevity pills and methods. To adeptly wield his unparalleled cultivation, he needed to engage in continuous practice, yet such attempts would consume his lifespan, necessitating an increase in longevity. He had to devise a way to acquire longevity-enhancing items. Half an hour later, Chun Chongan arrived at a resplendent shop. This was indeed the Wanbao Pavilion. The establishment was known for selling a plethora of items essential to cultivators, elixirs, magical artifacts, cultivation methods, and talismans, among others. Just as he prepared to enter the pavilion, he noticed several furtive gazes fixated on the Wanbao Pavilion from a distance. Employing his divine vision, he took a quick glance before retracting his gaze and stepping into the pavilion. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dazzling array of artifacts and talismans displayed on the counter, radiating captivating brilliance. However, the pavilion was rather sparsely populated, a rather unusual sight. This was understandable, for deep within the Great Dragon Mountain, an imperial palace had emerged, signifying the potential inheritance of the Celestial Emperor, an extraordinary opportunity. If one could seize this inheritance, they would soar to unimaginable heights, becoming a successor of the Celestial Emperor. The earlier one arrived, the greater the chance of claiming the inheritance. Even if one could not attain the Celestial Emperor's legacy, surely they could partake in some of the spoils. Thus, nearly every cultivator of the transcendent realm and above in Tianwu City, unafraid of peril, had flocked to the Great Dragon Mountain. At the counter, a striking young woman in a crimson dress, appearing to be in her mid-20s, was idly perusing a book. Suddenly, a young man clad in green appeared before her. The woman raised her head, closed her book, and smiled warmly. "Young master, what can I assist you with today?" Without delay, Chen Chang'an got straight to the point. "Do you have any longevity methods here?" "Apologies, young master," the woman replied. "Longevity methods for cultivation are exceedingly rare and precious, and currently, the Wanbao Pavilion does not have any for sale." Qin Chaoyan was not surprised. After all, even esteemed sects like the longevity sect possessed only a singular method for nourishing the blood. What about physical cultivation methods? The woman shook her head. "I'm afraid we do not have those either." Furrowing his brow, Chun Chongan inquired, "What about longevity pills?" The young woman raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This young man, so evidently youthful, possessed a keen interest in methods for extending life. Nevertheless, she nodded and smiled gently. "We do have those. Please follow me." She led him to a counter displaying various elixirs, retrieving an exquisite porcelain vial. "My lord, this is a first-grade longevity pill. Currently, there are only 12 remaining. Consuming one can extend your lifespan by a year, effective for cultivators in the transformation realm, blood-nurturing practitioners, and ordinary individuals alike. Each pill is priced at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. After taking 3, the longevity effect will be lost. Does this longevity pill meet your satisfaction?" Upon hearing the introduction from the woman in red, Chen Chang'an was taken aback. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? How exorbitant! The woman smiled and explained, "My lord, you should understand that longevity pills are among the most precious of elixirs. The complexity of gathering materials and the difficulty of refining them are incomparable to ordinary pills, making their high price entirely reasonable." Chen Chang'an sighed, realizing that the revenue from the Jiukong apothecary over the past 3 years amounted to only a few dozen low-grade spirit stones. The cost of a single low-grade longevity pill was beyond the reach of the average person. Regret washed over him as he remembered not being able to keep the storage ring from the slain Shiryu. That fellow was an elder of the corpse-transporting sect, a lord in his own right, certainly possessing a significant number of spirit stones. Now he found himself unable to afford even a single low-grade longevity pill. The woman in red asked, "My lord, do you still wish to purchase this pill?" Chen Chang'an shook his head. "It is too expensive. I cannot afford it. However, I propose a trade with your Wanbao Pavilion." Intrigued, the woman in red replied, "What kind of trade do you have in mind?" Chen Chang'an smiled and said, "If you provide me with 3 longevity pills, I will offer my protection to your Wanbao Pavilion once." At this, the woman burst into laughter, her mirth bright and lively. "My lord, are you jesting? You, a mere initial-stage blood-nurturing practitioner?" "I am not joking. I am quite serious. Perhaps your Wanbao Pavilion could benefit from my protection. The woman shook her head, bemused. I'm afraid our Wanbao Pavilion does not require the protection of a mere blood-nurturing practitioner. Look around. All these guards are in the transformation realm. Why not visit other shops instead? Meanwhile, in a deserted street near Wanbao Pavilion, 3 figures cloaked in black robes appeared. Their faces concealed, exuding a chilling, menacing aura. The tallest among them, resembling a formidable bear, radiated formidable strength, being a powerful cultivator at the Fate's Spring Realm. One of them, speaking in a hushed tone, expressed excitement. Boss, I have gathered the information. The 2 elders guarding Wanbao Pavilion have ventured deep into the Great Dragon Mountain in search of opportunities. Now, only that woman, Yi Hongying, remains to guard the pavilion. She alone is no match for us. The imposing figure, referred to as boss, gleamed with delight. Excellent. It seems that apart from the mysterious powerhouse in the southern part of the city, no other strong cultivators remain. With only Yi Hongying to contend with, this presents a splendid opportunity to annihilate Wanbao Pavilion and acquire great wealth. Then, when shall we make our move? No one knew when the 2 elders of Wanbao Pavilion would return. Having discerned the situation, they decided that delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Thus, they resolved to act immediately. Upon finishing his words, the imposing monk led 2 other cultivators into the treasure pavilion. The unusual demeanor of the trio naturally drew the attention of the 2 guards stationed outside, who promptly obstructed their path. Halt! Who are you? And why do you conceal your true identities? The burly monk let out a cold snort, raising his hand to grasp, resulting in 2 bloody, severed heads rolling to the ground. With a thud, the headless corpses collapsed, and the 3 men stepped over the bodies, entering the pavilion. An aura of chilling malevolence emanated from them, causing the maidens inside to feel an overwhelming sense of dread, their bodies stiffening in fear as icy terror gripped their hearts. How could they have anticipated that someone would dare to commit murder within the treasure pavilion? However, Chen Chang'an remained unfazed. His curiosity piqued as he observed the sudden intruders. The burly monk cast a cold gaze over the hall, then commanded the 2 cultivators behind him, eliminate them all, leave not a single one alive. Chapter 11. The Black Wind Stronghold. Who dares to wreak havoc in the Wanbao Pavilion? A sharp voice pierced the air. It belonged to the woman in red who had been attending to Chen Chang'an. Her previously gentle smile had vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from her, a manifestation of her mastery at the late stage of the Fate's Spring Realm, bearing down upon the 3 intruders. Yi Hongying, you truly did not go to the Dragon Mountain. Did you think that with just your Fate Spring power, you could withstand the 3 of us? The burly cultivator scoffed. No sooner had he spoken than the 3 of them revealed their own formidable energies. Notably, the burly man was on par with Yi Hongying, also at the late stage of the Fate Spring Realm. The other 2 were not to be underestimated either. One was at the mid-stage and the other at the early stage of the Fate Spring Realm. As their powers manifested, a heavy weight settled upon Yi Hongying's heart. It seems you have long conspired against us, taking advantage of the absence of our 2 elders. Who are you truly? As she spoke, her right hand subtly moved, grasping a communication talisman, intending to call for help from the elders of the Wanbao Pavilion. However, upon activation, the talisman ignited spontaneously. Yi Hongying's expression darkened instantly. The burly cultivator smirked with satisfaction. Do not even think about sending a message. I have already set up a barrier around the Wanbao Pavilion, preventing any information from escaping. In the next moment, his smile faded, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, he commanded, attack together. First, eliminate this woman, then deal with the others. To kill me will not be so simple. Yet, Yi Hongying showed no signs of fear. With a flick of her storage ring, she summoned a flying sword and charged toward the 3 adversaries. A fierce battle was about to erupt, pitting 1 against 3. As the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Hongying wielded numerous magical artifacts, quickly unleashing several in a dazzling display of radiant light. Furthermore, she drew forth high-grade talismans to aid her in combat. Thus, even while facing 3 opponents, she maintained a distinct advantage, her prowess unwavering. Meanwhile, the other patrons of the Wanbao Pavilion could not escape. They huddled in corners, their faces pale with fear and anxiety as they watched the unfolding conflict. The transformed guardians could do nothing but retreat as far as possible, Joining the battle against Fate's Spring cultivators would only lead to certain death. Only Qin Chaoyan remained unfazed, observing the skirmish with an air of nonchalance. With a smile, he called out to Yi Hongying, "Manager, do you recall the transaction I proposed? 3 longevity pills in exchange for my protection of the Wanbao Pavilion. Though your strength is formidable, how long can you sustain control over so many magical artifacts and talismans? Once you falter, the Wanbao Pavilion will surely face dire consequences." Yi Hongying, caught in the throes of battle, was momentarily bewildered. How could this youth, seemingly frail and delicate, still have the leisure to speak of such matters at a time like this? She was acutely aware that their enemies had come prepared, and she herself was uncertain of victory. How could a mere blood-nurturing youth like Chen Chang'an possibly safeguard the Wanbao Pavilion? Such arrogance was truly astonishing. Yi Hongying remained focused on the battle, ignoring his words. The burly cultivator coldly remarked that the boy spoke the truth. Once Yi Hongying's magical energy was nearly depleted, it would signal her demise. The trio intensified their assault, launching increasingly powerful attacks, each aimed at severely wounding or even killing her. Had it not been for the protective formations reinforced during the construction of the Wanbao Pavilion, their conflict would have reduced the establishment to rubble long ago. Indeed, as Chun Chongan had indicated, Yi Hongying faced 3 adversaries, managing to wield her magical artifacts and employ talismans, yet her energy was waning, leaving her unable to maintain her dominance over the burly cultivator and his companions, and she began to find herself at a disadvantage. If this continued, her situation would become perilously dire, with death looming at any moment. Chen Chang'an's voice echoed again. "Shopkeeper, I see you are on the brink of death. A simple nod from you, and I shall intervene to ensure the safety of Wanbao Pavilion. Trust me, I am quite formidable." Though Yi Hongying could not fathom why Chen Chang'an would utter such bold claims, she found herself with no alternative. Summoning a 3rd-grade Xianbing talisman, she conjured an ice wall to shield herself, and in that brief moment of respite, she hastily retrieved a mid-grade spirit stone to replenish her magical energy. In response to Chun Chongan's words, she retorted angrily, "If you truly can safeguard my Wanbao Pavilion, then not only 3 longevity pills, but even if you demanded I become your woman, I would comply." Chun Chongan surveyed Yi Hongying's alluring figure from head to toe, seemingly intrigued. "Indeed, your entire family is impressive." Yi Hongying shot him a disdainful glance, cursing him internally, and chose to ignore the arrogant youth. Regrettably, just as she had regained a modicum of magical energy, the ice wall before her was shattered with a thunderous crash, and the trio of burly cultivators, akin to ravenous wolves, relentlessly pressed their attack. Furrowing his brow, Chun Chongan commanded the trio, "Cease your assault." Yet, the burly cultivators continued their onslaught unabated. Chun Chongan's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he reiterated, "I said, stop." This time, he infused his words with invincible power, unleashing the skilled divine word. Each utterance was imbued with tremendous magical force, resonating powerfully as it detonated like thunder within the minds of the 3 burly cultivators. It was as if a divine decree had been issued, making their every action obey his command. The trio stood frozen in place, bewildered and astonished, unsure of what had transpired. "Damn it, why can't I move?" one of them shouted. "What is happening? Kid, is this your doing? Release us, or when I regain my mobility, you will be the first I kill." Despite their desperate struggles, the burly cultivators were utterly immobilized, left to bellow in frustration. Yi Hongying, too, was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening as she turned to Qin Chaoyan. You did this?" Chun Chongan smiled faintly and replied, "Is there anyone else here capable of such a feat?" Yi Hongying gazed deeply into Qin Chongan's eyes, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was a grave oversight on her part. She never anticipated that this youth was merely feigning ignorance to outsmart his adversaries. Thankfully, it was he who intervened, or today could have been perilous. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Chen Chang'an. I am grateful for your timely assistance." Chen Chang'an subtly shook his head, stating, "It was merely a transaction. This deal has proven quite advantageous for me." "I am Yi Hongying," she responded with respect. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise, but first, allow me to eliminate these 3 ruffians." "Very well." Seizing the moment, Yi Hongying had completely refined the medium-grade spirit stone in her possession, restoring a considerable amount of her magical power. With a cold gaze, she observed the 3 burly cultivators without striking immediately, Instead, she approached them, tearing away the black cloaks that concealed their faces, revealing their true identities. Recognizing one of the stout cultivators, Yi Hongying frowned and remarked, "Xiong, the second-in-command of the Black Wind Gang. So it is you." Upon being unmasked, Xiong replied coldly, "Heh, did you not expect this? If you dare to kill me, you will forge a vendetta with the Black Wind Gang. From this day forth, your Wanbao Pavilion shall know no peace. Think wisely, my elder brother is a noble." Subsequently, Xiong turned his fierce gaze towards Chen Chang'an, exuding a menacing aura as he declared, "And you, Chen Chang'an, for thwarting my plans, my brother will not spare you." Instantly, Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Xiong. "Are you threatening me?" Under the intensity of Chen Chang'an's stare, an inexplicable tremor coursed through Xiong heart. He found himself unervingly fearful of this youth, unable to meet his gaze. Chapter 12. Resurrected, I shall torment him. Chen Chang'an withdrew his gaze and decided to leave the matter of Xiong to Yi Hongying. After all, personally committing murder would necessitate the use of his unparalleled cultivation, inevitably consuming his lifespan. It was prudent to save his strength. Xiong was not worth his direct intervention. However, an inexplicable fear prevented Xiong from daring to provoke or threaten Chen Chang'an. He could only cast a cold glare at Yi Hongying, silently warning her of the consequences should she choose to kill him, reminding her that Wanbao Pavilion's continued existence in Tianwu City depended on her actions. Yi Hongying furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss after learning of Xiong's identity. As the saying goes, even a fierce dragon cannot suppress a local snake. After all, Wanbao Pavilion in Tianwu City was merely a branch, and the two elders stationed there were only cultivators at the Lifewill realm, hardly a match for Xiongda. Xiong's elder brother, was a noble, and the power of the Black Wind stronghold in the surrounding area was formidable. If Xiong were to be killed, the branch would surely bear the brunt of Xiongda's wrath. By the time the main pavilion sent reinforcements, Wanbao Pavilion would likely have been razed to the ground. Should the pavilion she managed be destroyed, it would spell failure in her assessment by the main pavilion. Noticing Yi Hongying's hesitation, Xiong discerned her trepidation and could not help but chuckle coldly to himself. This wretched woman still feared the might of the Black Wind stronghold, likely too intimidated to kill him. Yet, he realized he must temper his tone, lest he provoke her further. He would bide his time, seeking to escape and later settle the score with her, as well as with Chen Chang'an, whose mysterious abilities he did not yet comprehend. Thus, Xiong softened his words, pleading, "Miss Yi, I implore you, for my brother's sake, spare us this time. Upon my return, I shall ensure that the brothers in our stronghold will never trouble the merchant caravans of Wanbao Pavilion again, nor will we ever target your establishment." Yi Hongying smirked. She was well aware of Xiong's character. As the second-in-command of the Black Wind stronghold, he had ruthlessly killed and plundered, wielding his brother's influence without mercy. The number of cultivators and mortals who had perished at his hands was no less than 800. To release him now would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains, inviting endless troubles. Wanbao Pavilion was a coveted prize, long coveted by the Black Wind stronghold, yet they had refrained from acting out of fear of the main pavilion. Now, with the Imperial Palace's emergence and the two stationed elders momentarily absent, if not for Chen Chang'an's presence, Xiong would have succeeded. As the steward of Wanbao Pavilion, she bore significant responsibility, and Xiong had placed considerable pressure upon her. To kill or not to kill. However, at present, Wanbao Pavilion's strength was insufficient to contend with the Black Wind stronghold. Chen Chang'an, perceiving Yi Hongying's apprehension, spoke up. "Yi Hongying, you need not worry about the Black Wind stronghold causing you trouble. Even his elder brother is merely a noble. You are serving me now. Should he dare to trouble you, I shall eliminate him. Moreover, I have my own grievances with the Black Wind stronghold and will visit them one day." His calm words resonated with an air of overwhelming authority. Regarding his grievances with the Black Wind stronghold, it is naturally as Elder Rong has stated, the Zhong family fortress of Zhong Ling'er was annihilated by the Black Wind stronghold. Now that Zhong Ling'er is associated with his Jiukong apothecary, he is obliged to support her. Yi Hongying was taken aback by Chen Chang'an's words. "Could it be that you also hold the title of a noble? A noble? Such a trivial matter." Xiong's expression changed dramatically as he bellowed, "Chen Chang'an, do not be arrogant and spout nonsense. You have no idea how formidable my elder brother is. If you dare to kill me, he will not let you go." Qin Chaoyan shrugged. Then I shall wait for him. I hope he arrives swiftly to avenge you. Zhong Ling'er's face flushed with rage, alternating between shades of blue, red, and white. However, witnessing Chen Chang'an's calm demeanor inadvertently instilled confidence in Yi Hongying, alleviating her internal turmoil. She turned to Zhong Ling'er once more and smiled brightly. Zhong Ling'er, your Black Wind stronghold is ultimately a scourge. Now that I have caught you, you ought not to return. Vile wretch, you dare to kill me. Yi Hongying's beautiful eyes glinted coldly. Why would I not dare? I have long desired to do so. With that, she brought her sword down decisively. Poor Zhong Ling'er, suppressed by Chun Chongan's divine words, was rendered immobile, left only to widen his crimson eyes in horror as the sword descended, his mouth spouting curses. His gaze was a tumultuous mix of fury, resentment, malice, despair, and fear. In the next moment, as the sword struck, a severed head fell to the ground. Blood gushed forth from Zhong Ling'er's neck like a crimson fountain, spraying several meters away. Even the head rolled twice upon the ground. Such is the ruthless cruelty of the immortal cultivation world. Once conflict arises, it is either one is killed or one kills, with no room for mercy. Chen Chang'an observed, his heart filled with lamentation. However, to his astonishment, even after having his head severed, Zhong Ling'er was not yet entirely dead. His head still quivered. The lifeless body continued to crawl on the ground, hands flailing about in a frenzied search for its head. This ghastly scene was truly spine-chilling. Many maidservants and guards in the Wanbao pavilion were terrified, retreating far away with ashen faces. How terrifying! Is he not dead? Could he be a monster? Yet, Yi Hongying discerned a peculiar quality in Zhong Ling'er, frowning as she noted, this fellow possesses a unique immortal cultivation physique, with extraordinarily tenacious vitality. She prepared to strike once more, aiming to utterly extinguish Zhong Ling'er's life force. But this time, a crescent-shaped mark suddenly appeared on Zhong Ling'er's forehead. Radiant beams of light erupted forth, powerful enough to directly send Yi Hongying's sword flying. Following this, a towering phantom, even more formidable than Zhong Ling'er, materialized from the divine radiance within the Wanbao pavilion. This figure bore a striking resemblance to Zhong Ling'er, with a face marred by an unsightly centipede scar, thick brows, a broad nose, and a gaze filled with fierce light, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace and intimidation. Yi Hongying was taken aback, while the two subordinates of Zhong Ling'er expressed their surprise and called for help. Boss, save us. This vile woman has killed the second commander. You must avenge him. They are taking advantage of us. Zhong De glared furiously at Yi Hongying, his voice thunderous. Yi Hongying, how dare you slay my brother? I will sever your head and devour your flesh. As a ruler bestowed with celestial authority in the realm of transformation, his formidable strength was awe-inspiring. With a mere projection of his power, he rendered Yi Hongying immobile, her face drained of color. With gritted teeth, she retorted, Zhong De, what of your status as a ruler? My Wanbao pavilion fears you not. Should you dare to kill me, my entire establishment will obliterate your Black Wind stronghold. At this moment, the headless body of Zhong Ling'er had retrieved its fallen head. An even more chilling scene unfolded as Zhong Ling'er cradled his head in his hands, pressing it back against his neck, where strands of blood coiled and twisted like earthworms. He emitted pained groans, and gradually, his head reattached, his eyes opening to reveal a pallid visage, his breath weak. Upon seeing his brother, he sighed in relief. Then, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he seethed, Brother, I nearly perished at the hands of this wretched woman. You must avenge me. And that boy over there, he's the one who thwarted my plans. Though I have already secured Wanbao Pavilion, do not kill him. Instead, help me cripple him and strip him of his cultivation. I wish to torment him slowly, teaching him that no one dares to provoke the Black Wind stronghold. As Zhong Da's ethereal form emerged, a chilling aura of death filled Wanbao Pavilion, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. Empowered by his brother's support, Zhong Ling'er grew bold, his expression one of arrogant triumph. He turned to Chen Chang'an and declared, Boy, now you witness the terror of a ruler. Before my brother strikes, kneel and plead for mercy. I promise to grant you a swift demise. Chapter 13, Kneel Down. Yi Hongying's plea. Chen Chang'an chuckled softly. Had it not been for my singular hand crushing the noble, I would have never fathomed the sheer terror he wielded. As for kneeling, Chen Chang'an's voice paused, his gaze turning icy. In this world, no one possesses the right to compel my submission. You are unworthy. With that, he stepped forward, uttering 2 words, kneel down. An overwhelming aura of terror erupted, as if countless titanic mountains descended upon the shoulders of the arrogant Zhong Ling'er. He screamed, utterly unable to muster even a semblance of resistance, and with a resounding thud, his knees buckled to the ground. In disbelief, anger surged within him, and through gritted teeth, he cried, "Big brother, kill him." Xiongda, with a frigid stare directed at Chen Chang'an, vowed, "Anyone who dares to bully my brother shall die." He formed a spell with one hand, conjuring a demonic blade, which he swung at Chen Chang'an. The astonishing blade energy rampaged forth, unleashing a horrifying wave that sent ripples across the surroundings. Yi Hongying's complexion paled. Should that blow be directed at her, her demise would be inevitable. Worry for Chen Chang'an's safety consumed her. Zhong Ling'er, grinning maliciously, seemed to envision Qin Chaoyan cleaved in 2 by his brother's spectral strike. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Chaoyan calmly raised his right hand. An unbelievable spectacle unfolded before them. What? How is this possible? To their astonishment, he managed to catch the demon blade with just 2 fingers. It became evident that he was not merely boasting. He truly possessed the strength to contend with a king. Yi Hongying breathed a sigh of relief. She had genuinely feared for Chen Chang'an's life against Xiongda's spectral attack. Thankfully, he indeed had the prowess to rival a king. As the crowd observed, Chen Chang'an effortlessly pinched the demonic blade between his index and middle fingers. He then brought them together, shattering the blade into fragments with ease. Xiongda's expression darkened, his demeanor turning grave. How could he withstand my attack? Who are you? Although this was merely a protective soul imprint left within his brother, it could still manifest half of his power. The fact that Chen Chang'an could so effortlessly thwart it suggested he might also be a king. A mere king. What right do you have to know my name? Xiongda had never encountered someone so audacious, and was about to erupt in fury when he saw Chen Chang'an point a finger, instantly piercing through his brother's spectral form. In that moment, the entire arena fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be distinctly heard. Zhong Ling'er's face turned ashen, his expression one of sheer terror. He had believed that summoning his brother's shadow would turn the tide of battle and vanquish Qin Chaoyan, yet unexpectedly, it was effortlessly dispelled by a mere gesture. How can this be? How can this be? Zhong Ling'er, stripped of all arrogance and pride, retreated step by step, utterly disheartened. Chun Chongan commanded Yi Hongying, "If not now, then when shall we strike?" Yi Hongying's face radiated excitement. With Chun Chongan's formidable strength, he must be of noble lineage. She felt utterly unconcerned about any potential retaliation from Xiongda. Once more, she brandished her treasured sword and charged towards Zhong Ling'er. Zhong Ling'er, in a frantic attempt to escape, stumbled towards the exit of Wanbao Pavilion. Yet, having faced death once, he was far too weakened to evade Yi Hongying's relentless pursuit. With a piercing scream, Zhong Ling'er was utterly vanquished by Yi Hongying, his life extinguished. Even with his extraordinary constitution, he could not be revived. The 2 remaining cultivators from Black Wind Village were filled with terror and despair, pleading for mercy from Yi Hongying. She showed no mercy. With a swift motion of her sword, heads fell to the ground. "Someone, dispose of the bodies and burn them." Yi Hongying commanded the guards of Wanbao Pavilion. Soon, the 3 corpses were dragged away, and the blood on the ground was meticulously wiped clean. Yi Hongying turned her gaze towards Qin Chaoyan, this seemingly youthful boy of merely 16 or 17, yet a master of hidden strength. Thanks to him, otherwise, Wanbao Pavilion would have faced a grave crisis today, and she might have even perished at Zhong Ling'er's hands. She respectfully bowed, expressing her gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Immediately, she retrieved all 12 longevity pills from the counter and presented them with both hands. "Here are the pills you requested, my lord." Chun Chongan initially intended to accept 3, but considering the little girl, Zhong Ling'er, he took a few more. "This should suffice. Keep the remaining longevity pills for yourself," he instructed. Yi Hongying nodded and then remarked, "However, my lord, with Zhong Ling'er now dead, you have undoubtedly drawn the ire of Xiongda." Chen Chang'an replied confidently, "If Xiongda comes seeking vengeance, I shall eliminate him without hesitation." Yi Hongying chuckled wryly. "Your prowess is indeed astonishing, my lord. Had you not revealed your strength, I would have assumed you were merely a minor cultivator feigning power. I prefer to remain low-key," Chen Chang'an stated, feeling quite pleased. With 3 longevity pills in hand, his lifespan would be extended by 3 years, which was quite satisfactory. This outing had proven fruitful. It was indeed essential to take the initiative in seeking out longevity-enhancing items. Chun Chongan inquired, Hongying, aside from longevity pills, does Wanbao Pavilion offer any other longevity-enhancing elixirs? Yi Hongying shook her head. My lord, while longevity pills are precious, they are not particularly difficult to acquire, as the materials for their refinement are not exceedingly rare. Every major family and sect cultivates them. However, other longevity elixirs are quite different. The materials required for their production are hard to gather, and when one such elixir becomes available, it is swiftly purchased by the elder powers of the top-tier families and sections. Thus, currently, Wanbao Pavilion in Tianwu City has no other longevity elixirs for sale besides longevity pills. If you wish for others, you would have to request them from the main store. Do you have a significant demand for longevity elixirs, my lord? Chun Chongan was candid in his response. I require longevity techniques, pills, and elixirs. Indeed, the more, the better. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's request, Yi Hongying displayed a moment of hesitation on her face. After a brief pause, as if steeling herself with immense resolve, she knelt before Chen Chang'an. Hongying sought to implore the young master for assistance, promising that upon the successful completion of her request, she would not only procure longevity elixirs for him, but would thereafter remain unwaveringly loyal to his service. What is it you desire? Chen Chang'an inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. With utmost reverence, Yi Hongying disclosed her predicament. She was afflicted by a rare and potent poison, and she sought the young master's aid in cleansing her body and revitalizing her essence. Once a prodigious talent from the esteemed Yi family of Wanbao Pavilion, she had fallen victim to internal strife within the organization during her youth, leading to her being ensnared by a debilitating poison that severely diminished her cultivation potential. Consequently, she had been relegated to a branch of Wanbao Pavilion, deemed a pariah in the eyes of her peers, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain any form of remedy. To alleviate her affliction, only a 7th-grade elixir or the prowess of a true monarch at the level of Wanfa could suffice. Given the formidable aura Chen Chang'an had recently displayed, it was evident he had attained the status of a true monarch. After absorbing her words, Chen Chang'an scrutinized Yi Hongying, contemplating the implications of her offer. Setting aside the potential for obtaining longevity elixirs, her position as the manager of Wanbao Pavilion would undoubtedly facilitate his own endeavors in gathering such rare items, ensuring a mutually beneficial arrangement. Having reached a conclusion, he stated with decisiveness, "Lead me to your chamber." Yi Hongying, momentarily taken aback, queried, "What does the young master intend?" With a calm demeanor, Chen Chang'an replied, "What? Do you no longer wish to cleanse your essence?" Her face alight with joy, Yi Hongying hastily guided him onward. Chapter 14. The Pristine Spirit. As the proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion, Yi Hongying's boudoir, though modest in size, was adorned with opulent decorations and equipped with a high-level spirit-gathering array. This arrangement infused the small chamber with the surrounding celestial and earthly spiritual energies, allowing for a remarkably efficient cultivation experience. Moreover, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Yi Hongying's cheeks blushed as she remained immersed in the delightful surprise of her spiritual refinement. Chen Chang'an cast a glance at Yi Hongying and instructed her to recline upon the bed. Obediently, she lay down, her alluring figure elegantly displayed. However, Chen Chang'an's attention was not diverted by her appearance. Instead, he activated his divine vision, instantly perceiving the entirety of Yi Hongying's body, from her flesh and veins to the flow of her spiritual energy. He could clearly observe the impurities accumulated within her over the years of cultivation. Remnants of the spiritual energy she had absorbed from the cosmos, the elixirs she had consumed, and the spirit stones she had refined. Following the veins down to her dantian, he discovered a dense mass of black impurities that had obstructed one of her meridians. This was undoubtedly the Dan poison Yi Hongying had mentioned. The blockage was situated directly above her dantian, explaining why, as her cultivation level rose, the accumulation of impurities within her body intensified, ultimately hindering her progress in cultivation. He pointed a finger towards her forehead, channeling his unparalleled prowess to cleanse and refine her. A powerful and mysterious force surged from her brow, enveloping every corner of her being in a warm embrace. Suddenly, Yi Hongying's dantian felt a shattering sensation that elicited a soft moan from her. Realizing her own reaction, her face flushed even more as she hurriedly covered her mouth. Yet, Overwhelmed by the experience, she was astonished to find that every inch of her skin, every fiber of her flesh, and every meridian was undergoing a profound baptism by the formidable energy, leaving her invigorated and elated, as if she were on the brink of transcending to a higher realm. An unending stream of impurities was expelled from her body, akin to grease, releasing an unpleasant odor. In the span of merely half a stick of incense, Chun Chongan completely eradicated Yi Hongying's Dan poison and thoroughly purified her inside and out. On the surface, her skin appeared even more radiant and luminous, exuding a brilliant sheen, while her beautiful visage radiated vitality and vigor. What astonished Yi Hongying even more was her newfound ability to absorb the celestial and earthly spiritual energies at a speed several-fold greater than before. The operation of her cultivation technique flowed seamlessly, devoid of the prior dryness and difficulty, as if the process were as natural as water. She felt as though she had been entirely reborn, akin to a newborn free from the taint of the world, transformed into a naturally pure spirit. Henceforth, her journey along the path of cultivation would be smooth sailing, and she would face no significant obstacles in advancing from the life-spring realm to the life-will realm, or even the fate realm. She was left in disbelief, overwhelmed with joy. It is essential to recognize that even the legendary creation pill, which claims to aid cultivators in cleansing their marrow, undergoing a rebirth, and shattering the confines of their cultivation, falls short of such promises. The creation pill is a prestigious 7th-grade elixir, exceedingly rare, coveted even by the most esteemed leaders of top celestial sects and ancient families, who yearn to acquire one to purify their tainted flesh. Yet, Chun Chang'an effortlessly assisted her in purifying her body, transforming her into an immaculate spiritual entity, evoking a dreamlike sensation within her. In that moment, Chun Chang'an's image in Yi Hongying's heart grew increasingly enigmatic, shrouded in a veil of mist that rendered him inscrutable and irresistibly alluring. Without hesitation, Yi Hongying knelt before him, expressing her profound gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing upon me the grace of rebirth and granting me an immaculate spiritual body." Chun Chongan mused inwardly, realizing that he had cleansed the impurities from the cultivator's flesh with his unparalleled prowess, resulting in a transformation dubbed the immaculate spiritual body. However, this immaculate spiritual body bore little significance for him, as he understood from his previous experience with Ling'er that such a form merely accelerated cultivation and did not enhance physical strength. What he currently lacked was not cultivation. Observing Yi Hongying's reaction, Chen Chang'an maintained a calm demeanor. "This is what I promised you. The pill's toxicity has been eliminated. Now, it is time to witness your performance." Yi Hongying nodded earnestly. Now that her meridians flowed freely, she would effortlessly cultivate to the spirit transformation realm, inevitably becoming a sovereign recognized by the heavens. "Rest assured, my lord, I will diligently seek out longevity-enhancing treasures for you. Should you come across such information, simply head to the Jiukong Apothecary in the southern part of the city to find me." With that, Chun Chang'an decided not to linger in the Wanbao Pavilion any longer and prepared to return. Meanwhile, Yi Hongying, having expelled the impurities from her body, emitted an unpleasant odor. Causing her some discomfort, she hurried off to bathe, determined to cleanse herself thoroughly. 100 miles away from Tianwu City lies a mountain known as Heifeng Mountain. Upon this mountain stands a stronghold named Heifeng Zhai. Within the stronghold, there is a grand bed capable of accommodating more than a dozen individuals. At that moment, a burly man was indulging in the attentions of 7 women, all bare and graceful, their expressions tender as they catered to every whim of this formidable figure. Such a scene was truly enviable. This burly man was none other than the chieftain of Heifeng Zhai, Xiong Er's elder brother, Xiongda. Suddenly, Xiongda's entire body trembled, his complexion turning ashen, and he let out a horrific scream, blood spilling from his lips. The 7 women around the bed were struck with terror, their faces paling in shock and dismay. Chapter 15. The Eternal Life Sect. "Your Majesty, what troubles you? Brother, are you all right?" The women's concern was met with a furious roar. "Get out, all of you." The 7 women hurriedly vacated the room, leaving only Xiongda behind. His expression was frigid, exuding an aura of menace. He absorbed the memories transmitted from the annihilated soul imprint, his teeth grinding in anger. That soul imprint was a fragment of his very essence, extinguished by another, inflicting considerable harm upon him as well. At that moment, A voice echoed from outside. Boss, Chang has returned from Delong Mountain with news about the Imperial Palace. Xiongda suppressed the murderous intent and fury within him, speaking in a low tone. Let him in. Soon, a gaunt man entered the room. Clad in black with a bald head, he appeared emaciated, yet his eyes shone with intelligence, revealing his astuteness. Xiongda inquired, Chang, what have you learned about the Imperial Palace on Delong Mountain? Boss, a mysterious powerhouse split Delong Mountain in half, inadvertently creating a breach in the seal concealing the Imperial Palace beneath its depths, resulting in extraordinary phenomena. From my observations over the past 2 days, the Imperial Palace is not yet fully opened. After all, it is a seal laid by a former celestial emperor, remarkably robust. Even with a breach, ordinary cultivators cannot break the seal to enter the Imperial Palace. It seems we must await the arrival of the supreme beings from the top-tier celestial sects and ancient families to see if they can unlock the seal. Xiongda furrowed his brow. If we wait for those supreme beings to arrive, will there be any inheritance from the celestial emperor left for me? Chang replied earnestly, Boss, you need not worry. The Long Mountain is remote, spanning several states, and those supreme beings will not arrive anytime soon. I have learned that a group of mysterious powerhouses, donning rat-faced masks, have emerged outside the Imperial Palace. They possess an imperial artifact and are seeking to collaborate with the aristocracy. Collaborate with the aristocracy? What does that mean? It is said that the imperial artifact is currently sealed and requires the combined efforts of 8 aristocrats to activate it. Therefore, they are seeking partnerships to break the seal of the Imperial Palace and gain the upper hand. Even the Lord of Tianwu City, Lord Chu, has joined in the collaboration. Yet 3 aristocrats are still needed. Boss, should we also join the collaboration? After hearing this, Xiongda narrowed his eyes, glimmering with fluctuating light as he contemplated. After a moment, he commanded, Chang, gather a group of comrades at the Life Spring Realm and come with me to Delong Mountain. Additionally, send a few more to Tianwu City to closely monitor the movements of the Wanbao Pavilion. Understood. Meanwhile, after leaving Delong Mountain, Qin Chaoyan hurried back to the Eternal Life sect. She dared not be the slightest bit negligent regarding the task assigned to her by Chen Chang'an. Finally, after 4 days, Qin Chaoyan returned to the Eternal Life sect. She immediately made her way to Shaoling Peak to seek an audience with her master, Dongfang Lingyue. Dongfang Lingyue holds a significant position within the Changxing sect, being one of the 3 peak masters. If Qin Chaoyan wishes to take the longevity technique from the sect to present it to Chen Chang'an, she must first obtain her consent. Otherwise, even with her status as a core disciple, she would be unable to extract the technique from the Changxing sect. Dongfang Lingyue is strikingly beautiful, with her 3,000 strands of hair cascading like a waterfall, clad in elegant white garments, exuding a serene demeanor. She embodies the archetype of a mature and alluring woman, renowned throughout Huzhou and affectionately referred to as the Cold Moon Fairy, adored and pursued by countless cultivators. At this moment, amidst the tranquility of a bamboo grove on Shaoling Peak, Dongfang Lingyue gazes at the imperial weapon, the compassionate sword, presented by Qin Chaoyan. Even with her extensive experience, she cannot help but be astonished, overwhelmed by its majesty. The aura of the celestial emperor emanating from the sword sends shivers down her spine, prompting her to exclaim in awe. Indeed, it is an imperial artifact. Could this compassionate sword have been obtained from the imperial palace of the Great Dragon Mountain? Qin Chaoyan nods in affirmation. Yes, master. On the day I was tasked by the sect to procure items from Great Dragon Mountain, I inadvertently entered the imperial palace and acquired this compassionate sword. However, it was nearly seized by the son of Elder Shiyu from the corpse-carrying sect, Shilong, who almost caused my demise. Fortunately, a mysterious, powerful figure intervened, vanquishing Shilong and rescuing me. A mysterious figure? Dongfang Lingyue inquires, her brow furrowed in confusion. If this mysterious figure saved you, why is the compassionate sword still in your possession? Qin Chaoyan's expression grows complex. He did not desire it. He merely glanced at it and returned it to me as though it were mere refuse. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Lingyue is taken aback. This is an imperial artifact, immensely valuable, with each piece harboring devastating power. Countless individuals yearn to possess such treasures, yet he rejected it as if it were worthless? How could that be? Even Dongfang Lingyue, despite her formidable strength, finds herself tempted by the compassionate sword in Qin Chaoyan's hands, yearning to claim it. However, Recognizing it as Qin Chaoyan's fortune, she, as her master, though moved, would never truly seek to possess it. Qin Chaoyan offers a resigned smile, fully aware that such a statement would be beyond anyone's comprehension. Who would forsake an imperial weapon? It is simply inconceivable. Yet, Qin Chaoyan knows that Chen Chang'an is not like that. Master, Qin Chaoyan asserts, I do not deceive you. The strength of this mysterious figure is unfathomable, something you have not witnessed firsthand. As she speaks, the image of Chun Chongan cleaving the great dragon mountain in two with a single strike flashes vividly in her mind. Are you aware that the great dragon mountain, spanning 30,000 miles, was cleaved in half by someone? Chapter 16, Astonishment, 3 more years of life. Dongfang Lingyue nodded, having heard of this matter from her master. A thought crossed her mind, and she spoke. Disciple, do not tell me that the splitting of the great dragon mountain in two is related to him. It was indeed his doing. At that time, he saved me and vanquished the stone dragon with a blade of terrifying might, which inadvertently cleaved the great dragon mountain asunder. It was utterly horrifying. I fear that even the current leader of our longevity sect would be unable to withstand the force of that strike. At this moment, Dongfang Lingyue was thoroughly astonished, unable to suppress a gasp of disbelief. The revelation that the immense great dragon mountain had been bisected by him was beyond comprehension. Indeed, Dongfang Lingyue opened her mouth, intending to articulate further thoughts, yet found herself at a loss for words. If what her disciple claimed was true, that the enigmatic powerhouse who rescued her had effortlessly cleaved the great dragon mountain, then his cultivation must have reached an unfathomable realm. It was even possible that he possessed artifacts of other great emperors. Regaining her composure, Dongfang Lingyue inquired, do you know the identity of that mysterious strongman? Qin Chaoyan shook her head. I do not know, but he instructed me to retrieve the longevity technique and seek him at the Jiukong apothecary in Tianwu City. Immediately after, Qin Chaoyan informed Dongfang Lingyue that Chen Chang'an required the longevity technique and requested that she bring him the blood-nourishing longevity method from the longevity sect. If there were any other longevity-enhancing items, he would desire those as well. Dongfang Lingyue furrowed her brow, pondering the need for longevity-enhancing items. She could not fathom why someone as extraordinary as Chen Chang'an, who could cleave the great dragon mountain in two with a single strike, would require such items. Was his lifespan coming to an end? What perplexed Dongfang Lingyue further was the question of how someone so powerful could possibly lack longevity-enhancing items, especially when it came to a low-tier blood-nourishing method. She could not decipher Chen Chang'an's intentions, but it was evident that his actions were guided by his own motives. Chaoyan, since you have obtained the compassion sword, it is your fortune. Seize this opportunity. Strive to refine the compassion sword as soon as possible. Your innate talent is already remarkable, and with the compassion sword, you may earn the recognition of the celestial emperor within the imperial palace of the great dragon mountain and become his successor. Indeed, Qin Chaoyan nodded earnestly. If she could become the successor of the celestial emperor, perhaps the longevity sect could ride this wave to become a top-tier force in Hezhou, even potentially evolving into an imperial sect in the future. Dongfang Lingyue departed from the bamboo grove to seek out the sect leader. Such a significant matter necessitated thorough discussion with the leader of the longevity sect. The sect leader, a refined gentleman named Gu Haixing, donned a deep blue Taoist robe, exuding an aura of unfathomable prowess. At that moment, Gu Haixing was immersed in his cultivation when he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Awaking from his meditation, he soon saw Dongfang Lingyue approach his secluded space. Noticing the grave expression on her face, Gu Haixing smiled. Junior sister, what troubles you? My disciple has acquired one of the imperial artifacts overseen by the compassionate celestial emperor, the compassion sword. He understood the nature of his junior disciple, who would never speak without thought. Upon hearing those words, Gu Haixing's expression changed dramatically, disbelief etched across his face. What on earth is happening? Dongfang Lingyue nodded and recounted the events. After listening, Gu Haixing pondered briefly. He too could not fathom what intentions this esteemed elder harbored, nor what his motives might be. However, by returning the compassionate sword to Chaoyan, it signified the relinquishment of a grand opportunity to my Chongqing sect. Though this longevity technique is invaluable, if he desires it, then it should be given to him. Dongfang Lingyue remarked, I share the same intention, brother. The treasury seems to contain 2 more hundred longevity pills, originally intended for the Grand Elder's use. Nevertheless, since he seeks items that enhance longevity, I believe we could offer him one of those as well. If he possesses the strength my disciple claims, fostering goodwill with him might prove beneficial. Very well, sister, you shall accompany me. It would be prudent to oversee the competition for the imperial palace. Gu Haixing's gaze burned with fervor, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. Initially, I held no hope for contending for the legacy of the immortal emperor, given the stakes involved. I had heard that many formidable figures from top-tier factions were already mobilizing. For our Chongqing sect to compete would be akin to snatching food from a tiger's jaws. Yet, since Chaoyan has seemingly acquired the compassionate sword, perhaps this is an opportunity. Should Chaoyan become the heir to the immortal emperor, our Chongqing sect would truly soar to new heights. Do not waste time. Hasten your departure. I shall immediately proceed to the Forbidden Grounds to awaken the Grand Elder and bring him to the Imperial Palace to safeguard Chaoyan. Understood. Dongfang Lingyue departed, heading straight to the treasure vault to retrieve the longevity technique, and then visited the treasury to procure a precious 100 longevity pill. She promptly returned to Shaoling Peak. At that moment, Qin Chaoyan was still attempting to refine the compassionate sword. Yet, being an imperial artifact infused with the essence of the immortal emperor, it was no simple task to refine. Upon seeing Dongfang Lingyue's return, Qin Chaoyan let out a sigh. Master, I fear I may not be able to refine the compassionate sword in the short term. Dongfang Lingyue smiled gently. After all, it is an imperial artifact, not an ordinary treasure. It will not yield so easily. There is no need for you to rush. Take your time with the refinement. I have brought the longevity technique in 100 longevity pill. Now, let us make our way to Tianwu City. With that, Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan transformed into two radiant streaks of light, swiftly heading in the direction of Tianwu City. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an, after leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, wandered around the city. Everywhere he went, the townsfolk were still abuzz with discussions regarding the mysterious powerful figure who had crushed the Shirtua sect's guardian, Shiryu. The conversations grew increasingly fervent, with curiosity surrounding the identity and appearance of this enigmatic individual. Finding the chatter tiresome, Chen Chang'an returned to the Jiukong pharmacy. On this day, no patients had come to seek treatment. Zhong Ling'er stood at the pharmacy counter, diligently memorizing the medicinal herbs, while simultaneously cultivating the flying immortal scripture to absorb the essence of heaven and earth for her training. Like Yi Hongying, Zhong Ling'er, with Chun Chongan's assistance, possessed a pure spiritual body, allowing her to progress rapidly in her cultivation. After an afternoon of practice, her cultivation had once again advanced. Upon returning to the apothecary, Chen Chang'an inadvertently disturbed Zhong Ling'er, who was engrossed in her cultivation. Upon recognizing him, her face brightened with joy. "Brother Chang'an, you have returned," she exclaimed. "Have you encountered any confusion in your training?" Zhong Ling'er smiled gently and shook her head. "Not at the moment. That is reassuring. I hope you will soon transcend to the Fate Spring realm. At that point, you will undergo a profound transformation." Zhong Ling'er, curious, inquired, "Brother Chang'an, what is so extraordinary about breaking through to the Fate Spring realm that it would facilitate my metamorphosis?" Chun Chongan refrained from disclosing to her that she was the reincarnation of the Empress and that she must transcend to the Fate Spring realm to unlock her past life's memories. "In due time, you will understand," he replied. She affirmed. After this exchange, Chen Chang'an produced 3 longevity pills and handed them to Zhong Ling'er. "These are longevity pills. 3 of them can extend your life by 3 years. Given your current cultivation level, they will serve you well. Make sure to refine them when you have the opportunity." Zhong Ling'er, intrigued, acknowledged that it was her first encounter with such life-extending elixirs. "Thank you, Brother Chang'an." Afterward, Chen Chang'an returned to his chamber and retrieved the remaining 6 longevity pills. Chapter 17. The Wanbao Pavilion and the Eternal Ginseng. Can the Eternal Ginseng truly extend life by merely 3 years? Chun Chongan murmured to himself, and then proceeded to swallow 3 longevity pills in succession. Soon, the sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. System notification, consumed a first-class longevity pill, life extended by 1 year, current lifespan 1663. System notification, consumed a first-class longevity pill, life extended by 1 year, current lifespan 1664. System notification, consumed a first-class longevity pill, life extended by 1 year, current lifespan 1665. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but feel elated Indeed, the longevity pills could extend life by 1 year. He then attempted to consume the remaining 3 longevity pills to see if they too could enhance his lifespan. Unfortunately, no system notification followed, and his lifespan did not increase. With a sigh, Chen Chang'an realized that the efficacy of the longevity pills diminished after consuming 3. Nonetheless, the ability to extend life by 3 years was still commendable. He wondered if Qin Chaoyan had returned to the Chongqing sect to bring him the longevity methods he eagerly anticipated. At the Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Hongying listened intently to the information relayed by the guard regarding Jiukong Pharmacy and Chen Chang'an. She was astonished, realizing that such a prominent figure had concealed himself in Tianwu City for 3 years. Had he not revealed himself voluntarily, one might have assumed he was merely an ordinary physician. Yi Hongying couldn't help but recall the elder Shiryu from the corpse transport sect, a figure of the divine transformation realm who had come to Tianwu City in a frenzy, proclaiming his intent to slaughter the city, only to be crushed by an unexpected hand. Originally, she had been curious about the identity of the powerful individual behind that hand. Now, with the news she had received, it became evident that the hand had manifested from the southern part of the city, which coincidentally was also where Jiukong Pharmacy was located. The connection between the two sparked a startling hypothesis in Yi Hongying's mind. Could it be that Shiryu was slain by Chen Chang'an? If that were the case, Chen Chang'an's prowess must have surpassed that of a noble. Was he a figure of the undying realm, a leader of a sect, or a true sovereign who controlled the laws of myriad methods? As Yi Hongying uncovered the truth, her heart swelled with shock and admiration. The notion of being able to align herself with such an extraordinary powerhouse felt almost surreal. It was no wonder that Chen Chang'an regarded the formidable leader of the Black Wind stronghold, Xiongda, with such disdain. If he could easily crush an elder of the corpse transport sect, what difficulty would there be in vanquishing a mere stronghold leader? Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Yi Hongying resolved to serve Chun Chongan diligently and to firmly cling to his side. At that moment, Yi Hongying concentrated her thoughts and retrieved a communication talisman, which began to flicker with radiant light. With a cold snort, she thought to herself, "Those 2 old fools left their posts without my consent, venturing to Dalong Mountain in pursuit of treasure, nearly allowing villains to succeed in their schemes against the Wanbao Pavilion. I have yet to hold them accountable. It is time to send a message back to the main pavilion to ensure they receive their due reprimand." Yi Hongying, dispatched by the Zhongpu faction, holds the position of manager yet finds herself persistently suppressed by 2 elder officials who monopolize resources. Should she fail to achieve significant results, it seems she is destined to remain in Tianwu City for the remainder of her days. Although she feels utterly constrained, her circumstances leave her with little choice. However, with the presence of the young master, Yi Hongying recognizes a pivotal opportunity for her redemption, one that she must seize. Reluctantly, she affixes a communication talisman to her forehead, eager to discern the message these 2 old men would relay. Shortly thereafter, she receives news from the 2 elders who ventured to the Great Dragon Mountain. Astonishingly, it concerns a millennium-old spiritual ginseng. This rare herb has escaped from a sealed breach within the imperial palace, eluding the grasp of several princes, and is now concealed within the Great Dragon Mountain. The 2 elder officials have commanded Yi Hongying to swiftly transport the treasure-seeking beast, Treasure Mouse, from Wanbao Pavilion to the Great Dragon Mountain in search of this millennium-old ginseng. Upon receiving this news, Yi Hongying is filled with immense joy. This is precisely the longevity elixir the young master desires. She has been troubled, pondering where to procure such a rare and precious item, as longevity herbs are exceedingly scarce. Even with her position as the manager of Wanbao Pavilion and an extensive network, acquiring 1 or 2 longevity items is no trivial endeavor. Yet, unexpectedly, she has quickly learned of the existence of this longevity herb. Indeed, the millennium-old ginseng serves as a life-extending remedy, and the urgency conveyed in the elder's message suggests their eagerness to obtain it to enhance their lifespans, thus prompting Yi Hongying's quest to the Great Dragon Mountain. This aligns perfectly with what Chun Chongan requires. Without hesitation, she takes her treasure-seeking mouse and sets off for the Great Dragon Mountain. Should she find this millennium-old ginseng, it will be a gift for the young master, never to be surrendered to those 2 old men. With the young master's support, she is confident that these elders would not dare to challenge her. Chapter 18. I desire fish. Chun Chang'an reclined leisurely in the backyard, basking in the afternoon sun. Meanwhile, Zhong Ling'er gently massaged his shoulders, her small fists softly tapping his back. Does the pressure feel just right, Brother Chang'an? Yes, indeed, Ling'er. Your touch is quite soothing. Please focus a bit more on my lower back. I've been lying down for too long these past few days, and it's rather sore. Of course. Upon receiving Chen Chang'an's approval, Zhong Ling'er couldn't help but break into a sweet smile. It had been 3 days since Chun Chongan returned from the Wanbao pavilion. During this time, he had not been idle. He diligently honed his unparalleled cultivation, exploring its applications. He entrusted Zhong Ling'er with the apothecary while he roamed Tianwu City, seeking information about body refinement techniques. He also visited a library in the city to learn more about longevity elixirs within the realm of immortal cultivation, acquiring a wealth of knowledge. However, the path of body refinement had long been abandoned, and he gleaned not a shred of information regarding its techniques. Tianwu City, after all, was rather small. Concurrently, while sipping tea at a tea house, he heard more news about the Dragon Mountain. An increasing number of cultivators were flocking to the Dragon Mountain, eager to shatter the Imperial Palace's seal and gain the Immortal Emperor's legacy, yet all had met with failure. Even 8 marquises joined forces, employing a divine artifact in an attempt to breach the palace's seal, but to no avail. The palace remained closed. Among these 8 marquises was Xiongda, the leader of the Black Wind Village. Chen Chang'an then understood why. Despite having slain Xiong and vanquished Xiongda's spectral essence, Xiongda had yet to seek vengeance for his brother. He had ventured to the Dragon Mountain instead. Moreover, the recent influx of unfamiliar faces in Tianwu City suggested that, over time, all manner of strange beings might emerge. He even heard whispers of a prestigious immortal sect constructing a teleportation array to transport individuals from millions of miles away to the vicinity of the Dragon Mountain, aiming to contend for the Immortal Emperor's legacy. It was unfathomable what kind of bloody conflicts would erupt there. From a distance, the Dragon Mountain appeared tranquil, resembling a slumbering beauty, yet it exuded an aura that hinted at impending chaos. However, none of this concerned Qin Chaoyan. As for the Immortal Emperor's legacy, let them compete. He remained indifferent. Should he choose to participate, the Imperial Palace's seal would be easily shattered, and none could rival him for the legacy. Yet, the legacy held no value for him. Instead, the struggle would only deplete his already limited lifespan. His life was not long. Once he utilized his invincible cultivation for 999 billion years, it would inevitably consume his remaining years, which could hardly withstand such depletion. Of course, if there were any items within the Imperial Palace related to longevity, Chen Chang'an would not sit idly by. After all, it pertained to his life, and he would engage in the contest. Nevertheless, Chen Chang'an was not anxious. He preferred to let events unfold for a while. This was his time to conserve his energy and prepare. He still has several decades of life ahead of him. Moreover, he has already enlisted Yi Hongying from Wanbage to seek out longevity elixirs, especially in recent days. He received news from Yi Hongying that there is promising information regarding such an elixir. This delighted Qin Chaoyan, as he was pleased to have Yi Hongying as his subordinate, proving to be immensely useful by swiftly uncovering information about longevity-enhancing substances. At that moment, Granny Rong arrived at Jiukong Apothecary and encountered Chen Chang'an and Zhong Ling'er in the backyard. With a warm smile, she called out to Chen Chang'an, "Chang'an, Chang'an. Granny Rong, what brings you here?" Zhong Ling'er exclaimed joyfully. If there was anyone Zhong Ling'er felt particularly grateful towards, it would undoubtedly be Chen Chang'an and Lin Lei. The third person deserving of her gratitude was Granny Rong, who had introduced her to Qin Chaoyan. If it were not for her, she might not have had the chance to remain by Qin Chang'an's side. Here, she had not faced any mistreatment. On the contrary, she was living quite well, free from her aunt's scoldings, and had even attained mid-stage blood-nurturing cultivation. Granny Rong approached the backyard, surveying Chen Chang'an and Zhong Ling'er, her smile growing even more radiant. "Chang'an, you should have children soon." Chen Chang'an cleared his throat, feeling quite speechless. Why did Granny Rong always insist on talking about having children? Beside him, Zhong Ling'er blushed and secretly glanced at Chen Chang'an. "Granny Rong, one cannot rush such matters. We can discuss it later," he said, shifting the topic. "What brings you to me today?" He hoped that she was not here to set him up on a blind date, as he had already taken Zhong Ling'er as a shield. It would be excessive to introduce him to another prospective partner. Granny Rong replied, "I've been experiencing some back pain lately and need you to prepare some medicine." That's simple enough, Chen Chang'an said, moving to the medicine counter. He gathered some herbs like stone vine, chuan xiong, and red flower to ease her discomfort. While preparing the herbs, Granny Rong suddenly inquired, Chang'an, what about the Su blacksmith family next door? I've noticed their shop has been closed for several days. Chen Chang'an shook his head. I'm not sure, Granny. Do you need something from them? It's nothing urgent. A distant relative's daughter has been looking for a match, and I thought the Su family was doing well. So I intended to introduce her to Su Dafu. However, I haven't seen them around lately. This match would be quite suitable. Su Dafu would surely like her. Granny Rong spoke animatedly, her excitement evident as she animatedly described the young woman's qualities. When Su Dafu returns, I'll let him know, Chen Chang'an replied. Great. After Granny Rong departed, Chen Chang'an wore a smile, somewhat looking forward to Su Dafu's potential match. Once Granny Rong had left, Chen Chang'an activated his divine sight, curious about how Su Dafu was faring in Dalong Mountain. To his surprise, he discovered 5 cultivators hidden around Jiukong Apothecary, covertly monitoring his every move. Instantly, the smile vanished from Chun Chongan's face as he turned to Zhong Ling'er. Ling'er, I feel a craving for fish. Please procure a fish from the market. Zhong Ling'er departed from the Jiukong Apothecary, and Chen Chang'an wasted no time, swiftly confronting the several cultivators who had been monitoring him. Unbeknownst to these 5 cultivators, their presence had already been compromised. They remained curious, having observed Chen Chang'an's every action over the past 3 days. Struggling to reconcile the notion that he could be the one who had slain the second-in-command, he appeared more like an ordinary individual, leaving them to wonder if their leader had erred in his judgment. However, at that moment, a terrifying pressure descended, immobilizing the 5 cultivators of the Black Wind stronghold. Their expressions shifted dramatically, paling as the sudden force overwhelmed them, leaving them bewildered as to what was transpiring. In an instant, Chun Chongan manifested before the 5 Black Wind cultivators. Who sent you? He demanded. Unable to withstand the torment inflicted by Chen Chang'an, they quickly divulged everything. It turned out that it was that scoundrel, Xiongda, who had dispatched individuals to ascertain his strength. Chen Chang'an detested being surveilled in secrecy. Thus, he summoned his unparalleled power and obliterated the 5 cultivators of the Black Wind stronghold. System notification. The host utilized unmatched cultivation, surpassing the limits of physical endurance. Lifespan -1. Current lifespan, 16.6. 4. Qin Chaoyan found himself in a predicament. Having employed his invincible prowess at the Wanbao Pavilion to subdue Xiong Air and to forge an immaculate spiritual body for Yi Hongying, he realized his lifespan was swiftly diminishing by another year. Indeed, his recent execution of the 5 Black Wind cultivators had cost him a year. Fortunately, he was gradually mastering his unmatched cultivation, allowing for a more judicious application. Otherwise, the toll would have exceeded a single year. Chapter 19. A Sinister Step. In the bustling city of Tianwu, within a lively tea house on the 2nd floor by the window, sat an expressionless elder clad in a blood-red robe, sipping his tea. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, a flicker of shock and horror resided deep within his gaze. This elder, known as Gu Xiaoma, was one of the esteemed elders of the corpse transport sect, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Originally, he had accompanied several guardians to the Great Dragon Mountain, but upon learning of the extinguished soul lamp of Shiryu, he was hastily dispatched to Tianwu City to investigate the cause of Shiryu's demise. The sudden and tragic death of Shiryu, a distinguished guardian of the corpse transport sect, was a grave insult, demanding a thorough inquiry and, if possible, vengeance. Upon his arrival in Tianwu City, Gu Xiaoma quickly discovered that the circumstances surrounding Shiryu's death were no secret. Nearly everyone in the city had witnessed the event. Thus, he effortlessly gleaned the details of Shiryu's untimely end. However, when he learned that Shiryu had been crushed by an unexpected, colossal hand, Gu Xiaoma was left utterly astonished, feeling a chilling terror surge within him. The strength of Elder Shi was comparable to his own. It was unfathomable that someone could obliterate him with a mere hand. The assailant must have surpassed the transformation realm and was likely a powerful figure at the level of the indestructible realm. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoma, upon learning the truth of Shiryu's death, dared not seek out the assailant, nor linger in Tianwu City. Fearing the attention of the mysterious powerhouse who had slain Shiryu, he hastily consumed the remainder of his tea and departed. Just as he exited the inn, he encountered a young girl. Gu Xiaoma's eyes brightened at the sight of her. She was pure and unblemished, with skin akin to jade, reminiscent of an immaculate spiritual body. Fortuitously, he thought, if he were to capture this girl for alchemical purposes, he might be able to concoct a precious elixir. Gu Xiaoma obstructed the girl's path, who was none other than Zhong Ling'er, on her way to purchase fish. As she beheld the elder in the blood-red robe, a wave of unease washed over her, prompting her to retreat several steps. Gu Xiaoma smiled widely, raised a finger, and, employing an unknown spell, directly seized control of Zhong Ling'er's mind, rendering her, as if devoid of her soul, standing dazed and motionless. After all, Gu Xiaoma was a sovereign of the transformation realm, while Zhong Ling'er was merely a fledgling cultivator at the mid-stage of blood nurturing. How could she possibly resist? Come with me, he commanded. The girl nodded, discarding the fish she had just purchased, and soon followed Gu Xiaoma out of Tianwu City. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Chang'an of the Jiukong apothecary grew increasingly anxious as he awaited Zhong Ling'er's return with the fish. Frowning, he noted the impending darkness and wondered why she had not yet returned. His anxiety deepened as he recalled that the Black Wind stronghold had dispatched individuals to watch him. Could it be that Zhong Ling'er had fallen into their clutches? Without further hesitation, he activated his divine eye, searching for Zhong Ling'er throughout Tianwu City. Soon, however, his expression darkened, for his divine eye had scoured the entire city without uncovering even a trace of Zhong Ling'er. It signifies that she is not in Tianwu City. Chun Chongan remained silent, his thoughts consumed by the safety of Zhong Ling'er. Though they had only spent a few days together, Zhong Ling'er was exceptionally well-behaved and understanding, and Qin Chaoyan had already regarded her as a cherished member of the Jiukong apothecary. Whoever dared to lay a hand on those close to him would certainly face his wrath. He continued to employ divine eye, searching beyond the confines of Tianwu City. Through the infusion of invincible power, his eyes transformed into celestial orbs, gazing down upon the myriad beings of the vast earth. With each passing second, his lifespan dwindled. In this brief moment, he had likely consumed several months of it. Yet, under the might of divine eye, Chen Chang'an swiftly located Zhong Ling. At that moment, she had been taken by the ancient demon cultivator to a cave at the edge of the Dragon Mountain, where a large cauldron awaited, surrounded by a multitude of medicinal herbs. Furrowing his brow, Chen Chang'an wondered what this blood-robed old man intended to do with Ling'er. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that Zhong Ling'er appeared unharmed, which allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief. Immediately, he channeled his invincible power into his legs, employing the skill he had been developing, Divine Step. With just a single stride, he seemed to teleport, vanishing from Jiukong apothecary and reappearing outside Tianwu City. The air shimmered, and Chen Chang'an's figure materialized. Shortly thereafter, a system notification echoed in his mind. System notification. Host utilizes invincible power, surpassing the limits of physical endurance. Lifespan 1. Current lifespan, 1663. Clearly, Divine Step demanded an even greater toll on his lifespan than Divine Eye. Yet, with no time to ponder, Chen Chang'an activated Divine Step once more, racing towards Dragon Mountain. Inside the cave, Zhong Ling'er's complexion was ashen. She had regained her senses and gazed at the ancient demon cultivator preparing to concoct pills. Her 12-year-old heart filled with trepidation. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? The ancient demon cultivator, hearing her voice, lifted his head with a satisfied grin, remarking that she was indeed an unsullied spirit, having recovered her wits so swiftly. Following this, he bared his yellowed teeth and said, "Do not be afraid, little girl. I merely wish to refine you into a pure treasure pill, to assist me in cleansing the impurities accumulated in my body over years of cultivation. A spirit like yours is rare to find. In the past, I have used numerous newborn infants for this purpose, but all ended in failure. I had nearly given up hope until I stumbled upon you." Zhong Ling'er, upon hearing this, turned paler still, realizing that this old man was a heinous fiend who slaughtered infants. What should she do? Zhong Ling'er's mind raced as she sought a way to escape. The ancient demon cultivator discerned her thoughts and sneered. "Little girl, do not entertain thoughts of escape. You, a mere blood-nurturing false cultivator, stand no chance of fleeing from a noble like me." Upon hearing this, Zhong Ling'er was struck by disbelief, swiftly followed by despair. This old wretch was, in fact, a noble. Zhong Ling'er was unaware of the true strength of the noble, Yet the one who had brazenly proclaimed his intent to slaughter the city, Shi Yu, was indeed a noble himself. Although Shi Yu had been crushed by her elder brother, Chang'an, with a mere hand, this did not diminish his formidable power. With her lips pressed tightly together, Zhong Ling'er felt an unyielding resentment at the thought of being transformed into a mere elixir. So what if you are a noble? Before her elder brother Chang'an, you are nothing. He could snuff out your life with a single hand. Her words elicited an involuntary jolt in Gu Xiaomo's heart. For he was aware that Shi Yu had indeed been obliterated by a single hand. Could this have something to do with the Chang'an her words spoke of? Furrowing his brow, Gu Xiaomo pondered for a moment before employing a soul-searching technique on Zhong Ling. Yet, within the depths of her memories, he was suddenly struck by a vision that sent a chill down his spine. His previously calm demeanor turned ghostly pale, and he staggered back, collapsing to the ground, completely bereft of the nobility expected of him. Chen Chang'an, it is he. Gu Xiaomo's voice trembled with terror, for through the soul-searching, he had glimpsed a scene from Zhong Ling'er's memory. A youth clad in green stood in a courtyard, his expression serene, as he extended his right hand, conjuring a colossal hand that blotted out the heavens. Under this immense hand, Shi Yu, with whom he had labored side by side for many years at the corpse carrier sect, was reduced to a mere blood rain. And now, the girl he had captured just so happened to be someone close to Qin Chaoyan. After calming his racing heart, Gu Xiaomo turned his gaze to Zhong Ling'er, his eyes flickering with a tempestuous light. How should he deal with this Zhong Ling? Should he continue to refine her into elixirs, or should he release her? Ultimately, his gaze hardened, icy and fierce as he made his decision, murmuring to himself, Qin Chaoyan has no inkling that I have taken this girl, silently transforming her into an elixir without a trace. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly resonated through the stillness of the cave. Gu Xiaomo felt a surge of dread. Who was it? As he turned towards the entrance, a youth in green began to approach with measured steps. Upon seeing this youth, Gu Xiaomo's pupils constricted, a bone-chilling terror coursing through him from his very core. Chen Chang'an. Chapter 20. A snap of the fingers, a divine mind. The elixir of longevity. The ancient sorcerer, filled with dread, could hardly fathom the terrifying reality that unfolded after he employed the soul-searching technique on Zhong Ling'er, only to discover the formidable figure of Chen Chang'an. In an instant, Chun Chongan materialized before him. He swallowed hard, a wave of fear surging within him. It was essential to recognize that this Chen Chang'an was a ruthless character capable of crushing nobles with a mere hand. Faced with him, the sorcerer had no chance of victory. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Zhong Ling'er, attempting to use her as leverage against Chen Chang'an. See Chen Chang'an, release me, and I shall return this girl to you. Yet, his voice quivered with trepidation, betraying his fear. How could he not tremble before someone who could effortlessly obliterate a noble? Upon seeing Chen Chang'an suddenly appear before her, Zhong Ling'er felt an immediate shift from despair to elation. She had resigned herself to the grim fate of being transformed into a potion by the old sorcerer, never imagining that Chen Chang'an would come to her rescue. Brother Chang'an, what brings you here? With a gentle smile, Chen Chang'an replied, if I do not come, who will attend to my needs? Who will wash my clothes and prepare my meals? Should I seek out Granny Rong for another young lady? As Chen Chang'an jested, a blush crept across Zhong Ling'er's cheeks, and she felt a wave of calm wash over her. Though she was being threatened by the old sorcerer, she knew that her brother Chang'an would undoubtedly save her. Turning his icy gaze upon the ancient sorcerer, Chen Chang'an addressed him coldly, old fool. How dare you lay hands on my people? It seems you have grown weary of life. He continued, do you truly believe that by capturing my companion, you can threaten me? The ancient sorcerer replied in a grave tone, I was unaware that this girl belonged to you. If you would be so gracious as to release me, I shall not harm her. However, should you seek to kill me, do not expect me to go quietly, for I will take this girl with me. Chen Chang'an sneered, accompany you in death? With a surge of his unparalleled power, he willed forth an overwhelming pressure that descended upon the ancient sorcerer, rendering him immobile. It was as though he had been ensnared in a binding spell, unable to move even as his inner energy ceased to flow. The notion of harming Zhong Ling'er and perishing alongside her was utterly impossible. Panic surged within the ancient sorcerer as he succumbed to a profound despair. What have you done to me? The weight of the pressure was so terrifying that he swore he had never encountered a cultivator with such might. Merely under the influence of this pressure, he was utterly subdued. How powerful was Chen Chang'an? At that moment, the ancient sorcerer realized the absurdity of his attempts to threaten Qin Chaoyan with Zhong Ling'er. In Chen Chang'an's eyes, he was but a mere insect, easily crushed at will. Spare me, senior. Please, I beg for my life. I shall not dare to offend again. Rendered powerless, the ancient sorcerer could only grovel in desperation. Were he able to move, he would have likely already prostrated himself. Chen Chang'an, dismissive of the ancient sorcerer's pleas, chose not to respond and gently reassured, Ling'er, all is well now. Zhong Ling'er was indeed delighted to discover that the constraints binding her had vanished, granting her freedom once more. With joy in her heart, she hurried back to Qin Chaoyan's side. He affectionately patted her head, inquiring about the fate of the old rascal. It's up to you, she replied sweetly. Very well, Chen Chang'an responded with a snap of his fingers. The pleading ancient demon felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, and before he could even emit a cry of despair, he was obliterated into a mist of blood. All his defensive treasures were instantly reduced to dust, leaving behind only a storage ring. From the moment Chen Chang'an appeared to the demise of the ancient demon, the sequence of events transpired with astonishing speed. It occurred so swiftly that the demon did not even have the opportunity to summon the corpses of the corpse-bearers to intimidate Chen Chang'an before losing his life. This was the sheer might of Chun Chongan's invincible prowess. Correspondingly, a notification echoed in his mind once more. System notification: the host has utilized invincible prowess, surpassing the physical endurance limit. Lifespan: 1. Current lifespan: 1662. 2 more years had been deducted from his lifespan this time. It seemed imperative to seek methods for extending his life with urgency. Ling'er, let us stay in this cave tonight and return tomorrow, he suggested. She nodded. Soon, Zhong Ling'er kindled a fire, illuminating the cave, as the distant roars of ferocious beasts reverberated outside. Sitting beside Chen Chang'an, she felt a comforting warmth and security. No matter the location, as long as her elder brother Chang'an was present, she feared nothing. Elder brother Chang'an, it seems we shall not be having fish tonight, she remarked. Chen Chang'an chuckled, we can enjoy it tomorrow. As he spoke, he began to inspect the ancient demon's storage ring. This time, he had deliberately retained it to discover what treasures a noble of that caliber might possess. To his astonishment, he found millions of low-grade spirit stones, as well as some mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Chen Chang'an inhaled sharply. It was the first time he had encountered such an abundance of spirit stones. He had struck it rich. No longer would he find himself bereft of funds, as he had when visiting the Wanbao pavilion, unable to afford even a longevity pill. In addition to the spirit stones, there were a few magical artifacts, a demon-slaying banner, a serpent bone whip, and the blood-colored alchemical furnace he had seen outside. The storage ring was predominantly filled with medicinal materials, an array of rare herbs and treasures exuding a rich fragrance. Each item was precious, with most herbs boasting hundreds of years of age. Finally, there was a collection of alchemical texts and some valuable recipes. Chen Chang'an was astounded. It appeared this old fellow was an alchemist. He retrieved the stack of alchemical books and began to peruse them. Utilizing his invincible prowess and the skilled divine mind, he rapidly flipped through each volume, committing the knowledge to memory with ease, and soon he achieved profound understanding and mastery. Having reviewed these texts, he consumed them in merely half an hour. Had he been able to read even faster, he might have comprehended them within the span of a single incense stick. Indeed, the speed of his reading merely influenced the pace of his learning. And this is the extraordinary essence of the divine mind. Meanwhile, beside him, Zhong Ling'er observed Chen Chang'an's rapid page-turning with a sense of bewilderment. Can Brother Chang'an truly comprehend such swiftness? Chen Chang'an, originally a physician, had gained profound insights into alchemy after perusing hundreds of ancient alchemical texts within the magical storage ring. He pondered whether he could now consider himself an alchemist. His gaze fell upon the alchemical furnace nearby, and a sense of eagerness welled up within him, igniting a desire to concoct potions. Alas, he was still in the initial stage of blood nurturing, having yet to transcend to the realm of transformation, devoid of any magical essence. Thus, he was unable to summon the flames of the heavens and employ spells, forcing him to relinquish the thought of alchemy. Subsequently, Chun Chongan retrieved various ancient alchemical formulas from the storage ring, curious to discern their contents. Among them were the 3rd-grade blood strengthening pill, 4th-grade demon transformation pill, 4th-grade soul nurturing pill, 5th grade. However, upon unsealing one particular formula, a stirring expression emerged upon his tranquil visage. The 1,000 longevity pill, a 5th grade longevity elixir, promised to extend one's life by 1,000 years upon consumption. Chapter 21. The Battle for the Millennium Ginseng. What are they up to? The 5th grade Qin Chaoyan, upon consumption, promises to extend one's life by a millennium. To Chen Chang'an's astonishment, he stumbled upon the formula for this miraculous elixir within the storage ring of an ancient demonic cultivator. His delight was boundless. One could assert that the discovery of the Qin Chaoyan formula was his most significant acquisition to date. With great diligence, Chen Chang'an meticulously recorded the recipe, only to find that the ingredients necessary for this 5th grade pill totaled over 2,000 distinct items. However, it was evident that the ancient demonic cultivator had long intended to concoct the Qin Chaoyan, as the storage ring already contained nearly all the requisite materials for its preparation. With only a handful of precious primary herbs still missing, the Millennium Ginseng, blood of the purple deer, and at least 5,000-year-old water spirit bamboo flowers. Among these, the Millennium Ginseng was the most invaluable. A practitioner who directly consumed it after reaching a millennium of cultivation could experience a miraculous extension of life by a century. Yet, once refined into the Qin Chaoyan, the full potency of the Millennium Ginseng could be unleashed, promising an extraordinary life extension of 1,000 years. With narrowed eyes, Chen Chang'an contemplated that the Qin Chaoyan was merely a few primary herbs away. If he could acquire them, crafting the Qin Chaoyan would grant him 1,000 years of life, alleviating his pressing concerns. His spirits soared, with a millennium of longevity assured. He would no longer need to fret over expending his formidable, yet finite, 999 billion years of invincible cultivation. He was eager to rush to the Wanbao pavilion and enlist Yi Hongying's assistance in the search for these herbs. However, at that very moment, a cacophony of intense battle erupted outside the cave, causing the very ground to tremble as loose stones cascaded from above. Chen Chang'an frowned. "Ling'er, this cave is unsafe. We must leave." She replied. Together, Chen Chang'an and Zhong Ling'er exited the cave. Indeed, just as they stepped out, a resounding crash echoed, and the entire cave collapsed behind them. Zhong Ling'er swallowed hard, her heart racing. "Brother Chang'an, we nearly became buried alive." Chen Chang'an nodded and gazed toward the nearby forest, where a fierce battle was unfolding. Trees were uprooted in great numbers, the display of power suggesting that the combatants were exceptionally formidable cultivators. "Let us go have a look." With that, he led Zhong Ling'er directly into the forest. To him, encountering such powerful beings was advantageous. The vast experience of these mighty cultivators could potentially provide insights into the 3 primary herbs required for crafting the Qin Chaoyan. In the forest, Yi Hongying cradled the trembling, treasure-seeking mouse in her arms, her gaze cold as she observed the 3 combatants. A glimmer of contemplation danced in her eyes. In her right hand, she held the Millennium Ginseng. Its roots were thick and sturdy, resembling the arms of an infant, radiating a golden hue and exuding an exceptionally rich aroma of spiritual ginseng. It had begun to exhibit a hint of spiritual awareness, struggling within her grasp. Yet, Yi Hongying swiftly enveloped the Millennium Ginseng with a talisman, sealing it away and preventing its escape. These 2 guarding elders were truly despicable. Yi Hongying was in a state of discontent. After receiving news from 2 elder guardians concerning the legendary 10,000-year spirit ginseng, she promptly summoned the treasure-seeking mouse and set off toward the Dragon Mountain in search of its whereabouts. After 3 days of relentless effort, she finally discovered the hidden ginseng in a secluded ravine that very night. Overwhelmed with joy, she quietly laid down a magical array and successfully captured the precious ginseng. Rather than handing it over to the elder guardians, she resolved to present it to Qin Chaoyan. Under the cover of darkness, she stealthily departed from the depths of Dragon Mountain. Unbeknownst to her, the 2 elder guardians had already anticipated her actions and intercepted her at the mountain's edge, coercing her to surrender the ginseng. Reluctant to comply, Yi Hongying engaged in a battle of wits with the guardians, when fortuitously, a peak elder of the longevity realm happened to pass by. Without hesitation, she revealed the ginseng, which indeed caught the elder's attention. He recognized the ginseng's significance, knowing it could extend his already waning lifespan. Consequently, the elder launched a fierce assault against the 2 guardians, igniting a tumultuous skirmish. Although the ensuing conflict afforded Yi Hongying a brief respite, she dared not flee, as both the guardians and the elder's consciousness remained fixated on her. Any attempt to escape with the ginseng would undoubtedly prompt a swift cessation of hostilities, followed by a concerted attack against her. How could she possibly elude these three formidable longevity realm warriors with the ginseng in her possession? Deep in thought, Yi Hongying struggled to devise a viable plan. If only she could deliver the ginseng to her esteemed master, garnering his support, she could return to the main store and reclaim all that was rightfully hers, thus freeing herself from the oppression of the two elder guardians. If only her master were present. In the very beginning, Yi Hongying had an alternative course of action. She could have willingly surrendered the ginseng to the two elder guardians and then returned to Tianwu City to inform Qin Chaoyan of its existence. With Chun Chongan's intervention, the guardians would have no choice but to relinquish the ginseng willingly. Yet, such an approach would undermine her capability, making it exceedingly difficult to earn Chen Chang'an's esteem in the future. Currently, within the treasure pavilion, her prospects appeared bleak and shrouded in darkness, likely condemning her to a lifetime devoid of opportunity. She had an instinctive feeling that if she could secure Qin Chang'an's support, her circumstances would undoubtedly transform for the better. With this thought, Yi Hongying's gaze hardened, and she gritted her teeth. After all, she was a member of the Yi family. Even if she was not highly regarded, she was still a disciple of the Yi clan. The two elder guardians harbored reservations and would not dare to kill her, while the elder who sought to slay her for the ginseng would find his ambitions thwarted. As long as she could return to Tianwu City and meet with her master, she would be safe. Taking a deep breath, Yi Hongying stored the ginseng within her storage ring and gently patted the treasure-seeking mouse nestled in her arms. Squeak! Yi Hongying placed the treasure-hunting mouse into her spirit beast pouch and summoned two wind-chasing talismans, affixing them to her legs. A radiant flash emanated from the talismans, and Yi Hongying felt herself transform into a gust of wind, racing swiftly towards the outskirts of Longshan Mountain. Indeed, her sudden movement immediately drew the attention of the two elder guardians and the old man. Enraged, the elder guardians exclaimed, "Yi Hongying, where do you intend to take the Millennium Ginseng?" The old man coldly commanded, "You may leave, but first relinquish the Millennium Ginseng." All three converged upon Yi Hongying. Undeterred, she hastened her escape, while the three powerful figures closely pursued her, relentlessly demanding that she halt. Just then, Yi Hongying, in flight, spotted two figures ahead. Upon recognizing them, her heart soared with joy. "Young master." The two individuals were none other than Chen Chang'an and Zhong Ling'er. Yi Hongying was astonished to encounter Chen Chang'an in Longshan Mountain. Salvation was at hand. Chen Chang'an, equally surprised, recognized the fleeing Yi Hongying. "Hongying, what brings you here?" Yi Hongying, breathless, had yet to respond when the two elder guardians and the old man caught up, encircling Chen Chang'an, Zhong Ling'er, and Yi Hongying. Their gazes were fixated on Yi Hongying, exuding a menacing aura. With narrowed eyes, Chen Chang'an sensed the gravity of the situation. He extended his hand, shielding Yi Hongying behind him, and calmly inquired, "What do you intend to do, gentlemen?" Chapter 22. Obtaining the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng and Slaying 3. The two elder guardians and the old man cast cold, disdainful glances at Chen Chang'an. "Boy, if you wish to escape death, you'd best distance yourself. This is no tale of heroic rescue. Yi Hongying, your desperation is evident. You even allow a mere blood-nurturing realm impostor to protect you. Come here at once and hand over the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng. As the steward of the Wanbao Pavilion, we shall spare your life." Yet, the icy murderous intent in their eyes betrayed their true intentions. Since Yi Hongying sought her own demise, they would gladly oblige. After all, her standing within the Yi family was negligible, and her death would not provoke undue scrutiny. The old man turned to Yi Hongying. "Little girl, these two are duplicitous beings. Surrender the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng to me, and I shall ensure your survival. Refuse, and I will not hesitate to end your life." The three exuded a palpable aura of menace, for in their eyes, Chen Chang'an and his companions were but lambs to the slaughter, their lives forfeit at any moment. The words of the three caused Chen Chang'an to narrow his eyes. Millennium Spiritual Ginseng? He was aware that Yi Hongying had sought it. It seemed she had indeed acquired it. This was splendid news. "Young master, this is the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng." At this moment, Yi Hongying had regained her composure, her breath steadying. No longer did she cower before the elder guardians. Instead, she found tranquility in the knowledge of Chun Chang'an's formidable strength. He could very well obliterate the likes of Shi Yu, a king of the corpse-carrying sect, with a mere flick of his hand. With Qin Chaoyan by her side, she felt secure. She produced the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng and handed it directly to Qin Chaoyan. As it emerged, a rich medicinal aroma wafted through the air, invigorating the senses. The gazes of the two elder guardians and the old man instantly transformed into expressions of greed and fervor. In the next moment, all three launched an assault, foolishly attempting to seize the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng. Chen Chang'an let out a cold snort. The faces of the three turned ashen. Overwhelmed by an unfathomable pressure that rendered them incapacitated, their vital energies surging violently, as if their very organs were being crushed, leaving them gravely injured. They spat blood, their pallor betraying their terror, completely immobilized. Chun Chongan disregarded them entirely, not even casting a glance in their direction, as he accepted the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng from Yi Hongying. Sensing the pure, abundant life essence contained within, Chun Chongan felt a surge of joy within him. With this Millennium Spiritual Ginseng, only the purple deer blood and the water spirit bamboo flower of 5,000 years remained to concoct the 1,000 longevity elixir. Hongying, you have performed admirably. Yi Hongying replied respectfully. This is but my duty. Had it not been for young Master S' timely arrival, my life would have been forfeit. Chun Chongan stowed away the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng and addressed Yi Hongying. These three pursued you. Now that I have subdued them, it falls to you to decide their fate. Thank you, young master. The two elder guardians, now acutely aware of Chun Chongan's true prowess, no longer appeared weak and helpless. Terror etched across their faces, they hastily implored. Yi Hongying, no, Yi Steward, we are the elder guardians of the Wanbao Pavilion. For the sake of our shared endeavors, spare us. Master, you should have mentioned that this Millennium Ginseng was intended for the elder. Had we known earlier, we could have avoided this unnecessary conflict. Elder, we did not mean to covet your Millennium Ginseng. I implore you to forgive our transgressions. The old man, filled with trepidation, spoke. Miss Yi, I bear no grudge against you. If it weren't for my intervention, those two elders you were working with would likely have taken your life. I am your savior. Yet, in the face of their pleas for mercy, Yi Hongying wasted no words. She unsheathed her treasured sword and swiftly ended the lives of the two guarding elders. She had long harbored the desire to eliminate these two adversaries, but lacked the strength until now. This opportunity was not to be squandered. The old man, witnessing Yi Hongying's decisiveness, turned increasingly pale. Spare me. Before he could finish his plea, the sword descended, and yet another head fell to the ground. As Yi Hongying gazed upon the three lifeless bodies, a complex expression crossed her face, and she felt a profound sense of vindication. Just moments ago, she had been fleeing like a frightened mouse, and now, these formidable longevity realm cultivators lay slain at her hands. It felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. This only reinforced her belief that following Chen Chang'an was the right choice. Before long, Yi Hongying retrieved 3 storage rings from the bodies, thoroughly pillaging their magical artifacts. She then cast a fireball to reduce the corpses to ashes. Young master, here are their storage rings and magical artifacts. She respectfully presented the 3 rings. Chen Chang'an declined. They are of no use to me. I only seek various longevity items. After a moment's thought, he added, and please keep an eye out for body refinement techniques. Understood, young master. Chun Chang'an observed the reverent Yi Hongying, lost in contemplation. As the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion, her assistance in gathering longevity items was invaluable. In just a few days, she had procured this Millennium Ginseng for him. However, her cultivation level was too weak, leaving her vulnerable in the presence of powerful foes. For instance, had he not been there tonight to rescue Zhong Ling'er, he would not have encountered Yi Hongying being pursued by 3 assailants. Had he not been present, it was highly probable that Yi Hongying would have perished at their hands. Reflecting on those around him, aside from his own invincible cultivation of 999 billion years, both Zhong Ling'er and Yi Hongying lacked sufficient self-defense capabilities. He could not always rely on luck to save them. But soon, Chen Chang'an devised a plan. Having explored various applications of his invincible cultivation, an idea emerged that might address this issue. Hongying, do you possess any talismans? What kind of talismans does the young master require? Any will suffice. Then allow me to search. Chapter 23. The Terrifying Flame Talisman. Not interested. Yi Hongying rummaged through her storage ring and soon unearthed several low-level talismans. Among them were the second-grade Flame Talisman, the third-grade Frost Talisman, and the third-grade Thunder Talisman, as well as defensive talismans like the Golden Body Talisman and the Wind Chase Talisman for escape. Chen Chang'an wasted no time, taking the talismans and infusing them with his Invincible cultivation. Although these talismans appeared to remain unchanged, each one underwent a profound transformation, now harboring an astonishing and terrifying energy. In future encounters with threats, simply casting these talismans would ensure her survival. Qin Chaoyan returned the transformed talismans to Yi Hongying and spoke. Yi Hongying smiled wryly. Young master, these talismans are merely low-level. They can only contend with those who are in the blood-nourishing and transformation stages. Can they truly protect me? She scrutinized the talismans. Finding no apparent changes, they still appeared as ordinary as before. She could not fathom how these low-level talismans could safeguard her. Chen Chang'an offered no explanation, merely smiling faintly as he suggested, "You might as well test one. Just remember to throw it far." "All right." Yi Hongying nodded and activated a second-grade Flame Talisman. Instantly, she felt an overwhelmingly powerful energy surging from the talisman. The flames erupted like a torrent unleashed from a dam, roaring towards the forest ahead. The sky was engulfed in flames, transforming the landscape into a terrifying sea of fire, reducing everything to ashes. Under the blaze, Yi Hongying witnessed the power of the second-grade Flame Talisman, her beautiful face now marked with shock and bewilderment as she swallowed hard. Is this truly a second-grade Flame Talisman? The talisman's might exceeded her wildest imagination. Such an overwhelming force could easily overwhelm even a sovereign of the divine transformation realm, likely leading to their demise. No wonder Chen Chang'an claimed these talismans could preserve her life. After witnessing the terror of the second-grade Flame Talisman empowered by Chen Chang'an, Yi Hongying dared not test the remaining talismans and felt as if her heart were bleeding. Such formidable talismans, and she had squandered one. What a waste! She pondered how he had achieved such an astonishing transformation in this modest low-level talisman, an experience that shattered her understanding and left her in disbelief. Indeed, as Chen Chang'an had asserted, these talismans could be life-saving. She thought that even if she were to encounter a sovereign of the divine transformation realm in the future, with these talismans, she could defeat or even slay them. Even beside her, Zhong Ling'er was left wide-eyed in astonishment by the might of the second-grade Flame Talisman. Chen Chang'an simply observed it all with a calm demeanor. It was essential to note that he had merely infused a hint of his Invincible cultivation into these talismans, resulting in such a remarkable transformation, imbued with this level of terrifying power. Had he been more earnest, he could have transformed a mere second-tier Flame Talisman into a formidable divine symbol capable of annihilating the world. However, such an endeavor would inevitably incur unnecessary depletion of his lifespan, potentially reducing it by several months, or even over a year. Therefore, Chen Chang'an merely elevated the talisman to a modest extent, for these talismans were already sufficiently potent to safeguard Yi Hongying's life. Carefully stowing away the talismans, Yi Hongying inquired, "Did you come to the Great Dragon Mountain to seek the palace of the compassionate Immortal Emperor?" Chen Chang'an shook his head, indicating otherwise. "Are you uninterested in the Imperial Palace? The formidable powers of Huzhou have yet to arrive. If you were to contend for the legacy left by the compassionate Immortal Emperor, you might acquire his inheritance." Yi Hongying expressed her keen interest in the Imperial Palace, yet she understood that, given her current abilities, competing with those powerful figures would be tantamount to courting death. In the brief span of a few days, countless lives had already been lost in the depths of the Great Dragon Mountain. It was wiser for her to remain in Tianwu City. However, Chen Chang'an was different. His strength was unparalleled. He could effortlessly dispatch even a transformation realm prince with a mere slap. This demonstrated that his cultivation must have surpassed the transformation realm, likely positioning him as a leader of the undying realm. Among the cultivators who aspired to penetrate the depths of the Imperial Palace, the strongest thus far had only reached the transformation realm, with no leaders of the undying realm having yet appeared. Consequently, Yi Hongying perceived that if Chun Chongan intended to vie for the Immortal Emperor's legacy, it was indeed a rare opportunity. Once the mightiest powers arrived, although Qin Chaoyan was formidable, the competition for the Immortal Emperor's inheritance would become significantly more arduous. To this, Qin Chaoyan merely smiled nonchalantly, stating, "It is merely the immortal emperor's legacy. I am not interested." Beside him, Zhong Ling'er admired Chen Chang'an deeply and concurred. "I believe Brother Chang'an is even more powerful than the immortal emperor." After spending time with him, Zhong Ling'er had witnessed Qin Chang'an's might firsthand. Whether it was the arrogant Prince Shiyu, who boasted of slaughtering cities, or the Prince Gu Xiaomo, who sought to capture her for alchemical purposes, both had been effortlessly obliterated by Chen Chang'an without the slightest resistance. Thus, for Zhong Ling'er, who had just entered the realm of cultivation, Chen Chang'an's formidable prowess had indelibly marked her heart, inspiring both admiration and a budding affection. In response to Zhong Ling'er's words, Yi Hongying found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, it was the immortal emperor's legacy, and the fact that Chen Chang'an was uninterested was perplexing. Though he was undeniably strong, Yi Hongying could not fathom that he surpassed the immortal emperor, the most powerful being in the realm of cultivation. If only she knew that Chen Chang'an had previously declined to claim one of the compassionate immortal emperor's treasures, the compassionate sword, what would her thoughts be? In truth, if Chun Chongan were to face the immortal emperor, should the latter dare to provoke him, he could extinguish him with a mere flick of his finger. "Let us return," Qin Chaoyan declared. He had intended to spend the night in the cave of the Great Dragon Mountain, but with the cave's collapse, he had no choice but to return to Tianwu City. When the three returned to Tianwu City, it was already deep into the night. Chen Chang'an bid farewell to Zhong Ling'er and Yi Hongying, each heading homeward. For Yi Hongying, she had pressing matters to attend to. The elder guards were dispatched from the main store, where their sole lamps remained lit. With the deaths of the two, the lamps extinguished, and it would not be long before someone from the main store arrived. As the manager of Wanbao Pavilion, she had to manage this situation adeptly. Fortunately, on their journey back, Chen Chang'an had explicitly expressed his support for Yi Hongying, encouraging her to boldly seek out items that could extend her life. Should she encounter any insurmountable problems, she was to come directly to him. With Chen Chang'an's words of assurance, Yi Hongying felt no lingering doubts. With him as her pillar of support, she had nothing to fear. Chapter 24, Noodles, Uncle Fu. The Jiankong Pharmacy is situated on Qinyan Street. As Qin Chaoyan returned with Zhong Ling'er, the street lay in tranquil silence, save for the faint rustling sounds of insects emanating from the corners of the walls. At the street's end, a makeshift stall was set up, illuminated by a flickering oil lamp. A pot of iron steamed as wisps of white mist ascended, carrying with it a tantalizing aroma. An old man with white hair, clad in coarse cloth, was yawning, teetering on the brink of slumber. Upon noticing Qin Chang'an's approach, the old man perked up, greeting him with a warm smile. "Chang'an, why are you back so late? Would you care for a bowl of steaming noodles?" Zhong Ling'er politely chimed in. "Hello, Uncle Fu." Since being taken in by Qin Chang'an, she had ventured outside and become acquainted with several neighbors on Qinyan Street, among whom was the noodle vendor, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded. "Well, my dear girl, you have been with us on Qinyan Street for a few days now. Yet you have not tasted the noodles made by this old man. Would you like to give them a try?" At that moment, Zhong Ling'er's stomach let out an untimely goo-goo sound, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Chen Chang'an chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Zhong Ling'er's hair. He was not the only one feeling hungry. Ever since Zhong Ling'er had been kidnapped by the ancient demon, he had missed dinner in his rush to rescue her, and he too felt the pangs of hunger. "It has indeed been some time since I last savored Uncle Fu's noodles. Please prepare 2 bowls for us," Qin Chang'an said as he led Zhong Ling'er into the stall. Taking a seat at a table, he turned to Zhong Ling'er and continued. "In the past, when De Fu and Lei Zi and I returned home late at night, famished, we would always seek out Uncle Fu for a hot bowl of noodles. His noodles are among the rare delicacies of Tianwu City. You will understand once you taste them." Zhong Ling'er replied, and as she listened to Qin Chang'an's praises, Uncle Fu beamed with pride, unable to contain his delight. "I, Zhong Fu, have been running this noodle shop since my youth. Now at the age of 62, it is known far and wide, not just here on Qinyan Street, but throughout the city. Who does not recognize the Zhang family's noodle sign?" As Zhong Fu expertly boiled the noodles and prepared the seasonings, he voiced his concerns about recent events. "Chang'an, things have been rather unsettled in Tianwu City lately. Ever since that imperial palace emerged from deep within the Dragon Mountain, many immortals have flocked here. Have you heard?" Qin Chang'an replied. "This is indeed significant news. It is said to have stirred the entire cultivation community. How could I possibly remain unaware?" What troubles you, Uncle Fu? Sigh, this is not a good omen. The rumors surrounding the imperial palace have spread chaos throughout the city, instilling fear among the populace. When immortals clash, we mortals suffer. If we happen to cross an immortal's path, who knows how many lives may be lost in Tianwu City. I have even heard that the death toll on Dragon Mountain has nearly piled up into a mountain itself. Remember that immortal from a few days ago? He is said to be an elder of that infamous Shirdoa sect, quite formidable, and had intentions of slaughtering the city. Were it not for the intervention of other immortals, Tianwu City would have faced calamity. Chen Chang'an reassured him, Uncle Fu, you need not worry about such matters. If there are immortals in the city, they will not allow anyone to recklessly bring harm. You may rest easy. Zhong Ling'er concurred. Brother Chang'an is indeed correct. There is no need for you to worry. Uncle Fu, on this day in Wuqing, Chen Chang'an had resided for 3 years, and having developed feelings, he would not allow anyone to extinguish them at will. Faced with the concerns for Chun Chongan's safety, Zhang Fu remained silent, helplessly shaking his head with a sigh. At that moment, the noodles were also ready, garnished with chopped scallions, and Zhang Fu served them to Chen Chang'an and Zhong Ling'er at the table. The noodles exuded an enticing aroma, and the two, their stomachs rumbling, began to slurp them heartily. Zhang Fu smiled and inquired, My dear, how does it taste? It's delicious, came the reply. Chen Chang'an ate swiftly, and soon his bowl was empty, yet he craved more. Uncle Fu, may I have another bowl? You glutton, your appetite remains as hearty as ever. I shall serve you immediately. Chen Chang'an chuckled. Isn't it simply youthfulness? Indeed. However, Chang'an, you should also consider starting a family when old Huang returns. It would surely be a delightful surprise. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhong Ling'er. Chen Chang'an shot Zhang Fu a sideways glance, exclaiming, Ling'er is merely 12 years old, and is but my apprentice. Meanwhile, Zhong Ling'er, her cheeks flushed, buried her face in her bowl of noodles. Before long, Zhang Fu returned with a second bowl for Chen Chang'an and resumed their conversation. Things have been rather unsettled lately. I plan to move to Orchid Village in the next few days and return once the situation calms. You both must exercise caution. If possible, remain indoors and be particularly wary of crossing any celestial beings. Chun Chongan nodded, aware that Uncle Fu had a son named Zhang Yoning, a hunter who, through the introduction of Granny Rome, had married a woman from Orchid Village. Qin Chaoyan had even attended their wedding celebration alongside the elder. However, due to the high cost of living in the city, Zhang Yoning resided with his wife in Orchid Village, which also facilitated his hunting endeavors. He would occasionally bring game into the city to spend time with his father, while Uncle Fu's earnings from the noodle shop occasionally assisted the young couple. Having worked tirelessly for most of his life, Uncle Fu deserved some leisure. Orchid Village was indeed a splendid place for relaxation. If anything arises during this time, do not hesitate to seek me out at Jokong Medicine Shop. Very well, Qin Chaoyan replied with a smile, continuing to enjoy his noodles. In a short while, another large bowl was devoured, and Qin Chaoyan finally felt satisfied. Ling'er, have you had your fill? I am full, she replied. After settling the bill, Qin Chaoyan said, Uncle Fu, we shall take our leave. Please rest early. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded, watching the retreating figures of Chen Chang'an and Zhong Ling'er, feeling a sense of admiration. This lad Chang'an is quite remarkable. Old Huang has indeed taken on a fine disciple. Chapter 25. The Life and Death Talisman, a bold idea. That night passed without incident. The following day, Chen Chang'an awoke, emerging from his chamber and stretching, having indulged in a slumber that lasted until nearly noon, feeling remarkably refreshed. Good morning, Brother Chang'an, called out Zhong Ling'er, who was in the courtyard practicing, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. Her body resonated with the thunderous sound of blood and energy, indicating a solid advancement in her mid-stage blood-nurturing cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Ling'er ceased her training and brought forth the breakfast she had prepared. Brother Chang'an, it's time for breakfast. Thank you. You've truly gone through a lot. Zhong Ling'er smiled gently, shaking her head. Not at all. It's no trouble. Chen Chang'an affectionately ruffled Zhong Ling'er's hair. With her presence, life had become considerably more comfortable. The feeling of being cared for was indeed delightful. After finishing breakfast, Chen Chang'an summoned Zhong Ling'er to him. Ling'er, due to your unique constitution, you were captured by the demonic cultivators yesterday. As a precaution, I need to seal a power within you so that you may utilize it to safeguard your life in times of danger. With a focused thought, Chen Chang'an tapped into his unparalleled cultivation. He raised a finger, and before him materialized a shimmering golden talisman, radiating brilliance and releasing an aura of immense power that caused the surrounding void to quiver ominously. This was a method Chen Chang'an had conceptualized after exploring through the night. Inspired by the talismans of Yi Hongying, he had condensed his formidable power into a talisman of strength to be infused within the protector. This talisman could be summoned at will, either for self-preservation or to temporarily enhance one's strength. Chen Chang'an named this newly discovered talisman the Life and Death Talisman. 4. With a mere thought, he could also wield the Life and Death Talisman to extinguish a life. However, the cost of conjuring this talisman was significant, consuming 2 years of his lifespan, leaving him with merely 16 out of 60 years remaining. Zhong Ling'er gazed curiously at the Life and Death Talisman suspended in the air. With a subtle gesture, Chen Chang'an sent the talisman into her forehead, where it vanished from sight. In that instant, Zhong Ling'er felt a golden talisman manifest within her consciousness. Brother Chang'an, what is this? As long as you wish, you can activate the Life and Death Talisman at any time. However, you may only use it twice for now. Once the power is exhausted, the talisman will dissipate on its own. Shall we test its might? Though Chen Chang'an had devised the Life and Death Talisman, he remained uncertain of its true potency. All right, Zhong Ling'er responded and attempted to invoke the talisman. In an instant, an astonishingly terrifying aura erupted from her, akin to a volcano's eruption, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Tianwu City and alarming countless cultivators within its bounds, each bracing for an imminent confrontation. Believing that yet another noble had descended upon Tianwu City, the aura was incredibly potent, far surpassing the 2 elders of the corpse-bearer sect he had encountered previously. In fact, it was significantly stronger. Chen Chang'an mused to himself that for each year of life he sacrificed, the refined Life and Death Talisman could at least endow others with combat prowess equivalent to that of a noble. Zhong Ling'er was taken aback, feeling the terrifying and boundless power surging within her. She sensed her current formidable strength, even harboring an instinct that should she face the ancient demon again as she had the night before, this newfound power would surely enable her to vanquish him. Let it go, Qin Chaoyan instructed. Zhong Ling'er relinquished the power, causing the Life and Death Talisman to fall into slumber, its brilliant radiance dimming slightly. However, this was merely a preliminary attempt to harness its might, which had not significantly depleted its energy or affected its usage count. Ling'er, I will now implant the Life and Death Talisman within you. Should you encounter any malefactors again, you may utilize it to protect yourself. If the talisman's uses are exhausted, simply seek me out for a replenishment. Yes, thank you, Brother Chang'an. Zhong Ling'er responded joyfully. In truth, she was not overly concerned about the talisman safeguarding her life. What truly warmed her heart was Qin Chaoyan's care for her. Go practice, he encouraged. Zhong Ling'er nodded and resumed her cultivation. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoyan pondered the consequences of sacrificing 5 or even 10 years of his life to enhance the talisman's potency. However, with his remaining lifespan at 601, 644 years and diminishing, he recognized the need for caution. After all, he was currently only engaging with nobles of the transformation realm, and even 1 year as sacrifice felt substantial. Yet, if the demands increased, he might find it unbearable. Moreover, he might encounter even more formidable cultivators in the future, leading to even greater sacrifices. Chen Chang'an had to plan for the future. He also considered Yi Hongying, realizing it might be prudent to bestow a Life and Death Talisman upon her as well. He held high hopes for Yi Hongying, especially given the delightful surprise she had provided him with the 1,000-year ginseng. Consuming this ginseng directly could extend his life by a century, and if refined into a longevity pill, it could grant him an additional millennium. It was entirely feasible for him to increase his lifespan by 100 years simply by consuming the 1,000-year ginseng. Chun Chongan retrieved the 1,000-year ginseng, sealed within a spiritual talisman, and examined it closely. Each tendril of the ginseng appeared to possess a form of sentience, gently swaying. He wondered what effects might arise from infusing this ginseng with his indomitable essence. Curiosity piqued, he resolved to experiment without hesitation. However, he was cautious, fearful that he might inadvertently destroy the precious ginseng and be left to weep alone in a corner. Thus, he procured a common herb from the apothecary, intending to gradually infuse it with his formidable prowess. An astonishing scene unfolded before our eyes. This medicinal herb, nourished by unparalleled cultivation, soon underwent a remarkable transformation. What had once been a withered plant now blossomed with vitality, akin to a dead tree finding new life in spring, sprouting tender shoots. In the blink of an eye, it metamorphosed into a vibrant herb brimming with life force, even producing a medicinal flower. With Chun Chang'an's profound understanding of herbs, he recognized that this ordinary plant had, in mere moments, evolved into a precious century-old medicinal specimen, gradually manifesting a hint of spiritual essence and growing at an astonishing rate. Chen Chang'an was elated, as he had not anticipated that infusing his unparalleled cultivation into the herb would accelerate its growth. Having confirmed the efficacy of his cultivation on the herb, Chen Chang'an conceived a bold idea. He redirected his gaze toward the Millennium Ginseng, murmuring, "Dear little one, my hopes rest upon you. Please do not let me down." With that, he cautiously began to infuse his unparalleled cultivation into the Millennium Ginseng. Chapter 26. 15 years, Lin Lei arrives. A gentle breeze wafted through the rear courtyard of the Jiukong Apothecary, where the ancient ginseng, nurtured by Chun Chongan, flourished and spread its branches. Ethereal wisps of spiritual energy enveloped the ginseng, radiating brilliance, particularly the leaves, which resembled exquisite jade, translucent and lustrous. At the pinnacle, resplendent golden blossoms unfurled, exuding a fragrance so intoxicating it seemed to transport one to a realm of ethereal beauty. With satisfaction etched upon his face, Qin Chaoyan gazed upon the ancient ginseng he had cultivated. Under the nurturing care of his unparalleled prowess, the ginseng experienced rapid growth. Upon realizing the beneficial effects of his formidable abilities on the ancient ginseng, Chun Chongan unhesitatingly expended 5 years of his lifespan to nourish this remarkable plant, an unprecedented sacrifice on his part. Currently, he had 1655 years of life remaining, yet every moment spent was deemed worthwhile. This mere 5-year sacrifice allowed the ancient ginseng to achieve a millennium's worth of growth in a short span. It had already blossomed and unfurled its verdant leaves, soon to bear the coveted ginseng seeds. These seeds encapsulated the essence of the ancient ginseng's energy, promising longevity upon consumption. Regrettably, the ancient ginseng could only withstand the nurturing of his 5-year lifespan for the time being, unable to endure further infusions of his formidable prowess in the short term. Chen Chang'an keenly discerned that if he continued to nourish the ancient ginseng, its vitality would gradually diminish, leading to decay. This revelation startled him, prompting an immediate cessation of his efforts. Nevertheless, he became aware of the limitations of his unparalleled prowess in nurturing spiritual herbs. Only when the ancient ginseng fully absorbed the energy he had imparted could he consider further nourishment. Content. Chen Chang'an observed the branches and leaves of the ancient ginseng swaying gently in the breeze, thriving under the benevolent influence of his unmatched abilities. Soon to yield the precious ginseng seeds, he awaited in serene anticipation. Days passed, marked by the rhythm of sunrises and sunsets, the blossoms blooming and withering in turn. At last, after 2 days, the moment of harvest arrived. The ancient ginseng had successfully condensed 5 ginseng seeds, each the size of a longan, resplendent and exuding a potent essence and rich spiritual aroma. Zhong Ling'er gazed at the 5 seeds with curiosity, asking, "Brother Chang'an, are these the ginseng seeds?" With a smile and a nod, Chun Chongan collected the 5 seeds, though he noted the quantity was somewhat lacking. Historical texts on alchemy had recorded that once the ancient ginseng reached the milestone of a millennium, it would bear fruit every 1,000 years. The condensed ginseng seeds were a treasure for cultivators, capable of extending lifespan and enhancing physical prowess. Presently, he planned to use the ancient ginseng to concoct the 1,000 longevity pill, delaying immediate consumption of the seeds, though taking them for their life-extending properties was also appealing. Without hesitation, Chun Chang'an consumed 1 ginseng seed. System notification: consuming the ancient ginseng seed grants an additional 3 years of life. Current lifespan, 1658. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Chen Chang'an's eyes. Indeed, the ginseng seeds proved effective. 1 seed could extend his life by 3 years. He pondered how many seeds he might safely consume. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an presented a seed of the rare spirit ginseng to Zhong Ling'er, suggesting she give it a taste. However, she gently shook her head. She discerned the significance Chen Chang'an placed on the ancient spirit ginseng and its seeds, evidently of great utility to him, and thus she could not partake. Brother Chang'an, you should consume it. I shall refrain. Very well. Chen Chang'an did not press the matter further. He could nurture the ancient spirit ginseng to maturity with his unparalleled cultivation. Once the ginseng had fully absorbed the essence of his initial nourishment, he could proceed to provide it with a second round of sustenance, allowing it to blossom and bear more spirit ginseng seeds. There was no urgency in administering it to her. He consumed another seed. System notification: consuming ancient spirit ginseng seed. Lifespan increased by 3. Current lifespan 1661. After Qin Chaoyan had consumed all 5 seeds, his vitality surged considerably. He examined his lifespan through the system panel. 1670. Chen Chang'an felt quite satisfied and mused. It appears the lifespan enhancement effect of the ancient spirit ginseng seeds is quite remarkable, granting me an extension of 15 years. If the ancient spirit ginseng were to grow for another millennium and bear seeds, would it further augment my lifespan? He hoped these seeds would continue to prolong his existence. However, he was aware that the likelihood of this was minimal. Next, Chen Chang'an gazed into the backyard, deep in thought. In the realm of cultivation, there existed numerous extraordinary herbs and treasures capable of extending life, such as the legendary peach of immortality, ancient spirit mushrooms, and everlasting earth essences. If he could locate these longevity-enhancing elixirs and accelerate their growth with his unmatched cultivation, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant increase in his lifespan. Yet, most of these life-extending herbs demanded rigorous age specifications, rendering them exceedingly rare to find in the outside world. However, those with only a few hundred or even merely decades of age, while precious, were not impossible to acquire, as they lacked the power to extend life. Chun Chongan felt a surge of joy, as this represented yet another excellent strategy for prolonging his existence. Once he attained a lifespan of several centuries, the pressure of utilizing his unrivaled cultivation would diminish considerably. The apothecary was rather small, and the backyard lacked sufficient space for cultivating additional longevity herbs. It seemed he would need to expand the Jiukang apothecary in due course. Pondering, he stroked his chin. The neighboring butcher shop belonged to Wang, and he could inquire if Wang would be willing to sell it to him. Ling'er, keep an eye on the apothecary. I shall visit next door. Just as he stepped out of the apothecary, a young man clad in dark blue patterned law enforcement attire approached briskly. Upon seeing Chen Chang'an, a smile illuminated his face as he greeted him. Chang'an. Chen Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. Lazy, what brings you here? Lin Lei, a robust young man with a sun-kissed complexion, served in the law enforcement division. His piercing eyes gleamed with authority as he strode forth, tall and imposing, akin to a galloping steed. He playfully thumped Chen Chang'an's chest, grinning. I missed you. Am I not allowed to visit? Then, Lin Lei cast his gaze towards the apothecary and mischievously winked at Chen Chang'an. I heard from Granny Rome that Ling'er is currently assisting you at Jiukang Apothecary. How are things progressing between the two of you? Chen Chang'an shot him a glance, saying, Ling'er is merely 12 years old. Why would you introduce her to me? Are you out of your mind? Lin Lei chuckled. A childhood bride, you understand? Chen Chang'an gave him a sidelong glance, remarking, it seems that Master Law Enforcement is quite intrigued by childhood brides. If you have the time, I could introduce you to one. Lin Lei quickly begged for mercy. No. If my dear Lu knows about this, she will surely flay me alive. Chen Chang'an was speechless. Flay you alive? It seems you are merely boasting. Lin Lei chuckled again, but then his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Chang'an, I need your assistance with something. Chen Chang'an, puzzled, inquired, what do you need help with? Let us discuss this inside, Lin Lei replied, as he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and pulled Chen Chang'an back into Jiukang Apothecary. Once seated, they were soon served tea by Zhong Ling'er, who had noticed their arrival. Looking at her, Lin Lei teasingly asked, Little sister, are you adjusting well here? Brother Chang'an has been very kind to me, she replied. But has Chang'an ever sneaked into your room at night to bully you? No, not at all. Zhong Ling'er blushed deeply and quickly shook her head. Suddenly, Lin Lei noticed something, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Little sister, when did you become a false cultivator? Chapter 27. Conversation at the Lord's Manor. Lin Lei's cultivation had reached the late stage of transcendence, surpassing that of Zhong Ling'er, and he could easily discern her mid-stage blood nourishment cultivation. This revelation astonished him greatly. It was only half a month prior that Zhong Ling'er was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation. How could she have achieved mid-stage blood nourishment in such a brief span? The speed of her advancement was truly astonishing. He even rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had misperceived the situation. Yet the truth was undeniable. It was indeed real. Chun Chongan smiled and clarified, Ling'er possesses exceptional talent in the realm of cultivation, which is why I imparted my family's traditional techniques to her. Lin Lei laughed heartily. Now it makes sense. You've struck quite the fortune, my friend. How I envy you. If only I had a little sister with such a remarkable aptitude for cultivation. Then, Lin Lei jested. But why is your cultivation still at the initial stage of blood nourishment, while even your newly initiated little sister surpasses you? Aren't you a tad embarrassed? Qin Chaoyan shot Lin Lei a sidelong glance. You know my talent well enough. Perhaps I should seek a physical cultivation technique. I intend to pursue that path. Nearby, Zhong Ling'er, hearing Lin Lei's teasing, felt puzzled. Brother Chang'an's cultivation is only at the initial stage of blood nourishment? Yet he possesses the strength to crush nobles with a mere gesture. It's fortunate you are a friend of Brother Chang'an. Otherwise, be wary of his wrath should you continue your ridicule. However, as Qin Chaoyan offered no further explanation, Zhong Ling'er chose to remain silent, obediently standing by his side. In her heart, she brimmed with gratitude towards Lin Lei. Without him, she would never have encountered Brother Chang'an. Have you lost your mind? In this day and age, who still pursues physical cultivation? Lin Lei exclaimed incredulously at Chun Chongan's words. Chun Chongan chuckled, refraining from elaborating, and instead inquired curiously, let us not lose sight of the main issue. What assistance do you require from me? Lin Lei nodded gravely. The night before last, I heard that the city lord, in conjunction with other formidable beings, attempted to breach the imperial palace's seal. In doing so, they inadvertently triggered a restriction set by the compassionate immortal emperor, unleashing a foreboding rain of blood. Those who came into contact with this rain were transformed into mere skeletons. The city lord's daughter, Chu Wushuang, accidentally touched a drop of the blood rain. Although she did not turn to bone, her consciousness has been sealed, rendering her completely unconscious. Her soul's sea plunged into eerie silence. No one understands what has transpired. The city lord hastily returned Chu Wushuang to Tianwu City, seeking the aid of alchemists. Yet to no avail. Chang'an, you have inherited the medical skills of old Huang. Could you perhaps succeed where others have failed? If you can awaken Chu Wushuang, you will be a benefactor to the city lord, and our rise to prominence will be assured. Chen Chang'an took a sip of tea, bemused. If those esteemed alchemists cannot awaken Chu Wushuang, what can I possibly do? Moreover, my medical skills are merely an imitation at best. Lin Lei lowered his voice. I recall a year ago when I was haunted and lost my senses. It was due to a technique called purifying soul devised by Elder Huang. The state of Chu Wushuang leads me to believe she has encountered a malevolent spirit. You should give it a try, even if it proves futile. The city lord has declared that anyone treating Chu Wushuang, even ordinary physicians, will receive 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, realizing that the city lord of Chu was at a loss for solutions, resorting to desperate measures. You should make the trip, even if you cannot cure her. It is sufficient that you can earn a reward. After all, that is 100 low-grade spirit stones. We can split it evenly, and there is little risk involved. Many esteemed physicians in the city have been summoned and have already claimed their spirit stones. As a member of the enforcement guard, I can recommend you. My good brother, be bold and do not refuse. It will be fine. You must help me. If we can share these 50 low-grade spirit stones, I will be well on my way to saving for the betrothal gift for Xiao Lu. Chen Chang'an pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Since you are so earnest in your request, I shall give it a try. Lin Lei was overjoyed and playfully punched Chen Chang'an's chest. My good brother, Chun Chongan replied with a smile. I merely wish to witness your marriage to Xiao Lu and partake in your celebration. When shall we depart? The sooner, the better. Securing the spirit stones is of utmost importance. It must be noted that after slaying the ancient demon cultivator, Chen Chang'an possessed a wealth of spirit stones amounting to over 1 million within his storage ring. If Lin Lei needed spirit stones, he could easily bestow a portion upon him. However, since Lin Lei did not seek his aid, there was no reason for him to offer it. Lin Lei was a person of strong character. Were one to directly gift him spirit stones, he might perceive it as an insult, unlike Su Dafu, who was shameless. If you were to present him with 1,000,000 spirit stones, he would gladly kneel and call you father. Thinking of Su Dafu, Qin Chaoyan couldn't help but worry about the rotund fellow. I wonder if that ominous blood rain that fell from the imperial palace has affected him? With a thought, Chun Chongan activated his divine eye to peer deeper into the Great Dragon Mountain. The situation within the depths of the Great Dragon Mountain grew increasingly complicated, littered with corpses. Yet, this did not deter the cultivators. On the contrary, more and more powerful practitioners surged toward the imperial palace. Soon, Chen Chang'an spotted Su Dafu, appearing lively as he engaged in combat with a young cultivator. With a smile, he dismissed his divine eye. Lin Lei inquired with curiosity, "What is making you smile?" Chen Chang'an replied, "I was pondering where Su Dafu has wandered off to. That fellow is likely out seeking companionship on the bustling streets." Lin Lei gave little thought to it, responding casually. He would never realize that Su Dafu was a concealed fate spring realm cultivator, even stronger than himself, currently striving for the legacy of the immortal Emperor deep within the Great Dragon Mountain. Half an hour later, while conversing along the way, Chen Chang'an and Lin Lei arrived at the grand entrance of the city lord's residence. Outside, 2 imposing guards stood sentinel. Lin Lei stepped forward to explain their purpose. The gatekeeper cast a glance at Chen Chang'an before opening the side door, granting passage to the 2. "Thank you." Upon entering the lord's residence, they traversed a winding path until Lin Lei guided Chen Chang'an to a grand hall. Inside, a gathering of over a dozen individuals awaited. Chen Chang'an surveyed the room, noting that most were well-known physicians from Tianwu City, yet all were advanced in years, their heads adorned with white hair, exuding an aura of age. Curiously, there was not a single physician as youthful as himself among them. The elders did not recognize Chen Chang'an, and their eyes flickered with subtle disdain, perhaps speculating that he was merely seeking the reward of 100 spirit stones. Chapter 28. Chu Yongtian, are you a physician? Chen Chang'an inquired, lazy. Do you think I might be too young for this? Lin Lei glanced at the elderly physicians within the hall and nodded in affirmation. They may be seasoned doctors, but you are indeed a physician as well. Moreover, you have acquired the true teachings of the esteemed Huang Lao. Your skills are certainly on par with theirs. Lin Lei harbored great confidence in Chun Chongan's medical prowess. A year prior, he had encountered bandits, and, although he managed to defeat them, he sustained grave injuries that left him on the brink of death. Just when he believed his time was up, it was Chun Chongan who intervened and revived him. Within a mere fortnight, he was back to his vigorous self. Ultimately, what mattered was that Chen Chang'an was a bona fide physician. Despite his aspirations for a reward, he remained honest in his practice. After all, he was merely a low-ranking enforcer, and even with courage, he would not dare to deceive. At that moment, physicians were being summoned in turn to the inner hall to attend to Chu Wushuang's ailment. These doctors entered with unwavering confidence, yet soon emerged from the inner chamber, shaking their heads in despair, unable to offer any remedy. Fortunately, though they were unsuccessful, they nonetheless received 100 spirit stones as compensation for their efforts, their faces betraying a glimmer of joy. For these ordinary physicians, lacking any cultivation, earning 100 spirit stones was no trivial matter. It was akin to a windfall. A significant sum indeed. The other physicians, witnessing this, could hardly conceal their excitement, eager to enter the inner hall for their own chance at fortune. Did you see that? 100 spirit stones, Lin Lei remarked quietly. Chen Chang'an shrugged. To him, spirit stones had lost their significance. With a mere thought, he could acquire as many as he desired. Before long, the physicians in the grand hall had mostly departed, each having failed to succeed, leaving only Chun Chang'an behind. The steward, wearing a troubled expression, frowned upon noticing that Chen Chang'an was the last remaining physician. The youth appeared to be in his teens, still lacking the maturity of age. Are you truly a physician? He questioned Lin Lei skeptically. With respect, Lin Lei responded, this is Chang'an, the one who saved me from the brink of death. He is my dear brother, and I would not dare to mislead you. The steward, with an air of impatience, waved his hand. Since you are here, let us see the young lady. With that, he led Chen Chang'an into the inner hall. Good brother, I am counting on you for my bride's dowry, Lin Lei called after him. Upon entering the inner hall, Chen Chang'an encountered the city lord, Chu Yongtian, a man of middle age clad in a yellow robe, exuding an imposing presence and dignified appearance. However, his countenance was grim, his brow furrowed with anxiety and concern. The steward addressed him respectfully, My lord, this is the last physician. Chu Yongtian did not glance at Chen Chang'an. His worried gaze remained fixed on the sleeping Chu Wushuang. He spoke, his voice hoarse yet authoritative. If you can heal my daughter, I shall grant you whatever you desire. Qin Chaoyan nodded, preparing to step forward for a closer inspection. However, at that moment, a guard hurried into the rear hall, reporting to the city lord that young Master Jin and the elder of the corpse transport sect had been summoned. A look of anxiety on Chu Yongtian's face was suddenly replaced by delight as he quickly urged, "Please, do come in." Chen Chang'an inquired, "Does the city lord still require my medical assistance?" It was then that Chu Yongtian noticed Chen Chang'an and frowned. "You are a physician?" Though his mind was in turmoil, desperately seeking a way to awaken his daughter, he had resorted to summoning physicians from the city. Yet this young lad, seemingly still in his adolescence, appeared far too inexperienced to be of any help. Chu Yongtian felt a surge of irritation. Anyone daring to take advantage of his predicament would not be treated kindly. Nevertheless, Chen Chang'an remained composed. Although Chu Yongtian was a dignitary of the transformation stage, he had already vanquished 2 royal foes from the corpse transport sect. So he was not intimidated by Chu Yongtian. "I am indeed a physician," he asserted. The young boy's calm demeanor elicited a measure of respect from Chu Yongtian, who regarded him with newfound interest. "Since you are a physician, please proceed with your examination." Chen Chang'an nodded, approaching the bed where a young woman lay quietly, her eyes tightly shut, pallid complexion marred by signs of distress. He gently grasped her right hand, channeling his formidable essence into delicate threads, meticulously probing her body for any signs of affliction. Chapter 29, The Blood Moon of the Dead, The Frightened Alchemist. As Qin Chaoyan examined Chu Wushuang's condition, a young man clad in golden robes entered the grand hall, radiating a striking presence. Beside him stood an elderly man in gray robes, hunched and frail in stature, yet exuding a formidable aura of power, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. A veritable marquis of the transformation realm. Chu Yongtian had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the golden-robed youth and the gray-clad elder, he hurried forward. "Young Master Jin, Alchemist Dan, you have finally arrived." Jin Yang clasped his hands in greeting. "Upon learning of Wushuang's injuries, I hastened from the Jin family. Lord Chu, may I inquire about her current condition?" Chu Yongtian sighed heavily. "Alas, this girl has fallen victim to the ominous blood rain unleashed by the Imperial Palace and has yet to regain consciousness. I must implore you, young Master Jin and Alchemist Dan, for your assistance." The elder, known as Alchemist Dan, replied coolly, "I shall do my utmost. However, I must first assess the current state of your daughter before drawing any conclusions." Alchemist Dan, a highly esteemed alchemist of the Corpse-Bearer sect, boasted a remarkable 6th-tier rank, while Jin Yang, a disciple of the prestigious Jin family, was a 3rd-tier alchemist with immense potential. In this dire moment, Chu Yongtian could only place his hopes upon these 2 individuals. "Follow me to the rear hall," Chu Yongtian instructed, leading Jin Yang and Alchemist Dan to the back, where they found Chen Chang'an meticulously examining Chu Wushuang's body. Jin Yang frowned as he observed Chun Chongan grasping Chu Wushuang's arm. "Lord Chu, who is this young man?" With a hint of exasperation, Chu Yongtian replied, "He is the physician from the city whom I summoned to treat Wushuang. All the physicians in the city have come and have proven ineffective." Alchemist Dan remarked, "It is only natural for you, my friend, to be overly anxious for your beloved daughter's well-being. In times of desperation, one may resort to any means. Yet, how can an ordinary physician hope to treat the affliction wrought upon her by the ominous blood rain of the Imperial Palace?" Jin Yang nodded, his displeasure evident at the sight of Chen Chang'an holding onto Chu Wushuang. The Jin and Chu families had historically enjoyed a close relationship, and Jin Yang had known Chu Wushuang since childhood. As she blossomed into a graceful beauty, his affection deepened, and he yearned to take her as his wife. Unfortunately, Chu Wushuang did not reciprocate his feelings. Nonetheless, Jin Yang believed that if he could heal her this time, it would surely win her favor and enhance his chances of marrying her. "This does not concern you. You may leave now," Jin Yang asserted, dismissing Qin Chaoyan. At that moment, Qin Chaoyan, with his unparalleled prowess, had thoroughly examined Chu Wushuang and had employed his divine eye to uncover the root of her ailment. He discovered that her sea of consciousness was currently enveloped and eroded by a mass of ominous blood energy, draining her vitality. In his heart, Chen Chang'an speculated that to awaken Chu Wushuang, he would need to dispel the sinister blood energy encasing her sea of consciousness. However, just as he prepared to employ his formidable powers to resolve the issue, Jin Yang interrupted him. He cast a glance at Jin Yang, then turned to Chu Yongtian. Lord Chu, I have nearly identified the cause of her affliction. Shall we proceed with the treatment? Without waiting for Chu Yongtian's response, Jin Yang coldly remarked, You, a mere blood-boosting pretender, believe you can uncover the cause of Wu Shuang's ailment? Spare us the embarrassment and leave at once. Meanwhile, the alchemist known as Dan Fengzi casually directed his gaze towards Qin Chaoyan. Suddenly, he was struck by the sight of two radiant beams of bloodlight emanating from Chun Chongan's form. Dan Fengzi's expression morphed into one of horror as his pupils dilated in fear. It was the light of the dead. It is known that the practitioners of the corpse transport sect cultivate a technique called the corpse immortal treasure art, which includes a powerful ability known as corpse bloodlight. One must understand that when a practitioner of the corpse transport sect is slain, their essence becomes tainted with this ominous light. The dazzling and astonishing corpse bloodlight that now radiated from Chun Chang'an suggested, in Dan Fengzi's estimation, that this seemingly unremarkable youth had likely been stained with the lifeblood of two esteemed elders from the sect who practiced the corpse immortal treasure art. Given the recent deaths of two elders from the corpse transport sect, could it be that this frail-looking youth was the perpetrator? A shiver ran down Dan Fengzi's spine, causing him to stagger backward, his complexion paling. The ability to slay two esteemed elders of his sect was indicative of an extraordinary power possessed by this youth. Was he an enemy of the corpse transport sect? Had he come here with the intent to kill? Dan Fengzi's mind raced with wild thoughts, each more terrifying than the last. After all, why would a being capable of slaying esteemed figures choose to conceal their power while treating patients in the city lord's manor? He yearned to flee immediately, distancing himself as far as possible. Yet, Jin Yang's next statement nearly sent him into a panic. Senior Dan, though this lad's cultivation is lacking, I perceive his vitality is robust and his life force abundant. He must have recently consumed something remarkable. You should capture him for alchemical refinement. The results would surely rival that of a millennium-old spirit herb. Chen Chang'an turned his gaze towards Dan Fengzi, his eyes narrowing. This old man seemed affiliated with the corpse transport sect. The last ancient practitioner from that sect had captured Zhong Ling'er for alchemical purposes, and now this one harbored similar intentions. Was he seeking a premature end to his existence? The murderous intent in Chen Chang'an's eyes caused Dan Fengzi to tremble in fear. Confronted by a visceral dread of death, he shouted at Jin Yang in fury, You insolent fool! I, Dan Fengzi, have practiced alchemy for 370 years without ever contemplating the blood sacrifice of a practitioner. Jin Yang and Chu Yongtian were taken aback. Jin Yang, in particular, was bewildered and innocent. Isn't it the alchemists from the corpse transport sect who relish in using living practitioners for sacrifices? What have I done to deserve such ire? After scolding Jin Yang, Dan Fengzi turned his attention back to Qin Chaoyan, bowing respectfully with an expression filled with deference and humility. I am Dan Fengzi, an elder from the corpse transport sect, and I humbly greet you, my lord. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that his hands trembled slightly during the gesture. Jin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. What did I just hear? Even Chu Yongtian was taken aback. This alchemist madman was an elder of the corpse transport sect, not to mention a sixth-grade alchemist of considerable repute. Why, upon meeting Chen Chang'an, did he exhibit such profound respect? Chu Yongtian inquired, Alchemist, this. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did this alchemist madman recognize him? Had he witnessed some of his previous exploits? Or had the remnants of the auras left by his slaying of several members of the corpse transport sect caught the attention of the alchemist madman? Otherwise, why would he show such deference? Chen Chang'an chose to ignore the alchemist madman. As long as this individual did not cause him trouble, there was no need for him to take action. Killing him would yield no benefit for Chen Chang'an. He turned to Chu Yongtian once more and asked, Will your daughter's illness be treated? Chu Yongtian, regaining his composure, glanced at Jin Yang, who was still in a state of bewildered shock, and then looked towards the alchemist madman, only to find him visibly relieved, as if he had narrowly escaped calamity. A sense of strangeness filled his heart. This young man was merely a blood-nurturing false cultivator. How could a noble elder of the corpse transport sect regard him with such trepidation, even addressing him as my lord? Did he perhaps possess some concealed identity, not merely that of an ordinary physician in the city? Especially given Chen Chang'an's calm demeanor, could he truly have the ability to awaken his daughter? Chu Yongtian dismissed his doubts and nodded earnestly. I beseech you, esteemed sir, to lend your aid and revive my beloved daughter. Even in his tone, there was an added layer of respect and reverence, no longer daring to harbor any disdain. Chapter 30. You are not worthy, a drop of lifeblood. The Lord of Chu. He is merely a trifling blood-nurturing false cultivator. I refuse to believe he can awaken Wu Shuang. Allow me to test this. Jin Yang's voice resounded once more, his countenance fluctuating between darkness and light, exceedingly grim. Whoever could revive Chu Wu Shuang would be her savior, perhaps gaining her favor in the process. How could one relinquish such a splendid opportunity? Regardless of whether Qin Chaoyan concealed a true identity or why this alchemical lunatic feared him, Jin Yang remained undaunted. He was a scion of the Jin family, whose influence could hardly be overshadowed. Moreover, this individual was ultimately just a minor blood-nurturing false cultivator. Murderous intent surged within him. Should he provoke Jin Yang, he could always arrange for an assassination. Who would ever know it was he? He chuckled darkly. Meanwhile, the alchemical lunatic silently praised Jin Yang. Recognizing that this youth was a hidden powerhouse, having already slain 2 esteemed elders of the corpse-transporting sect. How audacious of you to confront him, truly. You are unafraid of death. Naturally, as long as Chen Chang'an did not trouble him, he was content to observe the spectacle. Yet, the alchemical lunatic was perplexed. Despite being an esteemed elder himself, he could not sense Chun Chongan's cultivation aura, a concealment executed with remarkable finesse. Additionally, with the deaths of 2 esteemed elders from the sect, fury erupted within their ranks as they sought the culprit. Once he secured his own safety, he would relay news of Chun Chongan back to the sect, where an elder would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. The alchemical lunatic remained curious, discreetly observing Qin Chaoyan. Would he respond to Jin Yang's affront with lethal force? However, Qin Chaoyan remained passive, neither retaliating nor exhibiting anger. Since you appear confident, then let us see. He was content to remain at ease. After all, dispelling the ominous blood energy from Chu Wu Shuang's consciousness would require formidable power. Although the consumption of his own lifespan would be minimal, conserving it was still prudent. As the saying goes, frugality is a virtue, even now. With his lifespan having surged to 70 years, he would still practice restraint. You possess a measure of self-awareness. Jin Yang cast a haughty glance at Qin Chaoyan before approaching Chu Wu Shuang. Gazing upon her pale, exquisite visage, a fleeting spark of greed ignited in his eyes. If he could awaken her, he would be her savior. How simple it would be to win her affection thereafter. Jin Yang grasped Chu Wu Shuang's delicate and smooth hand, his heart racing. Absent the presence of Lord Chu, the alchemical lunatic, and Chen Chang'an, he would have relished the opportunity to explore her beauty. Yet, in their presence, he dared not reveal his lascivious nature. Adopting a serious demeanor, he began to investigate the cause of her ailment, sending his consciousness into her body, particularly her mind. In search of the source of her unconsciousness, Chu Yongtian looked on expectantly. Gradually, Jin Yang's expression shifted from confidence to a furrowed brow, descending into bewilderment and confusion. It is worth noting that the consciousness of an alchemist is significantly more potent than that of an ordinary cultivator, characterized by acute sensitivity. He meticulously examined Chu Wu Shuang from head to toe, particularly focusing on her sea of consciousness, yet uncovered nothing. In other words, he was utterly bereft of findings. This, however, was not unexpected. Chun Chang'an's ability to detect the ominous blood energy shrouding Chu Wu Shuang's sea of consciousness relied on his formidable cultivation and extraordinary perception, which far surpassed that of Jin Yang, a mere third-tier alchemist. Well, young Master Jin, do you have any confidence? Inquired Chu Yongtian anxiously from the side. Jin Yang remained silent, conducting another examination of Chu Wu Shuang, but still yielded no results. Dejectedly, he lowered her delicate hand. How could this be? He sighed. Addressing Chu City Lord, I have not discerned the cause of Wu Shuang's faintness, and I currently lack a solution. However, grant me some time. Perhaps Senior Dan, being a 6th-tier alchemist, may be able to find a remedy, suggested Jin Yang. Chu Yongtian turned his hopeful gaze towards Dan Fengzi. Dan Fengzi quickly shook his head. Friend Chu, did this esteemed individual not claim he could cure your daughter? Allow him to try. I shall refrain from meddling. Chu Yongtian looked at Chen Chang'an with a face full of eagerness. Yet, Chen Chang'an replied indifferently, there is no rush. Let him have a go. He then addressed Dan Fengzi. Her sea of consciousness is enveloped by a sinister blood energy. As long as you can dispel this malevolent force, she should awaken. Jin Yang frowned. Where did this sinister blood energy surrounding Wushuang's sea of consciousness originate? I did not observe anything of the sort. Do not speak nonsense. Chen Chang'an chose not to respond to Jin Yang. Feeling disregarded by this mere blood-replenishing pseudo-cultivator, Jin Yang's anger flared, and murderous intent surged within him. Seeing Chun Chongan's unwavering stance, Dan Fengzi no longer hesitated, clearing his throat. Ahem, then I shall give it a try. He approached and began examining Chu Wushuang. Soon, Dan Fengzi concluded with a perplexed and helpless expression. Friend Dan, what did you find? Inquired Chu Yongtian anxiously. I have no clues and cannot ascertain the cause of her faintness. It appears that only the esteemed individual can intervene, he lamented, his complexion paling. If even Dan Fengzi, a sixth-tier alchemist, was unable to assist, what hope remained? Dan Fengzi bowed to Qin Chaoyan, awkwardly stating, Esteemed one, I failed to locate the ominous blood energy you mentioned enveloping her sea of consciousness. Qin Chaoyan was left speechless. It seemed he had overestimated Dan Fengzi's capabilities. Chu Yongtian gazed at Qin Chaoyan with pleading eyes, placing all his hopes in him. Young master, Qin Chaoyan replied coolly, I shall do my utmost. Were it not for my friend, I would be disinclined to offer assistance. Jin Yang scoffed. If even Senior Dan has no viable solutions, what can you possibly do? That so-called sinister blood energy you spoke of appears to be fictitious. Do not deceive us. A mere blood-replenishing pseudo-cultivator. I do not believe you can cure Wushuang. Beside him, the madman Dan observed Jin Yang teetering on the brink of life and death, yet felt no obligation to caution him about Chen Chang'an's formidable prowess. Initially, Chen Chang'an had no intention of engaging with Jin Yang, but the incessant chattering by his ear proved to be an irksome distraction. If I manage to heal her, you shall kneel and acknowledge your fault, Jin Yang scoffed disdainfully. As a disciple of the Jin family, I would never kneel before you. You are unworthy. Chen Chang'an chuckled lightly. Unworthy, you say? Should I unleash my unparalleled power to annihilate the Jin family behind you? Even your clan leader would be compelled to kneel before me in contrition. Chu Yongtian's expression darkened. If Chen Chang'an truly could heal his daughter, Jin Yang's interference might provoke him to withdraw his aid. Young Master Jin, I implore you to remain silent and observe, he urged. Anger flashed in Jin Yang's eyes. How dare this old fool side with a mere pretender of healing? With a cold snort, he ceased speaking, yet his murderous intent towards Chen Chang'an intensified. The foolish antics of Jin Yang did not perturb Chen Chang'an. Surely, he wouldn't resort to murder over mere verbal provocations. He grasped Chu Wushuang's arm once more, channeling a fragment of his invincible power to dispel the ominous blood rain enveloping her sea of consciousness. As he did so, the sinister blood rain seemed to come alive. Sensing fear, before Qin Chaoyan could fully dissipate it, the blood rain fled from Chu Wushuang's consciousness, emerging as a dazzling drop of crimson blood before the onlookers. With a whoosh, that drop of blood emanated an overwhelming surge of energy and vibrant life force, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Dan, the madman, gasped in disbelief at the sheer vitality contained within. It appeared to be a drop of lifeblood. Chapter 31. The Method of Refining Longevity Blood, the Library. Chen Chang'an was intrigued. What was this longevity blood? The alchemist madman spoke reverently. It is said that in ancient times, a formidable demon, after exhausting various means to prolong life, found it increasingly difficult to extend his lifespan. As his life neared its end, he devised the frenzied method of refining longevity blood, capable of slaying vigorous cultivators to extract their essence. The resulting longevity blood possesses the remarkable ability to extend life indefinitely, without restrictions. Ultimately, this demon attained astonishing longevity through this technique, leveraging his vast lifespan to seize the Tao fruit of the immortal emperor and became the dreaded longevity blood demon lord, merely a step away from the realm of the immortal emperor. However, such a malevolent art was intolerable to the heavens. The great cultivation world of the Dazhong would never allow such a demon to ascend as an immortal emperor, thus they banded together to vanquish him, leading to the disappearance of the method of refining longevity blood from the annals of history. At this point, the alchemist madman couldn't help but lament. If one could possess an extended lifespan, Even with mediocre talent, they could potentially become an immortal emperor simply by accumulating experiences over time. Upon hearing the alchemist madman's words, Qin Chang'an's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Such a marvelous method of refining longevity blood still existed in this world. The greatest allure for Chen Chang'an lay in the prospect of prolonging his life. If he could acquire this method, it would mean an endless supply of longevity, freeing him from the worries of life consumption. Chen Chang'an then inquired, "So, this drop of longevity blood indeed has the power to extend life?" The alchemist madman nodded. "An elder from our corpse-carrying sect once obtained a drop of longevity blood in a secret realm, which extended his life by 300 years. A remarkable treasure indeed." At that moment, the drop of longevity blood shot towards the exterior of the grand hall. However, the alchemist madman was already prepared. Summoning a jade vial to enclose the precious drop within, he stated, "My lord, this longevity blood must be preserved in a special jade vessel, otherwise, the life essence within will dissipate, and its efficacy will be diminished." Nearby, Jinyang gazed longingly at the drop of longevity blood. If he were to present it to an elder in his clan, he would undoubtedly receive generous rewards. Alas, the longevity blood had fallen into the hands of the alchemist madman. Jinyang sighed internally. He dared not seize it from a nobleman. Chu Yongtian, on the other hand, was not particularly envious. Being in the prime of his life, he felt he had ample time ahead. His greater concern was the current condition of his daughter. "Young master, is my daughter's coma related to this drop of longevity blood?" Chen Chang'an nodded, "Yes. But I had yet to resolve it when this drop of longevity blood escaped on its own." "Then why hasn't my daughter awakened yet?" "She should be waking soon." Upon saying this, his gaze fell upon the jade vial in the alchemist madman's hand, his intentions unmistakable. The alchemist madman, though thrilled to have acquired the drop of longevity blood, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension at Chen Chang'an's stare. He was capable of slaying the two esteemed elders of the corpse carriage sect, which surely indicated his superior cultivation level. This, in turn, suggested that his lifespan was likely diminished. If I were to take this item, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Whether I could leave the city lord's mansion alive remained uncertain. Thus, for the sake of preserving my life, though reluctant, the mad alchemist swiftly handed the jade vial containing the life blood to Chun Chongan. Chun Chongan bestowed upon the mad alchemist a knowing glance, a gesture of camaraderie, before smilingly accepting the vial into his embrace. At that moment, a soft moan escaped from Chu Wushuang as she gradually regained consciousness. Appearing somewhat bewildered and unaware of the events that had transpired, Chu Yongtian was overjoyed. "My daughter, you have finally awakened." Chu Wushuang, still frail and with pale lips, murmured, "Father, are we not at Mount Long?" Chu Yongtian explained, "You were caught in the blood rain and fell into a faint. It was a drop of lifeblood causing the disturbance. Thankfully, this young man intervened and expelled the troublesome drop from your body." Following her father's gaze, Chu Wushuang turned her eyes towards Qin Chaoyan. Though still weak and pale, her expression retained an air of coolness as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." "It was but a trifling effort," he replied. Jinyang observed the scene with gritted teeth, seething with anger. It should have been him receiving the gratitude, for it was that detestable fellow who thwarted his endeavors. Chu Yongtian spoke respectfully. "My lord, you have revived my beloved daughter. May I inquire what reward you seek?" "I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly," Chun Chongan replied. "In addition to the customary spiritual stones, I hope that Lord Chu will permit me to peruse the collection of texts in the city lord's library." "The library?" Chu Yongtian expressed confusion, not expecting that this would be Chen Chang'an's request. For Chen Chang'an, his understanding of the cultivation world was still rather limited, and as the city lord of Tianwu City, Chu Yongtian must possess a wealth of knowledge within the library that could provide the information he sought. Even Chu Wushuang couldn't help but regard him with increased curiosity. "My lord, for the life-saving grace you have bestowed, if there is anything else you desire beyond access to the library, please do not hesitate to speak. My father will fulfill your wishes." Despite Qin Chang'an's apparent weakness, being merely at the initial stage of blood nurturing, Chu Wushuang still held deep gratitude towards her savior. Chen Chang'an remarked, "Since Miss Wushuang has so kindly offered, I shall not be coy. Might the city lord's mansion possess longevity pills, longevity elixirs, or methods for extending life or refining the body?" The mention of longevity pills and elixirs left both Chu Wushuang and Chu Yongtian in a rather awkward predicament. Such items were extraordinarily rare and difficult to procure from the outside world. While they possessed methods for extending life, these secrets were family heirlooms and could not be divulged. As for body refinement techniques, who would bother to gather such seemingly useless items? Ahem, my lord. I fear I do not have what you seek. The methods of longevity are sacred traditions, not to be shared. I apologize, Chu Yongtian said regretfully. Do you have any other needs? Chu Wushuang inquired. Qin Chaoyan shook his head. Let me retreat to the library for a while. By the way, if there is a genuine need, the lord of the city could promote my friend Lin Lei, the law enforcement officer, as it was he who brought me to treat your daughter. Lin Lei. I shall remember that name. Chu Yongtian noted Lin Lei's name, reflecting on how fortunate they were to have him. Had he not summoned Chen Chang'an? Who knows when his daughter would awaken? He must reward him upon their next encounter. Similarly, Chu Yongtian recognized the exceptional nature of Chen Chang'an. Despite his humble cultivation, he maintained an air of dignity before the nobles, suggesting he likely hailed from a significant background. This piqued Chu Yongtian's curiosity regarding Chun Chongan's origins. It seems he must inquire with his friend Dan, who, having shown such deference to Qin Chaoyan, must possess some knowledge of him. Dan the Mad remarked, Dear Chu, since your beloved daughter has awakened, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he performed a respectful bow towards Qin Chaoyan. My lord, I shall depart now. Though outwardly composed, Dan the Mad was internally apprehensive, uncertain whether Qin Chaoyan would permit his departure. Fortunately, Qin Chaoyan merely nodded in acknowledgement, not imposing any difficulties upon him. This brought Dan the Mad immense relief as he hastily exited the lord's residence. Jin Yang said nothing, merely casting a cold glance at Qin Chaoyan before bidding farewell to Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang, and then turning to leave. After Jin Yang and Dan the Mad had departed, Chu Yongtian instructed Chu Wushuang to ensure the maidservants took good care of her rest, then turned to Qin Chaoyan and said, Young sir, I shall escort you to the library. Very well. Chapter 32. The Deputy Commander of Law Enforcement, concealed yet remarkable. Lin Lei had been waiting in the grand hall for a considerable duration, pacing anxiously. He was troubled by the absence of Qin Chaoyan, who had yet to return from the rear hall. Unlike the other physicians who emerged promptly, Chaoyan had been inside for quite some time. Was it possible that his youth led the city lord to doubt his capabilities, perceiving him as a charlatan? Could it be that the city lord had dealt a fatal blow to Chaoyan? Would I be the next target? Lin Lei's legs trembled involuntarily, especially given the city lord's recent discontent due to Chu Wushuang. As Lin Lei's mind wandered into dark thoughts, he suddenly observed Chu Yongtian emerging with a smile, respectfully escorting Qin Chaoyan. Lin Lei was astonished. What could have caused the city lord to exhibit such delight? And why was he treating Chaoyan with such deference? He hurried forward, inquiring, Chaoyan, how did it go? Chu Yongtian, wearing a gentle smile, addressed Lin Lei. Young master, is this the friend you spoke of, the young brother Lin Lei? Lin Lei was taken aback. A mere enforcer, and yet the exalted city lord knew his name. This was a figure of the divine realm, referring to him as young brother. Such recognition filled Lin Lei with pride, a fact worth boasting about. Did you hear? The city lord calls me young brother. It is he, lazy. I shall make a brief visit to the library and return shortly, Qin Chang'an remarked, patting Lin Lei on the shoulder. Oh, good, good, Lin Lei stammered, bewildered by the unfolding events. Chu Yongtian then instructed the steward, the arrangements for young brother Lin Lei are now in your hands. Understood, my lord, the steward replied. After Chu Yongtian departed with Qin Chaoyan, Lin Lei turned to the steward, asking, My lord, what is the meaning of this? The steward smiled, previously reluctant to engage in conversation with a mere enforcer, but the situation had changed. Lin Lei's friend had healed the young lady, making Chun Chongan a benefactor of the city lord. The steward, wary of offending Lin Lei, replied, This young master has cured the young lady. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Chang'an healed the young lady? I must have misheard. The steward confirmed, You heard correctly. Even the talented alchemist of the Jin family and the sixth-rank alchemist from the corpse-carrying sect had failed to cure her. Yet, this young master accomplished it with ease. I did not expect that brother Lin would know such a skilled physician. After the initial shock, Lin Lei's expression became somewhat complex. He had intended for Qin Chaoyan to merely provide a superficial remedy for the sake of earning a reward of 100 spirit stones. Little did he know that Chang'an had indeed inherited the profound teachings of the old master. Lin Lei cleared his throat and shamelessly addressed the steward. As the enforcer of the Lord's manor, the affairs of the Lord are inherently my concerns. The Lord's anxiety for his beloved daughter prompted me to invite a dear friend of mine. Although he maintains a low profile within the city, his medical expertise, as you have witnessed, assures me that he is capable of healing the young lady. The steward remarked, having an enforcer like you, who is deeply invested in the Lord's manor, is indeed a stroke of fortune for the Lord. He has decreed that, effective today, your status as an enforcer is elevated to that of deputy commander, along with a monthly stipend of 20 spirit stones. Moreover, for successfully curing the young lady, the Lord has graciously awarded you an additional 5,000 inferior spirit stones. Lin Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. This delightful surprise came in waves. Am I dreaming? He stammered. The steward chuckled. Surely, this is no dream. It is all thanks to your exceptional friend. The envy in the steward's voice was palpable. 5,000 inferior spirit stones constituted a significant fortune, and with such wealth, Lin Lei could now be considered affluent within Tianwu City. Indeed, I am fortunate to have such a friend. Lin Lei beamed, unable to suppress his smile. The surprise bestowed upon him by Chen Chang'an was indeed monumental. Had it not been for Chen Chang'an's visit to the library, Lin Lei would have been tempted to embrace him in sheer joy. We are prosperous. We are prosperous. Deputy Commander, let us proceed. I shall escort you to your new post as enforcer, and then to the treasury to collect your spirit stones. Yes. Lin Lei was elated. He had previously been troubled by how to win the heart of the woman he adored. But now, with these 5,000 spirit stones, he could boldly present them to his future father-in-law and see if there would still be any objections. Furthermore, he now held the esteemed title of Deputy Commander. The library was nestled within a tranquil garden of the Lord's manor, a 7-story edifice that exuded grandeur. Young master, this is the library. Feel free to explore at your leisure, Chu Yongtian said. Of course, it is no simple task to comprehend all the tomes housed within our esteemed library in such a short time. If you cannot finish today, you are welcome to return at any time. I have matters to attend to, so I shall leave you to your exploration. He added as Chun Chongan nodded and strode into the library. Once Qin Chaoyan had entered, Chu Yongtian pondered for a moment before retrieving a communication talisman to send a message to the recently departed maniac from the corpse transport sect. The maniac's peculiar behavior upon encountering Chen Chang'an had been quite unsettling, and he had left in haste. Chu Yongtian sensed an undercurrent of trepidation emanating from the maniac towards Chen Chang'an. As he walked, Chu Yongtian soon received a response from the maniac. After reading the message, even someone of Chu Yongtian's standing, a noble of the transformation realm, was taken aback, his face paling in shock. The maniac had slain the 2 elder nobles, Shi Yu and Gu Xiuemo, from the corpse transport sect. This revelation left Chu Yongtian utterly speechless, gasping in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the maniac concealed such depth of capability. He was aware that the grand teachings of the corpse-bearing sect possessed the ability to identify murderers through the light of corpse blood, which elucidated why the eccentric alchemist, upon arriving at the Lord's mansion, sensed something amiss at first glance of Qin Chaoyan. It was undoubtedly due to the aura of corpse blood surrounding him. The realization that this seemingly ordinary youth concealed the might of a formidable slayer of nobility filled him with trepidation. Fortuitously, he had not offended this young master. After all, prior to Chu Yongtian's return with Chu Wushuang, he had received word of an unparalleled powerhouse residing in Tianwu City. The elder Shi Yu from the corpse-bearing sect, who sought to massacre the city, had disturbed a mysterious strongman within, only to be effortlessly obliterated with a mere gesture. When Chu Yongtian first heard this news, he was astounded and intrigued by the identity of the elusive powerhouse hidden within Tianwu City. Now, it seemed likely that this youth was indeed that very individual. Chapter 33, The Tomb of the Mighty Martial Sage, Astonishing Lin Lei. In the library, Lin was surrounded by a myriad of books. Chen Chang'an picked one up and utilized his divine mind to begin perusing its contents. He flipped through the pages with remarkable speed, completing the book in mere breaths. Yet he found nothing of what he sought. Without delay, he opened a second volume and continued his search. Half an hour passed, and having sifted through a third of the texts in the library, Chen Chang'an sighed, closing the book in his hands. As he had anticipated, The path of cultivation and body refinement had long since waned, with scant records even in the city lord's library. Conversely, through his exploration of the texts on cultivation, Chen Chang'an had gleaned a wealth of information regarding various aspects of the practice. He acquired insights into divine abilities, spells, talismans, formations, and alchemy, broadening his horizons significantly. Some basic spells he could comprehend instantaneously through his divine mind. However, it was regrettable that his current cultivation level was merely at the initial stage of blood nurturing. His spiritual power had yet to manifest, rendering him incapable of even executing the simplest of spells. This left him somewhat disheartened. He longed to cast a spell, even if it were just the most rudimentary fireball. Subsequently, Qin Chaoyan immersed himself wholeheartedly in the vast sea of texts within the library. As night fell, he finally completed his examination of the entire collection. Stretching his limbs, he felt a sense of fatigue in his waist. Fortunately, he had indeed made some gains during his time in the library. Despite the scant records on body refinement, diligence bore fruit. Ultimately, he stumbled upon an ancient text that revealed information from 10,000 years ago. In that era, there existed a peerless martial sage named Bajie. The title of martial sage was conferred upon those who had reached an extraordinary level in the path of body refinement, a sacred honor bestowed by the heavens themselves. It was said that those who attained the rank of martial sage possessed an incredibly formidable physique, with a lifespan extending far beyond the norm. Even a single drop of their blood harbored terrifying power, capable of obliterating a mountain and enabling the cultivation of the fearsome ability of blood rebirth. The ancient text recounted that, 10 millennia ago, in the land of Tianwu City, it was rumored that after Bajie's ascension, he concealed the tomb of the martial sage within this very land. Whoever could discover the tomb would inherit his legacy and soar to greatness. Regrettably, after thousands of years, no one had unearthed the tomb of the martial sage, and as time passed, many had forgotten about Bajie's south resting place, leaving only faint traces in ancient texts. Chun Chongan pondered to himself, if I could locate Bajie's tomb, perhaps I might uncover an ancient method of body refinement. Lacking the talent for cultivation, and with an invincible cultivation realm amassed over 999 billion years, he had reached the pinnacle, rendering further breakthroughs unnecessary. This impeded his ability to cultivate spells and extend his lifespan. Now, he could only place his hopes upon the path of body refinement. May he not be disappointed. Let us search for Yi Hongying and see if she possesses any clues regarding the tomb of the martial saint. As Chun Chongan emerged, he encountered Lin Lei, resplendent in his striking Qilin garb. Lei, what brings you here? Chang'an, how could you be so foolish? You have healed Chu Wushuang. This is a monumental achievement. Why would you make such a request? What is there of interest in the library? Lin Lei reproached, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Chen Chang'an offered no explanation but smiled. Your attire is quite impressive. Lin Lei chuckled, puffing out his chest. Indeed, this garb can only be worn by the leaders of the law enforcement of the city lord's mansion, and it is all thanks to you for healing the lady. Now, when I step outside, everyone regards me with reverence. Even the Grand Commander, who once ignored me, now greets me with a smile. He could not help but marvel at the benefits of status and the respect it commanded. Chang'an, you truly are my lucky star. I could never have imagined all this. It is all due to you. Come, let me embrace you. Chen Chang'an grimaced. Keep your distance. I have no fondness for men. Haha. Lin Lei continued. In addition to the position of deputy commander, the city lord has bestowed upon me 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, all thanks to your efforts. I insist you take them. He produced 5 spirit tickets, each worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, intending to hand them to Qin Chang'an. Chen Chang'an shook his head in refusal. Aren't you to marry? Keep them for yourself. And what of you? Qin Chang'an smiled slightly. I have enough spirit stones for my needs. 5,000 spirit stones. And you truly do not want them? Lin Lei gazed at him incredulously. Without further explanation, Chen Chang'an tossed a storage ring into Lin Lei's hand. What is this for? To show you what true wealth looks like. As your friend, I feel it necessary to broaden your narrow perspective. Lin Lei scoffed. 5,000 spirit stones hardly qualifies as wealth. He was skeptical of the amount Qin Chang'an could possess, estimating only a couple of hundred within the ring. However, upon probing into the storage ring with his consciousness, he was astounded to find it brimming with spirit stones, radiating a dazzling glow. Lin Lei was left speechless, his eyes wide in disbelief. What the? Chang'an, where did you acquire such an abundance of spirit stones? He estimated that there must be 1,000,000 within the ring, including medium-grade and even high-grade spirit stones. Lin Lei was utterly shocked, swallowing hard. Qin Chaoyan replied, I acquired them after slaying an elder of the corpse transport sect. Lin Lei's expression was one of incredulity. You, a mere novice in the realm of blood nurturing, have managed to slay an elder of the corpse-carrying sect. Are you aware that the corpse-carrying sect is among the foremost demonic forces in Hezhou? Those who attain the status of elder possess cultivation that reaches the divine transformation realm, standing on par with the city's lord. To be candid, from whence did you procure this storage ring? Surely you did not simply stumble upon it. My goodness, your fortune is simply extraordinary. Where did you find it? As Lin Lei speculated incessantly, Chen Chang'an found himself at a loss. The truth would hardly be believed. With a bemused smile, Chen Chang'an replied, I found it by the roadside. Lin Lei exclaimed, I knew my guess was spot on. He quickly followed up with, what do you intend to do with such a plethora of spirit stones? I shall offer them to you. Would you accept? Lin Lei, without a moment's hesitation, shook his head. No, this is yours. Besides, the fact that you have stumbled upon such an abundance of spirit stones is a stroke of your own fortune. Since you possess so many, I shall forego the 5,000 spirit stones I initially intended to give you. Lin Lei accepted only the 5,000 spirit stones. And though he was taken aback by the 1,000,000 spirit stones within Chun Chongan's storage ring, he remained unmoved and returned them to Qin Chaoyan. Chang'an, with so many spirit stones at your disposal, you can acquire numerous cultivation resources. I believe your prowess will advance rapidly, and you will soon catch up to me. One can only hope. Given the windfall of wealth and his recent promotion to vice commander, Chen Chang'an proposed, to celebrate, let us indulge in a fine meal tonight. Please invite Sister Ling'er, and I shall summon my dear Xiaolu. Let us convene at the renowned Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a place Xiaolu and I have long coveted. Agreed. Drunken Immortal Pavilion it is. Let us not fail to meet. Chapter 34. A Wisp of Residual Soul. I am the Blood Demon Sovereign. After departing from the city lord's manor, Chen Chang'an and Lin Lei each returned to their homes, agreeing to meet at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion thereafter. As for Chu Yongtian, he never emerged to meet Chen Chang'an again. However, he silently observed Chen Chang'an's departing figure and listened to the intelligence gathered by his subordinates regarding Chen Chang'an. In the southern part of the city, on Qingyan Street, the proprietor of Jiukong Apothecary, apart from his appearance in Tianwu City 3 years prior, where he was taken under the wing of an elder surnamed Huang, there was no further information available. It was unexpected to discover a formidable figure hidden within Tianwu City. To be frank, Chu Yongtian was quite eager to become acquainted with Qin Chaoyan. Yet, the fact that Chen Chang'an had slain 2 elder nobles of the corpse transport sect was no trivial matter. The sect would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Despite Chen Chang'an's strength, the corpse transport sect stood as a premier force in the demonic path of Hezhou, teeming with powerful individuals. Alone, he could scarcely contend with such an organization. Thus, should the sect come seeking retribution, Chen Chang'an would hardly escape death. Naturally, although Chen Chang'an had saved his daughter, Chu Yongtian dared not forge a closer relationship with him for fear of being implicated. Nonetheless, he could not fathom why Chen Chang'an did not hasten to leave Tianwu City or why he had released the alchemist madman, who was privy to his identity. Did he not fear the sect's retribution? Yet, this thought was swiftly extinguished by Chu Yongtian. After all, how could Chen Chang'an possibly be stronger than a top-tier demonic force? No longer wishing to dwell on Chen Chang'an's affairs, he could offer no assistance and preferred to remain uninvolved. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of Julong Mountain. It was astonishing that the Imperial Palace's seal was so formidable and perilous that even a coalition of powerful beings could not breach it. Were they truly to await the arrival of those elite immortal sects to have a chance at breaking the seal? Yet, even if they did succeed, it was unlikely they would reap any rewards within the Imperial Palace. Chu Yongtian felt a sense of frustration. The Imperial Palace was located near the Tianwu City under his jurisdiction. If all the benefits were to be claimed by others, it would be a grievous loss. He pondered how his daughter was faring. He had heard that the Corpse Transport Sect and the Eternal Life Sect, 2 of the foremost immortal sects, were to arrive at Julong Mountain in the coming days. He hoped this would provide an opportunity to enter the Imperial Palace. As he walked along the path, Chen Chang'an observed the jade vial in his hand. Inside lay a single drop of longevity blood, radiating a brilliant crimson glow and exuding a mysterious and astonishing aura. A smile graced Chen Chang'an's face. He was thoroughly pleased. This drop of longevity blood could be regarded as the greatest reward from his visit to the city lord's manor. According to the alchemist madman, individuals from the corpse transport sect had once obtained a drop of longevity blood that extended their lifespan by 300 years. He wondered how many years this drop in his possession might grant him. Qin Chaoyan felt anticipation welling within him. He was not greedy. A mere increase of 100 or 200 years would suffice. With that thought, Chen Chang'an opened the jade vial, preparing to refine it. As soon as the jade vial was opened, a drop of life essence surged forth like a sentient entity, transforming into a crimson beam of light that shot into the distance. Chun Chongan observed it with a calm demeanor and invoked his divine hand. In an instant, the drop of life essence was suppressed by an invisible force captured within his palm. He could distinctly sense that the drop trembled slightly, piquing his curiosity. Did this drop of life essence possess consciousness? In the next moment, Chun Chongan's eyes sparkled with divine light. Marking the activation of his divine eye, he pierced through the essence and discovered a faint, slumbering remnant soul hidden within. Even a minuscule remnant soul could not evade detection under the gaze of his formidable powers. The revelation of the concealed remnant soul astonished Chen Chang'an further. He had heard from Lin Lei that this drop of life essence originated from the imperial palace. Given that the compassionate immortal emperor had perished millennia ago, this remnant soul was evidently significant. Who was daring enough to spy on the true self? As Chen Chang'an scrutinized the slumbering remnant soul through his divine eye, he inadvertently awakened it. A voice akin to the crack of thunder echoed within his consciousness. "Who are you?" It demanded coldly. "What right does a mere blood cultivator have to know my name?" "I shall refine your soul." The chilling voice resonated once more. Immediately thereafter, the drop of life essence surged with brilliance, aiming for Chun Chang'an's brow. However, he merely scoffed, unleashing his overwhelming powers to easily suppress the essence. "Was it you who interfered with my attempt to devour that woman's soul?" At this moment, the voice was tinged with a hint of fear. During its previous slumber, it had been oblivious to the events of the outside world, only sensing danger when it attempted to consume the woman's soul, prompting its hasty retreat. Now, it could once again feel the aura of impending doom emanating from Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an spoke calmly. "Reveal your identity, or I shall not hesitate to obliterate your remnant soul." His unassuming words were laced with a chilling intent that sent tremors through the remnant soul. Aware that it was merely a fragment of consciousness and no match for the figure before it, it hastily pleaded for mercy. "Fellow Taoist, please do not annihilate my remnant soul. I am the life essence demon sovereign. Have you heard of me?" As soon as the words left its lips, Chen Chang'an's eyes glinted with intensity. "You are the life essence demon sovereign." He had previously heard tales of this figure from the alchemist madman. Knowing that the demon sovereign possessed the method to refine life essence, which had long since been lost with the sovereign's demise, Chen Chang'an felt a pang of regret. He had not anticipated that the remnant soul hidden within this drop of life essence belonged to the very life essence demon sovereign. This revelation left Chen Chang'an both astonished and elated. However, after the initial surprise, he composed himself, expressing skepticism as he coldly remarked, "Since you claim to be the blood of longevity demon lord, you must substantiate your identity." The lingering soul responded, "How would you have me prove it, my friend?" Chen Chang'an's gaze deepened as he spoke slowly. "It is said that the blood of longevity demon lord possesses a mysterious method for refining longevity blood, continually producing it to extend one's lifespan. If you are indeed the blood of longevity demon lord, do you possess this method?" Upon hearing this, the lingering soul inwardly sneered. It was evident that upon hearing his title, Chen Chang'an's thoughts turned to the method of refining longevity blood. Even the numerous formidable enemies who had besieged him once had coveted this technique, despite their claims of eliminating threats to the world. The blood of longevity demon lord replied, "Indeed, I have mastered this method of refining longevity blood. Alas, my spirit is now fragmented and feeble, with many memories yet to be restored. For the time being, I can only recall the most rudimentary technique of longevity blood refinement." Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, pondering the implications of such a foundational technique. The longevity blood derived from it can grant one an additional year of life. Chapter 35. The Art of Longevity Blood, Approaching a Century of Life. A terrifying force penetrated the longevity blood, instilling fear in the longevity blood demon lord, evoking a sense of impending doom. He cried out in terror, "Do not kill me. Fellow cultivator, I speak the truth. If my soul can gradually recover, I will remember the remaining methods of refining longevity blood. Please, do not take my life. Grant me a chance." That overwhelming power ebbed like a receding tide. Qin Chaoyan replied calmly, "I shall grant you this opportunity. How can your soul be restored? By devouring the soul power of others. I can regain my strength." The longevity blood demon lord, having narrowly escaped death, felt a surge of panic, cursing Chen Chang'an in his heart. As the formidable longevity blood demon lord, he had instilled terror in countless cultivators, and today he faced such humiliation and threat, it was unforgivable. Once his soul regained a certain strength, he would seek vengeance against Chen Chang'an. For now, preserving the last remnants of his soul was of utmost importance. Chen Chang'an said, "I give you this chance. I will keep an eye on you." He was not concerned about any schemes the longevity blood demon lord might harbor. Yet, should any deceit arise, Chen Chang'an was prepared to strike him down without hesitation. "Now, reveal to me the foundational aspects of the longevity blood refining method." The longevity blood demon lord sighed bitterly, "Fellow cultivator, I am far too weakened to impart the refining techniques to you." Chen Chang'an snorted coldly, unrelenting as he tormented the flickering remnants of the demon lord's soul. "Please, I truly cannot teach you now. Spare my life. Once I recover a bit, I promise to share the basics of the longevity blood refining method with you. Do not torment me further, I beg you." But Chen Chang'an seemed unaffected, continuing his relentless torment. The longevity blood demon lord feared that Chen Chang'an might inadvertently cause his soul to disperse entirely. In desperation, he pleaded, "Please, fellow cultivator, cease your actions. I can make an effort to try. Just stop tormenting me." Yet, Chen Chang'an persisted. The remnants of the demon lord's soul, instead of recovering, grew increasingly feeble. Terrified, he hurriedly divulged the basic refining method of longevity blood to Chen Chang'an. Only then did Chen Chang'an cease his torturous ways, utilizing his divine mind to comprehend the foundational techniques imparted by the longevity blood demon lord. This method of refining longevity blood was known as the art of longevity blood, and the demon lord was teaching him the technique for refining level 1 longevity blood. Consuming level 1 longevity blood allows cultivators to extend their lifespan by 1 year. Although the effect lasts only a year, the sheer quantity is substantial. Just a modest amount of level 1 longevity blood can provide hundreds of lifespan extensions. Thus, even the most ordinary level 1 longevity blood can bestow upon cultivators the miraculous ability to increase their lives by a century. However, the refinement of longevity blood, even the simplest level 1 variant, is not something that can be executed at will. First and foremost, the required material for extraction is the body of a cultivator, whose strength must have reached the life spring realm during their lifetime. Furthermore, their death should not have occurred too long ago. In other words, it must be utilized while it is still fresh. Additionally, the stronger the cultivator, the richer and more potent the life essence they possessed prior to death, resulting in a greater yield of longevity blood. Chen Chang'an quickly grasped this and felt quite satisfied. This longevity blood technique is indeed a remarkable treasure. It stands as his greatest acquisition thus far. However, he lamented that the longevity blood demon lord currently retained only the method for extracting the first level of longevity blood. The longevity blood demon lord spoke cautiously, "My friend, how well do you comprehend this longevity blood technique? I assure you, I am not deceiving you." He was acutely aware of the complexity of the longevity blood technique, and mastering its extraction methods is no simple feat. Even he had spent decades to successfully master the extraction of first-level longevity blood, having slain over 100 cultivators of the life spring realm to finally obtain a single drop. In such a short time, the longevity blood demon lord naturally did not suspect that Chen Chang'an had already mastered the method of extracting first-level longevity blood. Rather, he feared that Chen Chang'an might misunderstand the longevity blood technique and think he was being tricked, leading to further torment. Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly, "I have already mastered it." "You have mastered it?" The longevity blood demon lord was incredulous. Chen Chang'an offered no explanation and instead inquired, "What level is the drop of longevity blood you are currently concealing?" The longevity blood demon lord pondered for a moment before responding, It appears to be a drop of 7th level longevity blood, capable of extending life by 3,000 years. However, given the passage of time, most of its life essence has dissipated, and it may only extend life by a few decades at most. If I refine this drop of longevity blood, will it affect your residual soul? The longevity blood demon lord shook his head. It will not have any effect. My friend, you only need to provide me with another soul-nourishing object. Qin Chaoyan produced a low-grade spirit stone. The longevity blood demon lord was at a loss for words, exclaiming, "My friend, it would be best to give me an object that can truly nurture the soul. If it can attach a soul, do not linger on trivialities." Though the longevity blood demon lord felt a surge of anger, he did not dare to defy Chen Chang'an. His very life hung precariously in Chen Chang'an's hands. With a deep sigh, he reflected on how the once mighty longevity blood demon lord had fallen to such a state of vulnerability, which was utterly infuriating. He fell silent, quietly emerging from the drop of longevity blood and attaching himself to the unremarkable low-grade spirit stone. Chen Chang'an then carefully placed the low-grade spirit stone into a specific section of his storage ring. Subsequently, he turned his gaze back to the drop of longevity blood, narrowing his eyes before swallowing it and refining it. Soon, a system notification echoed in his mind. System notification: consumed 1 drop of longevity blood. Lifespan increased by 12 years. Current lifespan, 1685. His lifespan was finally nearing the significant threshold of 100 years, which brought Chen Chang'an great joy. This longevity blood truly is a remarkable substance. It is regrettable that after so long, it contained only this amount of energy, providing merely a 12-year extension. Nevertheless, keeping the longevity blood demon lord around remains beneficial, for he can still procure longevity blood. Chen Chang'an intends to subsequently assist him in recovering some of his spiritual power, and in return, obtain a more advanced method for refining longevity blood, thus extracting a superior essence of life. In this manner, his lifespan will indeed be extended. This is a significant project for sustainable development and deserves utmost attention. Chapter 36. The Emergence of Danger. At the drunken Immortal Tower, as Chen Chang'an arrived with Zhong Ling'er, he was greeted by the voice of Lin Lei from the 2nd floor. "Chang'an, Ling'er, come here." Lin Lei waved his hand, beckoning the two. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Chen Chang'an beheld a graceful young woman beside Lin Lei, of similar age. Dressed in a delicate green gown, she possessed a tall stature, fair skin, and a gentle smile. She was none other than Han Xiaolu, the object of Lin Lei's affection. Zhong Ling'er greeted her sweetly, "Sister Xiaolu." "Chang'an, it's been a while." "Ling'er, how are you adjusting at the Jiukong pharmacy?" "I'm doing well," Ling'er replied. Lin Lei invited Chen Chang'an and Zhong Ling'er to take a seat. "Thanks to Chang'an today, I've come into a small fortune." "Ling'er, order whatever you fancy. Don't hold back on my account." Chen Chang'an chuckled. "Ling'er, it's a rare occasion for Lei to be so generous. Let us order more and give him a good treat." Zhong Ling'er nodded eagerly. Soon, a lavish spread of delicacies was laid out before them. During the meal, Chun Chongan observed the tender intimacy between Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu. Their affection was palpable, even permeating the air with an undeniable sweetness that bordered on distaste. "Chang'an," Lin Lei began earnestly, "I truly owe you my gratitude. You've heard me mention Xiaolu's father, a prominent figure in the city who has always disapproved of our relationship, considering me merely a poor lad with nothing to my name. But now, thanks to you healing the daughter of the city lord, I have ascended to the position of deputy commander of the law enforcement guard and am in possession of 5,000 spirit stones. Surely, her father can no longer oppose our union." Lin Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued. "Xiaolu and I have made plans to visit her family tomorrow to discuss the bride price and wedding arrangements. Once married, we shall hope to have several healthy children." With dreams of a bright future, Lin Lei's enthusiasm was palpable. Han Xiaolu's lips curled into a soft smile, her gaze fixated on Lin Lei, her eyes reflecting his image. Qin Chaoyan laughed. "Then remember to invite me to your wedding feast. I shall prepare a gift for you both." "Of course," Lin Lei replied, while Zhong Ling'er's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the thought of their impending nuptials. "Come, let us drink." The atmosphere at the table was warm and joyous. Yet without warning, an unseen menace surged forth. Outside the drunken Immortal Tower, a flash of sword light darted past, followed by a green flying sword hurtling towards Qin Chaoyan. Lin Lei, possessing late-stage transcendence cultivation, was the first to sense the impending danger, his face paling. Chang'an, be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged for the green sword. However, the sword's might was overwhelming. In an instant, it sliced through Lin Lei's palm, blood gushing forth. He could not grasp it. The sword was about to pierce Qin Chaoyan with lethal intent. Yet, suddenly, it seemed to lose its strength, falling powerless to the ground. Lin Lei, bewildered, could not comprehend what had transpired. Chun Chongan squinted at the fallen sword, contemplating. It appears someone wishes me harm? You are merely an ordinary physician. Who would wish to harm you? Chen Chang'an shrugged, responding, I have always been law-abiding. How could I possibly know who seeks my demise? Lin Lei grasped his flying sword. His expression grave. This sword was at least a third-grade artifact, and one capable of wielding such a treasure must be a formidable expert in the life spring realm. Though Lin Lei was curious as to why the sword had lost its power and halted as it approached Chen Chang'an, his greater concern lay with Chen Chang'an's safety. Someone intended to kill him. A radiant light flickered in Chen Chang'an's eyes as he activated his divine eye, locating the assassin hidden not far from the drunken immortal pavilion. The identity of this assassin took him by surprise. It was none other than Jin Yang, the talented alchemist from the Jin family who had treated Chu Wushuang earlier that day. Reflecting on the day's events, Chun Chongan believed he had not offended Jin Yang. Why? Then, would he resort to assassination? Was it due to the drop of longevity blood? Meanwhile, Lin Lei was deeply troubled, unable to fathom who could be behind this assassination attempt on Chen Chang'an. Losing his appetite, he took out a communication talisman. Chen Chang'an chuckled. Lazy, what are you doing? I am now the deputy commander of the law enforcement guards and possess the authority to summon them. I will immediately dispatch a squad to seal off the area around the drunken immortal pavilion. We must apprehend that assassin. Lin Lei's countenance darkened. The wound from the sword still throbbed and bled. Had that sword not inexplicably halted moments ago, he might have witnessed the tragic demise of his longtime friend at the hands of an assassin. He could not allow that to happen. Beside them, Han Xiaolu witnessed such a scene for the first time and was understandably frightened, her fair and delicate face paling slightly. Zhong Ling'er blinked, glancing about, her thoughts racing. Who dares to plot against my dear brother Chang'an? They must be seeking death. My brother Chang'an could easily crush a prince with a mere slap. Zhong Ling'er was well aware of Chen Chang'an's formidable strength, which alleviated her concerns for his safety. Chen Chang'an intervened. There's no need. The assassin, realizing he failed to take my life, has likely retreated in fear. Besides, Lazy, you have just been promoted to deputy commander. It would be prudent to proceed with discretion. Ultimately, persuaded by Chen Chang'an, Lin Lei conceded to forego alerting the law enforcement guards. Very well, he relented, attempting to reassure Han Xiaolu. It's all right, Xiaolu. Zhong Ling'er chimed in. Lin Lei go, you really need not worry about brother Chang'an's safety. He is incredibly powerful. Lin Lei nodded, not wishing to alter Chen Chang'an's formidable image in Zhong Ling'er's eyes, and replied with a smile. I certainly know he is quite powerful. Lin Lei then continued earnestly. Chang'an, now that you possess wealth, I cannot remain by your side to protect you indefinitely, and my own cultivation has weakened somewhat. Even if I wish to safeguard you, I may find myself powerless. It would be wise for you to purchase a few defensive artifacts for your own protection. I have heard that the Wanbao Pavilion is the largest shop in Tianwu City, and they have quite a selection of treasures. You should consider going there to make a purchase. Chen Chang'an nodded in agreement. He indeed ought to pay a visit to the Wanbao Pavilion to seek out Yi Hongying. With such a sudden turn of events, Lin Lei and his companions no longer had the appetite to continue their meal, hastily concluding the gathering. Lin Lei intended to escort Chen Chang'an and Zhong Ling'er back to the Jiukong apothecary. However, Chen Chang'an declined, assuring him that he was perfectly fine and that no assassin could pose a threat to him. Instead, he urged Lin Lei to reach out should he encounter any troubles, offering his assistance. Lin Lei, skeptical of Chen Chang'an's capabilities as an ordinary physician, dismissed his words as mere jest. Nevertheless, both Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu were concerned for Chun Chongan's safety, ultimately insisting on accompanying him and Zhong Ling'er back to the Jiukong apothecary before parting ways. Along the journey, Lin Lei, mindful of his authority as the deputy commander, dispatched several law enforcement officers of the Life Spring realm to discreetly guard the vicinity of the apothecary. However, he found himself in a rather helpless situation. Despite having attained the rank of deputy commander and possessing the authority to mobilize the law enforcement officers, His own cultivation was rather feeble, being only at the late stage of the transcendence realm. Many of the law enforcement officers held him in disdain. Nevertheless, Lin Lei was aware that he had been directly promoted to his position by the city lord, which afforded him a degree of respect, albeit minimal. Thus, only 2 officers of the Life Spring realm were dispatched to provide covert protection. This was, in essence, a considerable favor extended to Lin Lei as the deputy commander. Recognizing the inadequacy of his cultivation, he resolved to exert greater effort in the future to enhance his abilities. Chapter 37. The Substitute Death Talisman. No one can protect him. Outside the drunken immortal pavilion, Jin Yang stealthily launched an ambush against Chun Chongan with his third-grade azure sword. In Jin Yang's eyes, Chun Chongan was merely a feeble pretender in the initial stages of blood nurturing. Eliminating him would require no more than a mere flick of his wrist. Although the eccentric alchemist displayed an evident apprehension towards Chen Chang'an, Jin Yang felt no fear. As a prodigious alchemist from the Jin family, he held a position of great prestige, and the Jin family's influence in Huzhou surpassed even that of the corpse-transporting sect. Thus, Jin Yang was filled with arrogance and hubris, coupled with an overestimation of his own cleverness. His motives for the assassination were twofold. Firstly, Chen Chang'an had overshadowed him by treating Chu Wushuang in the city lord's mansion. Secondly, the eccentric alchemist had bestowed a drop of longevity blood upon Qin Chaoyan, and Jin Yang yearned to seize it for himself. In his mind, as long as he struck covertly, no one would ever suspect him of the deed. Regardless of Chun Chongan's formidable background, he believed there would be no repercussions for him. However, to his astonishment, the assassination attempt failed. Confusion engulfed his mind, leaving him puzzled as to how this transpired. The third-grade azure sword was undeniably powerful, and the ordinary cultivator beside Qin Chaoyan should have been incapable of thwarting his attack. Logically, that strike should have severed Qin Chang'an's head from his shoulders. Yet, inexplicably, the azure sword seemed to lose its connection to him. Perplexed, Jin Yang dared not act rashly and instead decided to follow Qin Chaoyan, waiting for a more opportune moment. Presently, he lurked in a shadowy corner outside the Jiukong apothecary, silently observing and plotting to strike again. Little did he know the magnitude of the formidable adversary he had provoked. Inside the Jiukong apothecary, Chen Chang'an's eyes gleamed with intense light as he scrutinized Jin Yang's every movement. "Ling'er, you should rest. I shall step out for a moment." Understanding his intent, Zhong Ling'er obediently nodded. As Chen Chang'an exited the apothecary, he caught the attention of the law enforcers dispatched by Lin Lei to guard him discreetly. The 2 law enforcers were curious about Chun Chongan's late-night excursion. However, the very next moment, as Chun Chongan stepped forth, he seemed to vanish from their sight, as if by teleportation. The 2 law enforcers widened their eyes in disbelief. What? Where did he go? They rubbed their eyes vigorously, suspecting they were dreaming. Simultaneously, Chun Chang'an's emergence from the Jiukong apothecary also drew Jin Yang's attention. It appeared that the lad had completely disregarded the previous assassination attempt. A cold smile crept across Jin Yang's face as a murderous glint flickered in his eyes, preparing to strike at Chen Chang'an. But at that moment, Chun Chang'an's figure suddenly disappeared from his view. Jin Yang was left bewildered. Where is he? Suddenly, Jin Yang felt a flash before his eyes, and a young man clad in azure appeared before him, causing him to stumble back 2 or 3 steps in fright. "Why are you here?" Jin Yang found himself momentarily bewildered. Chen Chang'an replied coolly, "That is a question I should be asking you. For reasons unknown." A flicker of inexplicable trepidation arose within Jin Yang towards Chen Chang'an. He swiftly concealed the panic in his eyes, regaining his composure as he sneered. "This street is not your home. Why should my presence concern you? The moon tonight is particularly full. Is it not permissible for me to enjoy it here?" Without further ado, Chen Chang'an drew forth his azure sword, brandishing it before Jin Yang. "Is this flying sword not yours?" "That is not mine," Jin Yang vehemently denied. However, before the words had fully escaped his lips, he suddenly erupted with fury, his gaze twisted into a menacing glare as he lunged at Chen Chang'an. In a swift motion, he formed a hand seal, invoking a spell. A fierce fire python surged from behind, vicious and menacing, barreling towards Chen Chang'an with its gaping maw, intent on devouring him whole. "Die!" In the face of Jin Yang's abrupt assault, Chen Chang'an remained unfazed, devoid of joy or sorrow. He simply raised his azure sword. In an instant, A dazzling beam of azure light cleaved through the inky night sky, exuding unparalleled sword might. With a single stroke, it vanquished the fire python. And even Qin Yang was severed in twain by this formidable azure light. Yet the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Instead, the dismembered flesh of Qin Yang transformed into two halves of a talisman. His true self had been teleported 100 meters away. Qin Yang, in a state of sheer terror and disbelief, gazed towards the direction of the Jiukong apothecary, his voice trembling. This fellow is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He is no mere blood-raising false cultivator. He effortlessly slayed me with a single sword stroke. He must be at least of the life-will realm, or even a formidable practitioner of the destiny realm. Infuriated, he shivered at the thought of his near demise. Thanks to the death replacement talisman gifted by an elder of my clan, I am spared, or I would now be a ghost beneath his sword. Qin Yang shuddered. Abandoning any notion of combat with Chen Chang'an, he summoned all his strength to flee. Meanwhile, on Qingyan Street, Chun Chongan observed in astonishment as the severed talisman burned to ashes. He recalled a powerful talisman, the death replacement talisman, documented in a tome within the library. This talisman encapsulated a fragment of Rule's power, capable of shielding its wielder from a life-threatening crisis. It was exceedingly difficult to forge, making it a precious item. Who would have thought he possessed such a talisman? Truly befitting of a scion from a prestigious family, Chen Chang'an murmured, activating his divine eye to watch Qin Yang's flight. Before him, escape was impossible for Qin Yang. When confronted by those intent on his demise, Chen Chang'an would never show mercy. He sheathed the azure sword and, employing the divine steps, pursued Qin Yang at a measured pace. It was akin to a cat toying with a mouse, until the mouse scurried into the city lord's mansion. Clearly, he understood he could not flee Tianwu City and sought refuge with Chu Yongtian for protection. Chen Chang'an snorted coldly. Whoever he sought to eliminate would find no sanctuary. Chapter 38. What are you, threat? Young Master Qin, how have you returned? The arrival of Qin Yang startled the father-daughter duo, Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang. At the city lord's mansion, the pair observed Qin Yang's anxious demeanor with curiosity. Qin Yang's complexion was ashen as he spoke. City Lord Chu. Someone wishes to take my life. Hence I have come here to seek refuge. He continued. I have already sent a message to my family pleading for assistance. Until help arrives from the Qin family, I hope City Lord Chu can provide me sanctuary. Upon hearing this, a sense of unease washed over Chu Yongtian, causing him to furrow his brow. Young Master Qin, who seeks to end your life? It is the young man who treated Wushuang today, Qin Yang replied, his face pale and contorted with hatred. He had not anticipated such a dire outcome and felt a pang of anguish at the thought of the life-saving talisman he had squandered. It was a precious item meant to preserve his life, now wasted. Once his family dispatched a formidable presence, he would ensure that Chen Chang'an would pay with his life. Now, having fled to the city lord's mansion, Qin Yang's anxious heart finally found solace. In his mind, he believed he was safe within its walls. Chen Chang'an, despite his strength, could not possibly surpass Chu Yongtian, a sovereign of the transformation realm. Should Chun Chongan dare to enter the city lord's mansion with murderous intent, Chu Yongtian would undoubtedly teach him a lesson. After all, Qin Yang was a talented alchemist of the Qin family. Chu Yongtian would not stand idly by. However, Qin Yang was unprepared for the sudden shift in Chu Yongtian's demeanor when he mentioned Chen Chang'an's name. You have provoked that young Master Chen? Chu Yongtian's expression darkened, igniting a sense of foreboding in Qin Yang's heart. He asked gravely, what is the matter? Even Chu Wushuang, standing nearby, found herself intrigued. Having rarely witnessed such a reaction from her father, Chu Yongtian gazed at Qin Yang as if he were staring at a corpse, his tone heavy with gravity. What transpired? Why does young Master Chen wish to kill you? Initially hesitant to divulge the details, Qin Yang could no longer conceal the truth under Chu Yongtian's piercing gaze. Our family possesses an elder whose life is waning, and I chanced upon a drop of life essence. Chu Yongtian responded, so, you intended to kill young Master Chen to seize the life essence? Qin Yang nodded, confusion evident in his expression. Indeed, what of it? He continued. I had assumed he was merely a practitioner in the early stages of blood nurturing, yet I did not realize he concealed his true power. I am uncertain whether he is at the life-will realm or the destiny realm. I suffered greatly and nearly lost my life at his hands. Fortunately, I managed to escape to the city lord's mansion, where you, City Lord Chu, protect me, and he would not dare approach. Chu Wushuang was astonished. He is that powerful? She had observed Qin Chaoyan's youthful appearance, barely in his teens, and found it hard to believe he possessed such profound cultivation. Could he be a prodigious cultivator? Jin Yang inquired. City Lord Chu, I notice your expression changes when I mention that fellow. Who exactly is he? Jin Yang's words elicited a bitter smile from Chu Yongtian. Young Master Jin, why choose to provoke such a ruthless individual? Even if you seek refuge in the City Lord's mansion, should he decide to take your life, I would be powerless to protect you. Upon hearing this, Jin Yang was taken aback, and beside him, Chu Wushuang wore a face of confusion. Ruthless individual? Father, why is it that even you cannot offer protection? What is it about him that instills such fear in you? Jin Yang turned to Chu Yongtian, eager for an explanation. Chu Yongtian replied, Young Master Jin, during the day, you must have noticed the respect and trepidation the alchemist from the corpse transport sect held towards him. Do you understand the reason behind it? A sense of unease gripped Jin Yang as he hesitated, voicing his concern. His background must be extraordinary. Could he be a member of a celestial sect that dominates Hezhou? Chu Yongtian shook his head. Incorrect. What then is the reason? Jin Yang pressed anxiously. With a deep, serious gaze, Chu Yongtian stated, it is because the alchemist witnessed two blood-red lights emanating from him. Recently, two elder monarchs of the corpse transport sect met a gruesome end. One elder attempted to unleash a massacre while I was venturing into the depths of Longshan, only to be crushed by a mysterious powerhouse in the city with a mere hand. The other elder, as the alchemist mentioned, also perished near Tianwu City. Chu Wushuang's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Could the mysterious powerhouse be him? Jin Yang's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him. How can this be? He actually killed the two elder monarchs of the corpse transport sect. The explosive news from Chu Yongtian left Jin Yang feeling a chilling dread, coursing through him like ice, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Chu Yongtian sighed. Though this is merely the alchemist's conjecture, it is likely the truth. Young Master Jin, you should leave the City Lord's mansion at once. If he can effortlessly crush the elder monarchs of the corpse transport sect, I cannot guarantee your safety should he seek your life. However, it is said the alchemist has already relayed this information back to the corpse transport sect, so they will likely take action soon. Jin Yang's face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down. He had never felt such fear before. He could not fathom that Chen Chang'an's true strength far exceeded his imagination, shattering his understanding. Could he possibly be a top-tier leader of the indestructible realm? Reflecting on his recent escape from Chen Chang'an, he felt as though he had traversed the gates of the underworld. Without uttering another word, Jin Yang resolved to leave the City Lord's mansion and flee Tianwu City at once. Yet at that moment, Jin Yang suddenly caught sight of something, his entire being struck as if by lightning, rendering him motionless. Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang followed Jin Yang's gaze and beheld a figure, a young man clad in a green robe, who had appeared silently, seemingly out of nowhere, just 10 meters ahead. Even Chu Yongtian, possessing the cultivation of the transformation realm, had not sensed his presence, leaving him with an unsettling chill, pondering to himself. This person appeared without my awareness. He must certainly be a figure of immense power. When did such a remarkably young figure emerge as a master in the realm of cultivation? Countless thoughts swirled in Chu Yongtian's mind. However, Chu Wushuang did not harbor any fear of Chen Chang'an. Instead, she was filled with curiosity regarding him. Was this youthful strongman one of the ancient beings who had returned to their prime? Chu Yongtian hastily clasped his hands in greeting. Young Master Chen, what brings you here? Qin Chaoyan replied, I have come for him. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yongtian considered the significance of Jin Yang's status as a talented alchemist and the son of the influential elder of the Jin family. If he were to perish within the City Lord's estate, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. Thus, he spoke up, Young Master Chen. He is a disciple of the Jin family. If you were to take his life, the Jin family would not let it go unpunished. Why not spare him? Surely he now deeply regrets his actions. Let us each take a step back. The sea is vast, and the skies endless. Chen Chang'an chuckled softly. Are you attempting to play the mediator? I hope young Master Chen can grant me some consideration. But before he could finish his sentence, Chen Chang'an let out a cold snort. What are you, to dare act as a mediator before me? As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure surged towards Chu Yongtian like a torrential flood. Chu Yongtian's countenance changed drastically. He staggered back, unable to even catch his breath. his face paling as cold sweat broke out across his body. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he dared not utter another word. He feared that if he spoke again, Chen Chang'an might crush him as he had done to the elder of the corpse transport sect. It was astonishing that a city lord would find himself rendered speechless in the presence of Qin Chaoyan. Chen Chang'an's eyes flickered as he turned to Jin Yang. Jin Yang's face was ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, as a disciple of the Jin family, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. He refused to believe that Chen Chang'an would truly dare to kill him. Taking a deep breath, he feigned composure and shouted, "I am a genius alchemist of the current generation of the Jin family, and my father is the third elder in power. I am not like those elders of the corpse transport sect. If you dare to kill me, the Jin family will not spare you." Chapter 39. The Death of Jin Yang. Do not offend. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. "So, are you threatening me?" A chilling, murderous intent emanated from Chen Chang'an, reminiscent of a frigid winter moon, causing Jin Yang to tremble uncontrollably, his very soul quaking in fear. "I am not threatening you. I merely hope you will think carefully." Jin Yang stammered, his complexion pale. Beside him, Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang remained silent, inwardly deeming Jin Yang a fool. He was fully aware that he had just slain two esteemed elders of the Shirto sect, yet had allowed the mad alchemist to escape. This could mean either he was exceptionally powerful and unafraid of the Shirto sect, or he was an arrogant fool. Such individuals are often undeterred by threats. In fact, provoking them might only incite their wrath. A cold smile played on Chun Chongan's lips. "If I were an ordinary person, I would have already perished at your hands. If you wish to kill me, why would I spare you? Do you truly desire to oppose the Jin family?" Jin Yang gritted his teeth. But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Chaoyan unleashed a sharp ray of sword light towards him. This beam of light, imbued with terrifying power, instantaneously tore through the void, blindingly brilliant, rendering it impossible to gaze upon. In an instant, Jin Yang's head was severed from his body, leaving behind a cold corpse. In Chun Chongan's hand was the Qingguang sword, a third-grade magical artifact, which Jin Yang had used in his assassination attempt at the Zuaxian building. Stowing the sword away in his storage ring, Qin Chang'an's expression remained placid as he murmured, "I have no desire for a war of words with you. If the Jin family seeks death, then let it be so." He then turned his gaze towards Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang. The father and daughter paled visibly. When Qin Chang'an's eyes fell upon them, they felt a tremor in their hearts, their eyelids twitching, fearing that he might silence them permanently. This would mean that no one would know who had slain Jin Yang. Most crucially, Chen Chang'an could effortlessly crush the elders of the Shirta sect with a mere hand. Thus, it would be even easier for him to eliminate the two of them. Chu Yongtian swallowed nervously, forcing a calm smile. "And Master Chen, please rest assured. I will not disclose that you were the one who killed Jin Yang." Qin Chaoyan replied with a smile, "There is no need for you to fear, Lord Chu. I am not a bloodthirsty person, and besides, you bear me no enmity." Chu Yongtian felt slightly reassured, yet could not help but worry about Qin Chang'an's stance regarding the Jin family. That side of the Jin family, it matters not. You may inform them as you wish. Chu Yongtian was taken aback. He understood that the Jin family was no ordinary sect of cultivators. They had a rich lineage spanning over 10,000 years in Hezhou, with several figures at the immortal realm, and even ancestors at the true monarch level. Qin Chang'an had killed this talented alchemist of the Jin family. Surely, they would not let this transgression go unpunished. Did he truly not fear the repercussions? He hoped he would not find himself fleeing in terror when the Jin family sought retribution. Though Qin Chang'an was formidable, Chu Yongtian speculated that his cultivation level was at most at the immortal realm, unlikely to exceed it. In the realm of myriad laws, the most formidable figures have long made their mark within the grand realm of cultivation, commanding respect across provinces. Yet, Chen Chang'an was a name he had neither seen nor heard whispered in Hezhou. After some contemplation, Chu Yongtian respectfully remarked, "Young master, the recent tranquility in Tianwu City has been disrupted by the arrival of two elders from the corpse transport sect. Have you heard of this matter?" Chu Yongtian intended to subtly hint that the sect sought retribution from Qin Chaoyan. However, Qin Chaoyan, unabashedly, responded, "I was the one who eliminated those two elders from the corpse transport sect. Is there a problem with that?" His candid reply left Chu Yongtian momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to proceed. Beside them, Chu Wushuang interjected, "Young master, If you can so easily extinguish the lives of those two esteemed elders, why then allow the sect's Dan elder to escape and convey your whereabouts back to them? Surely they will seek vengeance against you. Chun Chongan replied with an air of indifference. When faced with soldiers, one must defend. When confronted with water, one must divert. That being said, the madman of the Dan has no enmity with me. He is not attacked, thus I have no reason to harm him. However, should anyone dare to provoke me, they shall not find me merciful. His words, though spoken plainly, were laced with a chilling intent that sent shivers down the spines of both Chu Wushuang and Chu Yongtian. For reasons unexplained, they harbored an absurd belief that the Jin family and the corpse transport sect would find it difficult to contend with Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an removed the storage ring from Jin Yang's corpse and stated, "Gentlemen, the man is deceased. I shall take my leave now." With that, he stepped forth and vanished from the city lord's residence, leaving no trace behind. His movements were as elusive as a specter, instilling profound awe. Once Qin Chaoyan departed, Chu Wushuang and her father exchanged glances. Chu Wushuang voiced her concern. With Jin Yang's demise, the Jin family will surely be incensed. "Father, what shall we do?" Chu Yongtian sighed as he cast a glance at Jin Yang's lifeless body. He has chosen his own path to destruction by provoking this individual. There is no saving him now. Since the young master does not mind the revelation of his actions, we should send a message to the Jin family. Otherwise, should they blame me for Jin Yang's death at the city lord's residence, I would be unjustly vilified. After a moment's thought, Chu Yongtian summoned the steward and issued his directives with utmost seriousness. Lin Lei, deputy commander of the law enforcement guard, ensure you promote him well and avoid any offense. Raise his salary to that of a commander. Understood. The steward acknowledged before departing. Chapter 40. Qin Chaoyan. Never heard of him. The clouds roiled as a magnificent treasure ship sliced through the skies at remarkable speed, traversing mountains and rivers. At the bow stood two women, Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan, who had recently departed from the Changxing sect. Throughout their journey, Qin Chaoyan had been diligently refining the compassionate sword and had finally achieved a faint connection with it, managing to exert a semblance of control over the blade. Seeing this progress, Dongfang Lingyue was overjoyed. "Chaoyan, you have established a connection with the imperial artifact of the compassionate immortal emperor. It seems that our trip to the imperial palace will surely secure a place for our Changxing sect. Reports from Dalong Mountain indicate that the palace's seal is incredibly strong and has yet to be breached. I sense that perhaps, through this compassionate sword, you may hold the key to unlocking the imperial palace." Qin Chaoyan replied respectfully, "As your disciple, I will strive diligently to live up to the expectations of my master and the Changxing sect." Dongfang Lingyue gazed into the boundless sea of clouds, her long hair dancing in the wind. "Disciple, we are nearing Tianwu City. Please recount the astonishing feats of that senior. It is said that this individual split Dalong Mountain in half with a mere ordinary iron blade. Such strength, I fear, even our Changxing sect's supreme ancestor cannot match. To what terrifying realm has this senior ascended?" At that moment, a golden treasure ship approached, its hull adorned with a large sun banner that fluttered vigorously in the breeze. Dongfang Lingyue raised an eyebrow. "It is the Jin family's treasure ship. It seems they, too, have sent people to contend for the immortal emperor's legacy." Soon, the two ships drew closer. At the helm of the Jin family's vessel stood a portly man clad in golden attire. Dongfang Lingyue recognized him as Qin Chaoyan, the second head of the Jin family, renowned for over 6 centuries and one of the 3 sect leaders. The Jin family held significant power in Hezhou. With 3 sect leaders, the current family head Qin Chuanxiong, the second head Qin Chuanfeng, and the third head Qin Chuanai. Qin Chuanfeng exchanged pleasantries with Dongfang Lingyue. "I did not expect the Jin family would send you. It appears you are resolutely determined to obtain the immortal emperor's legacy." Qin Chuanfeng shook his head. "Fairy Lingyue, you overestimate my Jin family. In this upheaval that has stirred the cultivation world, I would be content with merely a taste of the bounty. The immortal emperor's legacy is a matter of fate, not to be forced. We shall let things unfold naturally. I have come for a matter of greater importance." Dongfang Lingyue queried with curiosity, "What other matters does your Jin family have to attend to, aside from the immortal emperor's legacy?" A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Chuanfeng's eyes. "Last night, the most outstanding young alchemist of our Jin family was tragically killed in Tianwu City. I am here to address that issue." Dongfang Lingyue was taken aback. Is there someone in Huzhou bold enough to slay your family's prodigy? Do you know who it was? Qin Chuanfeng's expression grew grave as he spoke. According to the message relayed by the Lord of Tianwu City, Chu Yongtian, the perpetrator is Chen Chang'an. It is said that this individual possesses formidable strength, capable of effortlessly crushing the elders of nobility with a mere hand. He is likely a figure of equal caliber to us, a leader of the sect. Chen Chang'an, I have not heard of this person, Dongfang Lingyue replied, shaking her head. Beside her, Qin Chaoyan also admitted to being unaware of Chen Chang'an's name. Little did they know, this very Chen Chang'an was the mysterious powerhouse they intended to visit in Tianwu City. Qin Chaoyan had not inquired about Chen Chang'an's name at the time. She only knew he had instructed her to seek him at Jiukang Apothecary in Tianwu City. Dongfang Lingyue remarked, Friend Jin, since he is also a leader of the sect, it may not be easy for you alone to confront him. Jin Chuanfeng replied, My elder brother and third brother are already en route. After all, it was my third brother's son who was killed. If we let this matter slide, would it not be a source of ridicule for the cultivators of Huzhou? Dongfang Lingyue pondered. 3 leaders of the sect confronting a single one is certainly manageable, yet will Chun Chongan be foolish enough to wait in Tianwu City for your revenge? Jin Chuanfeng scoffed. This individual is arrogant and conceited, having disregarded my Jin family. I have heard he remains in Tianwu City, living carefreely. I am eager to see what grants him such confidence. I have already sent word to the Shurda sect, having killed 2 of their elder nobles. They will not let this go lightly. With the alliance of my Jin family and the Shurda sect, even if he is a leader of the sect, he shall meet his demise in Tianwu City. Dongfang Lingyue was left speechless. This person truly makes enemies everywhere and is exceedingly arrogant. Qin Chaoyan nodded in agreement. Reflecting on how low-key and humble the mysterious powerhouse had been when he saved her at Dalong Mountain. Had he not intervened, she might have thought him merely a weak and feeble practitioner pretending to cultivate vitality. Chapter 41. It turns out to be a senior, unforgivable. After a further exchange of words, Dongfang Lingyue and Jin Chuanfeng continued their conversation. Jin Chuanfeng's every utterance was laced with veiled malice towards Chen Chang'an, vowing that vengeance must be exacted. Otherwise, the Jin family would become the laughingstock of all cultivators. Dongfang Lingyue chose not to elaborate, deeming it a matter pertaining to the Jin family, and thus refrained from meddling. Subsequently, the 2 magnificent treasure ships set sail together towards Tianwu City, discussing the exchange of intelligence regarding the compassionate immortal emperor and the imperial palace along the way. Suddenly, Jin Chuanfeng noticed that Dongfang Lingyue was not heading to the Dragon Mountain, but rather in the same direction towards Tianwu City, which struck him as rather surprising. Fairy Lingyue, you are not visiting the Dragon Mountain, yet you venture to Tianwu City? Dongfang Lingyue offered no extensive explanation, merely stating that she was going to pay a visit to someone. Should she reveal that the person she intended to visit was the one who had cleaved the Dragon Mountain in twain and drawn out the ruthless figures of the imperial palace? Even Jin Chuanfeng would likely be compelled to ingratiate himself with her. Such a rare opportunity to befriend an unparalleled powerhouse would certainly not be relinquished lightly. For Dongfang Lingyue was not foolish. Noting that Dongfang Lingyue had not elaborated, Jin Chuanfeng refrained from inquiring further about whom she was visiting in Tianwu City. Approximately an hour later, the 2 treasure ships finally arrived at the outskirts of Tianwu City, where they could behold the awe-inspiring sight of the Dragon Mountain, severed in half. The Jin family ship did not enter Tianwu City, but instead paused to await the arrival of 2 other prominent leaders from the Jin family, before collectively entering the city to settle accounts with Qin Chaoyan. Simultaneously, they awaited the arrival of representatives from the Shurtua sect. Thus, they opted for a temporary concealment, seemingly wary of alarming the prey and driving Chen Chang'an away. After parting ways with the Jin family, Dongfang Lingyue, accompanied by Qin Chaoyan, ventured into the city. They quickly gathered information about the Jiukang Apothecary and made their way directly there. At Jiukang Apothecary, upon their arrival, the 2 women were somewhat taken aback by the secluded location of the shop. However, considering Chun Chongan's understated nature, it was only natural for him to reside in such a humble establishment. Let us go inside, Dongfang Lingyue suggested. Qin Chaoyan nodded in agreement. The 2 women entered Jiukang Apothecary. Chen Chang'an, having returned late the previous night after a bout of fatigue from his earlier actions, was still in his room, indulging in a leisurely slumber. Meanwhile, Zhong Ling'er had awakened early, tidied up the shop, and embarked on her cultivation, displaying remarkable diligence. At that moment, upon hearing the commotion, she promptly ceased her training and went to greet Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan. Upon seeing the two women, whose beauty was extraordinary, especially the one in white, exuding an unparalleled grace and possessing an enchanting visage, Zhong Ling'er was utterly astonished. Dongfang Lingyue, upon observing Zhong Ling'er, was momentarily captivated. The girl possessed an untainted purity, her skin resembling exquisite jade. It appeared she bore the essence of a pristine spirit. Dongfang Lingyue was greatly surprised, realizing that she was indeed the disciple of an extraordinary predecessor. Zhong Ling'er inquired, "May I ask what brings you two esteemed sisters to Jiukong Apothecary?" She had a strong suspicion that their purpose was not merely to procure medicine, but rather, they were most likely here for Brother Chang'an. Dongfang Lingyue replied, "We have come in search of a senior residing at Jiukong Apothecary. Young lady, are you aware of whom we speak?" Zhong Ling'er inquired. "You have come to seek Brother Chang'an, haven't you? Brother Chang'an?" For reasons unknown, both Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan recalled the formidable Chen Chang'an, the one who had slain the prodigies of the Jin family. Could there be a connection between the two? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chaoyan asked, "My dear lady, does the Brother Chang'an you speak of bear the surname Chen?" Zhong Ling'er nodded. The expressions of Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan transformed, revealing a hint of astonishment. So it follows that the one who vanquished the Jin family's prodigies and the two esteemed elders from the Shichueo sect is indeed Chen Chang'an? Dongfang Lingyue pondered. This venerable individual possesses extraordinary power. It appears the Jin family has encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Qin Chaoyan reflected. It seems our esteemed gentleman also has his moments of prominence. Then, Dongfang Lingyue addressed Zhong Ling'er, stating, "Dear child, could you kindly inform our senior that Dongfang Lingyue of the Shaoling Peak of the Chongqing sect, along with my disciple Qin Chaoyan, wish to pay their respects?" "Certainly, please wait a moment," Zhong Ling'er replied as she made her way to the rear courtyard. Just as Zhong Ling'er departed, Dongfang Lingyue remarked, "The Jin family holds no enmity with our Chongqing sect. It would be prudent to convey this to them during our journey or to notify them to refrain from seeking vengeance. Should they choose to ignore this counsel, they must bear the consequences." Qin Chaoyan nodded in agreement. Though the Jin family is formidable, our esteemed gentleman's strength surpasses theirs. She had witnessed the terrifying might of Chen Chang'an. Even the combined forces of the three leaders of the Jin family would be unable to withstand a single strike from him. Their pursuit of vengeance against Chen Chang'an amounts to a reckless endeavor. Dongfang Lingyue produced a communication talisman and sent word to Jin Chuanfeng, stationed outside Tianwu City, regarding Chun Chongan's whereabouts. Jin Chuanfeng, who had been awaiting the arrival of his elder brother and third brother, received the unexpected message from Dongfang Lingyue, leaving him perplexed. Upon reading the content of the message, his expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? The legendary Qin Chaoyan is so formidable that even the esteemed Lingyue of the Chongqing sect regards him with trepidation, advising my Jin family against revenge. Jin Chuanfeng's countenance fluctuated, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. What manner of being is this Chen Chang'an? For a moment, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He relayed the message to his elder brother and third brother, awaiting their counsel. Elder brother Jin Chuanxiong quickly responded, "Second brother, do you assert that Chen Chang'an is extraordinary, unlike the typical leader-level cultivators?" Third brother Jin Chuanhai's message brimmed with fury. "Elder brother, second brother, my son Jin Yang was brutally slain by Chun Chongan. This man is arrogant and disdainful, utterly contemptuous of others. Shall we simply allow him to roam freely? To my mind, Lingyue is merely acquainted with Chen Chang'an and seeks to intercede on his behalf. I refuse to believe that the three of us cannot vanquish him in unison." Jin Chuanxiong replied, "Regardless of the circumstances, given that Lingyue has sent a warning to you, this matter requires thorough deliberation. Second brother, await my arrival with the third brother before we discuss this further." Jin Chuanhai interjected, "Elder brother, Jin Chuanxiong, do not worry, my third brother. Jin Yang is my nephew and a prodigious alchemist of the Jin family, with a boundless future ahead of him. To think he perished in Tianwu City at the hands of this Chen Chang'an. The Jin family shall never rest until we seek retribution, regardless of his might. He must provide our family with an explanation." Jin Chuanhai then relented and coldly conveyed, "The enmity of slaying a son is one that cannot be borne. I shall ensure that this Chen Chang'an meets a fate worse than death. Furthermore, Qin Chaoyan is also to blame, a mere weakling who failed to safeguard my son's safety, allowing him to perish within the city lord's estate. I shall not let them escape unscathed. Qin Chaoyan, third brother, it would be wise to refrain from pursuing Qin Chaoyan. After all, he belongs to the Chu family. Though not as formidable as the Qin family, the Chu family is still a prestigious lineage in the realm of cultivation. It is best to avoid creating enemies unnecessarily. Qin Chuanfeng, eldest brother, speaks wisely. Third brother, you must remain composed. Qin Chuanhai Humph. Qin Chuanxiong, second brother, you should wait for us outside Tianwu City. Do not act rashly. We shall arrive at the city by tonight at the latest. Qin Chuanfeng understood. Chapter 42. The arrival of Dongfeng Lingyue, drawing the line. At Jiukong Pharmacy, Chen Chang'an yawned and awoke. He first checked the system interface. Lifespan 1683. I lost 2 years of life last night. What a steep price to pay, he murmured. Should the Qin family come seeking retribution, I shall ensure they compensate for the 2 years I have lost. Recalling the storage ring he obtained from the slain Jin Yang, he felt a thrill akin to unboxing a treasure. Jin Yang was an alchemist. Perhaps within his storage ring lay longevity elixirs or similar treasures. Brother Chang'an, are you awake? Came the gentle call of Zhong Ling'er from outside the door. Awake. What is it, Ling? He replied. 2 beautiful sisters from the longevity sect wish to see you. One is named Dongfeng Lingyue, and the other, Qin Chaoyan. Chen Chang'an's eyes brightened. She has finally arrived. Instantly, his interest in examining Jin Yang's storage ring faded, and he made his way to meet Qin Chaoyan and Dongfeng Lingyue. Dongfeng Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan were poised within the pharmacy, exhibiting proper decorum, hardly daring to glance around. Regardless of how the Jin family might react, they had done their part. If the Jin family were foolish enough to seek trouble with Qin Chang'an, any ensuing consequences would be of no concern to them. At that moment, Chen Chang'an approached with Zhong Ling'er by his side. Upon seeing him, Qin Chaoyan's face lit up with joy, and she quickly rose to pay her respects. Young master, I apologize for the delay in my arrival at Jiukong Pharmacy. I hope for your understanding. Dongfeng Lingyue also stood, not daring to be remiss, and bowed to Chen Chang'an. I am Dongfeng Lingyue of the Longevity Sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior. Simultaneously, Dongfeng Lingyue discreetly observed Chen Chang'an. He possessed an extraordinary appearance, clad in a blue robe, exuding an aura as tranquil as water, his gentle smile evoking great admiration. However, given his youthful visage, merely appearing to be in his teens, Dongfeng Lingyue could not believe that this reflected his true age. Suspecting he had consumed some elixir to preserve his youthful looks, Chen Chang'an returned the gesture, saying, I am Chen Chang'an. Please call me Chang'an. No need for formalities. You have traveled far, and I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Dongfeng Lingyue was pleasantly surprised. She had not expected such politeness and warmth from this significant figure, which only heightened her esteem for him. As Chun Chongan appeared, Qin Chaoyan's demeanor radiated respect, awe, and gratitude. After all, the impression Chen Chang'an had left on her was profound. Dongfeng Lingyue spoke, Young master, I have learned the details from Chaoyan. Thank you for saving her life. Chen Chang'an replied, It was but a simple act. There is no need for such gratitude. Dongfeng Lingyue smiled. While it may be a trivial matter to you, it is an insurmountable act of kindness for Chaoyan and for the longevity sect as well. Had Chaoyan met a tragic end at the hands of the disciples of the corpse-carrying sect, I would have lost a beloved disciple. Qin Chaoyan nodded gravely. Chen Chang'an's kindness was overwhelming, and she truly felt at a loss as to how she might repay it. Beside her, Zhong Ling'er blinked quietly, refraining from interrupting. Dongfeng Lingyue spoke. I have heard from Chaoyan that you seek a means to extend your lifespan. Our Longxing sect possesses a method known as the Feiyue longevity technique that can cultivate vitality. I have brought both the technique and the visualization diagram. With that, Dongfeng Lingyue presented the Feiyue longevity technique and the diagram to Chen Chang'an. He accepted them without hesitation, his heart elated. With this technique mastered, he could extend his life by 30 years. Then, Dongfeng Lingyue retrieved a jade box. Chen Chang'an, intrigued, inquired, What is this? Dongfeng Lingyue smiled and replied, This is a 4th grade Baisho Dan, sent by our sect leader as a token for you, esteemed sir. Given your need for longevity, I believe this elixir will serve you well. At her words, Chen Chang'an's eyes brightened. Such a treasure. He recalled seeing the Baisho Dan in the ancient texts of the city lord's estate, It could extend one's life by a century. Though not as potent as the Qin Chaoyan, it remained an exceedingly rare longevity elixir. This elixir is indeed beneficial to me, and as it is a gift from your Longsheng sect, I shall gladly accept it, he affirmed. He added, should your sect require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I owe you a favor. Dongfang Lingyue shook her head. You do not owe our sect any debt. The gift of the Baisho Dan is merely an expression of gratitude for your life-saving deed. Very well, she continued. There is another matter I must bring to your attention. What is it? Chen Chang'an inquired. You have slain the talented alchemist of the Jin family, and they are unlikely to let this matter rest. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. How did you come to know of this? He had not anticipated that news of Jin Yang's demise, which had occurred just the previous night, would reach Dongfang Lingyue so swiftly. With a resigned smile, Dongfang Lingyue explained, on my journey to Tianwu City, I happened to encounter members of the Jin family and exchanged a few words, thus becoming aware of the situation. Chen Chang'an remained unfazed. It matters not. My actions against Jin Yang were justified, as he initiated the assault on me. Alas, he chose the wrong adversary. Should the Jin family seek vengeance, I shall not show them any mercy. His calm words resonated with unwavering confidence. Dongfang Lingyue chose not to press further, saying, now that the compassionate sword has been refined by Chaoyan, we shall not disturb your rest. We must proceed to the depths of the great dragon mountain to contend for the legacy of the immortal emperor. Chen Chang'an nodded. With Qin Chaoyan possessing one of the emperor's artifacts, they had a distinct advantage in the pursuit of the immortal emperor's legacy, which they could leverage effectively. Qin Chaoyan nodded in agreement, pledging to heed Chen Chang'an's guidance and to strive earnestly. Go forth, he urged. Dongfang Lingyue departed with Qin Chaoyan from the Jiukong apothecary, and upon exiting the city, they encountered Jin Xuanfeng of the Jin family, who had been waiting for some time. Fairy Lingyue, he inquired. Might I know how much you are aware of that Chen Chang'an? Dongfang Lingyue remarked. Today, I am witnessing this for the first time. His strength is unfathomable. If the Jin family seeks vengeance, they must think carefully. Jin Xuanfeng responded with a wry smile. I never expected that even the esteemed Fairy Lingyue would harbor such trepidation towards Chen Chang'an. However, my third brother is currently in a fit of rage, and this matter may not be easily resolved. Dongfang Lingyue shook her head, choosing to say no more. She departed with Qin Chaoyan towards the Great Dragon Mountain, leaving Jin Xuanfeng bewildered. How could this woman's demeanor shift as unpredictably as the heavens? He longed to glean more information about Chen Chang'an. The journey here had been quite pleasant, yet the atmosphere had suddenly turned distant. The Jin family had not wronged her in any way. Unbeknownst to Jin Xuanfeng, Jin Yang had provoked Chen Chang'an and paid the ultimate price. Should the Jin family pursue retribution, they would irrevocably offend Chen Chang'an. Having encountered Chen Chang'an today, Dongfang Lingyue, though uncertain of his true prowess, noted his extraordinary eloquence and unique aura. She sensed that his strength was indeed vast and immeasurable. Realizing that it would be unwise to provoke him, fostering an amicable relationship would be the prudent choice. If the Jin family were to become adversaries of Qin Chaoyan, Dongfang Lingyue would have to consider the resource exchanges between the Changsheng sect and the Jin family, and if possible, maintain a safe distance and draw a clear line. Chapter 43. A Smooth Path to Cultivation and Longevity. Chen Chang'an opened the jade box and carefully examined the emerald-hued elixir nestled within. This was indeed the coveted Baisho Dan. The size of a longan, its color lustrous and rounded, resembling a precious emerald, exquisite and translucent, adorned with four spiraling patterns emanating an enticing fragrance. To unexpectedly acquire a Baisho Dan was a delightful surprise. Beside him, Zhong Ling'er expressed her concern. Brother Chang'an, I have noticed you constantly in search of longevity elixirs. Does that mean your lifespan is? Chun Chongan smiled and replied, Ling'er, may I ask you, what do mortals ultimately seek in their pursuit of immortality? Zhong Ling'er blinked her eyes. To ascend to immortality and become powerful, so as not to be bullied? Chen Chang'an shook his head. All things in this world have their limits. The fleeting beauty of life is but an illusion. Every performance must come to an end. And in the end, flowers wither and lives fade, often unnoticed. The true pursuit of those who cultivate is invariably longevity. Only through longevity can one attain eternal existence. Strengthening oneself is often merely a means to protect one's life. In this world, where mortals live but a few decades, How can one hope to witness all the splendor of life? Thus, I have resolved to seek longevity, making lifespan of utmost importance. Zhong Ling'er, puzzled, inquired, so, does Brother Chang'an fear death? Qin Chaoyan's face flushed slightly. Ah, what are you two discussing? Lin Lei suddenly entered the apothecary. What brings you here? Chen Chang'an asked. I came to check on you. There was an assassination attempt on you at the drunken immortal pavilion last night, and I couldn't sleep a wink. Now that I see you are well, I can breathe easy. Lin Lei chuckled. I certainly did not wish to be here for your corpse. Chen Chang'an shot Lin Lei a glance, but appreciated the concern of a good brother. Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave. I have a rendezvous with Xiaolu to visit her father today. Now that I am the deputy commander of the law enforcement guard, I am quite curious to see his reaction upon meeting me. A look of curiosity spread across Lin Lei's dark face, brimming with satisfaction. Chen Chang'an scoffed. A petty triumph indeed. You owe your good fortune to my brotherly luck. Just wait for the celebratory feast, ha. After a brief exchange, Lin Lei departed. Chen Chang'an shook his head. Does this fellow not realize that marriage often leads to a metaphorical grave? Once Xiaolu takes charge, it seems I will no longer have the chance to enjoy the liberating escapades with Defu at Tianxianfeng. Brother Chang'an, I have heard of Tianxianfeng. It is said that the ladies there are enchanting, capable of captivating one's very essence. How can you be so carefree on such excursions? Zhong Ling'er, naive to the ways of the world, displayed an innocent curiosity in her eyes. Chen Chang'an playfully pinched Zhong Ling'er's cheek. Matters of adults are not for children to intrude upon. Go and cultivate. Zhong Ling'er pouted and muttered, I am not a child. Chen Chang'an chuckled. I am quite curious about what makes you resemble an adult. Zhong Ling'er cast her gaze downward at her smooth and level figure, reminiscent of a magnificent horizon. Thoughts of Sister Hongying from the Wanbao Pavilion conjured images of tumultuous waves and towering peaks, prompting her to sigh softly, choosing silence thereafter. In her thoughts, Zhong Ling'er mused that her brother Chang'an must surely prefer those with ample bosoms, and her modest endowments could not possibly attract his favor. Old Madame Rong had mentioned that men are invariably drawn to those with generous curves, leaving her in a state of despair. After a moment of silence, Zhong Ling'er ventured to ask, Brother Chang'an, do you think there is still a chance for me to grow? Chen Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a query from her. He glanced at the splendid horizon of her chest and, with a sympathetic tone, replied, You are still young. Anything is possible. Perhaps when you mature, it will come to fruition. Zhong Ling'er's eyes sparkled brightly, akin to the stars in the night sky, glowing with hope. However, her demeanor soon shifted as she contemplated something. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she lowered her head in silence. Despite her youth and innocence, she understood the complexities of adulthood, realizing that such transformations could not be achieved alone. They required the cooperation of another. The only person she considered for this collaboration was none other than Chen Chang'an. With a gentle flick, Chen Chang'an playfully tapped Zhong Ling'er on the head, eliciting a sympathetic touch to her crown from her. At such a tender age, do not entertain foolish thoughts, he admonished. Zhong Ling'er pouted, feeling wronged. Yet she acknowledged his wisdom. You need to cultivate, he advised. You are exceedingly weak. A mere passerby could easily overpower you. Indeed, she acquiesced, and set off to begin her training. Chen Chang'an's focus shifted to the flying moon longevity technique, bestowed by the cold moon of the east. To master this technique, one must visualize the longevity diagram to condense the longevity pearl, as both are indispensable. Thus, the more precious the longevity technique, the more invaluable the corresponding diagram. Often concealed within the realms of immortals, inaccessible to outsiders. Of course, those with inferior talent would find it nearly impossible to cultivate the longevity technique. Even with possession of both the technique and the diagram, Chen Chang'an first examined the longevity technique, which belonged to the blood-nurturing realm and was not difficult for him to comprehend. He then opened the longevity diagram to commence his visualization practice. However, it soon became evident that Chen Chang'an's talent was lacking. After prolonged effort, he could not conjure the necessary longevity seal essential for the cultivation of the technique. In his frustration, he resorted to his skill-divine mind, and in an instant, clarity flooded his consciousness. With a moment's focus, he successfully condensed a flying moon-shaped longevity pearl within his sea of consciousness, using the visualization diagram. With the longevity pearl in hand, Chen Chang'an could now embark on the practice of the flying moon longevity technique. accumulating vital life essence within the pearl. Once sufficient energy was gathered, the pearl would radiate a brilliant golden hue, shattering spontaneously, releasing life essence throughout his being, thereby extending his lifespan by 30 years. Chapter 44. The Great Sun Dynasty. Su Tong, a formidable figure, should not be trifled with. After consolidating the longevity pearl, Chun Chongan endeavored to cultivate the Feyue longevity technique. As he embarked on this practice, he became acutely aware of the longevity pearl within him, drawing forth strands of mysterious energy from the heavens and the earth. The pearl shimmered with brilliance, transforming into resplendent golden longevity liquid. Chun Chongan estimated that if he were to refrain from eating or drinking to focus solely on his cultivation, he could fill the pearl within 2 or 3 months at most, ultimately shattering it to extend his life by 30 years. Subsequently, he entrusted the Feyue longevity technique to Zhong Ling'er, encouraging her to practice and visualize the longevity diagram. True to her innate royal physique and extraordinary talent, she manifested her own longevity pearl in merely half an hour, albeit not as swiftly as he did with the aid of his divine mind skill. Chen Chang'an could only feel a sense of resignation. Indeed, he was a mere underachiever. Now equipped with a method for cultivating longevity, Chen Chang'an was merely in search of a body-refining technique. However, such techniques were exceedingly rare, even scarcer than longevity-enhancing substances, making them difficult to procure. Fortunately, he possessed 1,000-year-old ginseng to sustain his life, alleviating any urgency in his quest for a body-refining method. Patience was key. If only he could locate the martial sage's tomb of Ba Jie as recorded in ancient texts, what a boon that would be. Yet, Chun Chongan understood that finding such a tomb was no simple task. If it were, it would not have remained undiscovered until now. Afterward, he inspected the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Nurtured by his invincible prowess, the ginseng thrived remarkably, branching out and radiating vibrant spiritual light. Its life force was overwhelmingly potent. Just inhaling the fragrant aroma of the ginseng imbued him with an ethereal sensation, invigorating his spirit. To be candid, the ginseng appeared to him as an enchanting beauty, lying upon a bed, inciting an irresistible desire to consume it. Yet, Chen Chang'an had to exercise restraint. Now was not the time for indulgence. Consuming it would be an extravagant waste. He must endure. Next, he utilized his invincible powers to nurture the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Alas, after a year of nourishing, the ginseng reached its limit and could no longer sustain the additional life force. It was overflowing and on the brink of decay. With a lifespan of 1682, he entrusted the apothecary to Zhong Ling'er and made his way to the Wanbao pavilion. Upon his arrival, Yi Hongying greeted him with unbridled joy. Following the demise of the 2 guarding elders at Longshan Mountain, she now had the reins of the entire Wanbao pavilion under her command, unimpeded. However, news arrived from the main store inquiring about the fate of the shattered command tokens of the guarding elders. Yi Hongying claimed ignorance, stating that the 2 elders had ventured to Longshan Mountain and were unaware of the assailant's identity. The main store indicated that they would soon dispatch an elder of the Wang Ho realm to investigate the matter. Yet, Yi Hongying felt no trepidation. She was now a person of the young master, whose unparalleled strength could easily crush a Wang Ho with a mere flick of his hand. A noble envoy has been dispatched from the headquarters, yet even if they are aware of the situation, they possess no means to contend with the young master. Moreover, Yi Hongying wields several remarkable talismans. Recollecting the terrifying power unleashed by a lowly talisman at Dragon Mountain, she felt as though she were in a dream. In her mind, Chun Chang'an was not only unfathomable, but also shrouded in mystery. He could imbue ordinary talismans with formidable power, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary, leaving her in awe. Presently, she held a few talismans endowed with terrifying might by Chen Chang'an, granting her a measure of self-preservation. All she needed to do was wait patiently, to lie in wait. For one day she would return to the headquarters and reclaim all that belonged to her. My lord, I had intended to seek you out. Today I have just received news regarding a body-refining technique. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, today was proving to be fortuitous. Do share, he urged. Yi Hongying replied, it comes from the headquarters. The dominant power in Hezhou, the Day Sun Dynasty, has completed the construction of their teleportation array and will soon arrive at Dragon Mountain. It is rumored that the Crown Prince, Su Tong, will come to vie for the legacy of the immortal emperor. Su Tung is a true prodigy, born cradled by a golden sun, whose radiance scorches the vast lands of the Day Sun dynasty. He is said to possess the legendary Day Sun divine body. At merely 16 years of age, he has already attained the life will realm. In addition to cultivating immortality, he also practices a mysterious ancient body refining technique and has withstood 3 heavenly tribulations, rendering his physique formidable and impervious to many attacks. He has reached an agreement with the headquarters to borrow the top-tier treasure, the Seeking Immortal Mirror. I wonder if we could seize this opportunity to assist you in obtaining that ancient body refining technique from him. Very well, however. Acquiring his body refining technique from the Crown Prince will not be an easy feat here. What we shall do. Once Su Tung arrives at Dragon Mountain, inform me, and I shall seek him out. Understood. At Wanbao Pavilion, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I have a matter to discuss with you today. What is it? Yi Hongying inquired, puzzled. Without uttering a word, Chen Chang'an merely raised his finger. A flash of golden light shimmered at his fingertip, coalescing into a talisman. In the next moment, the golden talisman merged into Yi Hongying's third eye. She beheld a golden talisman manifesting within her sea of consciousness, emanating a terrifying aura that astonished and intrigued her. Chen Chang'an remarked, "Since you are under my protection, it is but a small matter for me to bestow upon you a few life-preserving talismans, especially since you nearly lost your life procuring the 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng for me. I have yet to reward you. This is the life and death talisman. You may activate it to temporarily attain the cultivation level of a noble, with 2 uses available. Cherish it well." Upon hearing this, Yi Hongying's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, and she gasped in astonishment. Activating this talisman will grant me the cultivation level of a noble? Indeed. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing the life and death talisman. In the future, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you. Qin Chaoyan smiled. You are quite capable. Yi Hongying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the praise from young Master Xia. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Chang'an departed from Wanbage. Along the way, he encountered Granny Rong and greeted her with a smile. Granny Rong, where are you headed? Granny Rong chuckled. Ah, Chang'an, you seem so joyful. Could it be that you have a child? Chun Chongan replied, with a helpless expression. Haha, I was just joking, Granny Rong continued. But really, Chang'an, let us not talk about children. Granny Rong rolled her eyes. You are already 16. It's about time for you to think about having a child. Just imagine the liveliness a child would bring to your side. Then she added, that girl Ling'er seems quite good. You should get closer to her. Beastly, Chen Chang'an murmured. What did you say? He asked, clearing his throat. I mentioned that I have a friend named Qin Shou. Granny Rong's eyes lit up. How old is he? Is he wealthy? Does he have a wife? Is he a cultivator? Do you need me to help introduce him to someone? Not necessary, Chen Chang'an replied, unable to withstand her inquiries. Granny Rong expressed her disappointment, but quickly perked up again, asking, Chang'an, do you know when the Su family will return? I don't know. Chen Chang'an responded. Granny Rong sighed. That girl has been waiting for Su Dafu for quite some time now. What on earth is that fat fellow doing? If he doesn't come back soon, I won't hesitate to introduce this fine young lady to someone else. Chen Chang'an said. That fellow went to the Dragon Mountain to vie for the inheritance of the immortal emperor. You might as well stop having the girl wait for him. If he were to meet his end there, it would be a waste of her time. Granny Rong gazed towards the direction of Dragon Mountain, shaking her head. The inheritance of the immortal emperor. I never imagined such an opportunity existed at Dragon Mountain. After all these years in Tianwu City, I've heard rumors of its emergence, but it's not so easily obtained. I've heard that many have perished within the mountain. After a brief discourse, Granny Rong hurried off, likely to arrange a match for yet another family in the city. Chapter 45, The Trump Card? The Three Brothers of the Jin Family. Outside the city, Jin Chuanfeng awaited on the treasure ship, remaining motionless. Suddenly, Chu Yongtian, the lord of Tianwu City, arrived with his daughter, Chu Wushuang. Chu Yongtian clasped his hands in greeting, acknowledging Jin as a senior. Jin Chuanfeng spoke, Lord Chu, I summoned you to inquire further details regarding Qin Chaoyan. With a wry smile, Chu Yongtian replied, Senior, I have conveyed all that I know through the communication talisman, leaving nothing concealed. There is little more to discuss. To be honest, had my beloved daughter not fainted yesterday, I would have remained unaware of such a hidden powerhouse residing within the city. Jin Chuanfeng furrowed his brow. What do you believe his strength to be? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yongtian responded, he possesses the capability to crush a king with a single hand, indicating his prowess surpasses the transformation realm. Even when confronting him, I could not discern any fluctuations in his cultivation, nor did he direct any intent towards me. Yet I was still engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. This individual is at the very least a master of the undying realm. Qin Chuanfeng's frown deepened. Senior, what troubles you? Qin Chuanfeng continued. You mentioned that this person has slain my family's talented alchemist. Should the Qin family seek vengeance? Senior, this matter pertains solely to your family. I shall not involve myself further, Chu Yongtian replied, wishing to avoid entanglements with either the Qin family or Chun Chang'an to prevent any unwarranted calamities. Lord Chu, I must ask, what is your stance on this individual? Qin Chuanfeng pressed. Very strong, was Chu Yongtian's succinct reply. Qin Chuanfeng remained speechless, considering it a mere platitude. However, it was Chu Wushuang who spoke up. Senior, Master Chun is no ordinary individual. In my view, his audacity to kill your family's talented alchemist indicates he bears no fear of the Qin family. Furthermore, having slain the two elder kings of the corpse transport sect, he must possess some formidable trump cards. It would be prudent for the Qin family to deliberate carefully before making any decisions. Chu Wushuang's words leaned in favor of Chen Chang'an. Truthfully, she was unaware of the extent of his strength, yet he had saved her life, and she held deep gratitude towards him. She harbored a concern that perhaps he might not measure up against the Qin family. Hence, she hoped the Qin family would refrain from taking action against him. In fact, she had sought out Lin Lei earlier to warn Qin Chang'an to be cautious of the Qin family and to avoid confrontation if possible. Little did she know that the Qin family would arrive in Tianwu City so swiftly. Upon hearing Chu Wushuang's remarks, Qin Chuanfeng said nothing further, merely narrowing his eyes. So, it seems this individual possesses several hidden trump cards that embolden him. What could these trump cards be that even the Cold Moon Fairy of the Eternal Life sect fears? Qin Chuanfeng found himself at a loss for answers. Lord Chu, I have inquired all I needed. You may take your leave. Senior, there is one more matter I wish to discuss, Chu Yongtian said. Speak. The long-standing enmity between the Qin family and Qin Chaoyan should not manifest within the confines of Tianwu City. After all, this city is a territory entrusted to my governance by the Chu family. Should any untoward incident occur, it would be difficult for me to provide a satisfactory explanation to the Chu family. Moreover, the city is home to countless mortals. Should there be unwarranted bloodshed, it would tarnish the reputation of your esteemed Qin family. Qin Chuanfeng remarked, understood. My Qin family has no desire to offend the Chu family without cause. Besides, we are a prestigious lineage. How could we indiscriminately slay innocents and invite the scorn of the world? Thank you, esteemed elder. Only then did Chu Yongtian feel reassured. Departing with Chu Wushuang. Not long after their departure, a disciple of the Qin family, dispatched to gather intelligence, returned. What have you discovered? Qin Chuanfeng inquired. 3 years ago, Chen Chang'an became a disciple of an elderly physician surnamed Huang. The master and disciple operate a modest establishment known as the Jiukong Apothecary, maintaining a low profile. And the locals are largely unaware that Chen Chang'an is a formidable recluse. Qin Chuanfeng pressed further. Who is Chun Chongan's master? He mused, given Chen Chang'an's prowess. His master must surely be a noteworthy figure as well. However, it was revealed that 6 months prior, his master had abruptly departed from Tianwu City and has yet to return. The only information gleaned was that his surname is Huang, with nothing more known. Presently, the Jiukong Apothecary is solely managed by Chen Chang'an, alongside a recent matchmaker's introduction of a prospective partner named Zhong Ling'er. Is there anything else? No further information has been uncovered for the time being. You may leave. A flicker of cold light danced in Qin Chuanfeng's eyes. Chen Chang'an, what is it about you that stirs the apprehension of the Cold Moon Fairy? Infuriating. At that moment, the communication talisman in Qin Chuanfeng's possession began to glow. Upon activating the talisman, his eyes brightened as he gazed into the distance. A magnificent treasure ship was swiftly approaching, bearing 2 formidable presences that surged like a torrential mountain flood, suffocating in their intensity. Qin Chuanfeng realized that his elder brother, Qin Chuanxiong, and his younger brother, Qin Chuanhai, had arrived, and it was time to confer on how best to deal with Chen Chang'an. Chapter 46. The 5 Great Masters Seek Assistance. Brother, third brother, you have arrived. Qin Chuanfeng greeted as he stepped forward. On board the vessel, Qin Chuanxiong and Qin Chuanhai made their appearance. Qin Chuanxiong's demeanor was icy and inscrutable, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light that rendered his thoughts impenetrable. In stark contrast, Qin Chuanhai's expression was one of sheer fury, as if the world owed him a fortune of spiritual stones. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Upon seeing Qin Chuanfeng, Qin Chuanhai wasted no time with pleasantries, bluntly stating, "Second brother, where is the murderer of my son? We must go and eliminate him at once. He has taken my son's life. I demand blood for blood." Qin Chuanfeng sighed. "Third brother, Qin Yang has already passed away. I hope you can find solace in this tragedy. Now that you are here, let us deliberate on how to deal with Chen Chang'an." Qin Chuanhai ground his teeth in frustration. What is there to deliberate regarding Chen Chang'an? We three brothers are masters of our sect. Our combined strength should easily overpower him. At this juncture, Qin Chuanxiong finally interjected, "Third brother, you must remain calm. Take into consideration the cold moon fairy of the eternal life sect. She harbors deep apprehensions towards Chen Chang'an. He must possess something that evokes such fear in her. If we act recklessly, even as masters, we could find ourselves in peril." Qin Chuanhai scoffed. What could he possibly possess to inspire such trepidation? To claim he is a master is already a compliment. I refuse to believe he is on par with our ancestors, the supreme, true monarchs. In my view, we should launch our assault immediately. Eldest brother, second brother. Qin Yang is my only son, your nephew as well. If you do not avenge him, how heartbroken would he be were he to learn of our inaction from the depths of the spirit springs. This statement rendered Qin Chuanxiong and Qin Chuanfeng speechless. Qin Chuanhai continued, "Moreover, relying solely on the words of the cold moon fairy to instill such fear in you is foolish. We cannot let her mere insinuations deter us, for that would only provide fodder for ridicule." As Qin Chuanhai spoke, Qin Chuanxiong's communication talisman illuminated with brilliance. Upon inspection, he discovered it bore news from the corpse transport sect. Qin Chuanxiong's countenance brightened. "Eldest brother, who has sent this news?" inquired Qin Chuanfeng. "It is the corpse transport sect. They have dispatched 2 peak masters to confront Chun Chongan in vengeance for their fallen elder, and they have arrived in Tianwu City, seeking our collaboration," Qin Chuanhai remarked. "Since they are peak masters, they must be akin to 2 masters of our own sect. This gives us 5 masters in total. If we unite our forces, we could obliterate even a top-tier cultivation faction. In this case, I cannot fathom how we would fail to vanquish Chen Chang'an," Qin Chuanfeng remarked. "What my third brother says holds some merit. The words of the cold moon fairy have left us hesitant and cautious. However, now that the corpse-carrying sect has sent their people and the 5 great sect leaders have allied, why should we fear Chen Chang'an alone?" Qin Chuanxiong made a decisive choice, stating, "Then we shall wait for the arrival of the corpse-carrying sect before we take action." He relayed the news to the sect. After a brief period, 2 radiant figures swiftly approached their treasure vessel from the distance, unmistakably the 2 peak masters of the corpse-carrying sect. Upon meeting and engaging in a brief conversation, they reached an accord. The 2 peak masters of the corpse-carrying sect were the master of the Tsanma Peak and the master of the Tiandao Peak, both exuding an aura of formidable cultivation, rivaling that of the Jin brothers. Without any delay, the 5 of them set forth directly to Tianwu City. In Tianwu City, after a visit to the Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Chang'an returned to the Jiukong apothecary. On his way, he took out a low-grade spirit stone containing a fragment of the soul of the blood-life demon lord. After some contemplation, he decided to allow this fragment to attach itself to his storage ring, so he could consult it whenever necessary. Unfortunately, the fragment of the blood-life demon lord was exceedingly frail and had succumbed to a deep slumber. Chen Chang'an called out to it, but received no response. He paid it no mind, as it was of little use to him at present, having only provided him with the first-level method of refining the blood-life technique. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Chang'an had already returned to the Jiukong apothecary. However, upon his return, he encountered Uncle Fu, whom he had not seen for several days. His surprise was palpable. Uncle Fu had sought refuge with his son, Zhong Ling'er, after that fateful night. Yet here he was at the Jiukong apothecary. Uncle Fu's countenance was grave, tears streaming down his face, his expression filled with worry and desperation, while Zhong Ling'er was attempting to comfort him, indicating that something distressing had transpired. Seeing Chun Chongan return, Zhong Ling'er reassured Uncle Fu, saying, "Uncle Fu, Do not worry. With Brother Yoning's injuries, Brother Chang'an will surely have a way to help him. Uncle Fu raised his head, his face lighting up at the sight of Chen Chang'an, but without a moment's hesitation. He fell to his knees. Chang'an, you must save my son. If he dies, I have no desire to live. Chun Chongan hurriedly helped Uncle Fu to his feet and inquired, Uncle Fu, what has happened to Brother Yoning? Please, tell me everything. If I can assist, I will certainly do so. Uncle Fu sighed heavily. These days, Tianwu City has been tumultuous. I went to Orchid Village to seek refuge. But I did not expect my son to go hunting in the mountains and not return for several days. Yesterday, worried for his safety, I ventured into the mountains to find him. I discovered him in a ravine, but when I found him, he was bloodied and disfigured, barely clinging to life. Likely teetering on the brink of death. Uncle Fu's aged, wrinkled hands gripped Qin Chaoyan tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Chang'an, he is my only son, and you are the only physician I trust. You must save him. Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, Qin Chaoyan furrowed his brow and replied, since he is still alive, there remains a glimmer of hope. Uncle Fu, take me to him at once. Yes. Fubo promptly took the lead. Zhong Ling'er intended to close the Jiukong pharmacy and followed Chen Chang'an and Fubo to Orchid Village. However, Chen Chang'an advised her to remain at the pharmacy, allowing only Fubo to accompany him. This was advantageous for Fubo to employ his skill, Divine Step, to expedite their journey to Orchid Village. Chen Chang'an was concerned that if they delayed too long, Zhang Yoning might perish. After some contemplation, he decided to excavate the ancient ginseng from the backyard, taking it with him. This ginseng possessed extraordinary healing properties and contained a vast reservoir of life essence. Should he fail to save Zhang Yoning, he might have to resort to using this precious ginseng. Although Qin Chang'an had initially intended to reserve the ginseng for concocting the Qianshou pill to prolong his own life, there were evidently more pressing matters at hand. After all, items for longevity could be sought again, but if Zhang Yoning were to die, there would be no chance for revival. Grasping Fubo, Qin Chang'an swiftly invoked Divine Step, and in an instant, they vanished from Jiukong Pharmacy, reappearing outside Tianwu City. At that moment, the Jin family trio and the two peak masters of the corpse transport sect were approaching the city outskirts. Jin Chuanfeng spotted the sudden appearance of Qin Chang'an. His pupils constricted, and he was about to speak when he saw Qin Chang'an accompanied by an elderly man, who instantly vanished from sight, darting swiftly into the distance. Jin Chuanfeng hastily exclaimed, that person is Qin Chang'an. He is headed that way. Jin Chuanhai also noticed Qin Chang'an's sudden arrival and was intrigued by how the young man appeared here. However, upon hearing Jin Chuanfeng's words, he became infuriated. For it is said that enemies meet with heightened animosity. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Chun Chongan was gone again. Enraged, Jin Chuanhai shouted, you killed my son. Where do you think you're going? Stop. He was the first to pursue the direction in which Qin Chang'an had fled with Divine Step. Jin Chuanxiong, Jin Chuanfeng, and the two peak masters of the corpse transport sect followed suit. Chapter 47. The cat chases the mouse? Strike to heal? How infuriating. What kind of secret technique has this fellow employed to escape so swiftly? Jin Chuanhai furrowed his brow in deep concern. Upon encountering Qin Chang'an, his fury reached its zenith, compelling him to exert nearly all his strength in pursuit, intent on ending his life. Yet, he found himself unable to close the distance. Instead, the two grew increasingly apart. Desperation gnawed at Jin Chuanhai's heart. Should Chun Chongan elude him, how could he ever avenge his deceased son? Even the likes of Jin Chuanxiong and others trailing behind marveled at Chen Chang'an's speed. Each of them, prominent figures of the sect, had nearly exhausted their power in flight, only to find themselves left in the dust, unable to catch even a glimpse of him. Jin Chuanfeng posited, could it be that this fellow is aware of our approach and is fleeing in fear? Jin Chuanhai sneered, indeed, you have been duped by that woman, Dongfang Lingyue. This man is clearly terrified. Otherwise, why would he flee? Had it not been for your previous hesitations, we might have already eliminated this bastard Qin Chang'an. We cannot allow him to escape. The master of the Heavenly Blade Peak of the Corpse Transport Sect remarked, though I cannot ascertain the nature of the secret technique granting him such speed. It is certain that such a power comes at a significant cost to his own magical energy. I have detected a trace of his aura. Wherever he tries to hide, he shall find no refuge. Moreover, his continued flight will severely deplete his power. When we finally catch up to him, how will he stand against us? The master of Hidden Demon Peak asserted confidently, "From the moment he killed our elder, his fate was sealed. He is doomed." However, the 5 leaders of the Jin family and the corpse transport sect found themselves trailing behind, enveloped in dust, as they could no longer see Chen Chang'an. Now, they depended solely on the faint trace of Chun Chongan's presence captured by the Heavenly Blade Peak Master to pursue him. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Chongan had merely employed the effects of the Divine Step, rendering him unattainable for the 5 leaders, who could only choke on dust. If he had unleashed the full potential of Divine Step, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Throughout this pursuit, Chun Chongan had only utilized Divine Step to conserve his lifespan, entirely unaware that Jin Chuanhai and his cohort were relentlessly chasing him, believing he was in flight. Of course, even if Chen Chang'an were aware, he would not be troubled by it. To come after him was nothing short of courting death. Ultimately, who is the mouse and who is the cat? Only a confrontation would reveal the truth. Employing Divine Step, Chen Chang'an swiftly arrived at Orchid Village with Fubo in tow, taking merely a few breaths. Fubo remained in a state of bewilderment, unable to grasp what had transpired. It should be noted that he had journeyed from Orchid Village to Tianwu City, consuming a great deal of time to arrive. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in Orchid Village. What could possibly explain this? Fubo was at a loss. Fortunately, Chen Chang'an spoke up, prompting Fubo to regain his composure. "Fubo, where's Ningguo?" Over here, over here." Uncle Fu hastily led Chun Chongan to the residence of Zhong Ling'er. In a wooden cabin, Chen Chang'an encountered Zhong Ling'er, whose body was a gruesome sight, marred and bloodied, as if he had suffered a vicious attack. His condition was dire. Not a single part of him appeared unscathed. Beside him, his wife, Li, tended to him, her eyes swollen and red, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls, filled with profound sorrow. To her, it seemed as though her husband was beyond saving. Indeed, with such grave injuries, his body was in tatters, completely unconscious. Were it not for the faintest breath escaping his lips and the subtle rise and fall of his chest, one might have mistaken him for a corpse. However, Li was bereft of hope. The severity of his wounds left little chance for recovery. Even divine intervention would struggle to restore him. His father had gone to Tianwu City to summon a physician, yet his return was delayed, perhaps just arriving at the city, and even if he found a doctor, it would likely be a matter of the following day before they could return. With a heavy heart, Li sighed, fearing her husband might not endure until tomorrow. This thought brought forth a fresh torrent of tears, her grief overwhelming. At that moment, a voice pierced the air from outside, the call of Uncle Fu. Li, momentarily doubting her senses, was soon met with the sight of the door swinging open, revealing Uncle Fu accompanied by Chen Chang'an. "Chang'an, you must examine Yoning's injuries. Is there hope for treatment?" Li, momentarily stunned, sprang to her feet at Uncle Fu's summons to the young physician. "Doctor, please, you must save my husband. I beg you." Chen Chang'an replied, "I will do my utmost to treat him. Allow me to assess his injuries first." Li quickly stepped aside, and Chen Chang'an approached the bedside. Lying before him was Zhong Ling'er, a once robust hunter, now a hulking figure, his body ravaged and bloodied by an unknown assailant. Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow in concern. Utilizing his divine sight, he discerned that the life force within Zhong Ling'er had nearly vanished, 8 or 9 parts out of 10 lost. Had they arrived any later, he might already have been beyond saving. Uncle Fu, with eyes reddened by despair, inquired anxiously, "Chang'an, is there still hope for Yoning?" His heart raced, teetering on the brink of despair, knowing that Chen Chang'an's next words would determine Yoning's fate. The tension was palpable, almost suffocating, and he felt faint. Li hastily supported him. Chen Chang'an reassured him, "Uncle Fu, as long as he yet lives, there remains a possibility for survival. The feasibility of treatment is still uncertain. Allow me to try." Given the severity of Zhong Yoning's condition, conventional remedies had proven ineffective. Without further ado, Chen Chang'an produced a rare ginseng, a treasure of unparalleled potency. The salvation of Zhong Yoning indeed rested upon this ancient herb. Chapter 48, The Slayer, Prepare for Death. Chun Chongan extracted the millennia-old spiritual ginseng, instantly filling the room with its fragrant aroma. However, he refrained from allowing Zhong Yoning to consume it directly. This was a legendary herb of immense potency, capable of overwhelming even seasoned cultivators, leading to their untimely demise. Zhong Yoning, Being merely an ordinary hunter and not a cultivator would be at great risk. A single misstep could turn the ginseng from a life-saving remedy into a lethal poison. Thus, Chun Chongan carefully sliced off a small piece with a knife, instructing Zhong Ling'er to hold it in his mouth. Before long, the effects of the ginseng began to manifest. The faint flicker of life within Zhong Ling'er gradually intensified as the herb's essence coursed through his body, tending to his wounds and momentarily stabilizing his tenuous grasp on life. With this small piece of ginseng, Zhong Ling'er's life was preserved, allowing Chun Chongan to breathe a sigh of relief. "Uncle Fu, please fetch a large tub," Chen instructed. "A large tub?" Uncle Fu inquired. "The injuries are severe. His body is a gruesome sight. A medicinal bath for full body treatment is required." "Understood. I shall procure one immediately." Uncle Fu hurried off and soon returned with a large tub brimming with water. Qin Chaoyan then extracted a droplet of the ginseng's essence. After this extraction, the herb's aromatic potency diminished significantly, its age seemingly reduced to less than a millennium. Nevertheless, Chen Chang'an was unperturbed with his formidable cultivation. He could nurture the ginseng back to its former glory in due time. He introduced the precious droplet into the tub, transforming the water into a radiant golden hue, exuding a rich vitality. Subsequently, he placed the bloodied and mangled Zhong Ling'er into the tub for a comprehensive medicinal bath. The essence of the ancient ginseng blended with the water, tempering its potency, and began to mend Zhong Ling'er's grievous injuries. Uncle Fu and Li Shi observed in awe as Zhong Ling'er's ravaged flesh visibly healed at an astonishing rate. The grotesque wounds gradually receded, giving way to fresh, new flesh. The vitality within him blossomed, becoming increasingly vibrant. Witnessing this miraculous recovery, both Uncle Fu and Li Shi were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces in ecstatic relief. Without hesitation, they knelt before Chen Chang'an, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Chang'an, thank you. Had it not been for you, I would surely have met the King of Hell by now. Thank you, thank you. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." Chen Chang'an swiftly helped the overjoyed Uncle Fu and Li Shi to their feet, offering a wry smile. "Uncle Fu, we have known each other for many years. How could I stand by and watch you perish? Furthermore, as a physician, it is my duty to save lives. This is simply what I must do." Just as Chen Chang'an was tending to Zhong Ling'er's medicinal bath, Jin Xuanfeng and his companions finally arrived at Orchid Village. On that fateful day, the master of the Blade Peak sensed the presence of Chen Chang'an and pointed towards a wooden house in Orchid Village, declaring, "Chen Chang'an is hiding within that humble abode." Jin Xuanfeng lamented, pondering the mysterious technique that allowed this individual to escape with such swiftness. After pursuing for merely a stick of incense, they had finally caught up. If he were to flee any further, apprehending him would be an arduous task. Jin Xuanhai retorted coldly, "He has taken refuge in this village, likely exhausting his secret arts. Now is the perfect moment to claim his life." With that, Jin Xuanhai unleashed his indomitable aura without hesitation. The overwhelming pressure surged like an unfathomable tide, engulfing Orchid Village. The villagers trembled in fear, utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Jin Xuanhai's voice thundered, "Chen Chang'an, you have nowhere left to run. Come forth and meet your demise." His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through to the wooden house where Chen Chang'an concealed himself. Inside, Chen Chang'an had just assisted the kneeling Fu Bo and Li Shi to their feet when he heard the booming voice outside, filled with perplexity. "Who calls my name?" Upon sensing the formidable pressure emanating from the heavens and the earth, he narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "It appears that the visitor harbors ill intentions." At that moment, even the remnants of the dormant soul of the Blood Demon Lord, tethered to the storage ring, were roused by Jin Xuanhai's overwhelming presence. The Blood Demon Lord, taken aback, thought to himself, "This is bad. An indomitable master has arrived." Shortly thereafter, he seemed to discern something of significance, gasping in shock. "5 masters. Who have you entangled yourself with?" The Blood Demon Lord continued, "With 5 masters against you, your demise is inevitable. However, if you allow me to reside within your sea of consciousness, I may possess a means to grant you a sliver of hope." Chen Chang'an responded with a derisive smile. "I advise you to abandon your nefarious thoughts and refrain from coveting my interests. Otherwise, you may not even comprehend how you met your end." The Blood Demon Lord felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chen Chang'an further stated, They are merely a few insignificant lackeys. How could they possibly threaten me? The Blood Demon Lord pondered. This fellow seems utterly oblivious to the depths of my cultivation, unaware of my true strength. Initially, I presumed him to be a noble or a master. Now, it appears he disregards even the masters. Could it be that he is a true monarch of the myriad laws? At this thought, the Blood Demon Lord experienced a sensation akin to swallowing something vile. If Chun Chongan were indeed a true monarch, contending with him in this state of fragmented soul would be exceedingly difficult. It seemed likely that he would be subjected to Qin Chaoyan's oppression for eternity, as he would never allow a full recovery. Chen Chang'an chose to ignore the Blood Demon Lord and addressed Fu Bo and Li Shi, saying, Brother Nung is currently undergoing a medicinal bath for full-body treatment. His injuries are no longer severe. He should awaken shortly. Please take care of him while I step out to attend to some matters. Fu Bo, having overheard the ominous voice outside, expressed his concern. Be careful, Chang'an. Small matter. I shall return quickly, Chen Chang'an assured them before departing the wooden house alone. Outside, the atmosphere was tense. Qin Chaoyan and his 4 companions stood ominously in the heavens, encircling the wooden dwelling where Chen Chang'an resided, leaving him no conceivable avenue of escape. Yet, would Chen Chang'an flee in the face of Qin Chaoyan and his formidable entourage? He stepped out of the wooden house, raising his gaze to meet the eyes of Qin Chaoyan and his cohorts. Upon sighting Chen Chang'an, a murderous intent erupted within Qin Chaoyan, akin to a dormant volcano awakening. He bellowed, Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an regarded Qin Chaoyan with an impassive expression. I never anticipated that upon arriving in Orchid Village, you would also find me. Observing the resemblance between Qin Chaoyan, Qin Chuanxiong, and Qin Chuanfeng, and the deceased Qin Yang, particularly the menacing aura radiating from Qin Chaoyan, it was evident that he was likely Qin Yang's father, confirming their connection to the Qin family. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Chang'an's mind. The Qin family's speed in seeking vengeance was far swifter than he had anticipated, justifying Dongfang Lingyue's warning. With a deliberate step forward, Qin Chuanxiong, the current head of the Qin family, took command of the situation. In a cold voice, he inquired, Chen Chang'an, you have slain my family's prodigious alchemist. What do you have to say for yourself? Chen Chang'an replied, and you are? I am Qin Chuanxiong, the head of the Qin family. Chen Chang'an responded nonchalantly, since you are the head of the Qin family, I shall speak freely. Whether you choose to listen is of little consequence to me. The demise of Qin Yang was a result of his own actions. Had he not sought my life, he would not have met such a tragic end. If you seek vengeance for him, consider your decision carefully. Furrowing his brow, Qin Chuanxiong retorted, Qin Yang could not have vanquished you. He must have recognized your prowess and would have pleaded for mercy. You could have spared him. Why did you not grant him a chance at life? With a cold smile, Chen Chang'an replied, had I not been strong, I would have perished at his hands. If I were to spare those who beg for mercy, how many lives would be lost daily in the realm of cultivation? He cast a disdainful glance at Qin Chuanxiong and his companions. Those who take lives must always be prepared for death themselves. Hearing this, the leader of the corpse-carrying sect, the master of Tsangma Peak, could not help but sneer. What a fine statement from a killer, always ready to embrace the inevitability of death. Chen Chang'an, are you prepared to face your own demise? Chen Chang'an inquired. And who might you be? I am the master of Tsangma Peak from the corpse-carrying sect, here to claim your head. At that moment, the master of Tiandao Peak stepped forward, coldly declaring, I am also from the corpse-carrying sect, the master of Tiandao Peak, sent forth to determine whether you will take your own life, or we shall be compelled to take it from you. Chapter 49, Divine Retribution of the Heavenly Path. A single finger to slay the sect leader. The corpse-bearer sect remains as audacious as ever. Chen Chang'an chuckled, expressing his surprise at the arrival of the corpse-bearer sect members, remarking that it was intriguing, and it seemed the casualties of the sect were still insufficient. He then turned to the blood of longevity Demon Lord, suggesting the extraction of first-tier longevity blood from the 5 individuals present. What do you think? The blood of longevity Demon Lord, concealed within a storage ring, dared not reveal even a hint of his presence before the 5 sect leaders of the corpse-bearer sect and the Qin family. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, he coldly replied, these 5 are figures of sect leader caliber. Not only can they provide the first-tier longevity blood, but they are also more than sufficient for second or third tier. However, such exalted beings have long been sanctioned by the heavens. Should you employ the blood of longevity divine technique on them, it would surely provoke the wrath of the heavens, resulting in divine punishment. At that time, the great rejuvenation of the immortal realm may not have a place for you. Chen Chang'an was taken aback, as it was the first time he had heard the blood of longevity Demon Lord speak thus. Why would there be no place for me? He inquired. The blood of longevity Demon Lord explained. The blood of longevity divine technique is intolerable by the heavens. Extracting life goes against the celestial laws. If it were not for this, I would have secretly enjoyed countless years of longevity, perhaps even achieving the Tao fruit of the immortal emperor, living freely and unencumbered. Instead, I have been besieged by numerous formidable foes. Each time I attempt to extract the longevity blood from those sanctioned by the heavens, I am detected by the celestial path, inciting divine punishment and calamity. Though I rely on longevity blood to extend my life, I am forced to scurry about like a rat. Thus it is, the Demon Lord sneered. If you wish to avoid a swift demise, I advise you against using such powerful beings for the extraction of longevity blood. Otherwise, should the blood of longevity divine technique become known, the uproar it would cause in the great rejuvenation would likely eclipse even the emergence of the compassionate immortal emperor's palace. At that point, you would be a pariah, universally reviled, and even I, the esteemed Demon Lord, would meet a tragic end. Your strength cannot be compared to my former self. You would likely perish before achieving any semblance of longevity. Qin Chaoyan replied nonchalantly, I am different from you. I seek eternal life, spanning countless eons. No one can kill me or impede my path. The blood of longevity Demon Lord scoffed coldly, clearly unconvinced. He had once been on the verge of the immortal emperor realm, yet that divine punishment had left him gravely injured and on the brink of death, unable to withstand the assault of powerful adversaries. Otherwise, he would not have met his end so easily. His warning to Chun Chongan stemmed from a fear of being exposed. For if that were to happen, the remnant of his soul, which he had fought so hard to preserve, would be extinguished, a fate he did not wish to witness. For the blood of longevity Demon Lord, all he desired now was a tranquil refuge to quietly nurture his growth. As for Chun Chongan's brazen and arrogant declarations, the Demon Lord paid them no heed. In his view, Chun Chang'an had yet to grasp the terror of divine retribution. When he finally did, he would surely recognize his own insignificance and perhaps reconsider his arrogance. The 5 members of Qin Chaoyan were oblivious to whom Chen Chang'an was conversing with, their expressions darkening with murderous intent. They could not fathom why Chen Chang'an, in such peril, would dare to remain distracted, clearly dismissing them entirely. Qin Chaoyan spoke coldly. What an arrogant fool. Today, I shall slay you to avenge my kin from the Qin family. No one can save you now. Chun Chongan replied, whether I kill Qin Yang or the 2 elders of the corpse-carrying sect, it is they who seek their own demise. I bear no enmity towards your Qin family or the corpse-carrying sect, but should you insist on seeking revenge, I shall not hinder you. The consequences are yours to bear. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chaoyan could no longer contain himself and charged at Chen Chang'an like an arrow released from its bow. Truly, as a figure of authority, his first strike unleashed a terrifying assault, summoning the powers of heaven and earth. A dazzling spectacle unfolded as countless bolts of lightning intertwined, forming a dense web of thunder that enveloped Orchid Village, emanating an overwhelming might. The thunder roared and crackled, not only aimed at Chen Chang'an, but also threatening to obliterate the entire Orchid Village. At that moment, it seemed no soul in the village would survive. Chen Chang'an's gaze turned icy. This is a grudge between us, unrelated to the villagers of Orchid Village. Yet you seek to annihilate them. It appears your Qin family is not of noble character. Qin Chaoyan retorted coldly, a swarm of insignificant ants. To perish beneath my thunderous might is their honor. Blame yourself for fleeing here and bringing doom upon them. Die. With that, Qin Chaoyan raised his hand and pressed down. The thunderstorm surged with a catastrophic force. Chen Chang'an chuckled coldly. You claim I fled here? He remained calm and composed, standing outside the wooden house, facing the overwhelming thunder. He opened his mouth and inhaled deeply, drawing in the torrential lightning as if it were a meal. Feeling slightly satiated, he could not help but burp. This scene caused the expressions of Qin Chaoyan and his 4 companions to shift dramatically. He had actually consumed my sea of thunder. This fellow is indeed extraordinary. Why did he conceal his true strength? That act of devouring lightning appeared as casual as dining, making it impossible to gauge his true capabilities. The five did not dare to underestimate him. The enigmatic presence of Chun Chongan instilled a sense of gravity within them, prompting each to summon their most formidable artifacts. Among these were stone bells, swords, and cauldrons, all shimmering with radiant brilliance, casting a resplendent glow across the sky. As figures of authority, the five exuded immense power, intensified by the artifacts they summoned. The terrifying aura they emitted shattered the surrounding mountains and trembled the earth, creating a scene that was nothing short of breathtaking, causing the villagers of Orchid Village to believe that deities had descended, leaving them in a state of panic as they kneeled and bowed, utterly bewildered. Yet, the terrifying aura of the five did not suppress Chen Chang'an. He stood firm against their overwhelming presence, though the toll on his lifespan was inescapable. Otherwise, the mere essence of these five would be sufficient to annihilate all innocent villagers in Orchid Village. Within his mind, the system notifications echoed repeatedly. It seemed that to vanquish these five, he would need to expend some of his lifespan today. Lifespan -1, lifespan -1. Chun Chongan strode towards the five, his demeanor cold and indifferent. I warned you that should you lay a hand on me, you would bear the consequences. Now that you have compelled me to act, the Orchid Village is destined to be stained with the blood of your five sect leaders. Qin Chaoyan snorted coldly. Chen Chang'an, do not be so arrogant. Even if you were to kneel and beg for mercy today, there is no chance for you to survive. The master of Tiandao Peak declared, from the moment you offended my Shirtawa sect, your death was sealed. Your head shall belong to my sect. Chen Chang'an remained silent, merely raising his right hand and pointing with his index finger. From the tip of his finger, a dazzling golden beam of light shot forth, instantly piercing the heavens and the earth. A beautiful splash of bright red blood erupted into the air. The stone bell conjured by Qin Chaoyan shattered into countless pieces, and with a cry of despair, he was obliterated by the brilliant golden light, his essence and form entirely annihilated, leaving not even a trace of his corporeal body. Furrowing his brow, Chen Chang'an realized he had been careless, his control slipping slightly, resulting in excessive force. He had only intended to slay Qin Chaoyan and retain his corporeal form for the refinement of his longevity essence. Yet, his unrivaled prowess had inadvertently led to the complete destruction of Qin Chaoyan. It appeared he must continue to master his invincible strength. Unbeknownst to Chen Chang'an, however, his casual strike had instilled a profound shock in the remaining four. They could scarcely fathom that the formidable Qin Chaoyan, a formidable figure of the indestructible realm, could be so effortlessly erased with a mere gesture from Chen Chang'an, leaving no opportunity for retaliation whatsoever. After the initial shock, a chilling dread surged from their feet to their hearts, enveloping them in terror, their spines chilled, and their souls trembling in fear. Initially, they had believed that no matter how powerful Chen Chang'an might be, he could never match the combined strength of the five of them. Their confidence was unwavering, certain of their victory. Yet, in just one exchange, they witnessed the terrifying prowess of Chen Chang'an as Qin Chaoyan fell with a single move. It felt as though he had crushed an ant with effortless ease. A single finger to slay a sect leader. How could this be possible? Was this merely a dream? Chapter 50. The Master's Cataclysm, Devouring Souls. With a mere flick of his finger, Chun Chongan extinguished the soul of Qin Chaoyan, leaving him with a profound sense of remorse. He resolved to exercise restraint with the remaining four, approaching them with a gentler demeanor. However, as his gaze fell upon Qin Chuanfeng, Qin Chuanxiong, the master of Tiandao Peak, and the master of Tsangma Peak, their faces turned ashen, drained of all color in an instant. Tremors coursed through their bodies, their souls quivering in terror, as if they were on the verge of fleeing into the abyss. How audacious! Who claimed that Chen Chang'an was merely a master-level character? With a single gesture, he obliterated a master-level being. He must be an ancestral figure of those celestial clans, a transcendent sage wielding the laws of heaven and earth. Flee! Had they known Chen Chang'an was a transcendent sage, they would never have dared to seek vengeance upon him. The shadow of death loomed heavily over Qin Chuanfeng, Qin Chuanxiong, the master of Tiandao Peak, and the master of Tsangma Peak, an inescapable dread that they could not shake off. Observing their flight, Chun Chongan remarked coolly, just a moment ago, you were quite boastful. Why the sudden retreat? Let us play together. With that, he made his move once more. A colossal golden hand manifested, shattering the corporeal form of the master of Tiandao Peak with a resounding crack. Yet, the master did not perish from Chun Chongan's strike. This time, his invincible prowess was slightly diminished. Furrowing his brow, Chun Chongan mused that mastering such unparalleled power was indeed troublesome. Too much force would annihilate the body, leaving no trace, while too little would fail to bring about death. Clearly, he needed to utilize it more frequently. The master of Tiandao Peak, grievously wounded and sprawled on the ground, pleaded desperately for mercy. "Spare me, esteemed senior, spare me." Chun Chongan retorted, "Did you not declare my head as your prize?" With a swift motion of his fingertip, the head of the kneeling master rolled away. Another of the 5 masters had met his demise. In the fleeting moments that followed, the remaining 3 seized the opportunity to vanish without a trace. A cold smile graced Qin Chaoyan's lips as he activated his skills, Divine Step and Divine Eye. Fixating on Qin Chaoyan, he stepped forward and disappeared from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Qin Chaoyan. "My friend, please do not hasten away." Startled, Qin Chaoyan stumbled back several paces, his voice trembling. You cannot kill me. I am the head of the Qin family, though you are a transcendent sage, and I am no match for you. My family also possesses a transcendent sage. If you slay me, it will lead to an unending conflict with the Qin family. Think carefully. This could bring about your ruin." Chen Chang'an scoffed. "Am I to fear your Qin family? Bring as many as you wish. I shall slay them all." With that declaration, he raised his hand and unleashed a thunderous punch, its weight akin to that of a mountain, shattering all in its path. Qin Chaoyan roared defiantly, summoning all his strength to resist, conjuring a golden cauldron that loomed like a mountain before him. Boom! The cauldron shattered. Chen Chang'an's fist erupted with invincible force, a blinding brilliance that instantaneously annihilated Qin Chaoyan, leaving behind a lifeless, cold corpse. Chen Chang'an wore an expressionless face as he grasped the collar of Qin Chaoyan, employing the techniques of divine steps and divine eyes to seek his next target. Soon, he materialized before Qin Chaoyan. Upon seeing the lifeless body of his elder brother clutched in Chen Chang'an's right hand, Qin Chaoyan let out a heart-wrenching cry, lamenting the tragic demise of his brother. He fell to his knees, pleading, "Senior, spare my life. I am acquainted with the Cold Moon Fairy of the Eternal Life sect. I implore you to show mercy for her sake. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you." Chen Chang'an replied indifferently, extending his left hand and effortlessly snapping Qin Chaoyan's neck, as simple as crushing a chick. Subsequently, he seized Qin Chaoyan's corpse and vanished once more, reappearing before the leader of the corpse transport sect, the master of Tsangma Peak. The master of Tsangma Peak was petrified at the sight of Chen Chang'an, who resembled a deity of death, with Qin Chaoyan's body dangling from his left hand and Qin Chaoyan's from his right, causing cold sweat to pour from him. Chen Chang'an stated, "You are the last one remaining." Realizing his imminent demise, the master of Tsangma Peak remained silent, gritting his teeth and summoning every ounce of strength to confront Chen Chang'an. His fingers quivered as he unleashed thousands of radiant divine beams that pierced through the heavens and obliterated the landscape, causing the very fabric of the void to collapse and the ground to become riddled with wounds. Yet, no matter his efforts, he could not inflict even a scratch upon Chen Chang'an, who strode forward as if impervious to all, deflecting the divine beams with ease. In sheer terror, the master of Tsangma Peak retreated, casting a spell to leave behind a final testament to the corpse transport sect. He, in a frenzy, summoned all of his magical artifacts, a dazzling array of over a dozen treasures illuminating the sky, as he desperately fought against Chen Chang'an. However, deep down, he knew that even with all his might, escape from death was futile. Chen Chang'an merely lifted his gaze, and with a single glance, those formidable artifacts were reduced to mere powder, a display of power that could astonish the heavens and move the spirits. Overcome by despair, the master of Tsangma Peak let out a thunderous roar and resorted to self-destruction. A deafening explosion erupted, sweeping away all existence with a catastrophic force. Chen Chang'an, initially unaware of the significance of this leader-level figure's self-detonation, furrowed his brow and instinctively consumed the terrifying energy unleashed. Yet, as he surveyed the land, it lay barren, devoid of life, a desolate wasteland. Had Chen Chang'an not absorbed the master of Tsangma Peak's explosive energy in time, it would have resulted in a cataclysmic hell on earth. This is the devastation wrought by a leader-level figure's self-destruction, Chen Chang'an murmured. I was rather careless, having lost another corpse. Next time, I must be wary of the self-destructive capabilities of such figures, for their power is indeed formidable, lest innocents suffer. Meanwhile, the blood demon lord residing within the storage ring, if one could witness his expression, would find it utterly captivating. He could never have anticipated that this battle would culminate in such a one-sided massacre. Even though the blood demon sovereign is merely a remnant soul, he can still perceive the formidable nature of Qin Chaoyan. However, what instills greater dread in the blood demon sovereign is the inability to gauge Chen Chang'an's cultivation level. He cannot discern the depths of his power. Is Chun Chongan an unparalleled true monarch of the 10,000 laws, or perhaps even more formidable, a saint of the Ascension realm bestowed with a heavenly title? The blood demon sovereign is utterly in the dark. He cannot fathom how he has just escaped from the imperial palace of the compassionate immortal emperor, only to encounter such a powerful being. He is unsure whether this encounter is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Nevertheless, for the time being, following Qin Chaoyan should ensure his safety. Thus, the blood demon sovereign resolves to bide his time, to endure in silence, and to serve Qin Chaoyan with humility. Feeling somewhat reassured, the blood demon sovereign respectfully addresses him. My lord, by slaying these 5 leaders, their lingering souls will greatly nourish my remnant essence. If I can consume them, I may recall the second-tier refinement technique of the blood of longevity. Very well, Chen Chang'an replies with a nod. The blood demon sovereign manifests from his storage ring as a faint crimson light. He then proceeds to employ his arts to assimilate the soul power of Qin Chuanfeng and Qin Chuanxiu. Regrettably, Qin Chuanhai has perished entirely, and this demon sovereign's self-detonation has also resulted in his complete annihilation. The blood demon sovereign can only absorb the soul power of the other 3, yet he is content. After consuming the soul power of the 2, the blood demon sovereign returns to his storage ring. Chen Chang'an, bearing the bodies of Qin Chuanfeng and Qin Chuanxiu, steps forth from this desolate place and returns to Orchid Village, allowing the blood demon sovereign to absorb the soul power of the heavenly blade peak master. Upon absorbing the soul power of the 3, the blood demon sovereign informs Chen Chang'an that he will refine this power and temporarily enter a state of slumber. Upon awakening, he will immediately convey to Chen Chang'an the second-tier refinement technique of the blood of longevity. Chapter 51. The Echo of the Qin Family's Bell. Investigate for me. In the city of Liaoyang, within the Qin family estate, lies the soul lamp chamber. This sacred space is adorned with the soul lamps of significant family members, each one ablaze with a fervent fire, signifying that their respective owners are in a vigorous and flourishing state of life. A member of the Qin family, as was his custom, conducted a routine inspection of the chamber, casually sweeping away the dust that had settled within. He ventured to the innermost part of the room, where only a few soul lamps were positioned, merely a dozen or so. The foremost lamps had dimmed, yet they emanated a terrifying soul light, exuding an invisible aura of power that commanded respect. These lamps were relics of the family's ancestors, those whose lifespans were nearing their end, who had succumbed to deep slumber to conserve their life essence. Each lamp represented a priceless ancestor, and the extinguishing of even one would spell tremendous loss for the Qin family. Further out, 3 soul lamps blazed with an unquenchable fire, vibrant and life-sustaining. The Qin family member gazed at these 3 lamps and mused upon the present strength of the family, noting that they were graced with 3 prominent figures in their prime: the current head of the family, the eldest elder, and the second elder. Given time, they might ascend to the realm of all laws, comprehending the principles of heaven and earth. In such a scenario, the Qin family would indeed command respect and authority throughout Hezhou. Filled with visions of a prosperous future, the Qin family member felt an exhilarating anticipation, understanding that the family's strength would translate into immense benefits for them as its kin. Yet, just as he was lost in this reverie, a gentle breeze swept through the chamber. To his utter disbelief, the flames of the 3 soul lamps flickered violently and then extinguished entirely. The Qin family member felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes wide with shock. What? At that moment, his heart nearly ceased to beat. What had he witnessed? The soul lamps of the 3 leaders of the Qin family had gone dark. How could this be possible? Desperately, he rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken. The three leaders, so powerful and in the prime of their lives, how could they extinguish simultaneously? Yet, regardless of how fervently he attempted to convince himself otherwise, the grim truth remained. The reality was merciless. His complexion drained of color, his limbs turned icy. What on earth had transpired? Why had the sole lamps of the head of the family, the eldest elder, and the second elder all extinguished? Who could have slain them? The demise of these three leaders was a momentous event, one that could shake the very foundations of the Qin family. In a frenzy of fear and urgency, he rushed to deliver this dreadful news. Overwhelmed by terror and shock, he stumbled and fell to the ground after just a few steps. However, he quickly regained his footing and dashed out of the soul lamp chamber. Before long, the Qin family was resonating with the harsh clang of bells. The sound pierced the air, echoing throughout the entire estate and even reverberating across the city of Liaoyang. Regardless of whether they were the diligent members of the Qin family engrossed in their cultivation or those indulging in merriment within the city, all were jolted by the piercing sound of the bell. They awoke from their meditative states, and the joyous laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by solemn expressions. For they understood the significance of this tolling. Such a sound heralded a grave crisis within the Qin family, summoning all clan members to the family square to deliberate on pressing matters. Under ordinary circumstances, this ominous signal would never resound. In scarcely a quarter of an hour, all members of the Qin family convened at the family square, their countenances grave and humor absent. The Qin family, renowned as a premier sect of cultivation, boasted a lineage spanning centuries. The sight revealed countless formidable figures. The younger generation exuded an air of nobility, each a dragon among men, while the middle-aged displayed astonishing prowess, their vitality akin to dragons. Even among them were dozens of lords at the transformation realm. Despite the multitude gathered in the square, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. No whispers were exchanged as they awaited what was to come. Suddenly, from the forbidden grounds of the Qin family's rear mountain, several overwhelming and fearsome auras erupted, akin to tumultuous waves or a volcanic eruption, transforming the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Under the blazing sun, 5 ancient figures materialized upon the square. Upon seeing these 5 individuals, the members of the Qin family were struck with astonishment. These 5 were the very essence of the Qin family's strength. The venerable ancestors still among the living, having existed for millennia, their cultivation at the realm of all laws. They were exalted true sovereigns sanctioned by heaven and earth, each a formidable figure who had once dominated the realm of Huzhou, contributing immensely to the family's growth and prosperity. Logically, they ought to have been in seclusion. So why had they appeared? The members of the Qin family were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. One of the ancestors, a frail old man, stepped forward. His eyes, though murky, shimmered with boundless brilliance. Despite his frail physique, he emanated a presence as formidable as a mountain, instilling fear in those who beheld him. He was Qin Wuhui, one of the Qin family's ancestors, known as the true sovereign Wuhui. Qin Wuhui spoke, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the square, clear to every ear. Today, the soul lamps of 3 esteemed leaders of our clan have extinguished. 3 leaders have perished, resulting in a grievous loss for our Qin family. At this proclamation, the previously tranquil square erupted into chaos, akin to a thunderclap amidst a crowd, inciting unprecedented turmoil. What? This cannot be true? Our Qin family has lost 3 leaders. How could this happen? How did they meet their demise? Did they venture into some perilous realm? No wonder the ancestors have manifested. How infuriating. Under what circumstances did the 3 leaders perish? Qin Wuwei spoke coldly. The 3 deceased masters were the pride of the Qin family, brothers Qin Chuanxiong, Qin Chuanfeng, and Qin Chuanai, who were anticipated to transcend into the realm of true sovereigns. The Qin family has dominated Huzhou for a millennium, and such a tragedy has never befallen us. I vow to uncover the cause of their demise. If they perished in a desperate situation, we shall not speak of it. However, if they fell at the hands of malevolent individuals, I shall ensure their obliteration, down to the very bones and sinews. Soon, a member of the Qin family reporting to the esteemed ancestor, the 3 masters seem to have ventured to Mount Long, where the imperial palace has emerged. We are uncertain if there is any connection. Qin Wuhui's expression remained impassive. Immediately send someone to Mount Long to investigate. As you command. Chapter 52. The the 7-year reduction of life, and the treasure of the 3-headed ghost mouse. The corpse-bearing sect. The extinguishing of the soul lamps of the Heavenly Blade Peak Master and the Tsangma Peak Master caused an immense uproar within the sect. It is essential to understand that such formidable beings, in the grand realm of cultivation, are titans who command respect and wield various hidden cards. Their demise is not something to be taken lightly. Each master-level cultivator represents a profound reservoir of power, whether from various esteemed sects, elite families, or even hegemonic imperial forces dominating a region. The loss of 2 master-level figures from the corpse-bearing sect is a catastrophic blow, akin to a grievous injury that strikes at the very core of the sect. The Elder Council of the corpse-bearing sect was stirred into action, prompting the sect leader to dispatch envoys to Tianwu City to ascertain the situation. After all, previously, the sect leader's informant had conveyed news regarding the discovery of the perpetrators responsible for the deaths of Shi Yu and the ancient demonic cultivator. According to the intelligence gathered at that time, the assailant's strength was likely at the master level. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to so effortlessly eliminate Shi Yu. Thus, the corpse-bearing sect sent forth the Heavenly Blade Peak Master and the Tsangma Peak Master to apprehend and subdue the killer. Under normal circumstances, it should not have posed a challenge for these 2 master-level cultivators to capture the culprit. However, it was utterly unforeseen that they would perish in the process. When the informant learned of this news, he was left utterly astounded. Could it be that Chen Chang'an was responsible for the demise of our 2 peak masters? If he truly was the one who vanquished our 2 peak masters, he might well be a true sovereign at the level of the boundless laws. With such thoughts, the informant was suddenly filled with trepidation and regret. Fortunately, he had refrained from provoking Qin Chaoyan. Otherwise, he might have already met his end. Regardless of whether it was the corpse-bearing sect or the Jin family, the death of master-level cultivators sent shockwaves through their ranks. Should this news reach Hezhou, it could stir considerable turmoil within the region. Unbeknownst to Chen Chang'an, his actions had sown chaos in both the corpse-bearing sect and the Jin family, and he remained unconcerned. At this moment, he returned to Orchid Village. In the village, some villagers had witnessed Chen Chang'an's formidable display of strength as he decisively eliminated 2 powerful cultivators. Therefore, upon seeing him return, they regarded him with a mixture of fear and reverence, hesitant to approach him. Chen Chang'an collected the body of the Heavenly Blade Peak Master and checked his lifespan. Lifespan, 1675. The slaying of 5 individuals had consumed considerable time and energy, resulting in a reduction of 7 years from his lifespan. Chen Chang'an felt a pang of regret. However, he took solace in the bodies of the Heavenly Blade Peak Master, Jin Chuanfeng and Jin Chuanxiong, from which he could extract life essence through the lifespan blood divine art, potentially compensating for his losses or even possibly extending his life. This thought eased Chen Chang'an's mind somewhat. He did not rush to extract the life essence, for he had heard from the lifeblood demon sovereign that extracting life essence from such indomitable cultivators as the Heavenly Blade Peak Master could likely invoke divine retribution from the heavens. Chun Chongan planned to find a desolate place shortly to refine, in order to avoid harming the innocent. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, he beheld Zhong Ling'er, who, after undergoing medicinal baths for his injuries, appeared entirely transformed from their first encounter. Flesh had regrown, and his skin was now remarkably tender, a radiant white tinged with pink, no longer resembling the weathered darkness born of sun and wind. Zhong Ling'er had awakened, though his complexion remained pale. Nearby, Li and Uncle Fu were attentively caring for him. "Brother Ling'er, are you feeling better?" Chen Chang'an inquired. Zhong Ling'er expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, dear Brother Chang'an, for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have met an untimely end. I am at a loss as to how I might repay your kindness." Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Uncle Fu and I are merely neighbors on Qinyan Street. It was a small effort. Brother Ling'er, you need not concern yourself with it." Uncle Fu then asked Chang'an, "What was the commotion outside just now?" Chen Chang'an replied, "A minor inconvenience, which has been resolved." He continued, "Since Brother Yoning's wounds are nearly healed, I must take my leave." Chen Chang'an was eager to find a location to refine the life essence, as the body from which the essence was to be extracted needed to be processed while still warm. Otherwise, the vital energy would dissipate into the ether over time. Uncle Fu stopped Chen Chang'an, producing a pouch wrapped in layers of cloth and unveiling it to reveal several grains of spiritual sand. "Chang'an, This is for Yoning's medical expenses. I wonder if it will suffice? Chen Chang'an shook his head in refusal, saying, Uncle Fu, please keep this spiritual sand to purchase some nourishing food for Brother Yoning. We have known each other for 3 years. How could I accept your money? It was worth noting that Chun Chongan had slain powerful figures from the Jin family and the corpse transport sect, and now possessed 3 storage rings, which surely contained a wealth of spiritual stones. To someone of his unparalleled cultivation, spiritual stones held little value. No, you must accept it. How can I allow you to make a trip for nothing? Uncle Fu insisted stubbornly. Unable to decline further, Chun Chongan nodded and accepted the grains of spiritual sand, planning to discreetly leave them later. Meanwhile, Li was tending to Zhang Yoning, inquiring about the circumstances that led to his grievous injuries. Given that his body was a bloody mess and did not appear to be the result of a beast's attack, the question stirred a wave of fear within Zhang Yoning as he recalled the harrowing scene in the mountains, his eyes betraying his terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. I was pursuing a spirit deer when, inadvertently, I fell into a cave. It seemed to have been excavated by some force, exceedingly deep. Out of curiosity, I ventured further inside, only to discover a massive rat with 3 heads of different colors sleeping. One of the heads exhaled a red mist, and the moment I came into contact with it, my body began to rot. I hastily escaped from that cave. Had I indulged further in the crimson mist at that moment, I fear I would have been reduced to mere bones. Upon escaping the cavern, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Chaoyan was astonished by the sight of a 3-headed rat. He had encountered such a creature in an ancient tome within the city lord's library, known as the 3-headed phantom rat, a remarkably rare entity. This peculiar rat, though timid, possessed an extraordinary talent for treasure hunting, surpassing even the renowned treasure-seeking rats of the Wanbao Pavilion. It typically feasted on precious minerals and rare treasures hidden within the mountains and earth, making the lairs of the 3-headed phantom rat natural treasure troves, brimming with invaluable resources. Many cultivators aspired to capture such a rat to assist them in locating various precious materials. The presence of the 3-headed phantom rat invariably indicated the proximity of rare treasures. Chun Chongan inquired of Zhang Yoning, aside from the 3-headed phantom rat, did you observe anything else? Zhang Yoning reflected earnestly before shaking his head. No, it seemed the rat had not excavated thoroughly and was merely resting. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Chen Chang'an's eyes, evidently. The rat had stumbled upon something of great value. He mused, if I could capture this 3-headed phantom rat and visit its lair, perhaps I might uncover some longevity-enhancing treasures. He then addressed Zhang Yoning. Brother Yoning, can you still find that cave? Zhang Yoning nodded. I have a faint recollection. Then, once you have recovered, would you be willing to guide me there? Zhang Yoning was taken aback. You wish to go? If we manage to capture the 3-headed phantom rat, we might be fortunate enough to acquire some valuable items. He swallowed hard. That rat must be formidable. Even the crimson mist it exhales can take a life. If it awakens, who knows how terrifying it could be. Brother Chang'an, you must exercise caution. Fear not, Qin Chaoyan replied. When the time comes, you need only lead me to the cave's entrance. There is no need for you to enter. The 3-headed phantom rat cannot harm me. Chapter 53, The Extraction of Lifeblood, One Punch. Upon Zhang Yoning's agreement to guide him into the cavern, Chun Chongan felt an overwhelming joy. Little did he anticipate that his visit to Orchid Village for healing would yield such an unexpected boon. Subsequently, Chun Chongan bid farewell to Uncle Fu and the others, departed from Orchid Village, and embarked on his journey to extract lifeblood. Utilizing the divine steps, he traversed mountains and rivers, ultimately arriving at a desolate, deep mountain. Thereupon, he retrieved the corpses of the master of Tiandao Peak, Jin Chuanxiong, and Jin Chuanfeng. Despite being obliterated by Chen Chang'an, the vast essence of life contained within their remains had not yet dissipated into the cosmos. Even in death, the bodies exuded an astonishing energy, radiating a terrifying, indomitable pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Without further ado, Chun Chang'an employed the lifeblood divine art to commence the extraction technique on the 3 corpses. Under this refining method, the first drop of lifeblood was swiftly extracted. That solitary drop floated in midair, emanating a resplendent scarlet light. Chun Chang'an rejoiced. Was this indeed the first-tier lifeblood? However, at that moment, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, and howling winds swept through the mountains, causing the trees to rustle violently. Thunder rumbled. Dark storm clouds gathered, and flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. As soon as the lifeblood was extracted, a fearsome phenomenon of heavenly tribulation manifested above, the oppressive force of the celestial way erupting like a volcanic explosion, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. A colossal shadow of lightning appeared, resembling a deity in human form, embodying the essence of the heavenly way. At that instant, the depths of Long Dragon Mountain and the cultivators in Tianwu City were stirred. Although Qin Chaoyan had chosen a remote and desolate mountain, it lay several hundred miles from both Long Dragon Mountain and Tianwu City. Yet, he had not anticipated that this celestial pressure would extend its reach to both locations. From 100 miles away, they could witness the terrifying humanoid silhouette woven from lightning in the sky and feel the dreadful aura of annihilation. It resembled the fabled divine punishment of the heavenly way. What could possibly be occurring there that defied the will of the heavens and invoked divine retribution? The crowd buzzed with speculation, unaware of the situation at hand, and could hardly fathom that the long-lost life-blood divine art had resurfaced after millennia. Chun Chongan calmly gazed at the lightning figure in the sky, continuing his extraction of life-blood with the life-blood divine art. Before long, he had extracted 3 drops of life-blood, each suspended before him, their crimson light intertwining in a dazzling display. Yet, his actions seemed to incite the wrath of the heavenly way. The aura of divine punishment intensified, and danger loomed near. Even the life-blood demon sovereign, whose soul had succumbed to slumber after consuming the essences of 3 indomitable beings, awakened abruptly upon sensing the terrifying aura of heavenly retribution. Upon seeing the lightning figure in the sky, he was struck with profound shock, his soul trembling in terror. Divine punishment of the heavenly way, how could this be possible? To understand what the blood demon lord fears most, it is the divine punishment of the heavenly Tao. Each time he attempts to refine longevity blood, he is subjected to the wrath of this divine retribution, often coming perilously close to death beneath its might. You have actually mastered the longevity blood technique. The blood demon lord was utterly astonished to discover that Chen Chang'an had managed to extract 3 drops of longevity blood. Chen Chang'an chose not to respond. The blood demon lord, however, urged him anxiously, "You have attracted the heavenly Tao's divine punishment. This is not the time to refine longevity blood. While the force of the divine punishment has yet to fully coalesce and erupt, you must cease immediately and flee, or you shall surely perish under its wrath." With his wealth of experience, the blood demon lord recalled that every time he refined longevity blood, upon the emergence of the divine punishment, he would hastily halt his efforts and retreat. Though he still suffered grave injuries from the divine punishment, he was fortunate enough to retain his life. To act as recklessly as Qin Chaoyan, refining longevity blood under the very gaze of the divine punishment, was tantamount to courting death. Should Qin Chaoyan meet his end, the blood demon lord feared for his own life as well. In a state of dread, the blood demon lord urged Qin Chaoyan to flee. Yet Qin Chaoyan disregarded his warning and continued, having already refined 5 drops of longevity blood, with each drop extending life by a year. He now possessed the means to prolong his life by 5 years. At that moment, the divine punishment had reached its apex, as a colossal hand of thunder emerged, obscuring the sky and brimming with unfathomable power, descending upon Qin Chaoyan, as if intent on obliterating him into nothingness. The blood demon lord could not suppress a cry of despair, trembling beneath the weight of the heavenly Tao's pressure. "Hurry, flee now!" the blood demon lord implored with urgency. Chen Chang'an frowned slightly, silencing him with a command, "Be quiet." With that, Chen Chang'an lifted his gaze and directed a sword finger towards the descending hand of thunder. A scene that left the blood demon lord in awe unfolded before him. That colossal hand, imbued with terrifying strength, was effortlessly cleaved in 2 by Qin Chang'an's sword finger, disintegrating in the celestial expanse. The blood demon lord's eyes widened in shock. This Qin Chang'an then directed a cold snort towards the thunderous figure and unleashed a punch. Though seemingly unremarkable, his fist contained an unfathomable power. The thunderous figure of divine punishment could not withstand Qin Chang'an's blow and was instantly obliterated, even shattering the ominous clouds and torrents of thunder in the sky, revealing a clear blue expanse once more. The blood demon lord stood in stunned silence. "My heavens, you have actually intercepted the heavenly Tao's divine punishment with a single punch. Chapter 54. Could it be the young master? 25 years. In the distant land. Whether in Tianwu City or among the cultivators of the Great Dragon Mountain, they beheld the terrifying silhouette of the divine punishment of heaven, manifesting as a figure of thunder. As they engaged in curious discussions, a seemingly ordinary fist shadow struck fiercely against the thunderous figure. In an instant, it shattered the thunderous silhouette with an overwhelming force. Everyone was astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Some gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Who delivered that punch? It has actually thwarted the divine punishment of heaven. How formidable! That is the divine punishment of heaven. It embodies the will of the celestial realm, unparalleled in terror. I have never heard of anyone daring to confront the divine punishment of heaven. Who could it be? And what could have provoked such divine retribution?" Amidst the fervent discussions, many cultivators wore expressions of grave concern. The ability to effortlessly block and even obliterate the divine punishment of heaven attested to the extraordinary and unfathomable strength of the one who struck. Particularly alarming was the proximity of the location where the divine punishment appeared, not far from the Great Dragon Mountain in Tianwu City. Did this imply that the formidable being was nearby? Could they also be vying for the imperial inheritance of the compassionate immortal emperor? If so, it was likely that none present could stand against them. This thought sent ripples of unease through their minds. Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan were already in the vicinity of the imperial palace. Upon witnessing that fearsome fist shadow, Dongfang Lingyue couldn't help but marvel. To obliterate the divine punishment of heaven with a single punch, the strength of this individual is indeed unfathomable. Is it due to their own formidable cultivation? Or do they possess an extraordinary treasure that grants them such power? Beside her, Qin Chaoyan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. She recalled the terrifying scene where Chun Chongan had cleaved the Great Dragon Mountain in two with a single strike. And how strikingly similar it was to the seemingly unremarkable fist shadow that extinguished the divine punishment of heaven. Could it be the young master? Dongfang Lingyue, astonished, asked, "Are you suggesting that this punch was delivered by Chen Chang'an?" Qin Chaoyan nodded. "Master, you did not witness the sheer terror and overwhelming impact when the young master struck down the Shirtuo sect's stone dragon. It bears an uncanny resemblance to this fist shadow." Dongfang Lingyue gasped in awe. If that is indeed the case, it makes perfect sense. Just then, Dongfang Lingyue's communication talisman suddenly illuminated. Upon opening it, her beautiful face was filled with shock. "They are all dead." Qin Chaoyan, intrigued, asked, "Master, who has perished?" The intelligence system of the Eternal Life sect had reported that the three chief powerhouses of the Jin family and two peak masters from the Shirtuo sect had fallen. Qin Chaoyan was taken aback. Could it be Jin Chuanxiong and the others? "Indeed," Dongfang Lingyue replied, her expression complex and laden with emotion. "I had previously advised the Jin family against provoking Chen Chang'an, yet they chose to disregard my counsel, resulting in their downfall at his hands. What surprised me was the arrival of two peak leaders from the Corpse-Bearer sect, culminating in a formidable alliance of 5 sect masters against Chen Chang'an. Logically, this should have led to a cataclysmic battle, reverberating even to our position on Dragon Mountain. However, no such commotion ensued. They perished silently, suggesting that Chen Chang'an had decisively overwhelmed these 5 masters. Qin Chaoyan's eyes reflected awe as she acknowledged the prowess of this young master. Indeed formidable. So much so that even the elders of our Eternal Life sect would struggle to contend with him. It was imperative for our sect to cultivate a favorable relationship with him and to avoid any offense, lest we face dire consequences. With this intuition, Dongfang Lingyue swiftly dispatched a message to the Eternal Life sect, urging them to remain vigilant regarding this hidden powerhouse, making it clear that he should not be trifled with. Deep within the mountains, as the divine punishment was extinguished, the skies cleared, restoring the tranquil atmosphere of yore. The astonished blood sovereign of longevity finally glimpsed a mere fragment of Chun Chongan's unparalleled strength. He found himself at a loss, unable to fathom the depth of Chun Chongan's capabilities, perceiving him as an unfathomable abyss. "How strong are you, truly?" the blood sovereign inquired, his voice trembling. "What do you think of my strength?" Chun Chongan replied. The blood sovereign fell silent, perhaps due to his current state as a remnant soul, realizing that his inability to discern Chun Chang'an's power stemmed from his weakened condition. However, he knew that the divine punishment was merely a consequence of refining a low-grade longevity blood, and in his prime, he could have withstood it. Yet, As the level of refined longevity blood increased, it would inevitably provoke the heavens, leading to even more terrifying divine retribution. At that point, even a being as formidable as the Blood Sovereign would find it insurmountable. Nevertheless, the Blood Sovereign believed that no matter how powerful Qin Chaoyan appeared, he could not surpass his full strength. He mused whether, upon the restoration of his soul, he might seize control over Chen Chang'an's body. Unbeknownst to him, such thoughts of usurpation were sheer folly given Chun Chongan's might. I do not know, the Blood Sovereign finally answered. Chen Chang'an chose not to elaborate further. Instead, continuing with his refinement of the longevity blood, the Blood Sovereign drifted back into slumber, seeking to restore his spirit. For him, regaining his soul was essential to reclaiming the upper hand. He felt exceedingly weak, with the divine punishment no longer a disturbance. Chen Chang'an swiftly extracted 25 drops of first-level longevity blood from the bodies of Jin Chuanxiong, Jin Chuanfeng, and the master of Tiandao Peak. This would extend his lifespan by 25 years. However, the seemingly unremarkable punch he had unleashed against the divine punishment had unexpectedly consumed 5 years of his own life. Thus, he was left with a remaining lifespan of 1670. Refining these 12 drops of first-level longevity blood can only restore my lifespan to 1695. As my total lifespan approaches a century, it is indeed a waste of the remains of these 3 powerful leaders, whose physical forms possess the innate ability to extract higher-grade longevity blood, thereby extending life further. Unfortunately, Chun Chongan has not acquired the advanced refining techniques from the longevity blood Demon Lord. Upon consuming 25 drops of first-level longevity blood, the system prompt resonated in his mind. System prompt: consumed 1 level longevity blood, lifespan 1, current lifespan 1671. System prompt: consumed 1 level longevity blood, lifespan 1, current lifespan 1672. System prompt: consumed 1 level longevity blood, lifespan 1, current lifespan 1695. Chen Chang'an felt his vitality surge, prompting a smile to grace his lips. In summary, the efforts against the 5 leaders, coupled with the refining of longevity blood to counter the loss inflicted by the heavenly Tao's divine punishment, have been entirely compensated through this refinement. Furthermore, he gained over a decade of additional lifespan, truly fortuitous. He still has the capacity to refine first-level longevity blood 75 more times, potentially adding 75 years to his life. Chun Chang'an marveled at the formidable prowess of the longevity blood Demon Lord's longevity blood technique. Merely the first-level longevity blood could extend one's life by centuries, rivaling those rare and precious 4th-grade longevity elixirs. The higher the grade of the refined longevity blood, the more pronounced its life-extending effects. He harbored great expectations for this longevity blood technique. Now, he awaited the recovery of the longevity blood Demon Lord to obtain the advanced refining techniques. Having completed the refinement, Chen Chang'an did not linger, utilizing divine steps to depart. With his lifespan now extended, he felt a newfound sense of abundance. He chose not to seek out Zhang Yuning in Orchid Village for assistance in locating the 3-headed ghost rat, deciding instead to wait until Zhang was fully recovered. Knowing the whereabouts of the 3-headed ghost rat, he was confident it could not evade his grasp. It was said that this creature not only hoarded rare treasures, but occasionally collected human manuscripts as well. Contemplating the prospect of a lucrative gain brought him joy. However, there was a more pressing matter at hand. He needed to return to the apothecary to replant the Millennium Ginseng and nurture it diligently. After all, this Millennium Ginseng was crucial for the concoction of the 1,000-year longevity pill, which could extend life by a millennium in one breath, along with subsequent seeds that could further enhance lifespan. Chen Chang'an was exceedingly eager, for he could not afford to let this Millennium Ginseng perish. If it were to die, he would have much to lament. Chapter 55. Consuming the longevity pill, Lin Lei delivers the wedding invitation. After more than half an hour, Chen Chang'an returned to the Jiukong apothecary. Zhong Ling'er was diligently practicing the Feishan Sutra, although her innate royal body had yet to awaken. Thanks to Chen Chang'an cleansing her physical form and giving rise to an immaculate spiritual body, her absorption of the world's spiritual energy had significantly accelerated. It would not be long before she would break through to the late stage of blood nurturing. In her heart, however, Zhong Ling'er harbored a silent resolve for vengeance. The Zhong family fortress had been annihilated by the Black Wind stronghold. and she yearned to grow stronger to avenge her deceased parents and the clan members of Zhong family fortress. While Qin Chaoyan was indeed formidable and could easily eradicate the Black Wind stronghold if she asked, Zhong Ling'er preferred to rely on her own strength. She had heard that the leader of the Black Wind stronghold, Xiongda, was a lord at the transformation realm. Thus her current objective was to cultivate to that level and become a lord sanctioned by the heavens. Seeing Zhong Ling'er so earnestly devoted to her training, Chen Chang'an, being a mere wastrel, could not fully appreciate her efforts. He refrained from interrupting her practice and focused on his own tasks. First, he replanted the Millennium Ginseng, nurturing it with his unparalleled cultivation. Soon, the ginseng thrived once more, its branches and leaves flourishing splendidly. Lifespan 3. Current lifespan 1692. Having consumed 3 years of life to save Zhang Yoning, it was a worthwhile exchange. Although Zhang Yoning was just a mortal, for Chen Chang'an, a physician, it was all worth it. Next, Chen Chang'an took out the longevity pill gifted by Dongfang Lingyue. This pill was said to extend one's life by a century, and without hesitation, he consumed it. System notification: consumed 4th rank longevity pill, lifespan 100. Current lifespan 16,192. At that moment, Chun Chongan felt an unprecedented surge of vitality, eliciting a joyful smile upon his face. His lifespan was nearing the threshold of 200 years. Indeed, quite remarkable. Just then, Lin Lei arrived at Jiukong Apothecary with Han Xiaolu, both radiating joy and happiness. Chang'an, Chang'an. Chen Chang'an greeted them with a smile. Lei Zi, Xiaolu, what brings you here? Lin Lei inquired about Chun Chang'an's well-being over the past few days, asking if he had encountered any assassination attempts. As the deputy commander of the City Lord's Enforcement Guard, Lin Lei was a favored figure beside City Lord Chu, with many enforcement officers currying favor with him. Thus, he had easily dispatched several capable enforcement officers to discreetly guard Qingyun Street, ensuring Chen Chang'an's safety. Of course, all of this had not escaped Chun Chang'an's keen perception. With a smile, he replied, I am merely a small figure running an apothecary. Who would have the time to assassinate me? You may send those enforcement officers guarding me away. Lin Lei was astonished that Chen Chang'an had discerned the truth. In recent days, Qingyun Street has seen an influx of people, striding with a commanding presence that makes it clear they are no ordinary individuals. Moreover, the patrols by the enforcement guards have become significantly more frequent. Aside from you, who else is keeping an eye on Qingyun Street? Haha, Chang'an, you truly cannot conceal anything from me. Why withdraw? I am now the deputy commander and ought to make the most of these resources. Then, Lin Lei leaned closer to Chen Chang'an, lowering his voice. Chang'an, luck has been on my side lately. Observing the glow on his face, Chen Chang'an inquired. What fortune is this? Lin Lei chuckled, unable to hide his joy and pride. I never expected to receive the Lord of the City's favor. He has bestowed upon me 10 bottles of ordinary spirit pills. Although these pills are of the 2nd grade, they are essential high-quality elixirs for practitioners in the Transcendence realm. Each bottle worth a considerable sum, valued at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones apiece, totaling 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition to these 10 bottles, the Lord has also granted me something of great significance. Do you know what it is? Intrigued, Chen Chang'an asked. What? Lin Lei smiled, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement and pride. A high-level cultivation technique. The previous technique was too feeble, only allowing me to cultivate to the Fate Spring realm. However, the technique bestowed upon me by the Lord is a 6th grade technique, named the Black Water Cannon, which will aid me in reaching the legendary divine transformation realm, becoming a noble sanctioned by heaven and earth, renowned throughout the land. At this point, Lin Lei's voice quivered with unrestrained enthusiasm. Congratulations, congratulations, Chen Chang'an exclaimed. Lin Lei grinned broadly, his expression earnest. He thumped Chen Chang'an on the chest and whispered, Rest assured, my brother, if I have meat to eat, you shall have your share too. Perhaps your old master's teachings did not reveal your true talent. I have secretly inscribed the 6th grade Black Water Cannon that the Lord imparted to me onto this jade slip. Take it and cultivate. As he spoke, Lin Lei handed a jade slip to Chen Chang'an. You're giving this to me? Aren't you afraid that Chu Yongtian will find out and hold you accountable? Chen Chang'an asked. Astonished, Lin Lei replied, Let us try it first. After all, this is a 6th grade technique, a rare treasure. I've also kept a copy for Dafu. With this technique, It should be easy for him to break through the Transcendence realm. When that time comes, I'll help him secure a position in the enforcement guards, allowing him to acquire ample resources for cultivation. Dafu might even break through to the Fate Spring realm. Chang'an, would you like to join the enforcement guards as well? Chen Chang'an shook his head. No, I would be of little use there, and it would only make things harder for you. Focus on cultivating the black water cannon for now. We can discuss other matters later. You didn't come here just to deliver the technique, did you? Lin Lei shook his head. Of course not. He grasped Han Xiaolu's hand, who smiled softly at him, their eyes filled with an unbreakable affection. Chun Chongan caught a whiff of a sour scent and felt a twinge of annoyance. Have you come here just to flaunt your love? Lin Lei remarked. Xiaolu's father has consented to our union, so we must seize the moment. We have agreed to hold the wedding in a month, and I shall carry Xiaolu into my home on a grand sedan chair. By then, she will officially be my wife. Thus, we are here to deliver the wedding invitation to you. Remember to join us for the celebration with Ling'er. I also have an invitation for Defu, though that fellow seems to have vanished. I haven't seen him for days. I shall give it to him upon his return. Just wait and see how envious he will be. I heard that old lady Rong is still introducing him to potential matches. Brother Chang'an, weddings entail numerous arrangements. And I count on you, my good friends, to lend a hand. As he spoke, Han Xiaolu handed a vibrant red invitation to Qin Chaoyan, who accepted it graciously. Rest assured, Ling'er and I will certainly arrive early. Very well, we shall take our leave now, as we still have other invitations to deliver. With that, Lin Lei and Han Xiaolu departed, their affection palpable. Qin Chaoyan couldn't help but reflect, among the trio of single souls. I never imagined it would soon be just Defu and me remaining. Chapter 56. A conversation between father and daughter, their astonishment. In the city lord's mansion, Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang exchanged glances, both reflecting the complex astonishment in each other's eyes as they listened to their subordinate's report. Once their attendant departed, Chu Yongtian let out a sigh of amazement, never expecting Chen Chang'an to return unscathed. Chu Wushuang nodded, her expression intricate. The Jin family had disregarded her counsel and insisted on confronting Qin Chaoyan, evidently leading to their failure. My dear daughter, what do you surmise about the battle between the Shirtua sect and those from the Jin family against Qin Chaoyan? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Wushuang responded. They are all formidable leaders of their sects, renowned in Hezhou for many years. While the young master is strong, if I were to speculate further, he might have defeated 5 of them at most. It is inconceivable that he could have vanquished them completely. If he emerged victorious, those 5 must have fled. Chu Yongtian nodded, sharing her conjecture. Indeed, the strength of sect leaders is unfathomable. It is exceedingly rare to slay one. The demise of a sect leader in Hezhou invariably stirs considerable commotion. However, with Chun Chongan now back at Jiukong Pharmacy, he hoped it would not bring any significant trouble to Tianwu City. A sense of worry enveloped him. Both the Jin family and Shirtua sect were paramount powers in Hezhou, and their failure to subdue Qin Chaoyan would not be easily overlooked. At that moment, Lin Lei came to pay his respects. Upon seeing the newly appointed deputy commander of the law enforcement guards, both father and daughter regarded him with due respect. Although Lin Lei appeared weak and previously inconspicuous, he was now allied with Qin Chaoyan, the unparalleled powerhouse who had returned unscathed from an onslaught by 5 sect leaders. The pair dared not provoke him and instead displayed great warmth towards Lin Lei. Their enthusiasm took Lin Lei aback, prompting him to ponder. Why are the city lord and the mist showing me such warmth? Chu Yongtian greeted him with a gentle smile. Commander Lei, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Lei chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head as he produced an invitation. Thank you, city lord, for your esteemed support, which has earned me the favor of my future father-in-law. In a month, I shall wed my beloved, and I hope you and the mist can attend and celebrate with us. Chu Yongtian accepted the invitation with a nod, smiling. You are quite the catch. Marrying at such a young age. I wish you both a future filled with happiness and prosperity. Thank you, city lord. Lin Lei expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. He had come to deliver the invitation with a hint of hope, knowing the city lord was a figure of immense stature, consumed by myriad responsibilities, and unlikely to attend the wedding of a mere subordinate. To his surprise, the city lord readily agreed, leaving Lin Lei both astonished and curious about the reason behind such favor. Had he truly garnered the city lord's esteem due to his talent and cultivation? However, his talent for cultivation pales in comparison to that of Chu Yongtian's daughter. Could it be due to the life-saving grace that Chang'an bestowed upon her? There seems to be some merit to that notion. Yet, Lin Lei felt a peculiar sense of bewilderment, akin to the sensation of falling pie from the sky, leaving him somewhat dazed. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yongtian valued him because of Qin Chaoyan, a mere monarch in the transformation realm. He dared not offend Chen Chang'an. Moreover, as the saying goes, when one person ascends, even the dogs and chickens rise with them. Lin Lei's current fortune is undoubtedly a result of the invisible assistance provided by Chun Chongan. How well have you comprehended the Blackwater Canon? Chu Yongtian inquired. I have nearly grasped it, and am preparing to abandon my previous techniques to begin anew in my cultivation, Lin Lei replied. Excellent. Should you encounter any difficulties with the Blackwater Canon, do not hesitate to consult me, Chu Yongtian offered. Thank you, my lord. Lin Lei bowed and took his leave. After Lin Lei departed, Chu Yongtian turned to his daughter, Chu Wushuang. My dear, the Blackwater Canon is a 6th grade technique. I have not passed it to our family, but chose to impart it to this young man. I must admit, it is somewhat difficult to part with. Chu Wushuang smiled gently. Father, the young master saved my life and has not demanded anything in return. Bestowing the Blackwater Canon upon Lin Lei is simply a form of reciprocity for the young master's life-saving grace. Furthermore, I have an instinctive feeling that the young master is extraordinary. Although he has offended the Jin family and the corpse transport sect, it is still worthwhile to cultivate a friendship with him. By befriending Lin Lei, who is a friend of the young master, we are, in essence, forging an alliance with him, thus avoiding any conflict with the Jin family and the corpse transport sect. Chu Yongtian's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he asked, My dear daughter, what makes you so confident in Chen Chang'an? Chu Wushuang shook her head lightly. I cannot articulate it, merely an instinct that suggests he is far from ordinary. At that moment, the communication talisman in Chu Yongtian's possession began to glow. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from the Chu family. As he absorbed the news, his eyes widened in shock, and his pupils constricted in disbelief as he exclaimed, How could this be? Father, what is the matter? Chu Wushuang inquired, puzzled. Chu Yongtian remained silent, closing his eyes to steady his astonishment before responding gravely, My dear daughter, it seems you were right. Qin Chaoyan is indeed remarkable. Chu Wushuang was baffled. The message just received from the Chu family reveals that the 3 leaders of the Jin family, Jin Xuanfeng, Jin Xuanqiong, and Jin Xuanhai, have had their soul lamps extinguished, falling in battle. Even the leaders of the corpse transport sect, the Tian Dao Peak Master and the Tsang Mo Peak Master, have met the same fate. In a single moment, 5 leader-level experts have perished in Huzhou. Upon hearing this, Chu Wushuang gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Was it the young master who did this? These 5 leader-level experts appeared at the gates of Tianwu City today, specifically to target Qin Chaoyan. After engaging in battle with him, who else could have possibly been responsible for their demise? The demise of the 5 supreme leaders surpassed the expectations of the father and daughter, even subverting their understanding. They had assumed that Chen Chang'an was formidable, yet they were unprepared for the reality of his overwhelming strength. He had vanquished the 5 leaders and returned to Tianwu City unscathed. Reports from his subordinates indicated that Chen Chang'an returned in pristine azure garments, untouched and unharmed. This clearly demonstrated that he had dealt with the 5 leaders of the Jin family and the Shirtua sect with an air of crushing dominance. Otherwise, how could it be that not a single one of the 5 leaders escaped, all of them meeting their demise? The revelation of this news was profoundly shocking, leaving Chu Wushuang and Chu Yongtian momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, Chu Yongtian finally drew a deep breath and spoke solemnly. This individual's prowess has likely ascended to the realm of myriad laws, positioning him as an unparalleled true monarch. Chu Wushuang nodded in agreement. Chu Yongtian continued, My dear daughter, your intuition is indeed astute. Chen Chang'an is exceptionally extraordinary. However, he now faces a grave peril. Indeed, the deaths of the 5 supreme leaders represented a significant loss for both the Jin family and the Shirtua sect, inciting their ire to a point of no return. They would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Qin Chaoyan. At this juncture, concern flickered in Chu Wushuang's eyes. Chu Yongtian offered a wry smile and cautioned, My dear daughter, given the heinous acts Qin Chaoyan has committed, it is not your burden to bear. Do not involve yourself, for the consequences may be beyond our capacity to endure. I understand, Father. Chapter 57. the sensation and the fall of the water spirit bamboo flower. News of the unexpected demise of the 5 powerful leaders of the corpse transport sect spread like wildfire throughout Huzhou, capturing the attention of various factions and inciting considerable commotion. Indeed, it generated even more discussion than the emergence of the imperial palace. Numerous factions dispatched spies to uncover more intricate details concerning the downfall of these 5 leaders, seeking to discern the identity of the mysterious figure responsible for such a monumental event. Before long, they learned that the site of the leader's demise was in close proximity to the place where the compassionate immortal emperor's palace had appeared. It seemed the individual who had slain the 5 leaders was lurking within Tianwu City. Within a few days, this news reached Tianwu City, and in a bustling tea house, numerous formidable cultivators who had journeyed from afar in search of opportunities within the imperial palace were fervently discussing this significant affair. Had it not been for a friend of mine working within the corpse transport sect, I would have found it utterly implausible that the slayer of the 5 leaders of the Qin family and the corpse transport sect resided in Tianwu City. It is outrageous. It was said that the 5 leaders had come to confront this mysterious individual, and one would expect an extraordinary battle to ensue. Yet, for the past few days, Tianwu City and its surroundings have remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any grand conflict or upheaval. Who would have anticipated that the 5 leaders could meet their end so quietly? Is this news credible? To eliminate 5 leaders without a sound implies that the assailant could very well be a true monarch of the 10,000 laws. Does anyone know the origins of this enigmatic figure? No one is certain, but it is evident that both the Qin family and the corpse transport sect are in a state of fury and will likely soon uncover the identity of this mysterious powerhouse. By the way, have you heard? A cultivator discovered a desolate expanse spanning 100 miles near Orchid Village. Upon meticulous examination by a noble, it was revealed that this barren land was the result of a powerful individual's self-detonation. To transform 100 miles into a lifeless wasteland through self-destruction must require a leader-level powerhouse. One wonders if there is any connection to the 5 fallen leaders. This remains unclear. In fact, numerous incidents have transpired in the vicinity of Tianwu City in recent days, including the manifestation of a thunderous figure, a punishment from the heavenly Tao, seen in the distant skies. Surely, someone must have committed transgressions against the will of the heavenly Tao, inciting such divine retribution, yet astonishingly, it was shattered by a single punch. Indeed, it is remarkable. Such a feat could only have been executed by a top-tier individual, as not just anyone could obliterate a punishment from the heavenly Tao with a mere strike. Alas, with the emergence of the imperial palace, increasingly more powerful beings are converging upon this location. It has become rather precarious. We lesser cultivators must conduct ourselves with discretion to avoid attracting the attention of significant figures, lest we meet an untimely demise without even realizing it. In the tea house, the discussions among the cultivators continued, while in a secluded corner, a youth clad in green leisurely sipped his tea, attentively listening to the chatter around him. Little did they know that this seemingly ordinary boy was none other than Chen Chang'an, the very instigator behind the downfall of the 5 leaders. Chun Chongan mused quietly to himself, reflecting on the unexpected stir caused by the demise of the leaders of the corpse-carrying sect and the Qin family. Yet, he remained unfazed by any potential retaliation from these factions. Should they dare to confront him, their fate would be sealed. Death awaited them. With nearly 2 centuries of life at his disposal, he harbored no concerns regarding the consumption of his lifespan due to his unparalleled cultivation. In fact, he found himself in need of several materials required for the refinement of first-grade longevity elixirs. After finishing his tea, Chun Chongan departed from the inn. The streets were increasingly bustling, teeming with cultivators. Although most concealed their true powers, a mere flicker of his divine eye revealed numerous individuals at the Life Spring realm, and even some at the Longevity Wheel and Destiny realms. However, he did not encounter any lords of the Transformation realm, likely having ventured to the Great Dragon Mountain. In truth, the number of cultivators in Tianwu City was not particularly vast. Many powerful practitioners had already advanced deep into the imperial palace of the Great Dragon Mountain. The strength of the individuals there was formidable, comprising numerous lords of the divine transformation and masters of the indestructible realm. Occasionally, one could hear the thunderous sounds emanating from the direction of the Great Dragon Mountain, a testament to the combined efforts of cultivators attempting to breach the palace's seal. Alas, the seal proved remarkably resilient. Despite the relentless assaults over several days, they had yet to shatter it. This impasse had resulted in a steady influx of cultivators from other regions of Huzhou, gathering at the Great Dragon Mountain. It was reasonable to surmise that once the palace's seal was broken, a terrifying battle would erupt within its depths, leading to a scene of carnage and bloodshed. With many lives lost in the ensuing chaos, Chen Chang'an found himself somewhat disheartened by the inadequacy of these cultivators. It had been quite some time since they had made any progress against the palace's seal. However, the emergence of the imperial palace was of little concern to him. He held no interest in the legacy of the celestial emperor. Before long, he arrived at the Wanbao pavilion. The establishment was abuzz with activity. As one of the premier merchants in the realm of cultivation, here, a plethora of cultivation-related items were available at fair prices. With the multitude of cultivators in Tianwu City, most chose to procure their elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts from Wanbao Pavilion. Upon Chun Chongan's arrival, a maid respectfully guided him to the second floor. Yu Hongying greeted him warmly. "Young master, you have arrived. Hongying, you mentioned you had news regarding the water spirit bamboo flower?" This flower was one of the 3 principal ingredients required for the refinement of the 5th grade 1000 longevity elixir, necessitating a minimum age of 5,000 years. In addition to the water spirit bamboo flower, the other crucial ingredient was the blood of the purple deer. Qin Chaoyan had previously instructed Yu Hongying to seek out these 2 vital materials. Having had little to occupy his time lately, Chen Chang'an had dedicated himself to cultivating the moonlight longevity technique bestowed upon him by Dongfang Lingyue at the Jiukong apothecary, accumulating some longevity liquid within the longevity pearl in his body. It was then that he received the message from Yu Hongying regarding the water spirit bamboo flower. Yu Hongying nodded in affirmation. "Young master, I have been inquiring through the intelligence network of Wanbao Pavilion regarding the Shui Ling Zhu Hua and Zilu Shui, and I have finally obtained a piece of news: the spirit herb garden of the Jin family. The Jin family is a renowned clan of cultivators with a lineage spanning 13 millennia. 6,000 years ago, when an ancestor of the Jin family faced the end of his life, he sent individuals to seek materials for the creation of the Qian Chaoyan. They successfully refined the elixir, prolonging the ancestor's life, and it is said that a few young Shui Ling Zhu Hua were planted in the Jin family's spirit herb garden. Recently, the Jin family seems poised to concoct the Qian Chaoyan again, dispatching people to the main store to inquire about the Zilu Shui and the Wan Yin Ling Shun. Thus, I can confidently assert that the Jin family must possess the Shui Ling Zhu Hua." Chun Chongan expressed surprise. "The Jin family?" Yi Hongying nodded. "Indeed. The very Jin family that has recently been in conflict with you, young master." After a moment's hesitation, she continued, "Young master, it is rumored that the demise of the 3 major sect leaders has stirred the Jin family's ancestors and elder council. They have already learned of your presence and will likely arrive in Tianwu City shortly. What do you intend to do?" Chen Chang'an smiled. "Let them come. Since the Jin family possesses the Shui Ling Zhu Hua, it saves us the trouble of searching elsewhere." Yi Hongying bit her lip gently. "Young master, if you require assistance, I can find a way to contact a supreme elder from the main store. You must understand, those of the elder council are all indestructible true lords of the myriad laws." Chen Chang'an was somewhat taken aback that Yi Hongying could reach out to a supreme elder of the main store. However, he was unfazed and shook his head, stating, "There is no need. Even if the Jin family were to ally with the Shirtua sect, they would still be unable to contend with me." Chapter 58, Delay Not. Act immediately. Deep within the Dragon Mountain, dozens of nobles and several sect leaders gathered outside the imperial palace, their faces pale and expressions grim. Su Dafu donned a mask resembling a rat's face, accompanied by his similarly masked uncle, Su Yuanba. As more formidable beings arrived at the imperial palace, they scrambled to seize advantageous positions for entry. Initially, Su Yuanba concealed his true prowess, but ultimately, he had no choice but to reveal his full strength to assist Su Dafu in holding a crucial corner for entry into the palace. At that moment, he emanated a terrifying pressure that commanded respect, revealing him to be an indomitable sect leader. Clearly, this was Su Yuanba's true cultivation level. Su Dafu gazed longingly at the imperial palace, gritting his teeth in frustration. "It infuriates me. This seal on the palace is too formidable. Even after such a long time, and with so many people exerting their utmost strength, we still cannot break this seal. Su Yuanba sighed. Your Highness, this seal was established by the compassionate immortal emperor during his lifetime, imbued with his immense power. It is not easily shattered. However, I sense that the strength within the seal has diminished significantly over this period. It won't be long before we can breach the imperial seal and seize the legacy of the immortal emperor. Su Dafu replied, Uncle, we have squandered too much time. By then, the people of the Great Sun Dynasty will have already constructed their teleportation array and arrived here. In these 2 days, an increasing number of cultivators have gathered, many of whom are vanguard disciples sent by the top forces of Hezhou. Look at the Chongqing sect. Even their leader has come in person. They have the most powerful reinforcements, making our quest for the immortal emperor's legacy even more challenging. Su Yuanba asserted, Your Highness, you are the destined one. I believe you will surpass all others and claim the immortal emperor's legacy. Su Dafu remained silent, his gaze fixed on a corner of the imperial palace, his thoughts inscrutable. Not far from Su Dafu, in a forest that held one of the earliest advantageous positions for entering the palace, a group of formidable warriors dispatched by the Chongqing sect stood guard. They had temporarily established a cave dwelling. Inside the cave, Qin Chaoyan, with the assistance of her master, Ling'er, and the sect leader, Gu Haixing, labored diligently to refine the compassionate sword. As the compassionate sword emitted an astonishing sword cry, Qin Chaoyan finally succeeded in refining it, establishing a spiritual connection with the sword. The sword, seemingly sentient, instantaneously entered her body. In that moment, Qin Chaoyan experienced a profound transformation, an overwhelming sword intent surging forth from her, prompting both Ling'er and Gu Haixing to feel a chill of trepidation. Such terrifying sword intent. Has my disciple perhaps obtained a fragment of the immortal emperor's sword path legacy? The two stood by, quietly awaiting her awakening. Approximately an hour later, Qin Chaoyan finally stirred, her eyes flashing with a fleeting sharp brilliance. She was overjoyed. Master, the compassionate sword has finally been refined. Ling'er smiled, feeling that the efforts shared with her senior brother were not in vain. Gu Haixing inquired eagerly, Chaoyan, does this compassionate sword contain a portion of the sword path legacy left by the compassionate immortal emperor? Qin Chaoyan nodded. Master, it is true that this compassionate sword holds a fragment of the sword path heritage from the compassionate immortal emperor. However, the complete legacy resides within the imperial palace, which I can sense through the compassionate sword. Qin Chaoyan continued, Master, I am now spiritually connected with the compassionate sword, and perhaps I can utilize it to break the seal of the imperial palace and gain entry. Upon hearing this, both were filled with joy. Wonderful. In this case, while other factions have merely dispatched their vanguard cultivators, we shall seize the opportunity to unlock the imperial palace's seal and secure the immortal emperor's legacy for you. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Chapter 59, The Omen resurfaces. Do you seek the legacy of the celestial emperor? After refining the sword of compassion, Qin Chaoyan emerged from her temporary abode, directing her gaze towards the imperial palace's seal. She summoned the sword of compassion, and in an instant, this imperial artifact erupted with blinding light, accompanied by a formidable and terrifying imperial might that surged forth like a torrential flood, sweeping the surroundings. The cultivators near the imperial palace were stirred, their eyes turning towards Qin Chaoyan. It is a disciple of the Eternal Life sect. That sword, someone gasped, recognizing it as one of the imperial artifacts wielded by the compassionate celestial emperor. How could it have fallen into the hands of a disciple of the Eternal Life sect? The imperial might emanating from the sword was astonishing. It seemed she had completely refined it. Exclamations arose. Could the Eternal Life sect intend to wield this sword to breach the imperial palace's seal? The crowd buzzed with shock and speculation. Simultaneously, several powerful presences erupted, charging towards Qin Chaoyan, intent on seizing the sword of compassion from her grasp. However, the Eternal Life sect would not acquiesce to their desires. Gu Haixing, Ling'er, and several elders of the Eternal Life sect sprang into action, intercepting the cultivators who sought to claim the sword of compassion. In the sky, an astonishing battle erupted. Qin Chaoyan's expression turned solemn. Having summoned the sword of compassion, she unleashed her full strength against the imperial palace's seal. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled violently, and under the strike of the sword of compassion, the seal of the imperial palace became riddled with cracks. Subsequently, the seal shattered. revealing a breach leading into the interior of the imperial palace. From this breach, crimson divine light surged skyward, coalescing into a blood-colored bell, unleashing a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Dong, dong, dong. The resonant tolling of the compassion bell echoed magnificently throughout the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by elation. The seal of the imperial palace had been breached. Quick, seize the opportunity to enter the imperial palace. I must obtain the legacy of the celestial emperor. Charge. Seeing the imperial palace open, countless cultivators' eyes blazed with fervor, akin to ravenous wolves starved for days, frantically rushing towards the breach of the imperial palace. Even the formidable cultivators who had been contesting the Sword of Compassion ceased their battles with Dongfang Lengyue and others, redirecting their focus towards the imperial palace. At the forefront was naturally Qin Chaoyan, wielding the Sword of Compassion alongside the members of the Eternal Life sect, followed closely by Su Dafu and Su Yuanba. A multitude of powerful beings surged into the breach of the imperial palace, all vying for the fabled legacy of the celestial emperor. In Tianwu City, countless cultivators heard the tolling of the bell and looked up to witness the celestial phenomenon. It was the compassion bell. Could it be that the seal of the imperial palace had been shattered? By the heavens, after so long, it has finally been broken. Hurry, hurry. Streams of radiant light shot forth from Tianwu City, racing towards the great dragon mountain. Even the father-daughter duo, Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang, who had returned to the city lord's mansion, gathered their spirits and hastened towards the great dragon mountain. At this moment, the imperial palace deep within the great dragon mountain resembled an unparalleled beauty, draped in an irresistible allure that drew countless cultivators to flock towards it. On Peach Blossom Street, Granny Rome was casually chatting and munching on sunflower seeds with her neighbors when she suddenly caught sight of the celestial phenomenon erupting from the direction of the great dragon mountain. She paused for a moment, her expression turning grave, and ceased her snacking. Young lady, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Do remember to help my unambitious son find a marriage partner. I assure you, the matchmaking fee will be ample. Of course, no problem. I will certainly introduce any suitable young lady I come across. Granny Rong hurriedly departed from Peach Blossom Street, leaving no one aware of her destination. In the backyard of Jiukong Apothecary, Chen Chang'an was diligently practicing the flying moon longevity technique, while Zhong Ling'er was also engrossed in her training. Both startled by the compassionate chime of the bell, Zhong Ling'er widened her expressive eyes. Brother Chang'an, it seems the imperial palace of the Great Dragon Mountain has erupted in an extraordinary phenomenon. Chen Chang'an nodded, recalling the celestial event that had occurred on the day he first acquired the system. The two occurrences were strikingly similar. He activated divine vision, instantly perceiving the vast mountain ranges. The scene deep within the Great Dragon Mountain unfolded before his eyes. He saw that the seal of the imperial palace had been shattered, and the breach, once cleaved by Chun Chongan's iron blade, was now swarmed by countless cultivators entering. Yet amidst this, Chen Chang'an sensed an ominous aura emanating from the depths of the palace. With a flicker of his divine vision, he peered into the palace's interior. Furrowing his brow at what lay within, he beheld an ancient city, thick with malevolent energy, suffused with the stench of death. Within the city, ghostly soldiers and generals were locked in fierce combat with the intruding cultivators, the streets strewn with the fallen bodies of cultivators. Chen Chang'an was taken aback, astonished at the perilous nature of the interior of the imperial palace. He considered employing divine vision to delve deeper into the palace's innermost sanctum, but realized that doing so would require an even greater mastery of invincible prowess. In that fleeting moment, information from the system surfaced in his mind. Lifespan 1. Current lifespan 16,191. Chen Chang'an ceased the operation of divine vision. Never mind. Further exploration bears little significance to me and would only squander my lifespan. His radiant eyes returned to their original state. The seal of the imperial palace has indeed been broken, Chen Chang'an remarked. Zhong Ling'er enlightened. So that is the case. She pondered for a moment before curiously inquiring. Brother Chang'an, you are so formidable. Since the seal of the imperial palace is broken, why not seize the opportunity to claim the legacy of the celestial emperor? I have heard that those who obtain the celestial emperor's inheritance may have the chance to cultivate to the realm of the celestial emperor and become the strongest in the world. Chun Chongan smiled, gently ruffling Zhong Ling'er's hair. What of the Celestial Emperor? I have no need for it. He then turned to ask Zhong Ling'er another question. Do you desire the legacy of the Celestial Emperor? If so, I shall seize it from this imperial palace and present it to you. Chun Chang'an's words were spoken with such nonchalance, as if claiming the legacy of the Celestial Emperor for Zhong Ling'er were merely a trifling matter. Chapter 60. The Letter from Chu Wushuang. Preparing for the future. Zhong Ling'er gently shook her head. As long as she could remain by her brother's side in Chang'an, she felt utterly content and did not yearn for the legacy of the immortal emperor. Though she had just entered the realm of cultivation and was unaware of the full implications of the immortal emperor's inheritance, she recognized its immense value. Numerous powerful beings flocked to seize this legacy, and although she held unwavering confidence in Chen Chang'an, believing him to be the strongest, she was nonetheless concerned about the potential harm he might face in the struggle. After all, during this time, she had frequently overheard the townsfolk speaking of the news from the imperial palace, where battles erupted at a moment's notice, leaving corpses strewn across the ground and rivers flowing with blood, with countless lives lost. Even if Chen Chang'an were truly capable of obtaining the immortal emperor's inheritance for her, Zhong Ling'er would not wish to witness him endure injury on her behalf. Chun Chongan smiled gently, tenderly ruffling Zhong Ling'er's hair. Even without the immortal emperor's legacy, you will still achieve the status of an immortal emperor in the future. Chun Chang'an had unwavering confidence in his ability to nurture Zhong Ling'er into an immortal emperor, especially considering she was a natural royal body. However, he found himself at a loss regarding how to awaken this inherent royal physique, having gleaned no useful information from the library. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an and Zhong Ling'er resumed their respective cultivation practices, with Chen Chang'an continuing to refine his longevity technique. Before long, Lin Lei arrived at the door once more. Lin Lei, why are you here instead of accompanying your beloved wife? Why do you keep coming back here every few days? At this moment, Lin Lei was brimming with youthful vigor and charm. Through the cultivation of the sixth-tier technique, the Blackwater Heavenly Scripture, he had already broken through to the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm, with the next step being to breach the Fate Spring realm. At just 18 years of age, should he manage to achieve this breakthrough before turning 20, he would be considered a prodigy within the realm of cultivation, destined for extraordinary accomplishments. Reaching the transformation realm and becoming a ruler sanctioned by heaven and earth was not beyond the realm of possibility. Lin Lei chuckled heartily, truly embodying the adage that good fortune brings joy. Look at my cultivation level. I have reached the pinnacle of transcendence, and I am one step closer to the Fate Spring. Go ahead and boast, Chen Chang'an replied with an eye roll. You witnessed the celestial phenomenon earlier. It seemed the seal of the imperial palace has been lifted. Why not go there and seize the opportunity? Who knows? You might be fortunate enough to obtain the immortal emperor's inheritance. Lin Lei was rendered speechless. I have just reached the pinnacle of transcendence. If I were to venture to the imperial palace for opportunities, wouldn't I be inviting you to collect my remains? As he spoke, Lin Lei couldn't help but sigh. The chance of the immortal emperor is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. To be honest, I am very tempted to go. What if I were to gain the immortal emperor's recognition? However, I am about to marry and cannot act alone. Chen Chang'an nodded, acknowledging the validity of his reasoning. You possess self-awareness. If you were to perish in the imperial palace, little Lu would likely be left to mourn you in loneliness. Ba. Do not speak such ominous words. Lin Lei then shifted to a more serious tone. I have come here at the behest of the young lady. Chu Wushuang summoned you. Yes, she instructed me to deliver a letter to you. Lin Lei produced a letter and handed it to Chen Chang'an, winking mischievously at him. Before the young lady departed, she solemnly entrusted me with this letter, urging me to deliver it to you post-haste. I found myself intrigued by its contents. Could it be that your life-saving grace has stirred feelings within her, perhaps suggesting that such a debt of gratitude could only be repaid through devotion? Chen Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at Lin Lei. Do you believe I would divulge to Xiao Lu your escapade with DeFu and me during those nights spent in the entertainment district years ago? Lin Lei hastily shook his head. Absolutely not. This must remain a secret. He glanced around nervously, fearful that Han Xiao Lu might be nearby, and lowered his voice to Chen Chang'an. Chang'an, this concerns the lifelong happiness of a brother. You must not breathe a word to Xiao Lu. Besides, this is a matter from 2 years past. Cough. I've turned over a new leaf. If you have indeed reformed, what do you have to fear? You fail to grasp the intricacies of a woman's heart. It is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. If you were to mention this to Xiaolu, who knows what thoughts might plague her mind throughout the day? Very well then. Chen Chang'an was merely jesting with Lin Lei, for such matters were sacred secrets among men, not to be shared with women. Meanwhile, Zhong Ling'er, curious as ever, tilted her head and pondered silently. What could it be that Chang'an and Lei Gu had to do in the entertainment district overnight? Perhaps they possess properties there as well? Regarding the letter from Chu Wushuang, Chen Chang'an felt a tinge of curiosity. Lin Lei, standing beside him, was equally eager. Open it and see what the young lady has written. Chen Chang'an had no qualms about unfolding the letter. The elegant script flowed beautifully, imbued with the faint scent of ink. Both he and Lin Lei perused it. Lin Lei, puzzled, remarked, "The Jin family and the elders of the Shirtua sect are coming to Tianwu City. But why does the young lady caution you and urge you to leave the city?" In the letter, Chu Wushuang indeed warned Chen Chang'an about the movements of the Jin family and the Shirtua sect, advising him to depart from Tianwu City at the earliest opportunity, as the two formidable factions had dispatched their elders to seek him out. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Wushuang would send him such a warning, unafraid of being drawn into the fray herself. In response to Lin Lei's confusion, Chen Chang'an shrugged. Why should she want me to leave Tianwu City? If you ask me, I have no answers. Perhaps it is because I once saved Chu Wushuang, inciting the jealousy of an alchemist from the Jin family. Could it truly be so petty? Lin Lei was struck dumb by the thought. Chen Chang'an chose not to elaborate further, wishing to spare Lin Lei any unnecessary worry. Moreover, even if he were to assure Lin Lei that he could easily handle the elders of the Shirtua sect and the Jin family, he knew such claims would not be taken seriously. The reasons remained unclear. Perhaps Chu Wushuang was simply overthinking the situation. He tucked the letter away and said, "Although this matter may not concern me directly, please remember to convey my gratitude to Chu Wushuang when you return." I understand, for she is indeed concerned for you. Lin Lei suddenly realized, pondering that indeed, aside from treating illnesses, the young lady had no other interactions with Chang'an. She must be utilizing this opportunity to express her concern for him. It was evident that she had developed feelings for Chang'an. With this thought, Lin Lei couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Qin Chaoyan. Truly, he was my brother. How impressive that he could, so quietly, win the affection of the city lord's daughter. Lin Lei mused that if Chun Chongan and Chu Wushuang were to become involved, it would be akin to a crow nesting in a phoenix's abode, granting him a lifetime of unparalleled wealth and glory. How enviable. Then, Lin Lei turned his gaze towards Zhong Ling'er, conveying a subtle message with his eyes. Sister Ling'er, you must strive harder, otherwise, you may only find yourself relegated to the role of a concubine. Zhong Ling'er, bewildered, failed to grasp the meaning behind Lin Lei's glance. Well, my dear Luer is waiting for me at home for dinner, so I must take my leave, Lin Lei announced, preparing to depart. Take care, Qin Chaoyan said, patting Lin Lei on the shoulder. Yet, in that quiet moment, he implanted within Lin Lei a powerful life and death talisman, a manifestation of the 5 years of life he had sacrificed. Consequently, Lin Lei's lifespan had now dwindled to 16,184. However, the might of this life and death talisman was formidable, capable of unleashing unparalleled strength to aid Lin Lei in times of peril. In this realm of cultivation, it was likely that only those reclusive old monsters could rival him. Even the most powerful cultivators, including the supreme true monarch of the myriad laws, would find it challenging to harm Lin Lei. After all, Lin Lei was one of Chun Chongan's few friends. Chen Chang'an was acutely aware of his enmity with the Jin family and the corpse-carrying sect, fearing that these two formidable powers might resort to underhanded tactics and trouble those close to him. By taking this precaution and providing the life and death talisman, he was preparing for any eventualities, ensuring that Lin Lei would not have to worry about future dangers. Chapter 61. Within the Zhongliang Mountain, the Millennia Jade. Ling'er, please attend to the shop. I shall make a trip to Orchid Village. With these words, Chen Chang'an departed from the Jiukong apothecary and set forth towards Orchid Village. On the road leading out of the city, he observed streaks of radiant light piercing the sky, heading deep into the Dalong Mountain. With numerous cultivators having taken their leave, the city of Tianwu appeared somewhat desolate. As soon as he exited the city gates, Chen Chang'an received a message from Yi Hongying. Upon opening the message, he read, Young Master, The Wanbao Pavilion has received reliable news that the Daylight Dynasty has constructed the teleportation array. Tomorrow, the Crown Prince Su Tung will arrive at Dalong Mountain. Moreover, the ancestor of the Jin family, Jin Jiri, along with the Supreme Elder Zhao Tao of the Corpse Transport Sect, have embarked for Tianwu City. Both are indestructible true monarchs of the Wanfa realm, and they will arrive within 3 days at the latest to seek vengeance upon you. Please exercise caution. Chun Chongan responded with a simple acknowledgement, then stored the communication talisman gifted by Yi Hongying. Orchid Village resembled a secluded paradise, tranquil and harmonious. The villagers rose with the sun and rested at dusk, leading a leisurely existence. Upon his arrival, the villagers regarded him with a mixture of reverence and fear, recalling his formidable prowess in subduing powerful cultivators. Why had he returned? Unfazed by their gazes, Chen Chang'an made his way to Uncle Fu's residence. Upon seeing him, Uncle Fu hastily approached. "My lord, you have come." Uncle Fu's demeanor had shifted. His gaze towards Chen Chang'an was now filled with respect. He had heard the tales of Chen Chang'an's might. Realizing that the young apothecary was far from ordinary, he was akin to the exalted immortals. This was beyond Uncle Fu's expectations. Furthermore, Chen Chang'an was the savior of his son, which made Uncle Fu hesitate to converse as casually as before. Chen Chang'an observed the change with a sigh, understanding that his revealed strength had altered many people's interactions with him. He pondered how Lei Zi and De Fu would respond to his transformation. "Uncle Fu, please continue to call me Chang'an as before," he said with a gentle smile. "Very well," Uncle Fu replied. "How is Zhong Yoning faring now?" Chen Chang'an inquired. Uncle Fu responded, "Yoning has nearly fully recovered." At that moment, Zhang Yoning and his wife, Li Shi, emerged upon hearing the conversation. Indeed, Zhang Yoning appeared revitalized, showing no signs of injury, thanks to the potent life essence of the millennia ginseng. Otherwise, Qin Chaoyan might not have been able to heal him. "Benefactor, you have arrived." Zhang Yoning and Li Shi expressed their respect, bowing deeply, no longer daring to address Qin Chaoyan as Brother Chang'an as they once did. Qin Chaoyan smiled and remarked, "You seem to be in good spirits, Yuning. It appears you have fully recovered." Yuning replied, "Are you planning to venture into the mountains in search of those 3 ghost mice?" Qin Chaoyan nodded affirmatively. Yuning continued, "Very well. I shall escort you there at once." Previously, Chun Chongan had expressed his desire for Yuning to lead him to the cave where the 3 ghost mice resided. At that time, Yuning was unaware of Chun Chang'an's formidable abilities and worried about potential dangers. However, he now felt reassured, having learned from the villagers of Chen Chang'an's prowess, and believed he could handle the ghost mice without any undue concern. Soon, Yuning was prepared and accompanied Qin Chaoyan to the ancient mountain not far from Orchid Village. This mountain, named Zhongliang Mountain by the villagers, though not as expansive as Dalong Mountain, spanned nearly 10,000 miles. It was known to harbor ferocious beasts and formidable demons, making it perilous for ordinary cultivators to venture deep into its recesses. A moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. As a mere mortal hunter, Yuning naturally refrained from hunting deep within the mountain, opting instead to remain in the safer periphery to catch smaller game. Yuning expertly guided Qin Chaoyan through the dense, shadowy forests and treacherous valleys. After several hours, drenched in perspiration, he finally led Qin Chaoyan to a secluded ravine. "Here, my benefactor, the cave is right there." Yuning pointed towards the dense vines and foliage at the ravine's edge. He swallowed hard, recalling the terrifying incident from 3 days prior, feeling his body tremble at the memory of the ominous red mist exhaled by the ghost mice. Surviving that encounter felt like sheer luck. As Qin Chaoyan parted the vines, he indeed discovered a dark cave entrance. This cave was not a natural formation. It had been excavated by the sharp claws of the 3 ghost mice, evident from the claw marks adorning the cave walls. "All right, you may leave me here," Qin Chaoyan instructed. "Yuning, be cautious. I shall wait for you outside," he replied. Qin Chaoyan shook his head. "There's no need for you to wait. You might find yourself in great danger if a beast passes by. Why not accompany me inside? Or perhaps you should descend the mountain without me." Yuning's complexion paled as he forced a bitter smile. "My benefactor, it's best I refrain from entering. Having narrowly escaped with my life, I am utterly terrified." "Then take care of yourself. I shall return shortly," Qin Chaoyan replied. With that, Yuning hastily departed, and Qin Chaoyan entered the cave. The cave was dark and cool, spacious enough for 2 adults to pass side by side, so he did not feel cramped within. utilizing his divine vision. The darkness of the cave transformed into a brightness akin to daylight. Soon, he reached the innermost depths of the cave, where the three ghost mice were furiously digging with their sharp claws. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, dispersing his divine vision. As long as the three ghostly rats remained in the cave, it was manageable. However, should they venture forth, locating them again would undoubtedly require considerable effort. With a swift step of divine movement, Chen Chang'an vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he found himself behind the three ghostly rats. These creatures were colossal, each nearly 2 meters in size, their fur a muted gray, and their 3 heads adorned with sharp fangs, diligently excavating the earth. Their powerful claws allowed them to carve out tunnels with astonishing speed. Remarkably, Qin Chang'an's arrival went unnoticed by the industrious rats. He chose to remain undisturbed, concealing his presence. As he observed them laboriously digging, curious to discover what treasures these creatures had unearthed within the vast mountain. His wait was not in vain. Within half an hour, the three ghostly rats suddenly exhibited signs of exhilaration. As they furiously clawed at the earth, a gem, roughly the size of a newborn, emerged, a flawless jade stone radiating an intense spiritual aura. Chen Chang'an recognized it immediately. It was a millennium jade, a rare and precious treasure formed from the essence of the mountain, brimming with pure energy that greatly aids in cultivation. Upon sighting the millennium jade, the rat's 6 eyes sparkled with excitement, emitting a series of chattering sounds as they lunged towards it, unable to suppress their urge to devour it. It seemed that after their arduous labor, the moment of reward had finally arrived, an arduous journey culminating in a significant discovery. Chapter 62. Mouse 3, take me to your lair. Hey. If you were to consume this millennium jade, would it not be a gross waste of nature's bounty? Just as the three-headed ghost mouse was excitedly contemplating devouring the precious jade, an incongruous voice emerged from behind Chen Chang'an. The sudden sound echoed through the tranquil cave, startling the three-headed ghost mouse, causing its fur to bristle in alarm as it nearly leapt into the air. In the next moment, the 3 heads turned towards Chen Chang'an, their 6 blood-red eyes fixated on him with caution, emitting deep growls while simultaneously brimming with confusion. They were curious about how this human had appeared behind them. Chen Chang'an strode forward. The timid 3-headed ghost mouse, upon seeing him approach, abandoned its intent to feast on the millennium jade and instinctively sought to flee. Suddenly, the dark head among the trio flickered with a faint glow at its brow, surrounded by a surge of spatial energy. Chen Chang'an had long anticipated this ghost mouse's innate ability to escape, for it possessed the capability to teleport several dozen miles away in an instant. Thus, few cultivators could capture such a creature. However, unfortunately for the 3-headed ghost mouse, it encountered Chen Chang'an. A divine light emanated from his eyes, and the 3-headed ghost mouse let out a pitiful squeal as if struck by a heavy blow. The dark head collapsed, rendered incapacitated and unable to utilize its escape prowess. The other 2 heads, enraged, retaliated, one spitting forth a stream of corrosive green venom that sizzled against the wall, rapidly eroding it away, while the other unleashed a blazing inferno aimed directly at Chen Chang'an. Yet, Chen Chang'an did not retaliate. He merely emitted a cold snort. Instantly, the 2 mouse heads were as if struck by an unseen force, rendered powerless. The 3-headed ghost mouse found itself suppressed by Chen Chang'an, unable to flee or inflict any harm upon him. At this moment, the 3-headed ghost mouse gazed at Chen Chang'an, terror evident in its eyes as its massive body trembled in fear. Chun Chongan momentarily ignored the creature and extracted the millennium jade embedded in the earth. To his astonishment, it weighed a hefty 30 to 40 pounds, radiating brilliant light and exuding a chilling touch. As he slightly activated the flying immortal sutra bestowed upon him by his elder, he felt every pore of his being enveloped by the jade's pure energy, refreshing him immensely. Regrettably, Qin Chaoyan had already reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. Thus, the Millennium Jade held no use for him. He mused that if given to Ling'er for her training, it would undoubtedly expedite her progress tremendously. With that thought, he placed the jade into his storage ring and turned his gaze back to the 3-headed ghost mouse, which was still watching him, its 6 eyes reflecting sheer terror. Subsequently, an overwhelming and formidable pressure descended upon the 3-headed ghost mouse, nearly compressing it into a quivering mass of flesh. The 3-headed ghost mouse was utterly consumed by fear. The three-headed ghost rat is indeed a remarkable creature for seeking precious treasures of heaven and earth. Chen Chang'an would never simply kill it, as that would be a tremendous waste. He infused a life and death talisman into the body of the three-headed ghost rat. Instantly, the creature felt its life bound and was engulfed in a profound fear of being dominated by the man before it. Chun Chongan subtly manipulated the life and death talisman within the rat's body, unleashing an overwhelming force that threatened to tear apart every inch of its flesh. Instilling even greater terror, Chen Chang'an proclaimed, "Your life is now under my control. From this day forth, submit to me and acknowledge me as your master, or face death." The three-headed ghost rat, already fearful of death, hastily bowed its heads in submission under Chen Chang'an's intimidation. Witnessing this scene, Chun Chongan mused to himself, "Indeed, this three-headed ghost rat is, as the ancient texts describe, fearful of death. Capturing and taming it should prove to be effortless." After the three-headed ghost rat yielded, Chun Chang'an calmed the tumultuous life and death talisman within it, dissipating the oppressive aura that had weighed upon the creature. The rat remained somewhat apprehensive, curled up before Chen Chang'an, trembling. With a smile, Chen Chang'an said, "You possess 3 heads. From now on, I shall call you Rat 3. The three-headed ghost rat felt an odd sense of dissatisfaction with this name and squeaked twice in protest. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. "You do not like it?" The rat quivered, its 3 heads nodding vigorously. Chen Chang'an replied, "Very well, I am pleased. Now, lead me to your lair." Chapter 63. The Rat Heist. In a hidden lair having subdued 3 ghostly rats, Chen Chang'an departed from the cave. He made a brief visit back to Orchid Village to bid farewell to Uncle Fu and others before following the creature known as Rat 3 to its lair. Interestingly, Rat 3's dwelling was not located within the Zhongliang mountain, but rather in the direction of the Great Dragon Mountain. This indicated that Rat 3 frequently ventured out in search of treasures. Chen Chang'an's curiosity piqued at the thought of what heavenly materials and earthly treasures might be nestled within its lair. Though Rat 3 appeared to obey Chen Chang'an, if it could articulate its thoughts, it would likely be cursing internally. After decades of successfully unearthing treasures, today marked a misfortune for the creature. Once free and unencumbered, it now found itself with a master. Naturally, Rat 3 was displeased, for it was not foolish and discerned Qin Chaoyan's intentions. This human cultivator surely sought the treasures within its lair, and it mourned the years of labor it had devoted to gathering them. Upon arriving at Great Dragon Mountain, the afternoon sun blazed fiercely. However, the journey into the mountain was remarkably lively. The sky was adorned with streaks of rainbow light piercing the clouds. Entering the Great Dragon Mountain, occasionally, one could witness large flying artifacts carrying dozens of cultivators, as well as formidable practitioners riding rare and magnificent beasts soaring through the air and into the mountain. Qin Chaoyan, walking on foot, was a rarity among them. Rat 3, having never encountered such a multitude of cultivators, trembled with fear, its little heart pounding. The 3-headed rats dared not lift their gaze to the sky, their timidity palpable. Yet soon, a seasoned cultivator from the Fate Spring realm recognized the 3-headed ghost rat trailing behind Qin Chaoyan and could not contain his delight. It was indeed the legendary 3-treasure rat, renowned for its exceptional ability to locate heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This creature was also referred to as the 3-treasure rat. Originally, he intended to seek fortune at the Imperial Palace without much hope, but he now stumbled upon a serendipitous encounter with this extraordinary beast. Compared to the unlikely opportunities at the Imperial Palace, capturing the 3-treasure rat and journeying to its lair promised a far more tangible fortune. Without hesitation, the Fate Spring cultivator made his move. As for Qin Chaoyan, the cultivator had already discerned his cultivation level and held a quiet disdain for him, regarding the mere blood-nourishing realm as a foolhardy venture drawn by the allure of the Imperial Palace. Naturally, he dismissed Qin Chaoyan entirely. When Rat 3 sensed the attack aimed at it, it dared not flee and quickly scuttled behind Chun Chongan for protection. Qin Chaoyan, glancing at the Fate Spring cultivator, uttered no words. He merely activated his divine vision. Upon meeting the gaze of the Fate Spring cultivator, the latter let out a blood-curdling scream. As if pierced by an invisible blade, his countenance drained of color. It felt as though his internal organs had been skewered, causing him to plummet from the sky, gravely wounded and unconscious. This spectacle astonished the other cultivators who had also recognized Rat 3, They had initially intended to vie for the creature themselves. Upon witnessing the severely injured Fate's Spring cultivator, who lay unconscious without any understanding of how Qin Chaoyan had struck, it appeared as if the victory had been achieved in utter silence. The other cultivators regarded Chen Chang'an with trepidation, refraining from attempting to seize the three-headed treasure mouse that hid behind him. This was entirely comprehensible, for if Chun Chongan were truly as feeble as he seemed, how could he have captured such a remarkable creature? Indeed, it became evident that he had concealed his true prowess. Yet, some cultivators remained skeptical. Among them was a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the Fate realm, merely a step away from becoming a noble. With a disdainful snort, he attempted to put on an act. Without delay, he extended his right hand. A torrent of celestial energy surged, coalescing into a colossal hand that loomed over Qin Chaoyan and the three-headed mouse, intent not only on seizing the creature, but also on extinguishing Chun Chongan's life. The three-headed mouse trembled in fear, while Qin Chaoyan's gaze turned icy. In the face of such merciless aggression, he would show no mercy. He activated Divine Eye. A shriek erupted from the powerful cultivator, whose soul was obliterated in an instant, leaving behind only a soulless shell. With a mere gesture, Chen Chang'an summoned the lifeless body into his storage ring, intending to use it as material for refining level 1 longevity blood. This decisive act of suppression left all the cultivators in stunned silence, their faces drained of color, filled with terror and dread. How formidable! To what realm had he ascended? With just a glance, he had shattered the spirit of a peak Fate realm cultivator. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of any noble at the transformation stage. Could he be a master at the immortal stage? The observing cultivators murmured among themselves, their expressions a mixture of shock and fear. Scanning the other cultivators, Chen Chang'an seemed to be pondering who else might dare to challenge him for his little pet. As his gaze swept across them, the cultivators were struck with fear, averting their eyes from him. The three-headed mouse, with its 6 tiny eyes glimmering, still quivered behind Chen Chang'an. Yet it harbored an instinctual sense that its master was indeed formidable. Perhaps remaining by his side would prove advantageous. Seeing that no one dared to contest for the mouse, Chun Chongan finally withdrew his gaze and gave a light kick to the trembling creature behind him. "Why cower?" he admonished. The mouse squeaked twice, and together they departed. Once Chen Chang'an and the three-headed mouse had left, the remaining cultivators finally exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. At last, guided by the mouse, they approached dusk and arrived at its hidden lair. The lair of the three-headed mouse lay concealed behind a waterfall to the north of the Great Dragon Mountain, remarkably discreet. As they passed through the waterfall, they encountered a stone wall, polished to a lustrous sheen from years of erosion by the cascading water. Just as Chen Chang'an pondered the entrance to the lair, he observed the mouse heading straight towards a specific spot on the stone wall. The stone wall rippled like the surface of water as Mouse 3 passed straight through it. So it was. Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes and followed suit. Upon entering the stone wall, he discovered a hidden realm within. Several formation flags were planted, yet they were covered in ashes, remnants of countless years. A few precious top-tier spirit stones served as the foundation for this illusionary formation, safeguarding this place. Alongside a pile of powder, the residue left after the spirit stones had exhausted their energy. Who could be so extravagant as to use top-tier spirit stones as a formation base? Chun Chang'an marveled at the sight. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself in a cavernous expanse, carved by human hands, where luminous stones were embedded in the walls, casting a radiant glow that surprisingly did not feel damp. Chun Chang'an murmured, "This resembles a cave residence." Many cultivators establish such sanctuaries to comprehend the heavenly principles and achieve breakthroughs within. This vast cavern was unmistakably a cave residence. Chen Chang'an did not anticipate that Mouse 3's nest would be situated within such a dwelling, which took him by surprise. The cavern extended deep into the earth. Mouse 3 glanced back, chirping twice, and continued deeper into the cavern. Chen Chang'an followed closely behind. The cavern was profound, filled with abundant spiritual energy, and at last, Chen Chang'an arrived at the cave residence alongside Mouse 3. Chapter 64. The Treasure of Mouse 3, The Terrifying Flesh. This is a spacious cavern that has been meticulously excavated, featuring 3 stone chambers and a vast stone hall. It is adorned with a high-level spirit-gathering formation, where the spiritual energy is so dense that it almost manifests as a tangible mist. Within the stone hall, Various radiances shimmer and intertwine, a dazzling display of colors. All treasures amassed by Mouse 3 over the years. There are dozens of precious ores and rare materials, alongside an array of extraordinary natural treasures. Upon a mere glance, Qin Chaoyan could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. 9 patterned gold, dragon's tear bronze, purple phoenix wood, earth fire essence, 9 marvelous crimson fruits. These are all exceedingly rare materials documented in the ancient texts Chen Chang'an had perused within the library, thanks to the illustrations. Utilizing his divine mind, he had memorized the contents of those ancient books, thus recognizing them at once. However, many of these treasures he had not encountered in the texts, rendering them unidentifiable to him. Yet, each item collected by Mouse 3 is far from ordinary, radiating a spectrum of colors, exuding an air of mystery and rarity. It is crucial to understand that these exceptional materials serve as vital components for refining top-tier magical artifacts, with some being scarce ingredients for concocting important elixirs. For instance, the 9 marvelous crimson fruit is one of the essential primary ingredients required for a noble cultivator in the divine transformation realm to break through to the immortal realm and ascend to the level of a sect leader. The purple phoenix wood, resembling purple blood, burns with a brilliant intensity, embodying utmost yang energy, adorned with divine phoenix patterns. Should an immortal sovereign in the myriad laws wish to refine a suitable pure yang magical artifact, this purple phoenix would be an excellent material for the task. Earth fire essence, on the other hand, is a sacred medicinal herb for body refinement, capable of enhancing the strength of the flesh, and is exceedingly rare. Squeak. Mouse 3, gazing at Chen Chang'an with sparkling eyes, realized that his treasured collection might soon be lost, feeling utterly aggrieved and on the verge of tears. Chen Chang'an chuckled softly. It is no wonder so many cultivators seek to seize this 3-headed treasure mouse. They clearly recognize the value of the treasures hidden within its lair, which has truly broadened my horizons. The piles of rare materials resemble small mountains, and Chen Chang'an, for the time being, could not discern their full extent. He was in no rush to plunder Mouse 3's treasures, but instead curiously observed the cavern. To have arranged such a sophisticated spirit-gathering formation in this place, the owner of the cavern must possess considerable strength. I wonder if he is alive or dead. Hearing Chun Chongan's musings, Mouse 3 nibbled at the hem of his trousers, guiding him into one of the stone chambers. Inside, Chun Chongan beheld a corpse seated upon a spirit bed. Astonishingly, this corpse had been dead for an indeterminate length of time. Its garments had long turned to ashes. Yet, its flesh remained intact. So lifelike it appeared as if it were still living. Chun Chang'an observed intently and noticed that this corporeal form still harbored an astonishing vitality. A faint echo of the tumultuous waves crashing against the rocks resonating within. Approaching this lifeless body felt akin to nearing a fiercely blazing furnace. Its intensity so overwhelming that it threatened to reduce Chen Chang'an to mere ashes. He exerted a modicum of his unparalleled cultivation to stave off the terrifying heat emanating from this entity, murmuring to himself as he scrutinized the figure before him. Such formidable physique. Even the most eminent nobles and spiritual leaders, having undergone the trials of heavenly refinement, could not compare to the strength embodied in this corpse. Given the state of this cave dwelling, it seems this individual has transcended into a state of enlightenment for many years, yet the remnants of such formidable power persist. Who could this person be? Truly, a source of wonder. Chapter 65. The Martial King, Cloud Dragon, the Art of Creation of Heaven and Earth. Mouse 3 dared not enter the stone chamber, choosing instead to conceal itself outside while peering in, instinctively sensing a formidable aura of danger emanating from the corpse within. It refrained from venturing inside, despite its awareness of the presence of the body. In stark contrast, Chun Chongan possessed remarkable strength, capable of facing whatever lay before him. Inside the chamber, Chun Chongan scrutinized the corpse, which exhibited signs of preservation after death, suggesting it belonged to a formidable practitioner of physical cultivation. His gaze fixated on the storage ring adorning the right index finger of the corpse, speculating that it might contain techniques for physical cultivation. He reached out to seize it. Suddenly, the corpse stirred. Despite being infused with an astonishing vitality akin to a blazing furnace, it exuded a chilling and eerie presence rather than warmth. The corpse's eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of bizarre crimson orbs fixed on Chen Chang'an. as its right hand reached out toward him. Though startled by the corpse's unexpected revival, Qin Chaoyan remained undaunted, letting out a cold snort. His invincible prowess suppressed the creature, rendering it immobile. A piercing shriek erupted from the corpse. Chun Chongan frowned. It was rumored that some powerful practitioners could remain uncorrupted for millennia, their blood vitality immense, and upon death, they could give rise to strange life forces, becoming ominous. This confirmed Chen Chang'an's suspicion that the corpse before him had indeed been a powerful physical cultivator in life. With a mere flick of his finger, the corpse disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only the storage ring behind. Upon opening the ring, Chen Chang'an found it empty except for a singular purple treasure leaf. A transmission treasure leaf? Chen Chang'an mused, astonished. He had encountered such a precious artifact in the library. This rare item was known for transmitting secret teachings. He pressed the treasure leaf to his forehead, and as it emitted a brilliant purple light, he felt his soul being drawn into an unknown, mystical realm. There, on a solitary peak, stood a robust middle-aged man with his hands clasped behind his back. The aura he emanated was terrifying, his vitality as overwhelming as a mountain, making it difficult to breathe. This middle-aged man was none other than the corpse from the stone chamber. The man spoke. "I am Cloud Dragon. I came seeking the martial saint's tomb, but fell victim to treachery and met my demise here. Since you have obtained the transmission treasure leaf, you are my fated one. Today, I shall grant you my legacy, hoping that if you encounter my enemies in the future, you will avenge me." With that, the middle-aged man pointed, and a vast torrent of memories surged into Qin Chaoyan. He began to absorb this legacy. After an hour had passed, Qin Chaoyan fully assimilated the legacy of Cloud Dragon. The treasure leaf at his brow had turned to ash, and as he awakened, brilliant light shone from his eyes. The art of creation of heaven and earth. Chun Chongan murmured. This was the ancient body refining technique passed down to him by the middle-aged man. The heaven and earth transformation scripture is divided into 3 tiers, encompassing a myriad of knowledge, including methods of body refinement and detailed records of mystical techniques for various cultivation realms. However, Yun Zhonglong had only mastered the first tier of the heaven and earth transformation scripture, limiting his cultivation to the realm of spirit transformation, thus becoming a martial king. Yet, Yun Zhonglong was indeed a peak martial king, who ventured into Huzhou to seek the tomb of the martial sage, for within the grasp of that martial sage, Bajia, lay the second tier of the heaven and earth transformation scripture, enabling a practitioner to ascend from martial king to martial sage. Alas, Yun Zhonglong was unfortunate, encountering enemies that prevented him from ever discovering the tomb before his demise. Chun Chongan murmured, "Situ Wukong, I shall remember your foe, should I cross paths with him. I will avenge you, as a token of gratitude for imparting your teachings." However, Chun Chongan pondered that Yun Zhonglong had likely perished several millennia ago, and his adversary had probably long since departed from this world. A smile graced Chun Chongan's face, his spirits lifted. Through the artifact of transmission, he assimilated the teachings effortlessly. Grasping the essence without needing to learn it in the conventional manner, he merely had to cultivate. Yet, the sole vexation for Chun Chongan lay in the fact that each breakthrough in his cultivation realm required the use of the body refining elixir from the heaven and earth transformation scripture. The higher the realm, the rarer the materials needed to concoct the elixir. Currently, transitioning from the blood-nourishing realm to the transcendence realm necessitated a type of elixir ingredient known as the blood spirit elixir, which required a staggering 373 herbs for its creation. Fortunately, most of these herbs were relatively common, save for a few rare ones. He resolved to enlist Hong Ying's assistance in gathering the necessary ingredients, so he could commence alchemy and begin his training. As for the path of magical cultivation, it had reached its limit due to his unparalleled prowess. Chen Chang'an looked forward to embarking on the alternate path of physical cultivation, hoping it would not disappoint him. Casting a glance at Mouse San, he chuckled. "You, my friend, though unappealing in appearance, suddenly seem rather endearing." Mouse San, bewildered, could not comprehend Chun Chang'an's words. Chun Chang'an decided to explore the other stone chambers within the cave, hoping to uncover any treasures. However, he found little of value in the remaining chambers. The few spirit pets that Yun Zhonglong had once nurtured had long since turned to a pile of bones. Yet, in one chamber, he discovered a withered, yellowing golden vine, resembling a small serpent. Chen Chang'an's eyes brightened. It was the golden snake vine. According to the heaven and earth transformation scripture, to cultivate to the level of martial king, one required a rare alchemical material known as the golden snake fruit, which grows upon this very vine. He fervently hoped it could be revived, for he did not wish to lose such a precious golden snake vine. It is worth noting that the golden snake vine is exceedingly rare within the realm of cultivation, making its discovery a significant fortune. Chun Chongan promptly employed his unmatched cultivation prowess to nourish the ailing vine back to vitality. Nurtured by unparalleled prowess, the golden snake vine swiftly regained its vitality. Chen Chang'an finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it had been saved. Subsequently, he carefully transplanted the golden snake vine from the stone chamber into his storage ring, intending to plant it in the backyard of the apothecary upon his return. Finally, he swept clean the treasures that Shu San had painstakingly collected over the years, leaving Qin Chaoyan thoroughly satisfied. Shu San stared blankly at this scene, its tiny heart bleeding. Yet it dared not utter a word. Chen Chang'an smiled gently and said, "Shu San, you are now my spirit pet. What is yours belongs to me, and what is mine remains mine. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly." Immediately thereafter, Chen Chang'an, utilizing his unparalleled prowess, intended to bestow upon Shu San an immaculate spirit body, akin to what he had granted to Zhong Ling'er and Yi Hongying. However, under the baptism of his invincible power, Shu San began to squeak excitedly as a transformation in its bloodline occurred. Chapter 66. The Transformation of Bloodline, the Golden Devouring Rat. Under the unparalleled cultivation of Chen Chang'an, the bloodline of Shu San underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Flames of golden hue enveloped its entire form, radiating an overwhelming aura of demonic power, as its once gray fur transformed into a resplendent shade of gold. Ancient texts have chronicled the bloodlines of demonic beasts, categorizing them into 5 distinct classes based on strength: common demon bloodline, earth demon bloodline, heaven demon bloodline, true demon bloodline, and immortal demon bloodline. The 3-headed ghost rat, a descendant of the ancient golden devouring rat, had long since diluted its celestial bloodline over the years, rendered almost non-existent. Yet, it still possessed the exceedingly rare heaven demon bloodline within the realm of cultivation. However, due to Qin Chaoyan's unparalleled cultivation, it inadvertently triggered a rebirth of its ancestral golden devouring rat bloodline. Witnessing this transformation, Chun Chongan continued to bestow his blessings upon Shu San, facilitating its extraordinary evolution. After 3 full hours, the metamorphosis of Shu San's bloodline finally reached completion. Its physique had diminished considerably, adorned with intricate golden patterns of mystical origin, especially on the 3 rat heads, which now boasted 3 radiant celestial symbols. Its 6 cunning eyes burned with golden flames, exuding an extraordinary aura that starkly contrasted with its previous form. Chen Chang'an felt a surge of joy. The spirit companion he had tamed had suddenly transformed into a creature of the immortal demon bloodline, a lineage destined for greatness, one that could potentially touch the threshold of the demonic emperor. The emergence of a beast with an immortal demon bloodline within the realm of cultivation would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir, inciting numerous powerful factions to vie for its allegiance. Chen Chang'an also discovered a significant aspect of his unparalleled cultivation: the ability to assist demonic beasts in evolving their ancestral bloodlines. He termed this remarkable function bloodline transformation. However, aiding Shu San in its metamorphosis to the pinnacle of the immortal demon bloodline came at a considerable cost, depleting a full decade from his lifespan, leaving him with 1,184 years remaining. Nevertheless, this sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. It was rumored that the golden devouring rat possessed an innate talent for treasure-seeking. Even the weakest among them, those of the blood-nourishing transformation realm, could effortlessly detect various rare materials and precious ores within a radius of hundreds of miles. A creature powerful enough to reach the demonic emperor realm could potentially scour an entire province for treasures. However, the golden devouring rat was inclined towards supportive abilities rather than combat prowess, which was precisely what Qin Chaoyan required. The matters of combat were trivial. He was already invincible. Shu San, exhilarated by its transformation into the golden devouring rat, squeaked in delight, expressing gratitude to its master. After the bloodline transformation, Shu San discovered it could articulate human speech. It is known that for a demonic beast to speak, it must attain the destiny realm, Upon reaching the transformation realm, a demonic beast may choose to take on a physical form, becoming a fearsome king of the domain. Yet, Shusan was merely at the Fountain of Fate realm, still 2 great realms away from the Destiny realm. Chun Chongan proclaimed, Shusan, as my spirit companion, I shall not treat you unjustly. Henceforth, you must diligently utilize your innate talents to serve me. Do you understand? Shusan comprehended fully. The mouse, known as Mouse 3, has tasted the sweetness of fortune at the hands of Qin Chaoyan. It had never imagined that one day it would undergo a transformation of its bloodline, evolving into a golden devouring immortal mouse, akin to its ancestors. Overwhelmed with both shock and gratitude, Mouse 3 initially resented being forcefully enslaved by Chen Chang'an. However, it now feels a profound sense of relief deep within, recognizing that being taken in as a spiritual companion by this formidable human was a stroke of luck. Otherwise, it could never hope to transform into a golden devouring immortal mouse in its lifetime, particularly with Chun Chongan aiding in its bloodline metamorphosis. Mouse 3 has become acutely aware of the unfathomable depths of Chun Chongan's power, which surges within him like an endless, boundless ocean, provoking awe and reverence. Following Chun Chongan might lead to a life of luxury and indulgence. Subsequently, Chun Chongan infused into Mouse 3's consciousness the rare treasures required for each realm of the first layer of the Heaven and Earth Creation Sutra. Mouse 3, I require these precious materials. Utilize your innate talents and capabilities to seek them out for me. As you command, Master. Mouse 3 nodded earnestly. Chun Chongan then departed from the cave, leaving Mouse 3 to search for the desired treasures alone. He pondered the potential dangers that could befall Mouse 3, given its current weak cultivation level. Before leaving, he instilled a life and death talisman within Mouse 3, sufficient to safeguard its life. Moreover, with Mouse 3's recent transformation into a golden devouring immortal mouse, its ability to escape danger had vastly improved. Once Qin Chaoyan left, Mouse 3 gazed at the cave before it, feeling no lingering attachment, and set off on its mission to diligently procure the necessary materials for its master. When Qin Chaoyan emerged from the cave, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. He did not linger at Dragon Mountain, but proceeded directly back to Tianwu City. Along the way, he sent a message to Yi Hongying through a communication talisman. By the time he returned, Yi Hongying was already waiting for him at the Jiukong pharmacy. Young master, you have returned, she greeted. Chen Chang'an inquired, how successful were you in locating the alchemical materials I requested? Yi Hongying produced a storage bag. All of them are within. These alchemical materials are not rare, so gathering them was not difficult. Thank you for your efforts, Chen Chang'an replied, opening the storage bag. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he beheld the dazzling array of alchemical materials piled within. It is my duty to assist you, young master. Chapter 67. Bestowing a Millennium of Jade Essence. Am I dreaming? Subsequently, Chen Chang'an compiled a list that meticulously cataloged nearly tens of thousands of rare treasures and precious medicinal materials. Upon seeing the densely packed items, Yi Hongying could not help but feel a shiver run down her spine and swallowed hard. Young master, these. Please keep an eye out for me. I require them all. Yi Hongying nodded. I will do my utmost. Many of the heavenly materials on this list, such as the dragon flame lotus, are said to have vanished from the immortal realm for millennia, and they will likely be exceedingly difficult to procure. Do your best. There is no need to force it. Understood, young master. Chen Chang'an gazed at Yi Hongying and inquired, Hongying, what is your current cultivation level? Yi Hongying replied, thanks to your assistance in granting me the immaculate spirit body, I have recently cultivated to the peak of the Fate Spring realm and am but a step away from the Life Wheel realm. I believe that within a year, I shall break through to the Life Wheel realm. With this, a smile crept upon Yi Hongying's lips, clearly elated. Take this. It should aid you in transcending to the Life Wheel realm. Chen Chang'an produced 5 pieces of Millennium Jade Essence and presented them to Yi Hongying. The treasures of Shu San were indeed abundant. He had collected over 20 pieces of such invaluable cultivation resources, like the Millennium Jade Essence, which significantly benefits one as practice. When Yi Hongying beheld Chen Chang'an casually offering 5 pieces of the Jade Essence, she was taken aback. This appears to be Millennium Jade Essence, and there are 5 pieces. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. It is important to note that Millennium Jade Essence belongs to the category of heavenly materials and treasures, It is exceedingly rare, concealed within those spiritual mountains, and cultivated over thousands of years from the essence of heaven and earth. It is a remarkable boon for cultivation, capable of shortening the time required for a breakthrough. For someone like Yi Hongying, who is at the pinnacle of the Fate Spring realm and possesses exceptional talent, it typically takes a year to transition into the Life Will realm. However, now with the refinement of the Millennium Jade essence, she might only need a month to achieve that breakthrough. More importantly, such cultivation treasures are seldom found. One might only encounter them at auctions every few decades or even centuries. To her astonishment, Chen Chang'an had produced 5 pieces in one go and gifted them to her. Yi Hongying was both honored and bewildered. "Young master, are you truly giving these to me?" "Of course. They are far too precious. I cannot accept them." Qin Chaoyan replied, "You have assisted me, and these are merely tokens of reward. They are but trifles of little worth." "Trifles? Of little worth?" Chun Chongan's words caused Yi Hongying's lips to twitch slightly. "Is this the world of the affluent? If you find it insufficient, I have more." With that, Chun Chongan produced over a dozen additional pieces of Millennium Jade essence, each radiating a pure and immense energy, akin to a treasure. Yi Hongying stared, her eyes wide, gasping in disbelief. How can there be so many?" Chen Chang'an sighed. "Indeed, the rat has indeed bestowed upon him a remarkable gift. Among the treasures, many are of little use to him, yet they hold great value for those around him, making them suitable rewards. After all, it is unreasonable to expect a rabbit to run while denying its sustenance. Only when well-fed can it muster the strength to diligently attend to his affairs." Chen Chang'an had initially contemplated gifting Yi Hongying several pieces of Millennium Jade, but she hastily interjected, "That is quite sufficient, young master. These 5 pieces of Millennium Jade will sustain my cultivation for quite some time." Although Yi Hongying harbored a desire to claim all the jade for herself, she was not one to succumb to greed, and 5 pieces were more than enough to satisfy her. She vowed to diligently seek out the various materials listed for Chen Chang'an upon her return. After conversing on a few more matters with Yi Hongying, she took her leave. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an extracted 6 of the remaining 18 pieces of Millennium Jade and bestowed them upon the diligent Zhong Ling'er. With these 6 pieces, her cultivation speed would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, propelling her progress forward swiftly. As for the remaining 12 pieces of jade, Chen Chang'an had devised a plan. 6 would be allocated to Lei Zi and 6 to Su Pengzi. Standing in the backyard, he raised his hand and tossed the 6 pieces of Millennium Jade into the night, where they precisely soared into the courtyard of Lin Lei, who was peacefully cradling Han Xiaolu in his slumber. The sound of 6 crisp impacts jolted Lin Lei awake from his dreams. Stifling a yawn, he peered outside. There, before him, lay the 6 pieces of Millennium Jade, radiating brilliance. His drowsiness vanished in an instant, and with wide eyes filled with bewilderment, he rubbed them in disbelief. Goodness, could this truly be Millennium Jade? I must be dreaming, right? Chapter 68. The first stage of body cultivation and Yi Xian's killing intent in the room. Chen Chang'an meticulously extracted various materials from his storage bag, which Yi Hongying had gathered for him, to concoct the blood spirit pill essential for nurturing blood vitality. Finally, he retrieved an alchemical furnace from the bag, also prepared by Yi Hongying. The blood spirit pill, rated as a first-tier elixir, was something Chen Chang'an had learned to craft through foundational alchemical texts found within the ancient storage ring of a sorcerer. Today, he would endeavor to see if he could successfully refine the blood spirit pill. Lacking the foundational spells to conjure alchemical flames, he resorted to the simplest method, igniting firestones to produce the necessary heat. Subsequently, he meticulously measured and combined a series of herbs, introducing them into the furnace to extract their essences, adhering strictly to the order dictated by the properties of each ingredient. As night turned to dawn, the first rays of light illuminated the outside world. Chen Chang'an had finally completed the last step of the pill-forming process. A fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, invigorating the senses and refreshing the spirit. Upon opening the furnace, he beheld 6 plump, round blood spirit pills, each the size of a longan, radiating a crimson glow. Success! Chen Chang'an felt a sense of satisfaction. Having crafted a first-tier elixir officially marked him as an alchemist. The process was far simpler than he had anticipated, largely due to the alchemical skills he had mastered through the divine brain. Although he had never physically attempted to refine a pill before, he had already perfected the techniques, resulting in the first successful creation of the blood spirit pill. Taking one of the blood spirit pills, Chun Chongan began to practice the heaven and earth creation technique. The pill transformed into an immense, pure medicinal energy, which, under the operation of the technique, permeated his organs and meridians. With each passing moment, Chun Chang'an felt his physical body strengthening under the influence of the heaven and earth creation technique. An hour later, after completely refining the blood spirit pill, he emerged from his meditation, acutely aware of the changes in his physique. This was his inaugural attempt at body refinement, and he could sense a significant amplification of his aura. If previously he could exert a force of 1 unit with a punch, he now felt that he had increased his strength by at least threefold. However, 6 blood spirit pills were insufficient for his cultivation needs. To break through to the first stage of body cultivation, he would likely require hundreds of these pills. The first stage of body cultivation corresponded to the nurturing blood realm in spell cultivation. Unlike the intricate nomenclature of spell cultivation, body cultivation was straightforward, ranging from the first to the 5th stage, corresponding to the nurturing blood realm to the destiny realm, followed by the martial king and great martial king realms, akin to the noble and sect leader levels of spell cultivators. Later, Chun Chang'an refined 3 more blood spirit pills, finally stepping into the realm of body cultivation. Becoming a novice in the first stage of body cultivation. System prompt. The host has broken through to the first stage of body cultivation with a lifespan of 20 years. Current lifespan 16,204. Chen Chang'an opened his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. Indeed, after the breakthrough, he had gained longevity. It is said that as one ascends in the realm of body cultivation, their vitality becomes more robust and their life essence more vibrant, far surpassing what cultivators of the same level in the realm of law could achieve. At last, Chen Chang'an had taken his first step. The path of body cultivation was indeed viable. In the time that followed, Chen Chang'an had no intention of venturing outside. He set himself a goal, to swiftly advance from the first stage to the second. Once he breaks through to the second stage of body cultivation, a qualitative transformation would occur, allowing him to convert his internal vitality into elemental spiritual energy. By consuming this vitality, he could unleash various spells and supernatural abilities. This was what Chen Chang'an truly sought, to wield invincible prowess in executing a multitude of spells and techniques. Even the simplest of them would unleash unparalleled terror in his hands, thus enabling him to utilize his invincible power with greater ease. At Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Hongying gazed at the densely packed list of materials, feeling a wave of despair wash over her as she sighed softly. The materials requested by the young master were indeed a headache. Where could she possibly find them? Shortly thereafter, Yi Hongying took out the Millennium Jade Marrow that Chen Chang'an had gifted her and resumed her cultivation. After receiving the precious Millennium Jade Marrow, she had eagerly returned to Wanbao Pavilion to begin her training. Throughout the night, she absorbed the pure energy within the Jade Marrow, and her cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Within a month, she was certain to break through to the Wheel of Life realm. However, just then, a middle-aged man dressed in extravagant attire and possessing a gaunt frame appeared in her room. Upon seeing him, Yi Hongying's expression changed, and she instinctively sought to hide the Jade Marrow. But it was too late. The middle-aged man, upon noticing the Millennium Jade Marrow in Yi Hongying's hand, instantly exhibited a glimmer of eagerness in his gaze and coldly inquired, "Yi Hongying, where did you acquire these 5 pieces of Millennium Jade Marrow?" Realizing she could not conceal the truth, Yi Hongying ceased her attempts at subterfuge and replied, "Uncle, what concern is it of yours where this Millennium Jade Marrow came from? Furthermore, you barged into my room without prior notice. Did you even think to ask me?" Her eyes were frosty, though she referred to the middle-aged man as her uncle. Their conversation betrayed no semblance of warmth. Yi Xian scoffed, "Yi Hongying, you are the manager of Wanbao Pavilion. These 5 pieces of Millennium Jade Marrow were likely obtained by the pavilion. How dare you hoard them for yourself? Only to be caught in the act, and still have the audacity to retort? Whether I have hoarded them or not, you may verify the accounts in the pavilion yourself. This belongs to me, not Wanbao Pavilion. How could it be considered hoarding?" Yi Xian huffed dismissively, "Yi Hongying, I shall not engage in futile discourse with you. My purpose for arriving at Tianwu City is to address the extinguished soul lamps of 2 elder guardians from Wanbao Pavilion, whose lives have been irrevocably lost. Although you have conveyed that their demise was due to the inheritance of the immortal emperor in the Great Dragon Mountain, I harbor suspicions that you orchestrated their downfall, colluding with outsiders to eliminate the Guardians, thereby consolidating power for yourself. These 5 pieces of Millennium Jadeite stand as irrefutable evidence. Yi Hongying furrowed her brow. She was acutely aware of the long-standing discord between herself and her uncle, particularly in light of her father's prolonged absence after entering a certain relic, which had left her in uncertainty regarding his fate. Over the years, the elders of Wanbao Pavilion have grown suspicious of her father, Yi Hong, presuming him deceased. Consequently, Yi Xian began to conspire with the chief elder to suppress Yi Hongying, aspiring to elevate his son, Yi Qitian, as the heir of Wanbao Pavilion. Fortunately, her third aunt provided her protection. Otherwise, Yi Hongying would have likely fallen victim to the cunning machinations of this old fox, Yi Xian, long ago. Ultimately, however, her third aunt's abilities were insufficient to counter Yi Xian's influence, leading to Yi Hongying's reassignment from the main pavilion to a branch in Tianwu City under the pretense of evaluating her capability to assume the role of the pavilion's lady. The 2 elder guardians who had persistently troubled her were, in fact, secretly incited by Yi Xian. Thus, Yi Hongying found herself marginalized within the main pavilion, deprived of adequate cultivation resources, doomed to obscurity, and posing no threat to his son's claim to the position of heir. Yet, Yi Xian did not foresee that upon their next encounter, Yi Hongying's cultivation would have ascended to the pinnacle of the Life Spring realm. Mere steps away from the Wheel of Life realm, with the aid of Millennium Jadeite, she could imminently breach the boundaries of the Wheel of Life realm. More critically, Yi Xian discovered that Yi Hongying possessed an unblemished spirit body, signifying the healing of her long-standing affliction and the restoration of her former prodigious talents, now significantly enhanced. This outcome was most unwelcome to Yi Xian, whose eyes flickered with lethal intent. Chapter 69. The Manifestation of Life and Death Talismans, the terrifying Golden Blade Talisman. An astonishing aura of murderous intent radiated from Yi Xian, permeating the room. Yi Hongying sensed it, feeling her delicate body grow heavy, her complexion paling slightly as she took a step back. It is crucial to understand that Yi Xian, being one of the esteemed leaders of the Zongpu, possessed the formidable cultivation of the immortal realm. If he intended to kill her, there would be no escape. Yi Xian observed Yi Hongying retreating, his gaze filled with disdain. Yi Hongying, you are my elder brother's daughter. I had no desire to harm you. All I ask is for you to remain quietly in Tianwu City and refrain from vying for the position of the young master of Zongpu. Yet, it appears you are not ready to concede, so do not blame your second uncle for lacking familial affection. With that, Yi Xian offered her no chance to respond and unleashed a lethal attack aimed at her. Though Yi Hongying's status was unique, the vicinity of Tianwu City, close to the Great Dragon Mountain, was rife with upheaval following the emergence of the Immortal Emperor's legacy. Even if she were to perish here, amidst the current complexities, it would be difficult to ascertain who was responsible for her demise. Even if suspicions arose within Zongpu regarding his involvement, without concrete evidence, it would bear no consequences for him. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall squarely on Yi Hongying for her disobedience. After all, despite her current plight as a mere branch manager in Tianwu City, should she reveal her true cultivation talent, numerous elders within Zongpu would likely rally to her side, something Yi Xian desperately wished to avoid. Thus, Yi Hongying had to die. Had his elder brother still been alive, matters would have been different. However, with his demise, there was no way she could rightfully claim the position of young master and enjoy the privileges of being the esteemed lady of Zongpu. Yi Xian's eyes turned icy as he gazed at Yi Hongying, envisioning her as a lifeless corpse. Was death imminent? Yi Hongying's face turned ashen, enveloped in the shadow of death, her limbs turning cold. She even contemplated using the talismans bestowed upon her by Chen Chang'an, which granted invincible strength. But it was too late. She was unwilling to perish thus, yet her weakness rendered her powerless before the immortal realm master. She resembled an ant, easily crushed at Yi Xian's whim. Buzz. Just as Yi Hongying faced her demise, a dormant talisman suddenly blazed with brilliance in her consciousness. Immediately, an unfathomable surge of power erupted forth. Yi Xian let out a pained scream, propelled away by this overwhelming force, his internal organs nearly obliterated. Clutching his chest, Blood flowed ceaselessly from his lips as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Yi Hongying, his eyes bloodshot with disbelief and shock. How could such a terrifying force have erupted from her? Even I, a mid-stage immortal realm cultivator, was unable to withstand it, suffering a grave injury in an instant. Could it be a life-saving trump card left behind by Yi Hong? Contemplating this, Yi Xian's expression darkened considerably, even tinged with fear. He was afraid of one thing. If she could harness this terrifying and boundless power, what fate would await him? Death. The mere thought sent a chill down Yi Xian's spine, prompting him to transform into a streak of rainbow light as he fled desperately from the Wanbao pavilion, racing towards the distance. At that moment, Yi Hongying had just regained her senses, astonished and bewildered by the sudden eruption of the immense power within her. However, she quickly remembered that this was the life and death talisman that Chen Chang'an had deliberately implanted within her, claiming it would safeguard her life. She immediately turned her focus inward, where the talisman radiated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating her entire sea of consciousness and warming her previously cold and desolate soul. Indeed, it was the precious talisman bestowed by the young master that had saved her life. Had it not been for today's perilous crisis, she would have completely forgotten about this matter. She had never anticipated that a mere talisman embedded in her body could withstand the master's assault. Yet, to her astonishment, the talisman's power exceeded her expectations, not only deflecting Yi Xian's lethal strike, but also severely injuring him. Yi Hongying was filled with immense joy, but in the next moment, her smile faded as she gazed towards the direction in which Yi Xian had fled. This was an unprecedented opportunity to eliminate him. Yi Xian was her second uncle, yet he was ruthless and utterly indifferent to familial bonds. Therefore, Yi Hongying would not entertain any notions of kinship. Second uncle, you cannot escape. Yi Hongying summoned a precious talisman, transforming herself into a bolt of lightning as she dashed out of the Wanbao pavilion in pursuit of Yi Xian. Half an hour later, on a mountain outside Tianwu City, two figures raced ahead of one another, a relentless chase unfolding at incredible speed. Yi Xian poured precious healing elixirs into his mouth, but he still could not suppress the injuries within him. His strength diminished by at least 70%. His consciousness remained vigilant, aware of Yi Hongying drawing ever closer behind him, and he gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. That damned wretch, do you truly think you can kill me? Though severely injured, Yi Hongying's strength was still insufficient to take his life. Suddenly, Yi Xian noticed that Yi Hongying had summoned a second-tier talisman. It was an offensive talisman, the second-tier Golden Blade talisman. Yi Xian scoffed inwardly, thinking, a mere second-tier talisman. Do you really believe you can slay me? However, he was soon astounded as he witnessed Yi Hongying activating the Golden Blade talisman. A towering golden blade emerged, suspended in the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura of might that was truly breathtaking. Yi Xian was left dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. What? Who on earth crafted this second-tier Golden Blade talisman? Are you certain this isn't a legendary celestial, or even divine-level talisman? Yi Hongying was equally taken aback by the talisman's power, swallowing hard. The Golden Blade talisman, re-empowered by the young master, possessed such terrifying strength, even surpassing the ferocity of the previous fire talisman. Contemplating this, Yi Hongying could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of awe towards Chen Chang'an. She turned her gaze to Yi Xian. Second uncle, are you not fleeing? Hurry and flee. I grant you permission to escape for several thousand fathoms. Chapter 70. Those who dare to try it with a thunderous roar, the immense blade forged from the second-rank Golden Blade talisman descended, obliterating everything in its path. Even Yi Xian, the master of the immortal realm, could not withstand such power, and in an instant, he was reduced to ashes beneath the colossal blade's radiance. The very mountain itself crumbled under the onslaught of this overwhelming light. Witnessing the cataclysmic force unleashed by the second-rank Golden Blade talisman, Yi Hongying was left in awe. Such formidable power could only be wielded by the young master within the entire realm of cultivation. Although Yi Xian was her uncle, Yi Hongying felt no remorse for his demise. Rather, it felt as if a colossal weight that had long burdened her heart had finally been lifted. She had lived in constant peril, fully aware that Yi Xian had long harbored intentions to kill her. However, with the life and death talisman bestowed by Chun Chongan, and this talisman for self-preservation and combat, she had managed to slay the immortal master. It felt surreal. as if she were lost in a dream. Regaining her composure, Yi Hongying retrieved a treasured communication talisman from her storage ring. With a serious expression, she activated the talisman to relay the news of Yi Xian's death. Moments later, she received a reply. After perusing the message, Yi Hongying finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, contemplating further, she produced the communication talisman once more to inform Chen Chang'an of the event. At Jiukong Pharmacy, Chen Chang'an, engrossed in his training, received Yi Hongying's message. Upon opening it, he learned of her act of killing one of the main masters of the total shop. His expression remained unchanged as he responded to Yi Hongying. Let him die. It is of no consequence. With me here, no one dares to wrong you. Receiving Qin Chaoyan's reply, a smile graced Yi Hongying's face. If there was anyone she trusted most at this moment, it was undoubtedly Qin Chaoyan. His words alleviated her concerns about potential troubles from the total shop. Yi Hongying murmured to herself, Yi Xian is dead, with his son Yi Qitian's capabilities. He cannot ascend to the position of young master. The total shop will likely recall me soon. However, the resources for cultivation and intelligence available at the total shop far surpassed what she could access in Tianwu City. If she were to return and reclaim her position as young master, it would be significantly easier to gather the heavenly materials and earthly treasures desired by the young master. Meanwhile, just as Chen Chang'an sent a message to Yi Hongying, Lin Lei arrived at his door, his face etched with deep concern. Chen Chang'an remarked, Lin, as the deputy commander of the law enforcement guard, you seem to have plenty of free time to visit me daily. This time is different, Lin Lei said, pulling Chen Chang'an aside and lowering his voice. Last night, something strange occurred. Oh, what was so strange? With worry evident in his eyes, Lin Lei spoke. While I was sleeping at home, I suddenly heard several noises outside my door in the middle of the night. When I went to check, do you know what I found? His eyes were filled with shock and complexity as he spoke. Chen Chang'an, feigning curiosity, posed a question he already knew the answer to. Lin Lei responded slowly. It is 6 pieces of millennia jade, a treasure for cultivation. With this jade, one's progress in cultivation could be astonishingly rapid. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look so anxious? Lin Lei let out a bitter smile. Indeed, it would be favorable if I found such treasures in the perilous and secretive forbidden zones. But don't you find it peculiar, Chang'an? How could these millennia jade pieces innocently end up at my doorstep, akin to a pie falling from the sky? It feels far too simple. Chang'an teased with a smile. Perhaps some wealthy matron from a prominent family has taken a liking to you and secretly gifted you these treasures. Such precious jade, you must seize this opportunity well. Have you ever heard a saying, Lei? What saying? In youth, one does not appreciate the value of a wealthy matron, mistaking a young maiden for treasure. Lin Lei shot a glare at Chang'an. What do wealthy matrons and maidens have to do with this? Chang'an, I am not in the mood for jokes. You are always clever. Help me think of a way to handle these 6 pieces of jade. If they were to be exposed, given the current chaotic state of Tianwu City, I fear I wouldn't survive even 100 lifetimes. Chang'an shrugged. If you're afraid, you could simply discard them. Lin Lei widened his eyes. These are treasures. How could I possibly throw them away? Chang'an said, if you choose not to discard them, keep them close and utilize them wisely for cultivation. With these 6 pieces of jade, given your talent, you could surely break through to the transformation realm and become a noble like Chu Yongtian. Since these 6 pieces of jade have come to your home, they are your fortune. You must cherish them. Lin Lei pondered for a moment and nodded earnestly. Chang'an, your words hold wisdom. Regardless of how these jade pieces came to be here, since they have arrived at my doorstep, they are indeed my opportunity. I cannot let fear cause me to miss out. Subsequently, Lin Lei took out 3 pieces of jade. Chang'an, take these 3 pieces. With the jade, you should be able to swiftly break through to the blood-nourishing stage. Chang'an shook his head. I don't want them. Why not? These are treasures for cultivation. Even if your aptitude is lacking, they still hold great significance. Lin Lei furrowed his brow. I sense that your cultivation has shown no signs of progress recently. Have you given up on your training? He earnestly advised. Chang'an, cultivation is not an easy path. You must not abandon it. If you do, your life will be ruined. Chang'an replied, I never said I would give up. I have simply found a path that suits me better. A path that suits you better? Lin Lei asked, puzzled. The path of physical cultivation, Chang'an slowly revealed. Lin Lei was astonished. Do you possess physical cultivation techniques? It was a fortuitous discovery, Chang'an replied. Lin Lei expressed his concerns, saying, I have heard that the path of physical cultivation is exceedingly arduous, far more so than the path of spiritual cultivation. One must endure the torment of refining muscles and bones, suffering through countless tribulations of body tempering. In contrast, a spiritual cultivator merely needs to transcend, receiving the baptism of heaven and earth, with the body naturally growing stronger without any pain. Are you truly intent on embarking upon such a challenging journey? Chen Chang'an smiled. I wish to give it a try. Chapter 71. Turmoil in the Imperial Palace. Su Tung has arrived. Lin Lei observed Chen Chang'an, whose gaze was resolute, evidently determined to pursue this path to its conclusion. He sighed inwardly, refraining from further persuasion. Indeed, as Chun Chongan articulated, if the path of the law cultivator proves arduous, the path of the physical cultivator could serve as a viable alternative. However, this route is exceptionally challenging. Throughout history, countless law cultivators have emerged. After each breakthrough in their realms, their physical bodies undergo a baptism by the heavens, naturally becoming stronger without the need for physical refinement. Their corporeal forms require only a modicum of strength, with the majority concentrating on external forces. Conversely, the path of physical cultivation relies solely on one's bodily prowess, resulting in formidable combat capabilities. Yet, every realm demands the arduous process of refining muscles and bones, honing the physique through immense suffering, making breakthroughs far from easy. Unlike those of law cultivators, it may necessitate several times, even a dozen times, the effort and time, leading many physical cultivators to reach the twilight of their lives midway through their training, ultimately succumbing to death. This is why the practice of physical cultivation has gradually waned. Nevertheless, if one can persevere along the path of physical cultivation, their physical prowess will far exceed that of their peers in equivalent realms. Should a physical cultivator and a law cultivator of equal standing engage in combat, once the physical cultivator closes the distance, the law cultivator would stand no chance. However, Lin Lei did not wish to discourage Qin Chaoyan. Since Qin Chaoyan had chosen this path, Lin Lei, as a loyal brother, naturally offered his support. Chaoyan, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chun Chongan replied, certainly, you are the vice commander of the law enforcement guard. If I encounter difficulties, who else could I turn to? Lin Lei shot Chen Chang'an a knowing glance. Physical cultivators must continually hone their bodies through refinement, relying on numerous rare treasures of physical cultivation, which are not easily found. However, I will keep an eye out for you. All right, I shall take my leave for now. Lin Lei departed from the Jiukong apothecary, carrying 6 pieces of Millennium Jade essence. Lin Lei's words served as a reminder to Qin Chaoyan. Merely relying on the treasures found within the heaven and earth transformation technique for physical refinement would be insufficient. It is prudent to employ some physical cultivation artifacts to expedite the breakthrough to the second tier. When Mouse Sen returns, he could have this little rodent assist in the treasure hunt. Subsequently, Chun Chongan consumed the blood spirit treasure pill and continued his cultivation, finding it far from tedious. Instead, it felt like an invigorating supplement to an invincible existence, instilling a sense of purpose within him. Meanwhile, while Chen Chang'an was engrossed in his training at home, a fierce battle raged deep within the Dragon Mountain, in the recently opened Imperial Palace. From that ancient citadel, countless spectral soldiers surged forth, their battle cries echoing through the air. Not a single cultivator could break through these phantoms to truly enter the Imperial Palace. Dongfang Linyue and Gu Haixing flanked Qin Chaoyan, making the swiftest entrance into the palace. They initially believed that once inside, everything would proceed smoothly. Yet, they were unprepared for the peril that awaited them. Far surpassing their expectations, an unending tide of spectral soldiers emerged, seemingly inexhaustible. The atmosphere surrounding the Imperial Palace was suffused with a chilling, sinister energy, akin to stepping into the underworld. Chaoyan, try using the compassionate sword in your hand. Can it halt these spectral soldiers? In the Qin dynasty, Yin nodded and summoned the compassion sword, yet it regrettably proved ineffective against the spectral soldiers and generals. Their advance was consequently impeded. Gu Haixing frowned. It appeared that the compassion sword was not yet warranted. This was neither the realm of the compassionate immortal emperor nor the site of the emperor's legacy. Logically, this place should exude utmost strength and brilliance. How could it harbor such dreadful Yin energy and give rise to so many spectral warriors? Dongfang Linyue raised her hand to quell the advancing spectral forces and replied, I cannot ascertain the reason. It seems that to truly enter the imperial palace, we must first vanquish this horde of spectral soldiers. Following closely were Su Dafu and Su Yuanba. Su Dafu was taken aback by the sheer number of spectral soldiers. Beside him, Su Yuanba remarked, "The disciples of the longevity sect are obstructed here." He looked ahead. They were currently situated at the periphery of the imperial palace. Yet to enter its inner sanctum, countless spectral soldiers poured down from the towering jade staircase, with two immense golden gates standing at the staircase's terminus. They had to eliminate all these spectral soldiers to reach the golden gates at the staircase's summit. "What shall we do next?" inquired Su Dafu. "There is but this path to tread. It seems we must ally with the longevity sect and fight together," he replied. Since the seal of the imperial palace was shattered, an increasing number of cultivators arrived, all initially daunted by the terrifying scene before them. Yet, they quickly joined the fray to confront the spectral soldiers. They understood well that without annihilating this horde, none could hope to enter the imperial palace. The jade staircase leading to the golden gates comprised 3 tiers, each with a vast platform. Upon reaching the first platform, the spectral soldiers temporarily retreated, allowing them a brief respite. Gazing upon the jade staircase they had ascended, they beheld a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the path, the air thick with the stench of blood, with thousands of cultivators having perished, paying a grievous price. Everyone recognized the peril of the imperial palace. As they pressed further, only more lives would be lost. Many cultivators felt an overwhelming weight in their hearts, with some even reconsidering their resolve to continue the ascent. At that moment, the heavens behind them began to warp, and an ancient portal materialized. As the portal opened, a thunderous roar emerged, and 12 bronze war chariots burst forth, soaring through the skies and arriving at the Dragon Mountain. A wave of terrifying auras erupted from the chariots, causing everyone on the first platform to change countenance. It was the forces of the Great Sun Dynasty, the most formidable power in Hezhou. Their foundation was indeed astonishing. They had constructed this temporary teleportation array to dispatch their elite. Who would dare to contest against them? Dongfang Lingyue furrowed her brow. The forces of the Great Sun Dynasty have indeed arrived. Gu Haixing spoke with a bitter tone, with the Great Sun Dynasty now involved in the battle. While our entry into the imperial palace may become more feasible, it seems that Chaoyan's quest for the immortal emperor's legacy will not be so easily attained. In the chill of the eastern moonlight, Dongfang Lingyue remarked, "Ultimately, this presents an opportunity. Chaoyan wields the sword of compassion. In the contest for the inheritance of the celestial emperor, we have already seized the initiative." Su Dafu, peering through his rodent mask, fixed his cold gaze upon the 12 bronze war chariots soaring in the sky. Su Yuanba interjected, "Your Highness, the people of the Great Sun Dynasty have arrived. We must conceal ourselves to avoid having our identities exposed." Su Dafu remained silent, his attention riveted on the foremost bronze chariot. There, a young man clad in a python robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His flowing black hair and serene demeanor, coupled with his profound gaze, conveyed an extraordinary presence. Su Dafu's eyes were locked onto this young man. Indeed, he had come. This individual was none other than Su Teng, the crown prince of the Great Sun Dynasty. Renowned for his dual cultivation of law and body, he was heralded as the pinnacle of talent in Hezhou, his strength and innate gifts overwhelming countless aspirants who struggled to breathe in his presence. Su Teng's perception was remarkably acute. He seemed to sense Su Dafu's scrutiny. From his elevated position, he cast a languid glance at Su Dafu. Both Su Dafu and Su Yuanba felt the weight of impending peril and swiftly concealed their auras to evade detection by Su Teng. Yet, Su Teng spoke with a measured tone. "Brother, it seems you are hiding here." The moment those words escaped his lips, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the air. From one of the bronze chariots, a powerful figure of the dynasty unleashed a force that shifted the very heavens, intent on intercepting Su Yuanba and Su Dafu. In response, the two masked cultivators, donning rodent masks, also sprang into action, unleashing an equal measure of power, adopting a stance of desperate defiance to thwart the imperial might. Just as it seemed that a fierce battle would erupt in the skies, the two masked cultivators executed a single strike before decisively retreating. "Let us depart." In that fleeting moment, Su Yuanba and Su Dafu vanished from their location. The imperial powerhouse sought to pursue them, but Su Teng declared, "Securing the inheritance of the celestial emperor is of greater importance. These two mere gestures are inconsequential and can be dealt with later. As you command. Chapter 72. The Abyssal Gate and the Spirit Death Clan upon the Bronze Chariot. Su Teng cast a languid glance at the two grand golden doors at the end of the jade staircase. Without further ado, he led a multitude of imperial experts up the jade staircase. Meanwhile, the cultivators still resting on the first platform watched with keen interest. Those who had initially contemplated retreating found their spirits uplifted upon seeing the arrival of the Daylight Dynasty. With members of the Daylight Dynasty present, they harbored hopes of seizing an opportunity, planning to follow closely behind as they entered the imperial palace. Their demands were modest. A mere sip of warm soup would suffice. Soon, en route to the Golden Doors, Su Teng engaged in a fierce battle with the spectral soldiers and generals. However, the forces of the Daylight Dynasty remained unperturbed. Sweeping through the spectral ranks leading to the second platform in just 1 hour, they showed no sign of rest and pressed onward to the third layer. Their momentum unstoppable and their path unyielding. The Daylight Dynasty, indeed, showcased its unmatched strength as the current hegemonic power of Hezhou. In the shadows, Su Dafu and Su Yuanba fixated intently on Su Teng. Su Yuanba spoke in a low tone, noting that the numerous imperial experts surrounding Su Teng made an assassination attempt a formidable challenge. Su Dafu replied, Su Teng is arrogant and excessively confident in his own strength. We shall wait in the shadows. An opportunity to strike will surely arise. Since he has come, we can leverage his power to eliminate the dangers within the imperial palace. I will not allow him to obtain the legacy of the Celestial Emperor. Just as Su Dafu and Su Yuanba conspired in secrecy, an aged voice resonated from behind them. The legacy of the Celestial Emperor in this palace is not so easily claimed. If the Daylight Dynasty truly breaches the colossal Golden Gates, they may find themselves facing a perilous fate. Su Dafu and Su Yuanba were taken aback, and upon turning, they found an elderly woman standing behind them. Her presence unnoticed until now. They recognized her instantly. It was the venerable matchmaker from Tianwu City, known for her advanced years and her penchant for arranging marriages. With a smile, the matchmaker addressed them, Su Dafu, Su Yuanba, what are you two doing hiding here? Despite her mask, she saw through their identities with ease. Her clouded, aged eyes shimmered with an inexplicable light, sending a tremor through their hearts. In their memories, this matchmaker had always been an ordinary figure in Tianwu City, yet she had silently appeared behind them. It was noteworthy that Su Yuanba, a master of the undying realm, typically had everything within his perceptive range. Yet he had failed to detect her presence. This alone suggested that she was far from the ordinary woman she appeared to be. Having had their identities unveiled, the two men removed their masks without hesitation. Su Dafu, with a naive grin, inquired, Matchmaker, how did you know it was me and seventh uncle? The matchmaker chuckled coldly. Oh, little chubby one, you hardly conceal that round belly of yours. Did you think donning a mask would render you unrecognizable? Su Dafu placed a hand on his belly. Realizing that his physique could not escape the discerning eyes of the neighbors in Tianwu City, it seemed only natural that his identity would be uncovered. Reflecting on the time of the Great Sun Dynasty, he recalled a world transformed. Back then, he was a dashing and handsome young man. Oh, how the past is a painful reminiscence. Granny Rome, Su Dafu inquired, you mentioned that the inheritance of the immortal emperor is not easily obtained, and that the people of the Great Sun Dynasty would perish. What does that mean? Granny Rome's gaze deepened, imbued with the weight of countless years. Do you know what the compassionate immortal emperor once accomplished? Both men shook their heads. The era of the compassionate immortal emperor seemed too distant for them to grasp its events. Granny Rome, do you have knowledge of the compassionate immortal emperor? Su Dafu asked with curiosity. Granny Rome nodded. 27,000 years ago, a portal to the abyss appeared on Longshan Mountain, allowing the malevolent spirit clan to descend upon Hezhou, intent on transforming it into a realm of darkness, gradually devouring our great cultivation world. At that time, the compassionate immortal emperor single-handedly suppressed the abyssal gate and constructed an imperial palace here. Upon hearing this, both Su Dafu and Su Yuanba were astounded. The abyssal gate? The malevolent spirit clan? They knew that the abyss was an entirely different world, inhabited by an ancient and sinister race known for their malevolence, capable of draining the vitality of all existence, a significant threat to humankind. However, the malevolent spirit clan resided in the abyss. making it difficult for them to breach into the great cultivation world. Who would have thought that 27,000 years ago, they would have constructed a portal to the abyss? Su Dafu and Su Teng felt a chill run down their spines. Thankfully, the compassionate immortal emperor intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Granny Rong glanced at the spectral soldiers before her and continued, now that so many spectral soldiers and generals have appeared in this imperial palace. With the ominous aura suffusing the air, it is likely that the seal established by the compassionate immortal emperor has weakened. The malevolent spirit clan is stirring. If not handled properly, the great cultivation world may face a calamity. It is imperative to find the bell of the compassionate emperor, for it is the key to the seal and also the inheritance of the compassionate immortal emperor. I have high hopes for you. Hearing these words from Granny Rong, Su Dafu's expression shifted. Granny Rong, you have faith in me? Do you believe I can obtain the immortal emperor's inheritance? Granny Rong did not reply, merely casting him a glance before dissipating like smoke. After her departure, Su Dafu turned to Su Yuanba beside him. Uncle Chi, what do you think? Su Yuanba replied. Your Highness, I suspect there is a great secret behind this matter. Granny Rong's sudden approach to you must have a reason. However, I did not expect her to conceal her depths more profoundly than we. Despite my mid-stage immortal realm cultivation, I am unable to perceive the extent of her powers. Given her knowledge of the compassionate immortal emperor, she likely has significant ties to him. Su Dafu nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination as he gazed upon the golden gate at the end of the jade staircase. As long as one can locate the bell of compassion, the legacy of the immortal emperor shall be bestowed. However, the whereabouts of this imperial bell remain shrouded in mystery. We shall observe for a while longer, seeking the opportune moment to act. Furthermore, the loosening of the seal on the abyssal gate is a matter of great significance. It is possible that this imperial palace has already fallen prey to the invasion of the sinister Death Clan. If that is indeed the case, it seems that Su Teng may be in for a considerable predicament. Chapter 73. Could the old man also be a hidden master? At last, the Jinkong pharmacy. Chen Chang'an employed his divine vision to observe the occurrences within the imperial palace. Having cultivated to the first stage, his physical form had significantly strengthened. Thus he endeavored once more to utilize his unparalleled cultivation amassed over 9 billion years to assess his body's capacity to bear such immense power. To his delight, while employing the divine sight, he discovered that it hardly drained his lifespan, nor did he hear the ominous notification of diminishing life force echoing in his mind. This revelation filled Qin Chaoyan with joy and solidified his commitment to this path of physical refinement. As long as he continued to hone his body, growing ever stronger, he could withstand an even greater share of that colossal 9 billion years of cultivation without fearing the depletion of his lifespan. And each breakthrough would yield a substantial extension of life. After all, relying solely on longevity-enhancing substances for life was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. Coincidentally, while Chen Chang'an was experimenting with the divine sight to gauge his body's endurance against the unparalleled cultivation, he unexpectedly witnessed the arrival of the Daylight Dynasty. Su Yuanba confronted Su Teng, ultimately taking his leave. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an was astonished to see Granny Rong, questioning how she had made her way into the imperial palace. He observed as Granny Rong stealthily approached Su Yuanba and Su Dafu, who were scheming in the shadows, completely unaware of her presence until she startled them. Chun Chongan narrowed his eyes. The prowess of his seventh uncle was formidable, yet Granny Rong had managed to appear silently behind them without being detected. Clearly, her strength surpassed even that of his seventh uncle, an unexpected revelation that had eluded him until now. Chen Chang'an felt a sense of disbelief. Had he not been conducting this experiment today to test the efficacy of the divine sight after cultivating the first stage, he would never have realized that this matchmaker, who incessantly urged him to find a partner, was in fact a concealed powerhouse. Soon after, through his divine sight, Chun Chongan discerned that within Granny Rong's frail and aged body lay an immense reservoir of power. It was truly astonishing. He had been oblivious until now. Subsequently, he witnessed Granny Rong engage in conversation with Su Dafu. He could only observe, unable to hear, but this did not pose a challenge for Qin Chaoyan, as he possessed the wind-listening ear. This was an advanced application of the unparalleled cultivation that granted him abilities akin to the mythical wind-listening ear. Indeed, The divine sight bore similarities to the thousand-mile eye. Under the influence of the divine sight and divine ear, Chun Chongan felt as though he were donning virtual reality equipment from a past life, immersing him in an exhilarating experience. During their dialogue, he gleaned information regarding the Abyssal Gate and the Yin Spirit Dead clan. Once Granny Rong departed, Chen Chang'an ceased his use of the unparalleled cultivation, allowing his ears and eyes to return to their ordinary state. He had not anticipated that the imperial palace was constructed atop the Abyssal Gate, sealed by the compassionate Immortal Emperor. Should the Abyssal Gate be breached, Tianwu City, being the closest to the Great Dragon Mountain, would undoubtedly be the first to suffer the consequences. He pondered whether the compassionate Immortal Emperor, whom the old man had previously described as a pitiable figure, was somehow linked to this Abyssal Gate. Unconsciously, Qin Chaoyan found himself intrigued by the compassionate Immortal Emperor. Yet, a sudden thought jolted him. Could it be that this elder possessed knowledge akin to that of the reclusive master, Granny Rong? After all, the compassionate Immortal Emperor was a figure from 30,000 years ago, shrouded in mystery and unparalleled strength, a paragon of the grand cultivation world. How many could truly comprehend him? Both Granny Rong and the elder had spoken with an air of familiarity towards the compassionate Immortal Emperor, a sentiment Chen Chang'an had previously dismissed as mere ramblings. However, his perspective had shifted. As for whether the elder was indeed a hidden master like Granny Rong, that was a matter to be considered upon his return. Chen Chang'an was reluctant to use the divine eye to seek the elder's whereabouts in Shazhou, relishing in his current invincible state as he maintained the corporeal limits of his strength. At present, having ascended to a first-tier body cultivator, he noticed no significant consumption of lifespan. However, should he gaze further afield, it felt as if his lifespan would drain away like a tap left running. If he dared to cast his sight upon Shazhou, he feared that his fleeting existence would extinguish within mere seconds. Thus, diligent body cultivation remained imperative. He had begun to experience the myriad benefits of strengthening his physical form, allowing him to fully harness his invincible prowess spanning an immeasurable 999 billion years. Moreover, if the elder were indeed a hidden master, Chen Chang'an need not worry for his safety, but rather await his return patiently at the Jiukong apothecary. Chen Chang'an continued his cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the aid of a millennium-old jade marrow, Zhong Ling'er successfully advanced to the late stage of blood nourishment. During his leisure, Chun Chongan would recline in the backyard, requesting Zhong Ling'er to prepare a few simple dishes and stir-fry some peanuts. He would activate the divine eye and divine ear, witnessing thrilling battles erupting within the imperial palace, akin to viewing a cinematic spectacle from a past life. Especially since his physical form could now bear the application of such formidable invincible prowess without any depletion of lifespan. Chun Chongan was determined not to squander his newly discovered abilities of farsight and keen hearing. Indeed, as Granny Rong had foretold, under Su Teng's leadership, the Great Sun Dynasty breached the Golden Gate, only to soon find themselves in peril, beset by a horde of abyssal monsters, armed with peculiar bone knives. These entities were devoid of flesh, mere skeletal figures clad in armor, small and emaciated, yet remarkably formidable. More crucially, they were exceedingly difficult to vanquish, necessitating the use of the most potent and radiant artifacts and techniques to extinguish the life of these abyssal skeletons. Upon their entrance into the Golden Gate, a fierce battle erupted. Within this brief span of 3 days, the interior transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, strewn with the bodies of cultivators amidst the cacophony of screams and terror. Chen Chang'an's attention was predominantly focused on Su Teng, who had cultivated an ancient body refinement technique, marking him as the first body cultivator Chen Chang'an had encountered. Within the imperial palace, he displayed an extraordinary physical prowess, his combat strength unparalleled. With a searing vitality, he incinerated the abyssal skeletons, a rare method to counter those monstrous entities from the depths. Even though he sustained injuries during the battle, his formidable self-healing ability enabled him to recover swiftly. Simultaneously, he unleashed numerous spells and divine techniques, demonstrating immense power in both physical and magical combat. It appears that Su Teng's body refinement technique is no ordinary practice. His physique is remarkably strong, likely having reached the 3rd or 4th tier of mastery. Although Chun Chongan possessed the heaven and earth creation technique, he was eager to learn about Su Teng's body refinement methods. While he may not cultivate it himself, gaining insights would certainly benefit his own practice in body refinement. On this occasion, Su Tong led the imperial forces to assault the Golden Gate. But they encountered bizarre and formidable abyssal creatures that proved exceedingly difficult to vanquish, catching them off guard and resulting in casualties. Reluctant to venture further, Su Tong ordered a retreat, and the imperial warriors withdrew temporarily in their bronze war chariots from the Grand Golden Gate. Seeing that the forces of the Daylight Empire had retreated, the remaining cultivators dared not press on and also withdrew from the Golden Gate. Upon exiting, Su Tong promptly communicated with the Empire, requesting the dispatch of more powerful warriors and relaying intelligence regarding the abyssal creatures. The news of these entities appearing within the imperial palace was of great significance and soon spread, likely reaching various factions in Huzhou in due time. Meanwhile, Chun Chongan received a message from Yi Hongying, young master, the ancestral figure of the Jin family, Jinjire, and the esteemed elder Zhao Tao of the corpse transport sect have arrived in Tianwu City. Chapter 74. A forceful misfire after Yi Hongying transmitted a message to Qin Chaoyan. She stowed away the communication talisman and murmured to herself, with the prowess of the young master. Surely the combined might of the two supreme true monarchs from the Jin family and the corpse transport sect would be incapable of overcoming him, wouldn't they? Child, do you truly believe your protector has a path to survival when confronted by two supreme true monarchs? A raspy female voice interjected. At that moment, an elderly woman with flowing white hair and a face etched with wrinkles appeared beside Yi Hongying. Upon seeing her, Yi Hongying's expression shifted to one of shock, and she hastily paid her respects. I have encountered the ancestor. The old woman, known as Yi Min, was one of the esteemed elders of the Wanbao Pavilion and a supreme true monarch of the Myriad Laws realm. Yi Hongying never anticipated that it would be she who had come to retrieve her. Ancestor Mingyi has emerged from seclusion, Yi Min announced. He has personally instructed me to escort you back to the main pavilion to seek justice on your behalf. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your return. Yi Hongying nodded. On that fateful day, having harnessed the power bestowed upon her by Chen Chang'an, she had slain Yi Xian. Fully aware that she could not resolve this matter solely on her own, nor did she wish to burden Qin Chaoyan further. Thus, she sent word to ancestor Yi Mingyi, who had been in seclusion. It is worth noting that Yi Mingyi is one of the three most formidable ancestors of the Wanbao Pavilion, having lived for millennia. He had long ceased to involve himself in the pavilion's affairs, focusing solely on his cultivation and striving for ascension to higher realms. However, it was astonishing that such an esteemed ancestor would emerge from seclusion for the sake of Yi Hongying, causing a stir throughout the Wanbao Pavilion. This represented Yi Hongying's greatest trump card, one she would not employ unless absolutely necessary. Unexpectedly, merely 3 days had passed when ancestor Mingyi dispatched a high elder from the main pavilion to fetch her. Yi Min had learned from ancestor Mingyi that Yi Hongying had indeed killed Yi Xian, a powerful leader of the indestructible realm. During their journey, Yi Min found herself pondering how Yi Hongying had accomplished such a feat. However, upon witnessing Yi Hongying sending a message to Chen Chang'an, she surmised that it was likely Chen Chang'an who had slain Yi Xian. Regarding Chen Chang'an, Yi Min was already aware of this individual from the intelligence gathered by the Wanbao Pavilion. He was a reclusive powerhouse, possessing immense strength. Having slain both the kings and the two primary leaders of the corpse transport sect, as well as the 3 leaders of the Jin family, and was suspected to be a supreme, true monarch himself. Yet, Yi Min held little faith in him. After all, those who had cultivated to the level of supreme, true monarchs were all formidable. It was inconceivable that Chen Chang'an alone could stand against the combined might of 2 true monarchs. The fact that he remained in Tianwu City today could very well lead to his demise. Yi Hongying, Yi Min articulated, you are a member of the Wanbao Pavilion, and having the pavilion as your support is more than sufficient. Moreover, with ancestor Mingyi personally intervening, no one in the pavilion would dare to bully you henceforth. It would be prudent to sever all ties with individuals like Chen Chang'an. No sooner had she spoken than Yi Min sensed something amiss. Her gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. The supreme true monarchs of the corpse transport sect and the Jin family have arrived. Do you truly believe Chen Chang'an can prevail against them? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hongying replied, he can. Yi Min shook his head, asserting that defeat was inevitable. In a realm such as theirs, it was inconceivable for one to face 2 adversaries alone. He would either flee or meet his demise. However, The absence of flight signified a predetermined fate. Yi Hongying countered, insisting that one could not fathom the strength of their master. Yi Min retorted that offending two formidable cultivation factions would lead to no favorable outcome for him. Yi Hongying, uninterested in further debate, stated that once they witnessed the battle's conclusion, she would accompany him back to the Wanbao Pavilion. "Elder, your conclusions are premature," she remarked. Yi Min furrowed his brow, perplexed by Yi Hongying's unwavering confidence in Qin Chaoyan. In the distance, two figures, a red-clad elder and a black-robed elder, cut through the sky, surrounded by divine radiance as they approached Tianwu City. Soon, they hovered above the city, their garments billowing in the wind, gazing down upon the fortress with piercing eyes that seemed capable of penetrating flesh, emanating an aura of dread. These two were none other than Jin Jiri, the ancestral figure of the Jin family, and Zhao Tao, the supreme elder of the Shirtua sect, both paragons of the unparalleled realm of cultivation. Those who reached such heights were renowned figures across the Hezhou region. To articulate the might of these supreme beings, a mere gesture could obliterate an entire city. With a single strike, they could decimate all within Tianwu City, commanding the forces of heaven and earth with effortless grace. Had it not been for Chun Chongan's earlier actions against the numerous leaders of the Jin family and Shirtua sect, it would be improbable for these two supreme beings to descend in person. Merely with a thought, their divine senses enveloped Tianwu City and swiftly located Chen Chang'an, who was diligently polishing an iron bow within the Jiukong apothecary. In their aged eyes, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashed forth, as sharp as a drawn blade. Indeed, he remained here. For daring to offend both the Jin family and the Shirtua sect, this man was marked for death today. An initial body cultivation stage. At the early phase of blood nurturing, how can I not discern his true cultivation level? Jin Jiri pondered with a frown. Zhao Tao scoffed dismissively, asserting, "He is merely employing tricks. No doubt he possesses a treasure that conceals his true aura. Brother Jin, ensure you do not harm his soul, for I intend to refine it into a treasure, rendering his demise worthwhile." Just as Zhao Tao was about to inquire further, an ordinary-looking iron arrow suddenly erupted from the Jiukong apothecary like a bolt of lightning. The arrow soared through the sky with unparalleled speed, nearly transforming into a beam of light, leaving Jin Jiri and Zhao Tao with no time to react. The arrow struck Zhao Tao with terrifying force, exploding him before he could even utter a cry. With a resounding boom, the man who had just spoken was reduced to a spray of blood and flesh, showering Jin Jiri in gore. On the fateful day of September, Jin Jiri witnessed in horror as a living man beside him was struck down by an arrow, exploding before his very eyes. His gaze widened in disbelief, his mind momentarily paralyzed, engulfed in a void of thought. They had agreed to embark on a killing spree together. "Zhao, my brother, how could you be so ruthlessly felled by a single arrow?" A chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head, sending shivers down his spine as dread gripped his very soul, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. The arrow had originated from the Jiukong apothecary. Regaining his senses, Jin Jiri summoned every ounce of strength and turned to flee. The esteemed supreme true monarch of the 10,000 laws now appeared utterly disheveled. At the Jiukong apothecary, Chen Chang'an fully drew back his iron bow, activating his divine eye, aiming for the fleeing Jin Jiri's head. He slowly infused his unparalleled power into the iron arrow he held, its tip gleaming with an ominous light, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all. Nearby, Zhong Ling'er, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Chang'an, what are you shooting at?" She had just seen him release an arrow into the sky, though it seemed to have struck nothing, vanishing into the heavens instead. Chen Chang'an replied with a smile, "Two old birds were soaring above, so I aimed to bring one down." "Oh, did you hit it?" she asked. "I inadvertently exerted too much force and exploded one. It was rather cruel." Zhong Ling'er hesitated. But there's still one left. I'll try to be gentler." After a moment's consideration, Chun Chongan abandoned his aim at Jin Jiri's head, redirecting the arrow towards the mountain peak in front of him. With a thunderous roar, the iron arrow whizzed past Jin Jiri's scalp, detonating the mountain peak with a single shot. The fleeing Jin Jiri turned pale, feeling a chilling sensation wash over him, cold sweat trickling down his back. He realized that the arrow had only veered at the last moment, a clear indication that Qin Chaoyan was toying with him, not lacking in skill at all. A profound sense of terror enveloped Jin Jiri. Escape was futile. He knelt towards the direction of Tianwu City, bowing his head repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. "Spare me, esteemed senior, I beg for mercy. I shall never dare again. I implore you, show compassion and grant this wretch his life." Chapter 75. The Shock of Yi Min, the Six Realms of All Laws. Jin Jiri knelt on the ground, bowing his head in fear, trembling all over, weeping profusely. The once mighty supreme true monarch of the 10,000 Laws realm, a prominent figure in Huzhou, now appeared utterly humble and disheveled. Had anyone witnessed this scene, it would surely have left many astounded. Meanwhile, within the Wanbao Pavilion, the esteemed elder Yi Min gazed through a precious mirror, known as the Mirror of Flowers and Water, observing the unfolding events. The reflection revealed the supreme elder Zhao Tao of the corpse transport sect being struck down by a single arrow, Jin Jiri fleeing in terror. Each arrow shot by Chun Chongan sliced through the air with precision, shattering mountains in its wake. Ultimately, the image captured in the Mirror of Flowers and Water was none other than Jin Jiri's psychological collapse, kneeling and begging for mercy amidst his tears. Upon witnessing this, Yi Hongying felt a profound reverence and admiration. The prowess of her master was truly celestial, terrifying beyond compare. Though she suspected that the two supreme true monarchs, Jin Jiri and Zhao Tao, might join forces, she could scarcely fathom such a conclusion. Remarkably, these two supreme true monarchs had yet to engage Chun Chongan directly. Yet he effortlessly overwhelmed them with an invincible presence. Those arrows, which had obliterated mountains in Zhao Tao, were merely ordinary iron arrows, yet in his hands, they unleashed unimaginable might. Such formidable strength in Chen Chang'an instilled in Yi Hongying an ample sense of security. Clinging to his leg, who would dare to bully her? A smile crept upon her lips as she glanced at her elder. Only by witnessing Chun Chongan's prowess firsthand could one comprehend the extent of his terrifying strength. What thoughts occupied the elder's mind at that moment? At this time, Yi Min stared blankly at the image of Jin Jiri kneeling and pleading for mercy, tears streaming down. Her mind was a void, overwhelmed by the spectacle she had just witnessed. How could it be possible that an arrow could obliterate the supreme elder of the corpse transport sect? Yi Min stammered, her aged face revealing an expression of dread. Swallowing hard, devoid of any semblance of the imposing presence expected of an elder, though the arrows fired by Chen Chang'an were not aimed at her. They instilled within her an overwhelming fear, rendering her hands and feet cold, causing her to tremble slightly. She couldn't help but ponder whether she could withstand an arrow shot by Chen Chang'an. The answer was a resounding no. She too would be annihilated by a single arrow. The visual impact of that obliteration was more shocking than anything else. Yi Min turned to Yi Hongying, asking, "Hongying, how could a figure who regards even supreme true monarchs as mere ants, capable of dispatching them with a single arrow, possibly be so powerful?" Her words brimmed with reverence for Qin Chaoyan, no longer dismissive or contemptuous as before. Even towards Yi Hongying, Yi Min, who previously exhibited an air of superiority, had come to see her in a new light. Though she had come at the behest of the venerable Mingyi to fetch her, Yi Hongying was still merely a junior in her eyes. But now witnessing the formidable man behind Yi Hongying, her demeanor towards Yi Hongying transformed into one of gentle kindness. Her aged face almost yearning to blossom into a benevolent smile akin to that of a chrysanthemum. In her heart, Yi Hongying scoffed. Now, she had come to appreciate the strength of the young master. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences. Of course, Yi Hongying had devised a plan, allowing Yi Min to first witness Chun Chang'an's prowess before returning to the main store, intending to convey that she, Yi Hongying, also had a powerful ally and should not be trifled with. While it was true that Ancestor Mingyi would aid her, the other two ancestors might not be so inclined to favor her. Ultimately, it was Chun Chang'an who provided her with a profound sense of security, and she placed her trust in him. Now that Yi Min had witnessed Qin Chaoyan's might, he would undoubtedly report back to the old fellows at the main store. If they sought vengeance for the deceased Yi Xian, they would have to weigh whether Qin Chang'an was a foe they could contend with. Yi Hongying responded, "Ancestor, truthfully, I am uncertain of the extent of the young master's strength. What are your thoughts?" Yi Min swallowed hard. The supreme, true monarch of the myriad laws, according to the principles of realms, exhibited various strengths, classified from minor true monarchs to greater true monarchs, earth true monarchs, and culminating in celestial true monarchs, each with vastly differing capabilities. A true monarch had grasped the essence of immortality. As long as there was breath within, he could be reborn from his blood. They established their own realms of law, wielding dominion within, continually perfecting their celestial laws. As far as I know, Jin Juri and Zhao Tao are presently mere minor true monarchs. However, the elder could easily obliterate Zhao Tao, suggesting he might be an earth true monarch or even a celestial true monarch. Yi Min gazed at Yi Hongying, envy and complexity evident in his eyes. Yi Hongying, once a highly esteemed member of the Wanbao Pavilion, found her standing precarious due to her father's long absence, leading to oppression from her uncle Yi Xian, relegating her to a minor manager in the Tianwu City branch. Little did she anticipate such a tremendous fortune. Now, standing behind her was a being suspected to be a celestial true monarch who would dare to bully her in the Wanbao Pavilion. As far as Yi Min was aware, the three mightiest ancestors of the Wanbao Pavilion, including Yi Mingyi, had been stuck at the great true monarch level of the myriad laws for nearly a millennium. Yet none had succeeded in comprehending and perfecting additional celestial laws to ascend to the earth true monarch level. It is evident how arduous each breakthrough in the myriad laws is. Even she had lingered at the minor true monarch level for over 200 years, with merely 100 years of life remaining, and it seemed unlikely she would ever break through to the great true monarch level in this lifetime. Alas, at present, within Hezhou, according to the intelligence network of the Wanbao Pavilion, in the last 5,000 years, only a handful of the millions of cultivators in Hezhou had reached the great true monarch and earth true monarch levels, each one a paragon of strength, renowned throughout the land. Moreover, there may be undiscovered great true monarchs not known to the Wanbao Pavilion's intelligence network, but they would be few in number. If the ally Yi Hongying found were indeed an earth true monarch or even a celestial true monarch, the implications of such an association are self-evident. Even Yi Min could not resist the temptation to curry favor with Yi Hongying, thereby establishing a connection with the esteemed Chen Chang'an. Yi Hongying mused to herself, "This young master is indeed formidable. Perhaps as my ancestor has said, my ability to assist him is a grand opportunity. I must seize this chance to accomplish something significant." Accompanying Yi Min back to the main store, I trust that the staff will not dare to mistreat me, and I can leverage this opportunity to utilize the resources of the main store to aid in procuring the items my master desires. I must not let him down. Maintaining an outward composure, Yi Hongying turned to Yi Min and said, "Ancestor, regardless of whether my young master has released this golden opportunity on the 9th day of September, the outcome of this battle is already determined. Let us depart." Yi Min hesitated for a moment and inquired, "When you return to the main store, should you not inform your senior? If he disapproves, you need not go back. I believe the main store will handle your matters fairly and will not let you down or suffer any indignities." Yi Hongying replied, "My young master is already aware of this matter and has consented to my return to the main store." "Very well then," Yi Min said, as he stowed away the precious mirror. Yi Hongying issued some instructions to her subordinates before departing Tianwu City alongside Yi Min. Chapter 76. Where to shoot. Berda has exploded. In the previous chapter, it was mentioned that there was a small realm missing in the 10,000 Law realm. The 6 decrees of the 10,000 Law realm are as follows: Lesser True Monarch, Greater True Monarch, Earthly True Monarch, Celestial True Monarch, Sacred True Monarch, and Supreme True Monarch. Jin Juri repeatedly bowed his head in supplication, causing his forehead to bleed profusely. His pitiful state was beyond measure, as he felt himself teetering on the brink of the underworld. Chun Chongan stood as the king of hell, capable of granting life or death at will. The world was enveloped in an eerie silence, and the final iron arrow cleaved through the sky, striking Jin Juri squarely in the heart, embedding itself an inch deep. With blood gushing forth uncontrollably, trembling, Jin Juri slowly lowered his head in terror to gaze at the iron arrow lodged in his chest. He could sense that this was an ordinary iron arrow, yet it radiated an unfathomable and terrifying power. Were this force to erupt, it could obliterate him into a mist of blood and flesh, akin to Zhao Tao of the corpse-carrying sect. However, the power remained contained, evidently conveying to Jin Juri that it could extinguish his life at any moment, but today, it would spare him. Overjoyed, Jin Juri bowed deeply in gratitude. "1,000 thanks, esteemed elder, for sparing my life. After bowing dozens of times, he finally departed with a sense of relief. At the Jiukong apothecary, Chen Chang'an held the iron bow, his gaze deep and piercing as he observed Jin Jiri's retreating figure. Initially, he had intended to slay Jin Jiri as well, but after consideration, he chose to let him go. The conflicts between the two major cultivation factions had become increasingly troublesome. Every engagement would take a toll on his lifespan. While it was not beyond Chun Chongan's capabilities to annihilate the Jin family and the corpse-carrying sect outright, he was acutely aware that the land of Hezhou, although vast and boundless, was merely a single province. The two factions were separated by countless miles from Tianwu City. Moreover, the Great Sun Dynasty lay nearly 100,000 miles away from Tianwu City, having constructed a temporary teleportation array to reach the imperial palace. Otherwise, even with the finest magical artifacts, a true monarch from the 10,000 Law realm would require at least 2 to 3 months to traverse such a distance. Of course, Chun Chongan could, while seated at home, summon the Buddhist kingdom in his palm and obliterate the Great Sun Dynasty, the Jin family, and the corpse-carrying sect from 100,000 miles away. However, his physical body was far too weak, having only reached the first stage of cultivation. Incapable of wielding invincible power without exhausting his lifespan, any action taken would inevitably consume his life force. Furthermore, employing such a method to annihilate cultivation factions hundreds of thousands of miles away would require an immense expenditure of strength, undoubtedly draining a significant portion of his lifespan, which was simply not worth the cost. Therefore, when the price of action far outweighed the potential gain, Chen Chang'an opted for a more prudent approach. Understanding that it was not always necessary to eradicate every foe by sparing one life while taking another, he aimed for a resolution that would establish lasting deterrence against the two major cultivation factions, granting them a chance at survival. Those who understood would naturally comprehend the intent behind his actions. Should he continue to be oblivious and disrupt his life, Chen Chang'an would not hesitate to expend a portion of his lifespan to obliterate the Jin family and the corpse-carrying sect. Chen Chang'an assessed his remaining lifespan. 186 years, not too shabby. Next, it was imperative to diligently study and cultivate, striving for a swift breakthrough to the second tier. Furthermore, he needed to practice his longevity techniques to accumulate vital energy for the longevity pearl, which could extend his life by an additional 30 years. There was also the 1,000 longevity pill. This time, he spared Jin Jiri's life. If the Jin family had any sense, they should present him with the necessary herbs with both hands. After all, Yi Hongying had sent someone to seek out the Jin family a few days prior, only to be met with a firm refusal. This time, would the Jin family dare to refuse again? Beside him, Zhong Ling'er inquired curiously, "Brother, what about that old bird?" Qin Chaoyan smiled faintly. "Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let the old bird go." He then asked, "By the way, do you need my assistance with Xiongda from Blackwind Stronghold?" He directed his arrow towards Xiongda, who was currently at the Imperial Palace. Zhong Ling'er shook her head. "Brother, I want to handle it myself." Chen Chang'an handed the iron bow to Zhong Ling'er. She blinked her innocent, large eyes, gazing at Chen Chang'an in a daze. Chen Chang'an asked, "Don't know how to shoot?" "No worries, I'll teach you." Ling'er didn't quite understand. Chen Chang'an stood behind Zhong Ling, guiding her on how to draw the bow and nock the arrow. "Brother, where should I aim?" "You will know shortly." MHM. Zhong Ling'er's cheeks flushed slightly as Chen Chang'an embraced her from behind to instruct her in archery. The warmth of his breath as he spoke sent tingles down her spine, causing her ears to redden, glistening and tempting one to bite. Suddenly, Zhong Ling'er noticed something. Her delicate frame trembled as she gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Although she was in the Jiukong apothecary, her gaze pierced through thousands of mountains and rivers, landing upon the imperial palace deep within Longshan. On the platform outside the grand golden gates, countless cultivators gathered. Some meditated to restore their mana, others treated their injuries. Some cried out in agony, missing limbs, while others conversed and debated. Finally, Zhong Ling'er spotted Xiongda from Blackwind Stronghold, the very foe who sent men to annihilate her Zhong family fortress. At that moment, Xiongda was conversing with a bald man, his expression grim, bearing multiple injuries from his incursion beyond the Golden Gates. Upon seeing Xiongda, a murderous intent flickered in Zhong Ling'er's eyes. Yet, simultaneously, the sight of him was as if he stood right before her, leaving her in shock. However, she understood that this had to be her brother's doing. "Did you see?" Chen Chang'an asked gently. I saw it, Zhong Ling'er replied, taking a deep breath. Though drawing the bow felt unfamiliar, it would not hinder her pursuit of Xiongda. It is essential to note that under the guidance of Chun Chongan's divine sight, though Zhong Ling'er was separated from Xiongda by thousands of miles, her archery seemed to target him directly, rendering any deviation impossible. Chun Chongan infused the terrifying power of his invincible cultivation into the iron arrow, ensuring that Zhong Ling'er could strike Xiongda down with a single shot. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Ling'er released the arrow. In an instant, the iron arrow surged forth like a wild steed unleashed, traversing through Tianwu City, crossing the great river, soaring over hundreds of mountain peaks, and spanning vast stretches of land. At the imperial palace, outside the Golden Gates, a platform was crowded with thousands of cultivators. Suddenly, one of them noticed something and exclaimed, pointing towards the distant sky, "Look quickly, what is that?" The crowd lifted their gazes, beholding a streak of light hurtling towards them with a speed that eluded all their eyes. What is that? A shooting star? Should we make a wish? It resembles a magical artifact. Xiongda also caught wind of the murmurs, glanced upward, and then scoffed. What a magical artifact nonsense. You all are blind. That thing appears to be an arrow. Who shot that arrow? It seems to have come from a great distance. How is that even possible? Is it aimed to kill someone? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Xiongda snorted dismissively. What does it matter who the arrow aims to kill? Leave me to my rest. However, scarcely had he spoken when the arrow struck him with pinpoint accuracy. The overwhelming force erupted from the iron arrow, leaving Xiongda bewildered, unable to emit even a cry before he was obliterated into a cloud of blood and flesh. On the platform, with over 1,000 cultivators gathered, all were startled by the sudden explosion of gore, turning their attention towards Xiongda's position. Upon witnessing the Lord of the Black Wind stronghold reduced to a shower of blood and flesh, an eerie silence enveloped the entire square. Chapter 77, The Rising Phoenix Cloud. The Alliance of Jinyuan. It turns out that the arrow was aimed at Xiongda. He is, after all, a nobleman, yet he was struck down by a single arrow. One cannot help but wonder which formidable figure he has provoked. This is utterly terrifying. It remains a mystery from where the shot was fired. To incur the wrath of such a powerful entity must render one's nights sleepless. The crowd buzzed with speculation. In the Grand Sun Empire, Su Tong averted his gaze and inquired of the powerful ally by his side, "Have you discerned the origin of that arrow?" The ally's expression turned grave as he replied, "Your Highness, I have not detected any trace. Furthermore, the speed of that arrow was astonishing. We only caught sight of it from 1,000 miles away, yet it reached us in an instant. Had it been aimed at Your Highness, I fear it would have been exceedingly difficult to defend against." Upon hearing this, Su Tong furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that even within the secluded realms of Longshan, such a formidable presence lurked, perhaps summoned by the imperial palace itself. Dispatch someone to investigate. Ascertain the identity of the archer. As you command. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Su Dafu and Su Yuanba also witnessed this scene. Su Yuanba's countenance was solemn. That arrow was formidable, nearly obliterating a nobleman in an instant. "Seventh uncle, do you believe you could withstand such a shot?" "Most likely. I would not be able to." Su Dafu's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Send eighth uncle to seek out this archer. Should we locate this powerful individual, no matter the cost, we must enlist his aid to shoot Su Tong. Let us see how he continues to prance about before me." Su Yuanba nodded. "I shall instruct eighth uncle to take action immediately." Zhong Ling'er lowered her iron bow, her expression a tapestry of emotions. The architect of her family's demise, the one responsible for her parents' deaths, had perished, struck down by her own arrow. This surreal reality washed over her, and with it, the pent-up hatred she had harbored began to dissipate. She had finally avenged her family. Turning to embrace Chen Chang'an, tears soaked his chest. "Brother, thank you." Chen Chang'an gently tousled Zhong Ling'er's hair and reassured her, "The enemy is vanquished. Now, let us live well. Jiukong Apothecary is your home, and no one shall dare to bully you." A warmth spread through Zhong Ling'er's heart, and a radiant smile blossomed upon her face, as beautiful as a flower. In the days that followed, Jiukong Apothecary returned to a tranquil existence. Whenever he had a moment to spare, Chun Chongan would practice the heaven and earth creation technique, while continuously drawing energy from the world to transform into life essence for the longevity pearl. At this rate of absorption, within 3 months at most. Chun Chongan would reap the benefits of a matured longevity pearl, granting him an additional 30 years of life. In the mundane flow of daily life, neighbors occasionally drop by to tend to minor ailments, procure a few remedies, or engage in light-hearted gossip with Chen Chang'an and Zhong Ling'er about the trivial intrigues of their community, who among them has been unfaithful, and which charming ladies from the nearby streets have graced the local taverns. It is said that their beauty is such that it could topple nations, particularly after lunch. Many residents find solace under the grand tree opposite the Jiukong apothecary, where they exchange stories and revel in the warmth of camaraderie. In times past, the unofficial leader of these gossip sessions was Granny Rong. However, despite her recent absence, the gossip network has not faltered. Instead, a chorus of elderly women and men fills the air with laughter and chatter, much to Qin Chaoyan's dismay as it disrupts his practice. As for Granny Rong, through his divine vision, Chun Chongan observed her lingering in the Great Dragon Mountain, shrouded in secrecy, her intentions unclear. In the brief span of just a few days, Tianwu City has transformed into a bustling hub, with an influx of cultivators arriving from all corners, as though the city had undergone a seismic shift overnight. They gather in the city, eager to glean news and discuss the ominous abyssal gate concealed behind the colossal golden doors of the imperial palace, as well as the maneuvers of various factions within Huzhou. For instance, 5 days prior, the news of the abyssal gate sent shockwaves through Huzhou, prompting the top 10 cultivation factions, led by the Daylight Dynasty, to form an alliance dubbed the Jinyuan Alliance. Within mere days, hundreds of factions, both large and small, have joined this coalition, which aims to establish a stronghold in Tianwu City. The Jinyuan Alliance has called upon cultivators to vanquish the fearsome abyssal skeletons, for each one slain. And for the soul fragments retrieved, rewards from the alliance await, increasing in value with each conquest. 3 days ago, a noble managed to breach the 2nd level of the imperial palace, fortuitously discovering a breakthrough elixir left by the compassionate immortal emperor. Upon consuming it, he ascended to the indomitable realm, achieving the status of a leader. Others have reported encountering ancient treasures within the palace, each promising profound opportunities. One of the top 10 factions, the Vajra sect, has arrived, led by a venerable elder of the myriad laws. Yesterday, under the leadership of Su Tong, the Jinyuan Alliance successfully took control of the 2nd level of the imperial palace, preparing to establish a sealing formation and commence their search for treasures. 2 days prior, a cultivator from the Fate Spring sect unearthed a golden abyssal skeleton, a treasure of unparalleled quality, which was subsequently purchased at a high price by an elder of the puppet sect, who intends to craft a battle puppet from it. Last night, cultivators on the 2nd level were unexpectedly ambushed by the spectral Dead Spirit clan, resulting in several nobles' demise and leaving a minor true monarch severely injured, forcing him to retreat to the 1st level to regroup. Each day, the imperial palace becomes a battleground, where some seize their fortunes and soar to greatness, while others meet their end in the abyss. Yet this does not deter an ever-growing throng of Huzhou cultivators from hastening towards the Great Dragon Mountain. The majestic Dragon Mountain, once a remote location, has now transformed into the epicenter of Huzhou, capturing the attention of countless cultivators. Within the confines of Tianwu City, all became aware of the reason behind the establishment of the imperial palace at this site, which was erected by the compassionate emperor to suppress the abyssal gate. Presently, with the seal of the abyssal gate weakening, the imperial palace has succumbed to the encroachment of the abyss. To reclaim the palace, restore the seal of the abyssal gate, and acquire the imperial legacy left by the compassionate emperor, one must retrieve the most formidable artifact, the compassionate emperor's bell, which is enshrined deep within the palace. Initially, the news of the abyssal gate's emergence incited considerable panic among the populace of the city. Many residents hastily departed from Tianwu City, fearing that the abyssal gate might reopen, putting the ordinary citizens at the forefront of danger. However, with the establishment of the Abyss Suppression Alliance, numerous cultivators have entered the imperial palace to quell and purge the abyssal clan, creating an illusion of stability that has encouraged many to return to Tianwu City. After all, regarding the future of Huzhou, the various factions have deemed the acquisition of the compassionate emperor's imperial legacy as secondary. The paramount objective now is to reseal the abyssal gate. ensuring that the malevolent spirit Death Clan is denied any opportunity to invade Hezhou. This matter pertains to the fate of the entire region and brooks no negligence. Otherwise, dire calamity would befall all of Hezhou. Yet, for Chen Chang'an, none of this held significance. He continued with his daily routine, eating, sleeping, and cultivating, unperturbed by the affairs of the Imperial Palace or the Abyssal Gate. 6 days have elapsed since he vanquished Zhao Tao, and the fugitive Jin Jiri has finally returned to the Jin family. At this moment, he bore the weight of considerable aging and despair, a stark contrast to the vigor he once possessed. Even after all this time, his fear of Qin Chaoyan had not diminished in the slightest. When the elders of the Jin family beheld their once vibrant ancestor, now aged by decades, they were left utterly astounded. "Ancestor, how have you come to look like this?" Chapter 78. The Stirring of the Jin Clan. The unyielding pursuit of the corpse-carrying sect. Within the grand hall of the Jin clan, the elders, including those of the Transformation Realm, the Immortal Realm, and even the 10,000 Laws Realm, had all gathered. The atmosphere was heavy with silence as they solemnly observed their venerable ancestor, Jin Jiri, as he cautiously retrieved an iron arrow. What appeared to be an ordinary iron arrow concealed within it a terrifying force capable of annihilating all. Even the faintest tremor of its dreadful energy sent shivers down the spines of every elder present. Jin Jiri's face bore the lingering expression of fear that had not dissipated over the past few days. As he recounted the harrowing events of his encounter with Zhao Tao of the corpse-carrying sect upon their arrival in Tianwu City. Zhao Tao had been obliterated by a single arrow from Chen Chang'an, while Jin Jiri himself had been toyed with like an ant. Fortunately, Chen Chang'an had ultimately spared his life. Otherwise, he too would have perished beneath the might of that arrow. At this juncture, Jin Jiri felt a profound mixture of terror and gratitude towards Qin Chaoyan. Had it not been for the mercy shown to him, his life would have undoubtedly ended. This Qin Chaoyan, he is remarkably powerful, a small true monarch of the 10,000 Laws realm, just a step away from becoming a grand true monarch. And yet he could not fend off a single arrow? However, I can sense the horrifying power contained within this iron arrow, should it unleash its full force. None of us present would survive. Alas, this arrow is merely an ordinary piece of mortal iron. How could Qin Chaoyan possibly harness such formidable strength within it? It is akin to transforming decay into the miraculous, an unheard of feat. Upon hearing Jin Jiri's account, the elders of the Jin clan were utterly appalled, their faces reflecting sheer terror. If he could annihilate Zhao Tao, he must be a true monarch of the earth, perhaps even a true monarch of the heavens. Yet, our most formidable ancestor is merely a grand, true monarch. Should he turn his attention towards us, the Jin clan would surely face annihilation. In that moment, anxiety gripped the hearts of the Jin clan elders, fearing that Qin Chaoyan might seek retribution against them. Jin Jiri spoke. "If the elder could show leniency and spare my life, there may still be hope for us. It would be prudent for the Jin clan to seek forgiveness from him." With that, Jin Jiri turned to Jin Wu, the strongest ancestor of the Jin clan, who possessed the cultivation of a grand true monarch. His brow was furrowed, revealing his deep concern. In response to Jin Jiri's words, Jin Wu nodded, his voice low and hoarse. In the realm of the 10,000 laws, the disparity in strength between each minor realm is vast. Even if that Qin Chaoyan is merely a true monarch of the earth, he is not someone the Jin clan can provoke. Jiri, you speak wisely. We must seek forgiveness from the elder, for it may offer the Jin clan a chance at survival. Jin Yuan, a middle-aged man, respectfully bowed. "Ancestor, you now serve as the head of the Jin clan, representing our lineage. Prepare yourself to accompany me and Jiri to Tianwu City at once, to personally seek the elder's forgiveness." Jin Yuan nodded. "I shall heed the ancestor's words." However, contemplating something, Jin Yuan added. "A few days ago, the Wanbao Pavilion reached out to the Jin family, seeking to acquire their 5,000-year-old water spirit bamboo flower, but this request was met with refusal. As far as I know, the individual making the purchase was Yi Hongying, the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion in Tianwu City, who appears to be affiliated with a certain elder, serving their interests." Jin Wu remarked. "It seems the elder intends to concoct the 1,000 longevity pill." He pondered for a moment before resolving. "In that case, I shall also bring along our family's water spirit bamboo flower as a gesture of apology to the elder." Upon hearing this, several elders changed their expressions, with some hastily advising against it. Esteemed ancestor, this is absolutely unthinkable. Our Qin family relies solely on your support. And with your remaining lifespan dwindling to less than a century, the path to becoming a true monarch is fraught with difficulty. Only by first refining the 1,000 longevity pill can we extend your life and thus ensure our future. You are the most invaluable member of the Qin family. Indeed, ancestor. Please reconsider. Jin Wu scoffed. My life is inconsequential compared to the Qin family. At this juncture, we must prioritize the preservation of our family. If I cannot break through to become a true monarch within the next century, then so be it. Should my failure lead to the family's demise, I would be a sinner. Who among you could bear that burden? After my death, how could I face the ancestors of the Qin family? His gaze was sharp as a blade, filled with authority, sweeping across all present. No one dared to meet his eyes, bowing their heads in silence. Disheartened and unwilling to speak further, Jin Yuan, go fetch the water spirit bamboo flower and prepare some gifts for the elder at once. We shall depart immediately. Understood, ancestor. The extinguishing of the soul lamp of the esteemed elder Zhao Tao of the Shirtua sect signified the fall of a true monarch of the myriad laws. This news stirred considerable upheaval among the higher echelons, akin to a stone casting ripples across the surface of water. Elder Zhao has perished. How is this possible? Who can enlighten me on what transpired? Who could have slain Elder Zhao? He was a minor true monarch. How many can claim the power to vanquish him in Hezhou? Quickly, inquire with the Qin family. Was it not agreed that Elder Zhao and the venerable Qin Jiri would join forces against that wretched Chen Chang'an? Yet now, Elder Zhao lies dead. Something must have occurred. An elder from the Shirtua sect promptly reached out to the Qin family. The Qin family soon responded, revealing that their elder Zhao had tragically been struck down by a single arrow from Chun Chongan, which sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Shirtua sect. Furthermore, Qin Jiri had managed to survive only by pleading for mercy. The Qin family's ancestor had already set off for Tianwu City to seek atonement from Qin Chaoyan. They also urged the Shirtua sect to hasten their journey to Tianwu City to offer their own apologies, in hopes of receiving his forgiveness and mending their rift. Upon receiving this news, the leaders of the Shirtua sect were filled with fury. It is crucial to understand that the Shirtua sect is inherently a malevolent force, brash and unrestrained, and would not be easily intimidated by Qin Chaoyan. They conveyed messages to the Qin family, laden with scorn and derision. How is it that Chun Chongan has slain so many formidable members of the Qin family, yet the Qin family, in return, spared Qin Jiri's life and has chosen to cower like a turtle? The Qin family truly embodies weakness. How can they possibly endure in the realm of cultivation with such cowardice? Within a millennium, the Qin family is destined for extinction. Qin Chaoyan has decimated 2 sovereigns and 2 leaders of my corpse carriage sect, along with a minor true monarch, resulting in catastrophic losses for us. We shall not rest until we exact our vengeance. It matters not. Our revered ancestor of the corpse carriage sect is a genuine, celestial, true monarch. Chun Chongan has incited the wrath of our supreme leader, and he shall meet his demise. Although Qin Chaoyan possesses the prowess of a true monarch of the earth, which is indeed formidable, our esteemed ancestor surpasses him in strength. This enmity between Chun Chongan and the corpse carriage sect runs deep. We cannot allow it to be resolved so easily. The Qin family ought to reconsider, lest they become the laughingstock among the major factions of Hezhou. Ultimately, the Qin family merely responded with a curt dismissal, advising us to mind our own affairs, thus severing ties with the corpse carriage sect. Qin Jiri, having personally witnessed Chen Chang'an's terrifying strength, along with the fearsome iron arrows imbued with dreadful power that he brought back, instilled a profound sense of deathly dread among the elders of the Qin family. They cannot afford to gamble with such peril. The corpse carriage sect, on the other hand, has yet to experience Chen Chang'an's might firsthand. They remain unaware of his true power. Furthermore, the foundation of the corpse carriage sect far surpasses that of the Qin family. Our revered ancestor still lives, a celestial true monarch of unparalleled mastery, the very architect of our sect, which serves as our source of confidence. Within the corpse carriage sect, Dan Madman is filled with unease. Chen Chang'an is indeed formidable, having even brought down our esteemed elder. Although our sect is overseen by our revered ancestor, he is, after all, nearing the end of his days, his vitality waning, with 1 foot already in the realm of the dead. How much of his strength remains? I have encountered Qin Chaoyan, and he radiates vitality, untouched by the pall of death. His lifespan appears extensive, and he is at the zenith of his power. Should a confrontation arise between him and our revered ancestor, even if he is merely a true monarch of the earth, it would not be an easy task for our ancestor to vanquish him. I cannot shake the intuition that if the corpse carriage sect continues to provoke him, calamity may soon befall us. Alas, should I seek refuge and distance myself from this brewing storm? Chapter 79. Su Dafu returns to the city. I have a friend. On this day, Su Dafu returned to Tianwu City. According to the intelligence he gathered, there were reports of several arrows shot from within the city, and hundreds of miles to the west, numerous mountain peaks erupted in succession. This clearly indicated that the one who shot the arrow that killed Xiong De was hiding within Tianwu City. However, the arrow had been released with such incredible speed that it vanished in an instant. Initially, only a fleeting glimmer was seen, leaving no clue as to the precise location from which those arrows had originated. Upon learning this news, both Su Dafu and Su Yuanba were engulfed in profound shock. It is known that the Great Dragon Mountain stretches over 30,000 miles, with the imperial palace nestled deep within its heart, separated from Tianwu City by more than 10,000 miles. The fact that such a deadly arrow could travel from such a distance was astonishing. Who could it be? Is this person endowed with extraordinary abilities? To claim a life from a distance of 10,000 miles is truly formidable. Amidst their astonishment, a chill ran down the spines of Su Dafu and Su Yuanba. If this archer could kill at will, then who would be safe from their lethal aim? Nevertheless, Su Dafu felt a surge of excitement. If he could locate this skilled archer and enlist their aid, then Su Tung would certainly meet his demise. At present, the situation in the imperial palace was peculiar. The abyssal gate had appeared, and the palace was under siege by the abyss, making it unlikely for the imperial legacy to be claimed anytime soon. Thus, Su Dafu contemplated returning to Tianwu City, hoping to chance upon this master archer. However, instead of finding a trace of the archer, he encountered Lin Lei along the way. Su Dafu was taken aback to see Lin Lei clad in striking law enforcement armor, his small eyes widening in surprise. Goodness, the armor Lin Lei wore seems to be reserved for the leader of the law enforcement. I've only been in the Great Dragon Mountain for about a month. How has Lin Lei changed so dramatically? His cultivation has also reached the pinnacle of transformation, his aura now nearly akin to that of the Fate Spring realm. What fortune has he encountered? At that moment, Lin Lei, who was patrolling with his subordinates, noticed Su Dafu amidst the crowd. The reason was simple. He stood out as the most rotund individual present, making it impossible to miss him. Lin Lei's eyes lit up, and he instructed his subordinates to continue their patrol while he approached Su Dafu. Su Dafu, where have you been these days? We barely saw a glimpse of you. Lin Lei inquired as he drew closer, and Su Dafu sensed a notable change in him, his aura distinctly different from before. Lin Lei, have you altered your cultivation technique? Lin Lei grinned in surprise. You actually noticed that I changed my technique. Su Dafu shot Lin Lei a knowing glance. Your aura is significantly stronger than before. This is far beyond what your previous technique could achieve. He then scrutinized Lin Lei from head to toe and playfully slapped his backside. Well done, Lin Lei. How did you suddenly make such remarkable progress? And this armor of yours, only the leader of the law enforcement can wear it. Don't tell me you've become the commander of the law enforcement? Lin Lei chuckled sheepishly. I am not the commander, but rather the vice commander, and at present, I am cultivating the 6th grade technique, the Blackwater Heavenly Scripture, bestowed upon me by the Lord of the city. Moreover, Lin Lei paused momentarily, his expression becoming solemn and serious. Observing Lin Lei's demeanor, Su Dafu was puzzled, wondering what more there could be. As the vice commander, I deserve some respect. Please refrain from embarrassing me in front of so many people, as it tarnishes my dignity. Su Dafu cast Lin Lei a sidelong glance and replied, All right. Speaking of which, why does Chu Yongtian treat you so favorably? Su Dafu was quite curious. Lin Lei responded, This is largely thanks to Chang'an. Su Dafu, perplexed, inquired, What does Chang'an have to do with it? Recently, the daughter of the lord of the city had fallen into a coma after an incident at the imperial palace, and no one could heal her. Not even the genius alchemist Jin Yang from the Jin family or the high-ranking alchemist from the corpse transport sect. Ultimately, it was Chang'an's miraculous skills that restored her to health. Su Dafu recalled witnessing Chu Wushuang's injury at Julong Mountain and how, after the seal in the imperial palace was broken, Chu Yongtian had brought a revitalized Chu Wushuang back to the palace. To think it was Chang'an who had healed her. He was astonished by Chang'an's remarkable medical prowess. As the saying goes, when one person ascends to greatness, their friends and family also benefit. In gratitude for Chang'an's life-saving intervention, the lord of the city promoted me. Lin Lei then glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before leaning closer to Su Dafu and whispering, "In truth, I suspect that Chu Wushuang has taken a liking to Chang'an. Just days ago, she asked me to deliver a letter to him, and it was undoubtedly a love letter, brimming with concern for him." The flames of gossip ignited fervently in the hearts of Su Dafu and Lin Lei. Su Dafu perked up, eagerly probing, and then? Did Chang'an reciprocate Chu Wushuang's affections? Did they? Lin Lei shook his head. There's nothing more to it. Is that all? Su Dafu exclaimed. Just this. Lin Lei's eyes suddenly lit up as inspiration struck. Lazy, assist me with a small task. Call me Dad. Dad. Lin Lei beamed with pride, my chubby son. What assistance do you require from your father? As a vice commander, you seem quite pleased with yourself. Should I take my leave? Su Dafu's expression grew serious as he remarked. Since you are the vice captain of the enforcement guard, you should be quite informed about the current situation in Tianwu City. Recently, a dozen arrows were shot from Tianwu City, reportedly destroying several mountain peaks and even killing a noble outside the Julong Mountain Imperial Palace. That archer is said to be in Tianwu City. Do you know anything about him? Lin Lei nodded. I have indeed heard of these events. The arrows were indeed shot from Tianwu City, but their speed was so swift that it was impossible to discern from which location they originated. Are you trying to locate that archer? Su Dafu nodded in affirmation. Please have the enforcement guard assist me in finding him properly. That is certainly feasible. Suddenly, Lin Lei displayed a look of concern and remarked, by the way, are you aware of the current situation in Chang'an? Su Dafu shook his head. I haven't returned home yet. What is happening in Chang'an? Lin Lei continued. Chang'an is currently pursuing the path of body cultivation, but during these past few days, I have been perusing materials in the City Lord's library and learned that this path is fraught with immense challenges. One must endure various trials to refine the body, confronting thunder, fire, and even the chilling cold of the most inhospitable environments, as well as poisonous lands. A moment's carelessness could lead to perilous consequences. If you have the chance, please try to dissuade him. Body cultivation? Su Dafu's eyes widened in disbelief. Has he lost his mind? When it comes to understanding body cultivation, Su Dafu possessed far greater knowledge than Lin Lei, given that his arch-nemesis, Su Teng, practiced a dual cultivation of law and body. Su Teng, as the prince of the dynasty, had endured countless hardships on this arduous path of body cultivation, facing the tribulations of both body refinement and calamity. A single misstep could spell disaster, and the rare treasures required for body cultivation are exceedingly hard to come by. While Su Teng was not lacking in resources for body refinement, he had faced 3 life-threatening crises during his cultivation, narrowly escaping death each time, thanks to the protection of top-tier experts within the dynasty. In contrast, Chun Chongan lacked such guardians during his cultivation and did not possess sufficient resources for body refinement. How far could he advance on this perilous path? In this world, body refinement techniques are exceedingly rare, and it remains unclear where he acquired such methods. Su Dafu's greatest concern was that Chen Chang'an might be practicing techniques that inflict self-harm or exhaust his potential and lifespan. Such methods carry immense drawbacks, yielding nothing but harm. For instance, he had a friend who, unbeknownst to him, discovered a body refinement technique named the Emperor's Sunflower Cannon. Upon achieving mastery, one could become impervious to all forms of attack and ascend to the unparalleled realm of the martial emperor. However, the first page stated that to cultivate this divine art, one must first undergo castration. His friend struggled internally for a long time, and in pursuit of becoming the legendary martial emperor, he could only bear the pain of severing ties, decisively taking the plunge. Yet, upon turning to the second page, he found it stated that one need not undergo castration to succeed. His fury was palpable, and he later expended great effort to reclaim his precious treasure. From that day forth, the Emperor's Sunflower Cannon was relegated to obscurity. Su Dafu was deeply worried. Let us seek out that fellow Chang'an immediately. He cannot recklessly tread this path. I fervently hope he is not practicing some abominable technique akin to the Emperor's Sunflower Cannon. Otherwise, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Chapter 80. A Chat Among 3 Men, Acknowledging the Milk Grandmother. Su Dafu and Lin Lei arrived at the Jiukong apothecary. Su Dafu's gaze was immediately drawn to Zhong Ling'er, who was tidying up the counter. He couldn't help but feel a spark of admiration. This young lady was truly charming and delightful. Who was she? And why had he never seen her before? Her name was Zhong Ling'er, a resident of Zhongjie. I asked Granny Rong to introduce her to Chang'an. Upon hearing this, Su Dafu's expression dimmed as he let out a sigh. My romance has not even begun, yet it has already come to an end. Brother Lin, what brings you here? Zhong Ling'er greeted Lin Lei with a sweet smile, her eyes then shifting curiously to Su Dafu. Su Ge? Su Dafu promptly flashed a smile he deemed handsome and suave. Nodding in affirmation, indeed, that would be me. Lin Lei inquired, where is Chang'an? He's cultivating in the backyard. I'll go fetch him, she replied. Soon enough, Qin Chaoyan heard from Zhong Ling'er that both Lin Lei and Su Dafu had arrived. He hastily ceased his cultivation and emerged from the backyard. Su Dafu scanned Chen Chang'an from head to toe, visibly relieved. Thankfully, he was not missing any limbs. Immediately, Su Dafu's gaze fell upon a particular area of Chen Chang'an, and he cautiously asked, how is your Jiaochan? Chen Chang'an shot Su Dafu a disdainful glance. Father's Jiaochan is well, secured at my waist. Why do you ask me such things? I heard from Lei Zi that you've given up on the path of law cultivation and are pursuing physical cultivation instead. Have you truly made this decision? Su Dafu noticed the substantial increase in Qin Chang'an's aura. He appeared robust, filled with vitality, having entered the first stage of cultivation, which surprised him. Naturally, I am resolute. I feel this path suits me quite well. Su Dafu's expression turned serious. Do you understand that the path of physical cultivation involves enduring immense suffering and tribulation? You will face the trials of wind, thunder, and fire, and even encounter the tribulations of heaven and earth that forcibly refine your body. Any misstep could endanger your life. Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly, it matters not. I will take action. Wow, you really are putting on a facade. Don't let your recent short-term breakthrough in physical cultivation deceive you into thinking that this path is devoid of challenges. Each step in physical cultivation is a leap towards the heavens, while one misstep can lead to an abyss. Moreover, those who dare to tread this path often have protectors. Do you have one? A protector seems unnecessary for me. Su Dafu realized that Chen Chang'an was not comprehending the gravity of the situation. He rubbed his forehead. Since you've embarked on physical cultivation, you should be aware of the rarity and preciousness of the resources required. These are far scarcer than those needed for other forms of cultivation. While the resources for the first stage may be somewhat accessible, those needed for subsequent stages are exceedingly rare. Where do you intend to find them? Resources such as the fire of the earth's core, dragon flame water, and frost dew will all be necessary for your continued cultivation. Each of these could fetch prices in the hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit stones at an auction. Heed my advice, brother. The waters of physical cultivation run exceedingly deep, and Chang'an, you may not be able to navigate them. Beside him, Lin Lei wore a worried expression. Chang'an, Dafu has a point. Perhaps you should reconsider? Chun Chongan chuckled softly, fully aware that both Lin Lei and Su Dafu were genuinely concerned for him, and he felt deeply moved by their heartfelt care. Fatty, allow me to give it a try. If it proves unfeasible, I can always abandon it later. Just as Lin Lei had previously advised, there was an unwavering determination reflected in Chen Chang'an's gaze. He would not yield. After all, this path was one he must traverse. With an unparalleled cultivation spanning 999 billion years, he understood that only through physical training could he strengthen his corporeal form, enabling him to bear greater power without adversely affecting his lifespan. Su Dafu, unwilling to relent, earnestly continued to persuade him for quite some time. After all, Qin Chaoyan was one of his few brothers, and Su Dafu did not wish for his friend to inadvertently turn to ashes through reckless training. Meanwhile, Zhong Ling'er observed Lin Lei and Su Dafu's concern for Chen Chang'an with a faint smile. If only they knew how formidable her brother truly was. Would they be taken aback? Yet, Zhong Ling'er chose not to disclose Chun Chongan's true strength to Lin Lei and Su Dafu. She recognized that they were her brother's closest friends, and every word they spoke was imbued with care and camaraderie. However, if her brother were to reveal his actual prowess, the dynamics would change entirely. During this time, Zhong Ling'er had witnessed many expressing respect, awe, compliance, and even fear towards her brother, including figures like Yi Honging from the Wanbage and Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan from the Chongqing sect, not to mention their neighbor, Uncle Fu. Should Lin Lei and Su Dafu discover the extent of Chang'an's might, they might hesitate to refer to him as a brother. Su Dafu might even think twice before inviting Chang'an to stroll through the Tianxian Fang for a night of revelry. Curiously, what kind of flowers were used to brew the wine at Tianxian Fang that everyone seemed to adore? Once he became more formidable in his cultivation, he vowed to brew a barrel of flower wine himself. Ultimately, after much persuasion, Su Dafu found himself unable to sway Qin Chaoyan. He sighed deeply, conceding, "If you insist on courting disaster, I shall not intervene. However, rest assured, should you turn to ash, I will take good care of your sister Ling'er and your sister Ruoshuang." Zhong Ling'er could only stare in disbelief. Chen Chang'an retorted with a smile, "You dream beautifully." Imagining such scenarios under the sunflower tree, Lin Lei nodded, adding, "Dafu, you may wish it, but I doubt they would share your sentiments. Didn't I hear from Granny Rong that she has found you a match, eagerly awaiting your return? You ought to visit her and inquire." Granny Rong? Su Dafu blinked, a mysterious gleam in his eyes. Do not be deceived by her seemingly simple matchmaking. She is no ordinary woman. I have heard whispers that Granny Rong is a significant figure. You all should treat her with utmost respect and never offend her. Lin Lei nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. The leader of the gossip sect had numerous elderly subordinates, and should anyone offend her, she would spread slander far and wide. Su Dafu interjected, while Qin Chaoyan remained silent, pondering the implications. Am I mistaken? Lin Lei questioned, perplexed. Su Dafu continued, in summary, she is quite enigmatic. You must not provoke her. It would be wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. Both of you are orphans, bereft of parents. If possible, consider adopting her as a god-grandmother. If she consents, you shall never have to worry again. Lin Lei was taken aback by Su Dafu's words, a foolish grin spreading across his face. What a coincidence! Chen Chang'an and Su Dafu exchanged bewildered glances. What coincidence? Are you jesting? Lin Lei explained, I am an orphan, alone in this world, and I have known Granny Rong since childhood. She has always treated me kindly, so the thought of acknowledging her as my god-grandmother had already crossed my mind, especially as I planned to marry Xiao Lu. It seems rather unfortunate to lack relatives, so I decided to recognize Granny Rong in that role. Su Dafu's eyes widened in astonishment. Did Granny Rong agree? Lin Lei replied, Why wouldn't she? I am the deputy commander of the law enforcement in the city lord's residence. She was overjoyed at the prospect and readily consented without hesitation, even inquiring if the law enforcement needed a daughter-in-law and which family caught my eye. She offered to assist in matchmaking. Chen Chang'an was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Lin Lei had fortuitously secured such a remarkable patron by casually adopting a god-grandmother. What extraordinary luck! Su Dafu clapped Lin Lei on the shoulder, saying, Lin Lei, when you rise to greatness, do not forget about me and Chang'an. Chapter 81. Su Yaqian and the Transformation of Shusan. Lin Lei felt perplexed. Su Dafu, is it true that Granny Rong possesses the extraordinary abilities you mentioned? She is not merely an ordinary matchmaker, but also the leader of the gossip sect? Su Dafu chuckled. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Granny Rong later. She will surely no longer keep it from you. Then, Su Dafu turned to Qin Chang'an. Chang'an, will you acknowledge it? Qin Chang'an cast Su Dafu a disapproving glance, showing no interest. That is a significant support. One should cling tightly to it. Qin Chang'an remarked, in fact, my legs are quite substantial as well. Why not embrace mine? Su Dafu scoffed, mocking, which of your legs is substantial enough to embrace? Qin Chang'an shot him a faint glare. Su Yaqian, what are you saying? Chang'an, you old fool, you are the real toothpick. Lin Lei claimed that he had once coincidentally glimpsed it while you were both in the restroom. Lazy, you old fool, are you not the real toothpick? Lin Lei blinked, then shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor. At that time, did you not also catch a glimpse of mine? You should be aware that mine is quite impressive. Chen Chang'an. Su Dafu. Zhong Ling'er was left bewildered, her head adorned with 3 question marks. What is a toothpick? What is impressive? Returning to the main topic, Su Dafu, uninterested in quarreling with that rascal Lin Lei, addressed Chen Chang'an. Chang'an, which body cultivation technique are you practicing? Chun Chongan replied, the heavenly creation technique. The name sounds rather formidable, but I wonder how effective it truly is. The effects are quite commendable. Why do you inquire? Su Dafu remained silent, instead retrieving a dusty tome. Here, take this. Qin Chaoyan opened it to find the 4 ancient characters inscribed in a bold, striking manner, the Emperor's Sunflower Classic. As he turned to the first page, he read, This is an unparalleled body cultivation method. Those who reach perfection may pluck stars and seize the sun and moon above, cleave the heavens and earth below, capture true dragons, and ascend to the position of martial emperor, unrivaled throughout the realm. Is this sunflower classic truly so formidable? Chen Chang'an was astonished. However, 8 more characters soon caught his eye. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Chen Chang'an's expression froze, turning to Su Dafu, Su Fatty. Are you suggesting I become a eunuch? Su Dafu, however, had anticipated this reaction, sneering. Why are you so anxious? Turn to the second page. Do not act in haste like a friend of mine who, upon seeing the first page, actually went ahead and destroyed the treasure. Chun Chongan felt a sense of familiarity with the words, yet he cautiously turned to the second page. There, he saw another 8 characters. No need for castration to succeed. Chen Chang'an let out a sigh of relief. The creator of this technique certainly knows how to jest with posterity. If some foolish person were to act in haste and destroy it upon seeing the first page, how sorrowful they would be upon reaching the second. Su Dafu. Meanwhile, Lin Lei inquired of Su Dafu. Dafu, do you think castration would be painful? Su Dafu, deep in thought, nodded slightly before regaining his composure. Wearing a perplexed expression, you ask me? How would I know? He remarked dismissively. I merely inquired about your friend. He is your acquaintance, not mine, so of course. I wouldn't know. Lin Lei chuckled innocently. Su Dafu's lips twitched slightly, pondering how much pain he must be enduring. Suddenly, Su Dafu regretted revealing the Sunflower Emperor's scripture to Qin Chaoyan for cultivation. He quickly redirected the conversation, stating to Qin Chaoyan, my body refining technique is undoubtedly superior to your heaven and earth transformation formula. Take a good look at it, if you find it more suitable for your practice. Since you have only just embarked on the path of physical cultivation, it would not be too late to switch. Very well. Qin Chaoyan expressed genuine interest in the Sunflower Emperor's scripture. During this period, he had employed his divine brain to meticulously comprehend and explore the heaven and earth transformation formula. Mastering it thoroughly, he discovered that although this body refining technique was formidable, it bore several shortcomings, such as a sluggish progression of cultivation and the difficulty in procuring certain specific materials required for refining body-enhancing elixirs. Chen Chang'an sought to refine these deficiencies in the heaven and earth transformation formula through his divine brain, even attempting to extrapolate its subsequent techniques. However, being limited to only this singular body refining technique, crafting a flawless system was somewhat ambitious. He needed to draw experiences from other body refining techniques, extracting their essence while discarding the dross to integrate into the heaven and earth transformation formula. All right then, since you have no further business, I shall take my leave. Su Dafu prepared to depart with Lin Lei. Just then, the ground of the apothecary shop before them began to bulge slightly upward. Curiosity piqued. Su Dafu and Lin Lei wondered what was occurring. In the next moment, a large golden-furred rat emerged from the ground, radiating an extraordinary aura. Goodness, what a massive rat! Lin Lei exclaimed in astonishment. Yet Su Dafu's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gasped, Heavens, this appears to be the legendary gold-devouring immortal rat, rumored to possess celestial and demonic bloodlines. However, before he could finish, Chen Chang'an swiftly kicked the large rat away. With a loud thud, the gold-devouring immortal rat collided with the wall, dazed and disoriented. Su Dafu, taken aback, anxiously exclaimed, Chang'an, what are you doing? This is a precious gold-devouring immortal rat. What if your kick harms it? Chen Chang'an replied, it's not so easy to damage it. Rat 3. Who allowed you to burrow in my apothecary? Fill that hole immediately. My apologies, master. This is my first time digging in Tianwu City. I will fill it right away. The gold-devouring immortal rat swiftly dashed back to the hole, fervently digging, and soon restored the ground to its original state, even jumping up to stamp on it a few times. Su Dafu stared in awe at this scene, swallowing hard. Chang'an, you say this gold-devouring immortal rat is your spirit pet? Chun Chongan responded with a puzzled expression. Is there a problem? Zhong Ling'er gazed with sparkling eyes. Brother, may I touch it? Feel free, he replied. As Zhong Ling'er caressed the fluffy fur of the golden-eating immortal mouse, it resembled a cute little groundhog, allowing her gentle touch without resistance. Chang'an, how did you come by this golden-eating immortal mouse? She inquired. I accidentally caught it on the mountain near Orchid Village while bringing a remedy to Uncle Fu's son, Zhang. Su Dafu, brimming with envy, exclaimed. What extraordinary luck you have to encounter a golden-eating immortal mouse. Lin Lei, intrigued, asked, what exactly is a golden-eating immortal mouse? Su Dafu explained, among the demon race. The golden-eating immortal mouse possesses the most prestigious celestial bloodline, brimming with potential. It is endowed with a remarkable treasure-seeking ability, capable of sensing over 90% of the rare materials and treasures in this world. In the realm of cultivation, this mouse is akin to a living treasury. In the vast realm of cultivation, every cultivator yearns to capture a golden-eating immortal mouse as a spirit pet to scour for resources. However, it is said that these mice have become extinct, so it is astonishing to find one here with Chang'an. Upon hearing Su Dafu's words, Lin Lei finally grasped the significance of the golden-eating immortal mouse and was left in awe. Mouse 3, relishing Zhong Ling'er's affection, spoke softly, humble me. A mere little spirit pet under my master's care, the golden-eating immortal mouse is of no consequence. Yet, the gleam in Mouse 3's small eyes betrayed an air of triumph. Since becoming a golden-eating immortal mouse, it had mingled among the demon race, assisting Qin Chaoyan in locating rare treasures. Countless female demons had sought to engage with him, but unfortunately, Mouse 3 had yet to assume its true form and could only decline for now, awaiting the day it transformed to interact freely. Of course, it had also encountered some formidable demons intent on capturing it. However, under the protection of Chun Chongan's life and death talisman, none of those demon warriors posed a threat, allowing Mouse 3 to escape effortlessly. In a short span, it had gained a measure of renown within the demon community. Chapter 82. What a licking mouse. The Dragon Flame Gem. Upon unexpectedly witnessing Chen Chang'an with a golden devouring mouse as his spirit pet, both Lin Lei and Su Dafu were filled with envy. It was no wonder that this fellow walked the path of body cultivation without a hint of trepidation. With such a golden devouring mouse to procure the rare treasures for body refinement, he had no reason to fret about resources. Su Dafu suddenly understood. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the golden devouring mouse, unable to divert. The golden devouring mouse, however, appeared quite disdainful. Why are you, little chubby one, staring at me? I belong to my master, a mouse you shall never possess. Chen Chang'an remarked, if you both are in need of any resources for your cultivation, feel free to ask Mouse San to assist you. Mouse San internally lamented, Master, do you truly view me as mere labor? Nonetheless, outwardly he dared not express any discontent, continuing to maintain a devoted demeanor. What my master says is wise and magnificent. Any commands you have, I shall endeavor with utmost effort to fulfill. Lin Lei and Su Dafu exchanged knowing glances, each comprehending a singular thought from the other's eyes. This golden devouring mouse truly excels at licking. A remarkable licking mouse indeed. Su Dafu even gave Chun Chongan a thumbs up, recognizing the prideful nature of the golden devouring mouse, who was loath to serve as a spirit pet, not to mention possessing unparalleled escape abilities. The fact that Chen Chang'an had not only captured this golden devouring mouse, but also transformed it into a licking mouse was nothing short of impressive. Su Dafu inquired of the golden devouring mouse, Mouse San, do you have any companions, or perhaps a mate to lend me for a while? Oh no, I mean to borrow for some enlightening discourse. The golden devouring mouse regarded Su Dafu with a wary expression. None, I am a species on the brink of extinction. Su Dafu sighed in disappointment, such a pity. What is destined to be will be, and what is not cannot be forced. Yet in the next moment, a realization sparked in Su Dafu's mind, and his eyes brightened. What type of female mouse do you fancy? I can help you find a few. With diligent effort over the years, you will surely have generations of offspring. It would be a shame if your celestial bloodline were to perish. The golden devouring mouse, Lin Lei, Zhong Ling'er, Chen Chang'an, Mouse Sin internally cursed. This wretched fellow, were it not for my master's presence, I would have scolded him mercilessly. Does he truly think of me as a breeding mouse? I am a distinguished golden devouring mouse. If word of me being a mere breeding mouse were to spread, I would become a laughingstock among the demon kind. Chang'an, what do you think of my suggestion? Mouse San gazed at Chen Chang'an with a pitiful expression. Chen Chang'an, puzzled, asked, Little Chubby, do you not wish for a female mouse? Mouse San dared not refuse. Only able to contort his mouse face into a mournful visage, I would be most eager, indeed. At this moment, Chun Chongan queried the golden devouring mouse. Did you not possess 3 heads? Where have the other 2 gone? Mouse San replied, One day, while I was asleep, those 2 heads simply ran off. Your other heads can run away? Chen Chang'an was taken aback. As the three-headed mouse shook its head, I found myself equally perplexed. Ever since I awakened my celestial demon bloodline, it seemed that the two additional heads had developed their own consciousness. However, with one remaining head, things were still quite manageable. At this moment, Lin Lei, finally coming to a realization, cast a doubtful glance at Chen Chang'an. Chang'an, that Millennium Jade Marrow you mentioned, did you secretly leave it at my doorstep? With such an impressive spiritual pet, it appeared that locating the Jade Marrow would be no challenge for Chen Chang'an. Apart from him, Lin Lei could hardly fathom anyone else capable of bestowing such a precious gift upon him. Indeed, it was I, since the golden-eating immortal mouse had made its appearance. There was no reason to conceal this fact. It truly is you. Lin Lei felt a surge of gratitude. What a good brother he was to prepare such a rare cultivation treasure for him. Meanwhile, Su Dafu interjected, Chang'an, what about me? Of course. You shall not be left out, Qin Chaoyan replied, producing 6 pieces of Millennium Jade Marrow for Su Dafu. Train diligently, and it will be a joy for us all to grow stronger together. 6 pieces of Millennium Jade Marrow. My heavens! Su Dafu gasped in astonishment. Yet upon recalling the capabilities of the golden-eating immortal mouse, it seemed only natural. However, Chang'an, you must exercise caution. The news of the golden-eating immortal mouse must not leak, or you could face grave peril. After all, in the vast realm of cultivation, how many factions could withstand the allure of this creature? Understood. Chen Chang'an then inquired. Mouse 3, have you come to share information about the rare materials? Mouse 3 nodded and produced a fist-sized, fiery red stone that shimmered like a ruby, adorned with extraordinary dragon-shaped patterns. More importantly, as soon as Mouse 3 revealed it, an overwhelming heat emanated from the stone, scorching everything around. It was as if a blazing sun had suddenly appeared in the room, enveloping everyone in a furnace-like atmosphere. Master, this is the body-refining treasure you seek. It is the Dragon Flame Gem. Su Dafu recognized it immediately, recalling that a similar gem had sold for over 16 million low-grade spirit stones at an auction. He had heard that body cultivators favored such stones for refining their physiques. With this Dragon Flame Gem, Chang'an could hone his physical form and accelerate his breakthrough. Mouse 3 shot a glance at Su Dafu, thinking to himself, this little chubby fellow seems quite knowledgeable. Then, he expelled more treasures from his unique stomach, which, while not large, created its own space sufficient for storing various treasures. Soon, dozens of rare materials were laid out before them, though sadly, none were longevity-enhancing elixirs, which were notoriously difficult to find. Master, these are the rare materials I have gathered around Tianwu City. I have exhausted the local resources and will need to venture further afield for more. Chen Chang'an nodded appreciatively. Very well, you've worked hard. It is no trouble at all to serve my master, Mouse 3 replied, licking his lips with unending enthusiasm. Chen Chang'an smiled lightly, placing his hand upon the head of Shu San. This seemingly mundane gesture concealed an overwhelming and formidable energy that surged into Shu San's body, infusing the already depleted life and death talisman with an essence of invincibility. Shu San was of great importance. He could not perish in the wild or be captured by other cultivators. After offering a selection of rare treasures, Shu San excavated a small tunnel from the corner of the backyard and made his departure. With a flourish, Chen Chang'an then poured forth the treasures he had acquired from Shu San's vault, various precious materials and artifacts, before Lin Lei and Su Dafu. The treasures shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, radiating brilliance that left Lin Lei and Su Dafu utterly mesmerized. Just how many rare treasures are there? They marveled. If sold, the worth would be astronomical. They swallowed hard, having never before encountered such an abundance of rare materials, their astonishment rendering their voices tremulous, akin to country bumpkins entering the city for the first time. Chen Chang'an remarked, I pursue the path of physical cultivation, and many of Shu San's treasures hold little value for me. Feel free to take whatever you desire. What is mine is yours. There is no need for formality. Chapter 83. The Treasures of the Moonlight, Ancient Clan, and the Shadow of Death. Su Dafu gazed hungrily at the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, saliva pooling in his mouth. Chang'an, since you have suggested this, I shall not be modest. With that, he selected several precious items, each of which would greatly benefit his current cultivation. Although this fellow was shameless, he was not greedy. Chen Chang'an turned to Lin Lei. Lazy, why are you still dawdling? Lin Lei hesitated. I have enough with the 6 pieces of 1,000-year-old jade you gifted me. Chang'an, Keep these for yourself to exchange for body refinement resources in the future. Qin Chaoyan feigned anger. What? Do you not consider me a brother? Of course not, Lin Lei replied. I do not need to trouble you regarding body refinement resources. I have the golden devouring immortal rat to aid me. Su Dafu interjected. Lazy, do not let Chang'an's kindness go to waste. Furthermore, as we grow stronger, we can also seek out body refinement resources for him in return. I understand. Lin Lei, no longer hesitant, decisively selected several heavenly materials and earthly treasures essential for his cultivation. With these resources, reaching the transformation realm and becoming a lord sanctioned by heaven and earth would be well within his grasp. Su Dafu chuckled heartily, a radiant smile lighting up his face as he thought, with these cultivation resources, the gap between me and that scoundrel Su Tung should narrow significantly. Even if I cannot find an expert archer to assist me, I will eventually crush him. After a brief chat, Lin Lei and Su Dafu refrained from interrupting Chun Chongan's cultivation and departed for their respective matters. Lin Lei handed Su Dafu a wedding invitation. You've been elusive lately. My joyous day is in less than 20 days, and you must not forget. Su Dafu tucked the invitation away. Rest assured, it would be impossible for me to miss it, especially when Chang'an is involved. I will certainly make a grand appearance. Also, remember to help me find that expert archer. Not a problem. Subsequently, Su Dafu wandered a few circles around the city, yet he found not a single clue regarding the expert archer. As he glanced at the darkening sky, he murmured to himself, this archer truly is elusive. It seems finding him is futile. I shall return first to avoid worrying Uncle Qi. However, just as Su Dafu was about to leave Tianwu City, a formidable figure from the Daylight Dynasty suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Su Dafu's expression changed instantly, and he turned to flee. But at that moment, he heard Su Tung's icy voice. My dear brother, where do you think you are scurrying off to? In the sky, a bronze war chariot materialized, with Su Ting seated high upon it, looking down upon him. Behind him stood 12 powerful figures of the dynasty, forming an imposing formation. Su Tung, from his lofty position, gazed at Su Dafu with eyes sharp as swords, a mocking glint flickering within them. Su Dafu's face grew cold as he fixed his intense gaze on Su Tung, an unmistakable killing intent emanating from him. Su Tung, yet he remained composed. Currently, I find myself lacking in strength, far from being a match for Su Tung. Moreover, surrounded by a multitude of adept practitioners from the dynasty, the prospect of eliminating him seems as daunting as scaling the heavens. As long as the verdant mountains remain, I need not fear the absence of firewood. Retreat is my only option. Su Dafu quietly extracted a piece of black gemstone from his storage ring. This was a spatial gem, endowed with a modicum of teleportation ability. It was this very gem that enabled Su Dafu to evade the relentless pursuit of the dynasty multiple times. With a decisive crack, he shattered it. However, Su Dafu felt no spatial fluctuations. He had not been transported away. At that moment, a grimace crossed Su Dafu's face. Su Tung, you scoundrel, have set up a formidable barrier here. With the powers of the spatial gem rendered useless, Su Dafu found his escape route sealed. Alone against Su Tung and a host of dynasty experts, his situation was dire indeed. Su Tung let out a cold snort, declaring, without the power of the spatial gem, I wonder how you intend to flee. Surrender the treasures of the full moon ancient clan, and for the sake of our half-brother bond, I may spare your life. Upon hearing this, Su Dafu was filled with rage. Spare you? I shall eventually bring you down. Those who laid hands on my mother shall not escape my wrath. Without further ado, he retrieved several silver orbs from his storage ring. These orbs, adorned with ancient patterns, gleamed with a brilliant silver light, releasing astonishing waves of energy. In one breath, Su Dafu hurled out over 100 silver orbs. Instantly, the heavens resonated with thunderous roars, echoing like a volcanic eruption, as the silver light obliterated everything around, shaking the earth and mountains with its monumental force. The dynasty's experts summoned their treasures to shield Su Tung from the onslaught of silver orbs. Yet, even so, several of them suffered grievous injuries from the explosions, underscoring the sheer terror of the power contained within Su Dafu's projectiles. Su Tung squinted, intrigued by the explosive silver pearls, one of the magical treasures created by the full moon ancient clan. At that moment, Su Dafu crushed another mysterious magical orb, fully aware that if he did not exert himself to the utmost today, he would undoubtedly perish. With a crack, the magical orb shattered. unleashing a torrent of silver mist that gradually formed into a misty portal. Through this portal emerged a towering figure clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive sword. This formidable man radiated a silvery luminescence, summoned in a unique manner, exuding an extraordinarily potent and terrifying aura. Su Tang's expression shifted to one of concern, and he coldly inquired, "The soul-calling pearl of the Full Moon Ancient Clan, have you indeed acquired their treasures?" The Full Moon Ancient Clan was the lineage of Su Dafu's mother, Princess Full Moon, a once mighty and ancient race in the realm of cultivation. They revered the moon goddess and were said to have received divine powers through her blessings, granting them immense strength and the ability to create extraordinary artifacts. One day, the moon goddess ceased to bestow her blessings, leading to the decline of the Full Moon Ancient Clan, which ultimately forged a matrimonial alliance with the Great Sun Dynasty. The Full Moon Princess became a consort of the Great Sun Emperor, yet little did she anticipate that the Emperor, coveting the treasures left to the Full Moon Clan by the moon goddess, would conspire with the forces behind the Empress to annihilate her clan. His mother perished at the hands of Su Tang, and in pursuit of the Full Moon Clan's treasures, the Great Sun Dynasty relentlessly dispatched assassins to hunt him down. He could only evade capture, biding his time for the opportune moment. Su Dafu offered no reply. Instead, he commanded the burly man to take action. In the blink of an eye, the formidable figure surged forth, swift as lightning, charging at Su Tang. Imperial powerhouses stood guard before Su Tang. Yet with a thunderous crash, the burly man unleashed a sweeping strike with his heavy sword, scattering his opponents like autumn leaves. All who had stood in Su Tang's defense were sent flying, grievously wounded. The burly man, with the force of a mountain, swung his sword towards Su Tang. Su Tang remained impassive, displaying no sign of panic as he sat within his bronze war chariot, not flinching in the least. Just as the heavy sword was about to descend, a lean, elderly figure clad in crimson robes materialized before Su Tang, gracefully raising his right hand. Boom! A terrifying force erupted like a tidal wave, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Yet the elderly figure stood unscathed, effortlessly intercepting the burly man's strike. The elder chuckled, deeming the full moon's spirit comparable to a minor true monarch, but lamented that it was still too weak before him, a true monarch of the earth. It was evident that this lean elder was Su Tang's guardian, ever ready to intervene in times of peril, which explained Su Tang's unyielding confidence. Subsequently, the elder formed a hand seal, summoning a long sword of flames in his left hand. With a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly cleaved the full moon spirit summoned by Su Dafu into nothingness. Stepping forward, the elder confronted Su Dafu with an icy gaze, as if regarding a mere corpse. "Your Highness, what shall be done with him?" Su Tang inquired. "Eliminate him. I require only his soul." Understood. The oppressive aura of the true monarch bore down upon Su Dafu, rendering him breathless, as the shadow of death loomed ominously over him. Chapter 84. The enormous hand of oblivion. The frantic Su Tang. The emaciated elder raised his hand, prepared to extinguish Su Dafu's very soul. Yet, at that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the skies, as if reality itself was cleaved in two, and an immense hand emerged from the void. With a resounding clap, akin to swatting a mere mosquito, the once arrogant elder was instantly reduced to a crimson mist, his essence obliterated. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Su Tang sprang to his feet, his expression transformed for the first time, no longer calm and composed, but rather filled with shock and horror. The Fire Elder, a true master of the earth, had been struck down with a single blow. How could this possibly be? Su Dafu, meanwhile, stood in a daze, his mind a blank canvas, consumed by a singular thought. What an overwhelmingly powerful hand! The imperial experts were left dumbfounded, utterly speechless. Simultaneously, at the Jokong apothecary, Chen Chang'an appeared as a celestial deity, one hand piercing through the ethereal realm to descend upon the battlefield. Through his divine gaze, he coldly observed the unfolding drama. It was he who had delivered the fatal blow to the emaciated elder. He had witnessed every exchange between Su Dafu and Su Tang through his divine sight and hearing, comprehending that Su Tang bore a grudge against Su Dafu. Upon witnessing Su Dafu nearly fall victim to the elder's soul-harvesting intent, Chen Chang'an could not stand idly by. He could not allow Su Dafu to perish before his eyes. However, Su Dafu appeared utterly petrified, still in a state of shock. Gazing at the colossal hand, none dared to act rashly. The mere aura emanating from that hand sent shivers down the spines of all present, their very souls trembling in fear. The power was unfathomable. A single strike had obliterated their mightiest Earth Master, and should it decide to eliminate all present, none would stand a chance. Whence had this colossal hand come? Which unparalleled expert had unleashed such force? Chen Chang'an observed the scene with detached calmness, exerting an overwhelming pressure through the vast hand, rendering all imperial experts, including Su Teng, breathless, as if mountains were crushing down upon their shoulders, rendering them incapable of movement. Qin Chaoyan chose not to eliminate others from the Day Sun dynasty. Since they were adversaries of Su Dafu, it was a matter best left to him. Yet, Su Dafu remained in a state of bewilderment, still reeling from the shocking sight of the Earth Master being struck down before him. The visual impact was simply too profound. As Su Dafu regained his senses, devoid of the Earth Master's threat, his first instinct was to retrieve the spatial gem to escape this place. Yet he suddenly realized something was amiss. The colossal hand loomed above, resembling an unyielding mountain, magnificent and immovable. Meanwhile, Su Teng and the other imperial experts wore ashen expressions, suppressed by the aura of the colossal hand, rendered utterly motionless. It seemed as though they were being restrained by that mighty hand. Su Dafu was taken aback. Yet he soon realized that he was not subjected to the oppressive aura of the colossal hand. He felt no discomfort whatsoever. Observing this situation, Su Dafu erupted into hearty laughter. Truly, the heavens have favored me. With a face full of gratitude, he bowed respectfully towards the immense hand. Although he was unaware of the identity of this elder, he expressed his heartfelt thanks for the life-saving grace. Su Teng's face turned pale, overshadowed by an inexplicable dread towards the mysterious colossal hand that had appeared. He gazed at Su Dafu, who was bowing in reverence to the hand, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Why was Su Dafu unaffected? At that moment, after bowing, Su Dafu cast a glance at Su Teng before shifting his focus to the powerful figures of the dynasty. He hurled explosive silver beads, swiftly dispatching the dynasty's formidable warriors surrounding Su Teng. Su Teng could only watch in horror, his face ashen. Ultimately, Su Dafu approached Su Teng, and without uttering a word, severed Su Teng's head. Yet, Su Teng did not perish. His head fell to the ground, coldly regarding Su Dafu. Were it not for this mysterious hand's intervention, you would already be a lost soul. We shall see if you will have such luck again next time. Su Dafu was not surprised by this scene. It became clear that Su Teng had cultivated an external incarnation, which explained his audacity. After all, Su Teng was the crown prince of the dynasty, possessing numerous hidden cards. It was unlikely he would recklessly venture into danger at the imperial palace. The external incarnation, a profound technique achievable only at the 4th level of body cultivation, is documented in the Kuehua Emperor's Classic. It contains a fragment of the soul that occupies 1/3 of the main body's spirit. Thus, creating an external incarnation is tantamount to possessing an additional life. However, the external incarnation is intricately linked to the main body's mind and spirit. Should the external incarnation be slain, the main body would suffer severe repercussions, spiritual damage, a decline in realm, and detrimental effects on future cultivation. Therefore, Su Dafu wasted no time and executed his technique to annihilate the fragment of Su Teng's soul, silencing him at last. In this battle, Su Dafu single-handedly defeated Su Teng and his entourage. This victory instilled immense confidence in Su Dafu. Subsequently, he bowed once more to the colossal hand to express his gratitude, and as a gust of wind swept through, he looted the spoils from the fallen dynasty experts, especially the storage ring worn by Su Teng's external incarnation. Upon inspection, he discovered it contained a wealth of treasures, instantly igniting a gleam in Su Dafu's eyes. He turned towards the colossal hand. "Elder, do you desire these belongings?" Yet again, he received no response from the towering hand. With a sly grin, Su Dafu pocketed the treasures and, having completed his task, swiftly made his exit. In Tianwu City, countless cultivators witnessed the emergence of the colossal hand just beyond the city limits, resembling a towering mountain, creating a stunning spectacle that caused a significant uproar within the city. They were astounded by the terrifying aura emanating from the hand, which instilled fear even from a distance. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens of the city, witnessing this marvel, mistook it for a divine omen and began to bow and pray, making wishes towards the colossal hand. In the Jiukong apothecary, Chen Chang'an observed Su Dafu's safe return and smiled, retracting his hand from the spatial rift that had materialized before him. The colossal hand that had appeared outside the city vanished from the sight of the onlookers as if it had never existed at all. In the sacred realm of the Sun God dynasty, a young man clad in golden attire was in the midst of his cultivation. This individual was none other than Su Tang's true form. Suddenly, Su Tang's body convulsed, and he let out a harrowing cry. He felt his soul being torn apart, overwhelmed by an unprecedented and excruciating pain that contorted his visage into a grotesque mask of anguish. Who could it be? Whose hand was that? Su Dafu, beware. I shall not let you escape my wrath. Several 100,000 miles away, Su Dafu had just returned to Su Yuanba's side, animatedly recounting the tale of his rescue by an enormous hand. He pondered whether his elder, the seventh uncle, had ever heard of a technique that could descend from the heavens and crush a person to death. The seventh uncle had not witnessed the sheer ferocity of that strike. Had it not been for that colossal hand, he mused, the seventh uncle might never have seen him again. Su Yuanba listened with a mix of trepidation and relief. Grateful that the prince had come to no harm, he wondered who the venerable figure was that intervened. After all, Su Tang's guardian was a true lord of the earth, and to have been struck down so easily was indeed lamentable, even if Su Tang himself had survived. Suddenly, Su Dafu sneezed, a smug smile creeping across his face. Surely, Su Tang, that wretched scoundrel, was cursing me. With his soul shattered, I wonder if he is in much pain? Chapter 85, The Wrath of the Dynasty. Expansion of the Apothecary. The external incarnation of Su Tang has been slain, and all the elite warriors dispatched by the dynasty have been obliterated. Even the earthly true monarch, who was tasked with safeguarding Su Tang's incarnation, has met a tragic end. This incident is of monumental significance to the Great Sun Dynasty. It is crucial to understand that Su Tang's external incarnation holds immense importance. In the later stages of cultivation, the external incarnation will merge with the true body, facilitating a qualitative leap in Su Tang's prowess. However, with the destruction of his external incarnation, Su Tang has effectively lost a third of his foundational strength, incurring a devastating cost. One can only speculate how much time, effort, and resources will be required to bridge this chasm. The architect of this catastrophe is none other than the master of that colossal hand that obscured the heavens. Who could possibly wield such a mysterious and formidable force? This act is a direct challenge to the authority of the Great Sun Dynasty, casting a shadow of humiliation upon it. The Great Sun Dynasty is enveloped in fury, ready to unleash its wrath. They are resolute in their pursuit, willing to dig 3 feet into the ground and spare no expense to locate the master of the enigmatic hand and exact vengeance. Within just 3 days, the Great Sun Dynasty dispatched another contingent of elite warriors, utilizing the hastily erected teleportation array to return to Tianwu City. The sight of so many powerful figures from the dynasty sent tremors of fear through the cultivators within the city, igniting a considerable uproar. It appeared that the flame divine generals of the Great Sun Dynasty had arrived. Gasps of astonishment echoed. It was rumored that each of these flame divine generals was a formidable presence at the 10,000 Laws realm. And now 12 had been dispatched in unison. Were they to collaborate with the Jinyuan alliance to sweep through the imperial palace and subdue the abyssal gate? Some cultivators, having just arrived in Tianwu City, were unaware of the events that transpired 3 days prior. One cultivator offered an explanation, suggesting that they had come to confront the abyssal gate within the imperial palace. It was said that a mysterious powerhouse had slain the external incarnation of the Great Sun Dynasty's prince, along with numerous elite warriors, and even caused the demise of an earthly true monarch. This was an act of retribution. Who could this mysterious powerhouse be, daring enough to slay the prince's external incarnation? Did they not value their own life? Yet, it was not to be assumed that this enigmatic figure feared the Great Sun Dynasty. After all, one need only recall the terror of that colossal hand descending from the heavens, which exuded a chilling aura that could petrify the very soul. It seems that the Great Sun Dynasty will not rest until they achieve resolution, and a captivating spectacle is on the horizon. Within Tianwu City, discussions erupted among the populace. The arrival of the Flame Divine Generals caused quite a stir, followed by meticulous searches of the battlefield where the colossal hand had appeared, yet not a trace was found. Locating this mysterious powerhouse may prove to be far from simple. Meanwhile, Su Dafu and Su Yuanba took immediate measures to conceal themselves. Had it not been for the divine hand descending from the sky, slaying Su Teng's protector and saving his life, he would have met his end. Thus, Su Dafu remained vigilant, taking even greater care to ensure their safety. He would never allow the Great Sun Dynasty to find any opportunities. One day, he would make them pay the price. In the present Tianwu city, cultivators from all directions were increasingly gathering. Yet the secluded Qingyun Street in the southern part of the city remained unnoticed, exuding an air of tranquility and peace. Many neighbors basked in the sunlight daily. And as members of the Bagua sect, they gathered to chat and enjoy sunflower seeds, living a simple life devoid of worries. In contrast, the house of Wang the Butcher, next to Chen Chang'an, had been reduced to ruins, drawing the attention of several neighbors. A group of workers was busy reconstructing it, while Zhong Ling'er was in charge of expanding the Jiukang apothecary. The apothecary was still rather small, and now that he had the means, Chen Chang'an decided to enlarge it and cultivate a medicinal field. Thus, he purchased the house next to Wang the Butcher's. Once the reconstruction was completed, the Jiukang apothecary would double in size. Over the past 3 days, Chen Chang'an had been refining the Kuaijia Emperor's canon, further perfecting the heaven and earth creation technique. He found himself mastering the first tier of cultivation with remarkable ease. The blood spirit elixir, combined with the intense energy emitted by the dragon flame gem, honed and tempered his flesh and meridians. Chen Chang'an's aura grew stronger, and his vitality surged. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the mid-phase of the first tier. However, this process of body refinement was not as effortless as that of spiritual cultivation. Each session felt as if thousands of fine needles were piercing every inch of his body, a sensation that was indescribably exhilarating. After today's practice, he was drenched in sweat, having endured considerable trials, yet his physique had grown stronger, and he felt a surge of vitality, which left him quite satisfied. After taking a refreshing shower, Chen Chang'an took a moment to rest and stroll around. He gazed at the expanding Jiukang apothecary, nodding in approval, pondering whether the old man would be astonished upon returning to see such a transformation. At that moment, a group of Bagua sect members under the large tree greeted him as he stepped out for a walk. Taking a break, Chun Chongan joined them, engaging in cheerful conversation. Many members subtly inquired about the apothecary's earnings. Having purchased such a vast piece of land from Wang the Butcher, they were surprised that his seemingly ordinary apothecary could be so profitable, prompting envy from several neighbors. Chen Chang'an merely smiled in response, downplaying it by saying he was barely making ends meet. "Oh, we don't believe that. I heard that being a physician is the most lucrative profession. Dr. Chun, could you take a look at my back? It has been quite painful lately. What medicine should I take?" Chun Chang'an casually scanned with his divine eye, then gently pressed on an acupoint on Uncle Li's back. "Uncle Li, does it still hurt?" "No, it feels remarkably comfortable. It's all thanks to you, Dr. Chun." Uncle Li, a man approaching 50, is the proprietor of a bun shop on Qingyun Street. Chen Chang'an has dined there several times and found the fare quite delightful. With a smile, Chen remarked, "Uncle Li, when you next visit the pharmacy, I shall prepare a prescription for you. Kidney reinforcing and waist strengthening formula. It should alleviate your back pain without much difficulty. However, given your age, it is prudent to exercise some restraint in certain matters." Uncle Li sighed with a wry smile, lamenting, "What can I do? My wife has her needs every few days. My body can only endure so much. I have the desire but lack the strength." This elicited sympathetic nods from several elderly gentlemen nearby. After all, women in their 30s are like wolves, in their 40s like tigers, and by 50, they can draw in the very dust from the ground. Those who understand well. They have lived through it. Chen continued, "Then I shall prescribe you a dose of Yang Rising Powder. Take it 3 times daily, morning, noon, and night, and we shall see how it works." "Very well, Chun. My physician," Uncle Li replied eagerly. Soon after, several neighbors approached Chun, inquiring about minor ailments. With remarkable precision, Chun diagnosed their issues and even administered treatment, showcasing his remarkable skill, which garnered widespread acclaim from the onlookers. A youthful physician indeed, truly a worthy successor to old Huang's legacy. Just a few deft touches, and he has cured my long-standing afflictions. How fortunate would be the one who marries this young man." Chen chuckled, engaging in pleasant conversation with the neighbors for a while longer. Noticing the time, he returned to the pharmacy to continue his cultivation. striving to achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the first level in the coming days. Chapter 86. Abyssal Stone, Chu Yongtian captured. The third level of the Imperial Palace sprawls infinitely, shrouded in darkness and imbued with the chilling aura of death. A thunderous cacophony reverberates as countless cultivators engage in a fierce battle with the abyssal skeletons within. After incurring substantial losses, the Abyssal Alliance has finally vanquished these skeletal foes, successfully securing the third level of the Imperial Palace and establishing a formidable array to prevent the resurgence of the abyssal skeletons. Subsequently, the cultivators commenced their exploration of the third level, discovering numerous black gemstones coalesced from the potent energies seeping from the abyssal gate. These gemstones, known as abyssal stones, are crystallizations of abyssal power. However, in the grand realm of cultivation, these abyssal stones are also referred to as cultivation stones. True to their name, the abyssal stones possess immense power, capable of directly enhancing a cultivator's cultivation realm. The purer the energy contained within, the higher the quality, and the more beneficial it is for cultivators at elevated realms striving for breakthroughs. Even for nobles at the transformation realm, leaders at the indestructible realm, and true lords at the 10,000 laws realm, advancing through each minor stage becomes exceedingly arduous once they reach such heights. Yet, should they discover sufficient abyssal stones for their cultivation, transcending to even higher realms would no longer present a formidable challenge. Thus, when the cultivators stumbled upon the abyssal stones during their exploration of the third level, they were engulfed in shock and elation, even descending into madness. Abyssal stones. My heavens! An elderly cultivator, overwhelmed with emotion, wept profusely, trembling uncontrollably. My lifespan wanes, and I have journeyed countless miles to seek an opportunity within the Imperial Palace to break through my realm and continue my path to immortality. It appears my gamble has paid off. If I can find a few abyssal stones, I shall surely surpass my current limits and extend my life. Logically, abyssal stones are products of the abyss. Yet, their appearance within the Imperial Palace raises many questions. Undoubtedly, these abyssal stones have brought great delight to all cultivators. They yearn to scour the Imperial Palace from top to bottom, unearthing every last abyssal stone. On the third level, countless cultivators scoured for abyssal stones. In their fervor, disputes erupted, resulting in the demise of numerous cultivators. However, this discord cannot be permitted to continue. The looming threat of the abyssal gate remains, and internal strife amongst their ranks would only serve to entertain the lurking abyssal clan. Ultimately, it was the Abyssal Alliance that intervened to quell the chaos, issuing a decree within the Imperial Palace. All cultivators, regardless of faction, must heed the commands of the Abyssal Alliance upon entering the Imperial Palace, forbidding any internal conflict. Should anyone discover an abyssal stone, it shall belong solely to them, and any attempts at theft shall be met with merciless retribution. The Abyssal Alliance, formed from the collaboration of the major factions of Huzhou, commands great authority, and none dare defy this decree, adhering to it diligently. Whoever locates an abyssal stone shall claim it as their own. Naturally, there are those cultivators, driven by greed and fearlessness, who dare venture into the fourth level in search of abyssal stones. The fourth level. Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang both wore expressions of pallor, their eyes reflecting a profound terror as they swiftly navigated through the dense, nebulous black mist, fleeing towards the third level. Not far behind them, an eerie, piercing shriek reverberated through the air, and 5 strange shadows darted through the fog, rapidly closing in on Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang. Suddenly, countless bizarre vines erupted from the black mist, lunging towards Chu Wushuang. In a desperate bid to protect her, Chu Yongtian positioned himself behind her, brandishing a treasured sword to slash at the menacing tendrils. When the blade struck the otherworldly vines, it emitted a shower of sparks and a metallic clang. Yet, before long, the sword's brilliance dimmed, corroded by an enigmatic force that drained it of its vitality. In an instant, a vine, resembling a spear, pierced through Chu Yongtian's body. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry from him. The myriad of strange vines coiled around Chu Yongtian, enveloping him in a cocoon. Father, daughter, do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once. Chu Yongtian's final words echoed as he was silenced within the vine cocoon. Chu Wushuang screamed, desperate to save her father. However, the cocoon vanished with a swift motion into the impenetrable black mist, leaving her in a state of frantic searching, unable to locate him. Soon after, more of the abnormal vines writhed towards Chu Wushuang. Just then, a beam of sword light shot forth from the distance, severing the menacing vines. A pained howl resonated from within the mist, and the vines ceased their assault on Chu Wushuang, retreating with Chu Yongtian in tow. Determined to rescue her father, Chu Wushuang sought to pursue them. Behind her, a woman's voice echoed. It belonged to one of the vine demons from the abyss. Unexpectedly having traversed through the abyssal gate to this imperial palace's 4th level. Do not harbor hopes of saving your father. Your efforts would be futile and lead only to your demise. Turning around, Chu Wushuang encountered 2 women approaching her. They were none other than Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan from the Eternal Life sect, also attempting their fortune on the 4th level. With Dongfang Lingyue present, Qin Chaoyan's presence signified no imminent danger. Recognizing their identities, tears welled in Chu Wushuang's eyes as she knelt, imploring, "Fairy Lingyue, I beseech you. Please lend your aid to save my father." With a sigh, Dongfang Lingyue replied, "The 4th level is fraught with countless vine demons. I dare not venture deeply myself. Your father, a mere marquis, is audacious to delve into such peril. It would be wise to await the Jinyuan alliance to cleanse the 4th level, if fortune favors. Your father may yet have a sliver of hope." Dongfang Lingyue could hardly gamble her own life to rescue a stranger. Having already intervened to save Chu Wushuang, she had reached the limits of her capacity. Had she hesitated further, it was likely that Chu Wushuang would have also fallen prey to the vine demons. Upon hearing this, Chu Wushuang felt a wave of despair wash over her. The Jinyuan alliance had only just seized the 3rd level, and everyone was busy scavenging for abyssal stones there. It was inconceivable that they would arrive to cleanse the 4th level in such a short span of time. Observing Chu Wushuang's demeanor, Qin Chaoyan felt a pang of sympathy and spoke to her. "If you wish to rescue your father, it cannot solely depend on you and us. You should seek out more allies. My master and I must continue our exploration on the 4th level. Should we encounter your father and have the opportunity to save him, my master would not turn a blind eye to his plight." Dongfang Lingyue nodded in agreement. "If it lies within my capabilities, aiding in the rescue of your father is certainly not out of the question." Chu Wushuang expressed her gratitude to Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyan before hastily proceeding to the 3rd level. She promptly sought assistance from a senior elder of the Chu family, who held a protective position within the Jinyuan alliance. Upon hearing her plight, the elder furrowed his brow deeply. "Chu Yongtian has ventured to the 4th level? Are you not aware that the closer one approaches the abyssal gate, the greater the dangers posed by the imperial palace? For a mere marquis to dare tread there is sheer folly, a gamble with his very life. Elder, I implore you to save my father." A marquis holds significant importance to the Chu family. The Jinyuan alliance was established through the collaboration of various factions to confront the abyssal gate. They would not risk venturing to the 4th level for the sake of a single marquis. I can only promptly send word to a few elders currently searching for abyssal stones within the imperial palace, urging them to accompany me to the 4th level. Chu Wushuang was profoundly grateful, exclaiming, "Thank you, elder, for your assistance. I am deeply indebted. We are all members of the Chu family. How could we stand idly by in the face of danger? However, you must prepare yourself mentally, for the chances of rescuing Chu Yongtian from the abyssal beings are exceedingly slim." Chapter 87. The Misty Forest and the Abyssal Serpent. The 4th level of the Imperial Palace. Chu Wushuang, accompanied by 3 elders of the Chu family, cautiously searched for the whereabouts of Chu Yongtian. These 3 elders, Chu Weixian, Chu Qin, and Chu Shengyong, each possessed formidable strength. Chu Weixian was a master-level expert in the Undying Realm, while both Chu Qin and Chu Shengyong were nobles in the Transformation Realm. Together, they formed a powerful fighting force. Shortly after entering the 4th level of the Imperial Palace, they soon encountered an ambush by the Vine's demons. Fortunately, the 3 elders of the Chu family were not weak and swiftly dispatched the attacking Vine's demons. Leading the way, Chu Wushuang guided the group deeper into the palace. An hour later, they arrived at the periphery of a dark and fog-laden forest. Chu Weixian extended his consciousness, but it felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, rendering his probing efforts futile, causing him to frown. "This place is peculiar. Exercise caution. Indeed, the aura of the abyss is palpable. It is highly probable that we are approaching a gathering place for the Vine's demons. If Chu Yongtian is still alive, he must be within this misty forest." Both Chu Qin and Chu Xingyong wore solemn expressions as they gazed at the foreboding misty forest, instinctively sensing the grave danger that lay ahead. Ultimately, they resolved to brave the unknown. To rescue their kin, they boldly ventured into the misty depths. The swirling fog, accompanied by an odd fragrance, enveloped the area, obscuring visibility to a mere 4 or 5 meters. The entire misty forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sounds. Suddenly, Chu Weixian, leading the group, halted and raised his hand in a gesture of caution. Chu Wushuang and the others followed his gaze and discovered 2 vines demons soundly asleep against a tree. His eyes conveyed the message: approach quietly, avoid alarming them. The 4 restrained their presence, ensuring they did not disturb the slumbering vines demons, and silently pressed deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, the number of vines demons they encountered increased, most of whom lay asleep in various positions. Fortunately, the majority were of lesser strength. Only one vines demon exuded an aura that rivaled that of Chu Weixian, Chu Xingyong, and Chu Qin, making them increasingly vigilant. The deeper they went, the stronger the vines demons became, heightening their sense of trepidation. They dared not even draw a breath. The potential consequences of awakening so many vines demons were unthinkable. Diligence bore fruit, and after careful exploration, they finally located the captured Chu Yongtian. He was ensnared within a cocoon of vines, suspended upside down from an enigmatic tree. A glance revealed at least a dozen such cocoons, each representing a captured cultivator. Evidently those foolish enough to venture to the 4th level in search of abyssal stones. Remarkably, the occupants of these cocoons were still alive, with signs of vitality. This revelation allowed Chu Weixian to exhale in relief. It seemed he yet lived. I shall go rescue him. With a swift movement, Chu Weixian silently approached the ancient tree, where he swiftly dispatched the vine monsters guarding it with a single stroke of his sword. He then raised his blade again, severing the 13 hanging vine cocoons to rescue Chu Yongtian and the others trapped within. Overwhelmed with joy at their liberation, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving our lives. Elder Weixian, what brings you here? Chu Weixian replied in a grave tone. Your daughter summoned me to rescue you. This place is perilous. We must not linger. We must leave at once. With that, the 3 elders, forming a protective barrier around the rescued individuals, prepared to depart. However, at that moment, calamity struck. A resounding thunder echoed as a massive, sharp spear, imbued with the essence of the abyss, shot forth from the depths of the misty forest, piercing the body of a cultivator whom Chu Weixian had just freed from the vine cocoon. The unfortunate soul let out a horrified scream before succumbing to death on the spot. A cacophony of monstrous cries erupted as the slumbering vine monsters were roused, converging upon them in a frenzied swarm. Meanwhile, not far from this mist-laden forest lay a vast, tranquil lake, shrouded in an eerie silence that even the vine monsters dared not approach. This was due to the presence of a colossal serpent coiled like a mountain, absorbing the abyssal energy that seeped from the gate of the abyss. Near the lake, 2 figures concealed in the shadows moved stealthily, Su Dafu and Su Yuanba. Despite the powerful flame god general dispatched by the Daylight Empire to search for the master of the sky-blocking giant hand in Tianwu City, as well as to hunt down Su Dafu and his companions, they could hardly fathom that Su Dafu had quietly infiltrated the 4th layer. Seizing the opportunity while Su Tong was gravely injured, he sought to gain an advantage in the imperial palace. Su Yuanba gazed at the serpentine creature lounging in the lake, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It was indeed an abyssal giant serpent, its aura seemingly weakened, as if injured. The intent of Su Dafu and Su Yuanba's presence in the 4th layer of the imperial palace was straightforward: to seek out abyssal stones. These stones were invaluable, capable of directly aiding cultivators in their advancement. More was always better. Protected by Su Yuanba, Su Dafu encountered no danger and soon discovered a dozen abyssal stones within the 4th layer. Should Su Dafu manage to acquire sufficient abyssal stones for cultivation within the imperial palace, he might swiftly catch up to Su Tong. At that point, he was confident that he could overpower Su Tong. Su Dafu squinted thoughtfully. 7th uncle, this abyssal giant serpent is a treasure trove, especially with its immense body. The abyssal power it has absorbed must be astonishing. It likely harbors high-grade abyssal stones within, and its blood and gallbladder possess remarkable effects for body refinement. These are of great use to me. Abyssal stones possess varying grades, the higher the grade. The more pure and concentrated the abyssal energy they contain, thus providing greater assistance to cultivators. Regarding the abyssal entities, they absorb and refine the most pristine energy from the abyss, and within them, they often cultivate their own abyssal stones. The stronger they are, the more advanced the abyssal stones they produce. This is certainly not comparable to the low-tier abyssal stones formed from the natural condensation of external abyssal energies. Typically, the denizens of the abyss grow stronger through mutual consumption. However, should they devour an excessive amount of low-tier abyssal stones imbued with impurities, these beings may lose their sentience, devolving into mere abyssal fiends driven solely by the instincts of slaughter and consumption. Chapter 88. The Hunt for the Abyssal Serpent, Strike. At present, not many cultivators had ventured to the fourth layer. Aside from Su Dafu and his entourage, none had discovered the injured abyssal serpent. Seizing this opportunity, Su Dafu aimed to hunt the formidable beast, especially as the serpent was laden with treasures that could significantly enhance his own power. Su Yuanba recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly sent word, summoning reinforcements. Su Dafu's forces, scattered across the fourth layer in search of abyssal stones, quickly converged towards the misty forest upon receiving Su Yuanba's message. Without delay, Su Dafu issued the command to attack. Instantly, dozens of formidable auras erupted, startling the abyssal serpent. Its lantern-like, elongated, venomous eyes snapped open, radiating a fierce glare. "How dare you, human scum!" A dozen powerful cultivators had already descended upon the lake. With a thunderous roar, the abyssal serpent unleashed a torrent of poisonous flames, eroding all life in its path. A fierce battle erupted. The serpent, immensely powerful, spewed forth venom that corroded all vitality. Any cultivator who came into contact with it would be reduced to a puddle of viscous slime, a terrifying fate that decimated the surroundings. Fortunately, these cultivators were valiant and formidable, successfully evading the corrosive flames while unleashing their magical artifacts. The serpent suffered continuous injuries, letting out piercing cries, while its massive tail whipped up monstrous waves across the lake. Su Dafu, displaying shrewdness, kept his distance, hurling explosive magic beads into the fray. Thunderous booms resounded. Each explosive bead wielded tremendous power, striking the abyssal serpent and inflicting grievous wounds upon its robust form. Realizing it was outmatched by the cunning humans surrounding it, the abyssal serpent was overwhelmed by fear and rage. Having paid a steep price to emerge from the abyssal gate, it had yet to savor the delectable flesh of humankind or regain its lost vitality. Now, it faced the prospect of death here. The serpent writhed, attempting to flee. Su Dafu called out to Su Yuanba, seventh uncle, "Employ the full moon magic hammer. Do not let it escape." Su Yuanba nodded, producing a colossal hammer emanating a chilling aura and swirling snowflakes. With all his might, he wielded the hammer downwards. Crack, crack, crack. A terrifying blast of extreme cold erupted, freezing the lake's surface almost instantaneously, ensnaring the abyssal serpent in ice. Escape? That was impossible. Su Yuanba struck again, delivering a fatal blow to the serpent. Soon after, he extracted a red abyssal stone from its head, the size of an adult's fist. Su Yuanba's eyes glimmered with delight. Red, this was a level 3 abyssal stone. Regarding abyssal stones, the current understanding within the cultivation world recognized a total of 15 levels, each corresponding to 5 distinct colors: white, black, red, purple, and gold. Among these, level 1 abyssal stones were beneficial for blood nurturing, transcending the mundane, and the life-spring realm cultivators. The level 2 abyssal stone is beneficial for cultivators of destiny, transformation, and the immortal realm. Upon reaching level 3, it becomes a high-grade abyssal stone, offering substantial assistance to those in the myriad laws realm. Naturally, it is even more advantageous for less powerful practitioners. Your Highness, with this level 3 abyssal stone in your possession, you shall undoubtedly catch up to Su Ting swiftly and avenge the Empress. Su Yuanba, filled with delight, handed the level 3 abyssal stone to Su Dafu. After receiving the stone, Su Dafu instructed, "Seventh uncle, please collect the precious blood, gall, and flesh of this abyssal giant serpent. I have use for them." "As you command." Soon, the group meticulously processed the abyssal giant serpent. Its scales could be fashioned into armor, its fangs and bones could forge top-tier magical artifacts. and even its blood and flesh were potent restorative materials that could enhance physical strength upon consumption and refinement. This was one of the finest methods for many cultivators seeking to strengthen their bodies. After dealing with the abyssal giant serpent, Su Dafu led the group to scour the misty forest, having previously explored it with Su Yuanba. Aside from the abyssal giant serpent, they had not encountered any significant threats in the misty forest, allowing them to thoroughly search for abyssal stones and reap a considerable fortune. However, while they were methodically scouring the misty forest, they suddenly heard the sounds of a skirmish nearby. "Let us investigate," Su Dafu declared, leading the group towards the source of the commotion, where they beheld a throng of vine demons surrounding a group of cultivators. The besieged cultivators struggled to break free from the encirclement, resulting in several casualties. Meanwhile, a towering vine giant in the distance hurled large, sharp spears, launching ambushes from the sidelines. Should this continue, it seemed certain that the remaining cultivators would perish at the hands of the vine demons. Suddenly, Su Dafu spotted a woman among the surrounded cultivators. His brow furrowed in surprise. It was Chu Wushuang. With the imperial palace's emergence, she had accompanied Chu Yongtian to the palace, and he was aware of her reputation as a prodigy, though he had not paid her much heed. Just 3 days prior, he had returned to Tianwu City, where he learned from Lin Lei that the city lord, Chu Yongtian, had taken a liking to Lin Lei, bestowing upon him the Cultivation Manual Blackwater Heavenly Scripture and appointing him as the deputy commander of the law enforcement guard. More importantly, Lin Lei had mentioned that Chu Wushuang had sent a letter to Chen Chang'an, filled with heartfelt concern. It appeared that a romantic connection might exist between Chu Wushuang and his good brother, Chang'an. These two individuals were intertwined with his brothers in some manner. How could he stand idly by upon witnessing their peril? Seventh uncle, eliminate these vine demons and save them. As you command. Su Yuanba, accompanied by the cultivators, charged forth, catching the vine demons off guard and forcing them into a hasty retreat. Su Dafu observed as Chu Wushuang was rescued, silently reflecting. "Ah, Chang'an, how fortunate it is for me to encounter you today. Otherwise, your little affection might have perished here. Yet, you, my friend, are not content with just one sister, Ling'er. You also have a sister, Wushuang. I wonder if your good brother remains unattached?" After being rescued, Chu Weixian and the others appeared pallid, exhaling a sigh of relief. Filled with the joy of having survived, they hurriedly approached Su Yuanba and the others, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed friends, for saving our lives," Su Yuanba replied. "These vine monsters are the common foes of our human cultivators. It is our duty to eradicate them. Upon seeing you suffer, how could we stand idly by?" Su Dafeng approached. He said, "This young lady, Wushuang." Chu Wushuang gazed at the plump young man with a puzzled expression. Although he wore a rat-faced mask and his appearance was unknown, his figure was quite conspicuous, being one of the factions that had recently emerged from the imperial palace, occupying a favorable position at the palace's breach. Chu Wushuang had a vague recollection of them. Grateful for the life-saving assistance, she inquired, "Might I ask what business this esteemed gentleman has with me?" Su Dafeng produced a storage ring, containing the blood and gallbladder of the abyssal giant serpent they had just slain, valuable materials for body refinement. With the Da-Ri dynasty searching for him and dispatching the Flame Divine General, Su Dafeng feared his whereabouts might be exposed and did not dare send his subordinates, especially since he was unaware of how he had previously been discovered, concerned about implicating Lin Lei and Chang'an. Thus, during this period before Lin Lei's wedding, he had no intention of returning to Tianwu City. With Chu Wushuang's arrival, Su Dafeng planned to have her deliver these precious body refinement materials to Chang'an to aid him in his cultivation. "Please, deliver this to the Jiukong apothecary." Chapter 89. The ancestor of the corpse-bearer emerges, taking his life. After handing the storage ring to Chu Wushuang, Su Dafu urged them to leave the 4th level of the imperial palace at the earliest opportunity, relying solely on their small group. Venturing through the 4th level would be perilous. Having rescued them this time does not guarantee their safety in the future. Chu Weixian and the others nodded, fully aware of the dangers that lurk within the imperial palace. Today, they had nearly lost their lives while rescuing Chu Yongtian, and it was fortunate that Su Dafu intervened to save them. Had it not been for his timely assistance, they would have become mere cold corpses. Once Chu Wushuang and her companions departed, Su Yuanba inquired, "Your Highness." The storage ring contained the blood and gallbladder of the abyssal giant serpent, both invaluable for body refinement and enhancing physical strength. Why did you choose to gift them to Chen Chang'an instead of utilizing them for yourself? Su Dafu replied, Chang'an lacks exceptional talent in magical cultivation, and he is currently pursuing physical cultivation. Although I am uncertain how far he will progress along this path, I am determined to assist him. Su Yuanba remarked, Your Highness, your concern for Qin Chaoyan is indeed a blessing for him. Su Dafu shook his head. No, my dear seventh uncle, you misunderstand. I regard him as a brother. It is only natural to care for him. How can this be considered a blessing? Furthermore, Chang'an has treated me well. Whether it was in searching for the antidote to my paralysis or providing me with cultivation resources, does he not care for me in return? While traversing the treacherous roads, I feel fortunate to have Chang'an and Lazy as my steadfast companions. In my view, this is the true blessing of Su Dafu. However, Lazy is about to wed Han Xiaolu in just over 20 days. If the Fire Divine generals from the Daylight Dynasty do not depart, their presence will pose a significant challenge. Su Yuanba reassured him, Your Highness, do not fret. The Fire Divine generals will not find that mysterious benefactor or you, and will naturally leave Tianwu City. Indeed, there remains ample time before their wedding. We shall continue our explorations of the 4th level, striving to uncover more abyssal stones. If we could acquire several high-grade abyssal stones, it would be ideal. Once I enhance my strength and return to the Full Moon royal family, I will surely inherit the treasures left behind by the royal lineage. At that point, I will possess the means to contend with Su Teng and the Daylight Dynasty. Meanwhile, on the return journey of Chu Wushuang and her companions, Chu Weixian spoke up, Wushuang, why did he ask you to deliver that storage ring to the Jiukong apothecary? Chu Wushuang shook her head. I am uncertain. I suspect he may be acquainted with the young master of Jiukong apothecary. Chu Weixian, puzzled, asked, Who is that young master? Chu Yongtian interjected, Chun Chongan, a formidable and mysterious cultivator who has been sequestered in Tianwu City. Recently, many have perished in the conflict between the Jin family and the corpse-bearer sect. Elder Weixian, you must have heard of this. Yes, I have heard that several leaders of the sects have fallen, particularly within the corpse-bearer sect, where even a minor true lord has met his demise. However, the perpetrator remains unknown, and little news has circulated from either the Jin family or the corpse-bearer sect. As he spoke, Chu Weishuan's expression grew grave. Could all of this be connected to Chen Chang'an? Chu Wushuang and Chu Yongtian nodded in agreement. We are precisely aware of the reasons behind this matter. Thus, both Chu Weixian and the elders from the Chu family, Chu Qin and Chu Xingyong, could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had not anticipated that such a hidden master within Tianwu City could slay a minor true monarch, indicating that he must be at least a grand true monarch, if not a earth true monarch. After the initial shock, Chu Weixian inquired further, Do you have an acquaintance with that esteemed elder? Chu Yongtian replied, My daughter was injured in the imperial palace, and it was that esteemed individual who intervened to heal her, thus saving her life. As he spoke, Chu Yongtian's expression grew complicated. It was evident that the group he had just encountered knew the esteemed figure from Jiangkong Pharmacy. Now that they had been rescued, he wondered if it was indeed due to that person's benevolence. Chu Weixian remarked, Regardless of any connections, he is a true monarch of the myriad laws, possessing formidable strength, and must not be offended. Since this benefactor has tasked you with delivering the storage ring to Jiangkong Pharmacy, there is no time to waste. You must return to Tianwu City immediately. Understood, was the reply. The corpse-carrying sect. A few days prior, Chen Chang'an had annihilated the supreme elder Zhao Tao sent by the corpse-carrying sect, inciting great fury among its higher-ups. However, they refrained from rash actions, still wary of Chen Chang'an's strength. Especially upon hearing that the Jin family had chosen to compromise and admit their faults, they felt disdain, continually deriding the Jin family as cowardly turtles, a bunch of useless beings. Although the corpse-carrying sect had yet to make a move, they would not let Chen Chang'an off the hook so easily. They were merely awaiting the return of their supreme ancestor, who would personally suppress and annihilate Chen Chang'an. What if he could obliterate a minor true monarch? Our supreme ancestor is a celestial true monarch, capable of easily sealing off a minor true monarch. Offending the corpse-carrying sect guarantees a dire fate. None shall escape. As the higher-ups of the corpse-carrying sect waited for days, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted within the sect, alarming everyone. The higher-ups rejoiced. It is the aura of the ancestor. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. They believed the ancestor had come forth specifically to deal with Qin Chaoyan, intent on reducing him to ashes and ensuring he had no place to rest. Indeed, the corpse-carrying sect is among the foremost demonic forces in Huzhou. If they remained silent, it would only invite ridicule, leading others to believe the sect had fallen into decline. In a grand hall, upon hearing the grievances of the corpse-carrying sect's higher-ups, the ancestor opened his eyes, unleashing a fierce and cold glare. How dare this minor true monarch kill one of my corpse-carrying sect? Such arrogance must be met with consequences. Ancestor, only you can take action. Otherwise, will any true monarch of the myriad laws be able to trample upon our corpse-carrying sect at will? We cannot allow the cultivators of Huzhou to mock us. The ancestor snorted coldly. Those who dare to deceive the corpse-carrying sect shall see if they can survive. Regardless of whether Chen Chang'an is a grand true monarch, an earthly true monarch, or even a celestial true monarch, he must meet his demise. I have received word from 2 dear friends, who have informed me that there seems to be abyssal stones within the imperial palace. Should I manage to locate them, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for me to transcend to the Saint True Monarch level in this lifetime. In no more than 2 days, my esteemed friends will arrive at the corpse transport sect, at which point I shall invite them to accompany me to the imperial palace in search of fortune, while simultaneously eliminating this man, ensuring that the cultivators of Huzhou understand that our corpse transport sect is not to be trifled with. Those who dare provoke us shall meet but one fate, death. The upper echelons of the corpse transport sect were stirred with fervor upon hearing this. I am convinced that our revered ancestor will undoubtedly break through to the Saint True Monarch level, leading the corpse transport sect towards greatness. Ha ha ha. If Chen Chang'an were to learn that our ancestor has emerged from seclusion, he would surely be terrified to the point of fleeing in panic. With our ancestor present, there is no escape for Chen Chang'an. His fate is sealed. This is the consequence of offending the corpse transport sect. Our ancestor is formidable. Our ancestor is magnificent. Our ancestor is unparalleled in the world. Ancestor. As the high-ranking members of the corpse transport sect lavished praise upon him, the corpse transport ancestor basked in their adulation. A smile gracing his lips as he calmly declared, "Rest assured, esteemed elders, since I have proclaimed my intent to slay him, how could he possibly find a path to survival? Even if he were to kneel before me in supplication, weeping and acknowledging his faults, I would never spare this wretched dog's life." With that, the corpse transport ancestor let out a disdainful snort. The Jin family, humph. A bunch of cowardly, worthless scoundrels. Once I have dealt with Chen Chang'an, let us see what the Jin family has to say. Chapter 90, Mid-stage of the first level, Brain Bursting. A few days later, the Jiukong apothecary had completed its expansion, almost doubling in size. Chen Chang'an, accompanied by Zhong Ling'er, had cultivated a piece of medicinal land in the newly expanded backyard, planting the ancient ginseng and several precious medicinal seeds. On this particular day, Chen Chang'an was utilizing the dragon flame gem to refine his body. The gem emitted a terrifyingly intense energy, which was continuously absorbed by Chun Chongan's physical form. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed through the air as the dragon flame gem shattered. Having been completely drained of its energy, sitting cross-legged on his bed, his skin glimmered as if it had transformed into a precious jade, radiating brilliance. The energy from the flame gem had melded into a resplendent crimson haze, fully integrating into Qin Chang'an's internal organs, enveloping his body in a mysterious red glow. With each passing moment, it felt as if a true dragon was exhaling flames, igniting his corporeal form. Were he an ordinary person, he would have been reduced to ashes beneath the terrifying energy of the dragon flame gem. However, Chen Chang'an was different. Through his cultivation of the heaven and earth creation technique, he could absorb this energy, fortifying his physique. At last, as a surge of powerful aura erupted from his body, Chen Chang'an opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Mid-stage of the first level, a system notification echoed in his mind. System notification. Host has broken through to mid-stage of the first level, lifespan 20. Remaining lifespan, 204. A smile graced Chen Chang'an's face as he realized his lifespan had finally surpassed 200. Indeed, body cultivation was immensely gratifying. His physical form had grown significantly stronger, allowing him to bear even greater invincible prowess. He employed the divine eye, enabling him to see further without consuming lifespan. He could clearly discern objects nearly 80,000 miles away. However, Beyond that distance, it would exceed the limits of what his body could sustain without sacrificing lifespan. As for the Imperial Palace, despite being situated within the Great Dragon Mountain, Chen Chang'an could not pierce through its depths without expending lifespan. After all, that was merely the entrance. The Imperial Palace was a realm unto itself, comprising 9 expansive levels. The 9th level housed the seal of the Abyssal Gate, which could also be regarded as the legacy of the compassionate immortal emperor. The Jinyuan Alliance had only conquered the first 3 levels of the Imperial Palace, with 6 levels remaining. Yet, as they drew closer to the Abyssal Gate, the alien forces therein would only grow stronger. Completely occupying the Imperial Palace and resealing the Abyssal Gate would not be a simple task. Qin Chaoyan observed the flame generals within the city. Each of these generals exuded an extraordinarily formidable and fearsome aura. There were a total of 12 flame generals, with 6 currently remaining in Tianwu City, still searching for him and Su Dafu. Chen Chang'an was eager to test the extent of his mid-stage body's capacity to bear invincible prowess. With a flick of the divine hand, a flame deity general in the city was struck. The general, engrossed in probing the corners of Tianwu City with his divine sense, had yet to react. Suddenly, his head was hit, leaving him with a buzzing sensation. With a cry of anguish, he was flung backwards. The general, feeling a grave threat, turned to see nothing but empty space. Yet, his expression was serious, for at the moment his head was struck, he distinctly sensed a hand materialize behind him, delivering a sharp flick to his skull. It nearly shattered his head. Even now, a dull ache persisted, and soon a prominent red bump began to swell at the back of his head, appearing rather peculiar. He hastily communicated with the other 5 flame generals in the city, urging them to come quickly. Swiftly, the remaining 5 flame generals arrived. Upon seeing the swollen bump on their comrade's head, they were filled with confusion. Old 7, what did you discover? What happened to your head? Did you bump into something? To create such a bump on a grand true monarch's head, it must have been a formidable artifact. The flame general, referred to as Old 7, rubbed his swollen head, gravely recounting the events. While I was searching for clues about the traitor and the mysterious giant hand, a hand suddenly appeared from behind and flicked my head, nearly causing it to explode. I suspect that hand is likely connected to the mysterious giant hand that targeted His Highness the Prince. However, when I extended my divine sense just now, I could find no trace of that hand, as if it had materialized out of thin air. To possess such power to inflict this upon my head, that individual must be as formidable as we are. They must be hiding somewhere in the city and have not left. We must call back our elder brothers and search the city anew. At the Jiukang apothecary, Chen Chang'an watched the scene with a cold smile. He then employed the divine hand, once more, unleashing his ultimate move, flicking heads with precision. Bang, 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 bang. 6 crisp sounds resonated beautifully, accompanied by 6 screams. The 6 flame generals remained oblivious to what had transpired, each receiving a heavy flick to the back of their heads, sending them flying. Soon, each of their heads bore a conspicuous bump. Particularly, the flame general known as Old 7 was the worst off. Originally with just 1 bump, he now sported another. The 6 flame generals, still shaken, surveyed their surroundings as if they had seen a ghost. Who is it? Show yourself. We are the divine generals of the Great Sun Empire. If you assist the traitors of the Empire, you shall not escape unscathed. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Chang'an wasted no words. Once again, he unleashed his formidable technique, causing the 6 flame generals to scream in agony, attracting the attention of numerous nearby cultivators. As those cultivators observed the substantial lumps adorning the back of the flame generals' heads, they were left bewildered. Had these formidable warriors collided with some high-tier magical artifact? How could they sustain such numerous injuries? Yet, in the face of Chun Chongan's elusive strikes, the 6 flame generals found themselves utterly helpless and unable to defend against the onslaught. Fear gripped them. Their heads were covered in bumps, and they dared not utter threats. Ultimately, overwhelmed by dread of having their skulls shattered by Qin Chaoyan's relentless barrage, they fled from Tianwu City in a state of panic. The cultivators within the city were left in awe. Oh my, look at the backs of the uncles' heads. They are so different from ours. So many lumps. It must be the handiwork of that mysterious master. That senior is truly formidable. Even without revealing themselves, they have already sent this group of flame generals retreating. They are slapping the face of the great Sun dynasty, so audacious. Yet, This arrogance is precisely what I admire. I am eager to see what this enigmatic master looks like. Chen Chang'an observed the fleeing flame generals with an indifferent gaze. He contemplated his current strength, which had significantly improved since reaching the mid-stage of the first realm. The invincible cultivation he wielded had increased as well. Yet it was still insufficient to eliminate these great sun generals without expending his lifespan. If only he could advance to the second realm, his physical strength would be capable of delivering a fatal blow to these flame generals. Nonetheless, even without consuming his lifespan, the invincible cultivation he could harness was sufficient to inflict considerable harm upon these warriors, which left Qin Chaoyan quite pleased. However, the audacity of the Great Sun Dynasty in daring to intrude upon Tianwu City warranted a lesson. With a flick of his right hand, he activated his divine hand once more. This time, he would not toy with the flame generals. He would unleash even more of his invincible cultivation against them. He mused on how much of his lifespan would be consumed if he were to eliminate this group of flame generals. Just then, a voice called from outside the room. "Brother, it's time for lunch. I've made your favorite braised pork." Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up at the mention of braised pork. He was on his way. With a casual wave, he swatted at the group of flame generals who had already fled to the outskirts of the city, indifferent to how many met their end. After all, they were akin to ants. Would one truly care how many were crushed underfoot? These flame generals were of little importance compared to a single serving of braised pork prepared by Zhong Ling'er. Chapter 91. Senior, please do not strike. Chu Wushuang, adorned with the storage ring gifted by Su Dafu, made her way back from the imperial palace. Along the way, she chanced upon the 6 terrified flame generals, who were abruptly subdued by a colossal hand descending from the heavens. The ground trembled with a resounding roar, leaving a massive handprint crater in the mountains. As for the 6 flame generals, their fate was dire. A glance revealed that 5 were dead and 1 was gravely injured, the latter barely clinging to life. The sight filled her with trepidation as she swallowed hard. That enormous hand was fearsome. These were the flame generals of the Great Sun Dynasty, each reputed to be true monarchs of the Myriad Law's realm, yet they could not withstand the might of that mysterious hand, leading to such a tragic outcome. As the daughter of the city lord of Tianwu City, she had heard of the enigmatic hand that had appeared outside the city days prior, which had slain the doppelganger of Prince Su Tung of the Great Sun Dynasty. Now, witnessing this latest calamity, with so many flame generals perishing, it seemed a war with the Great Sun Dynasty was inevitable. The distance to Tianwu City was not great, and this spectacle had drawn countless cultivators from the city, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. The scene of 5 dead and 1 injured flame general left them utterly astonished, their tongues clicking in disbelief. Yet, when they beheld the dying flame general in the handprint crater, none dared to intervene. They had no desire to incur the wrath of the hand's master. In comparison to the colossal hand that had obscured the sky days prior, the sight of the 6 flame generals in such a woeful state was particularly shocking, sparking endless discussions. Meanwhile, 3 streaks of rainbow light sliced through the firmament, arriving at the outskirts of Tianwu City. Upon their arrival, they encountered a throng of onlookers. As the radiant light dissipated, it revealed Jin Wu, the venerable ancestor of the Jin family, along with the recently returned elder Jin Jire and the current head of the Jin family, Jin Yuan. Following Jin Jire's recounting of his experiences, Jin Wu had hastened to the city, representing the Jin family, to offer their apologies to Chen Chang'an. Regardless of the circumstances, Jin Wu, as the venerable ancestor, acted with foresight, always considering the welfare of his clan. This visit of contrition was also for the future of the Jin family. Jin Wu pondered deeply. For the continuation of the Jin bloodline, it was imperative to proceed with caution and ensure stability. Having traversed the realm of cultivation for many years, he was acutely aware of its perils. A single misstep could lead to an abyss of despair. Thus, having witnessed Qin Chaoyan's formidable prowess, he deemed it most advantageous to ease the tensions between their factions. A low-profile approach, fostering gradual development, was the true path of cultivation. However, the Shiduo sect was a different matter altogether. As a force of the demonic path, it was a congregation of demon cultivators, living unrestrained and wildly, lacking the intimate connections of bloodlines that families shared. In the face of such affronts, could they afford to hesitate and deliberate? Would they allow the matter to rest? If we were to compromise and fear Chen Chang'an, then the corpse-bearer sect would no longer be a formidable force in Hezhou. they would undoubtedly become a target of mockery for countless demonic cultivators. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, the corpse-bearer sect will not let Chen Chang'an escape unscathed. They are determined to make him pay in blood for his transgressions. Of course, were the corpse-bearer sect to realize that Chun Chongan's prowess far surpasses their capabilities, they would surely reconsider. After all, no one is foolish. Regrettably, the corpse-bearer sect has underestimated Chun Chongan's might. His strength transcends not only the corpse-bearer sect, but also the comprehension of all cultivators in the realm. Before Qin Chaoyan, who would dare claim invincibility? Who would assert their undefeated status? Jin Wu, Jin Jiu-Ri, and Jin Yuan, filled with curiosity, descended towards the gathered crowd. They beheld the 6 lifeless bodies in the vast handprint pit, one of which had just succumbed to death. Ultimately, they would not survive. Jin Wu's murky eyes widened in horror as he gasped. These 6 were the flame generals of the Great Sun Empire, and they had all perished? Who among the strong had the audacity to act so brazenly? Did they not fear retribution from the Great Sun Empire? Jin Jiu-Ri and Jin Yuan swallowed hard, quickly inquiring among the crowd to ascertain the events that had transpired. They learned that these 6 flame generals had been struck down by a single slap. Jin Wu's expression grew grave. To slay 6 flame generals with a mere slap indicates a level of power that likely belongs to a heavenly monarch. Jin Jiu-Ri nodded. It sounded incredulous. Yet having witnessed Zhao Tao of the corpse-bearer sect being obliterated by that elder's arrow, such occurrences seemed almost ordinary, even if not as shocking as that day. Jin Yuan's expression was complex. He had heard rumors of the Imperial Palace's emergence, which harbors the legacy of the compassionate immortal emperor, as well as the sealed abyssal gate. Moreover, I have received word that within lies abyssal stones capable of directly enhancing a cultivator's abilities. Presently, this Tianwu city lies closest to the Imperial Palace, undoubtedly attracting numerous powerful cultivators and experts. We must not underestimate the situation. Reckless behavior in Tianwu city could lead us to unwittingly provoke formidable adversaries. Jin Yuan's words resonated with Jin Wu and Jin Jiu-Ri. His argument was sound, despite both being formidable figures of the 10,000 Laws realm. The emergence of the Imperial Palace, particularly the news of the abyssal stones, would surely draw out the ancient figures who have remained hidden in Huzhou for years. In the face of such venerable beings, we must show utmost respect and refrain from offending them. As we enter the city, we must maintain a low profile. Allow me to speak on your behalf to avoid any potential offense. Jin Wu's expression was serious as he emphasized his point. The ancestors speak wisely. We shall heed their commands. Jin Jiu-Ri and Jin Yuan nodded in agreement, fully submissive to Jin Wu's authority. Let us proceed. Soon, the trio arrived at Tianwu City. Jin Jiu-Ri paused at the city gate for a moment, his expression a mixture of emotions. Reflecting on a few days prior, when I arrived with great determination, seeking vengeance for my kin. Upon my arrival, before even setting foot in Tianwu City, I witnessed in horror as Zhao Tao was struck down by an arrow, prompting me to flee in terror. Ultimately, I found myself kneeling, bowing my head in humiliation, pleading for mercy to the point of nearly calling out for my father, only to be granted a reprieve by the elder's magnanimity. Today, I return alongside my ancestor to atone for my past, my heart still gripped by fear, apprehensive of the elder's potential wrath. Oh, esteemed elder, please, I implore you, do not unleash your arrows upon me. Seeing Jin Jiu-Ri's trepidation, Jin Wu reassuringly patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him. We have genuinely come to express our contrition. I trust the elder will not resort to violence against us. Fear not, stand tall with pride. Let not the elder underestimate the Jin clan. Jin Jiu-Ri felt a measure of comfort. Indeed, ancestor, your words ring true. We are here to seek forgiveness, and the elder's generosity will surely spare us. With newfound courage, they set forth. The trio dared not extend their senses in search of the Jiukong pharmacy, for the Tianwu city was rife with treachery, and a careless thought might provoke a powerful figure within. Thus, they resorted to inquiring with passers-by. Before long, they learned of the Jiukong pharmacy's location and made their way toward Qinyan Street. Meanwhile, Chu Wushuang stood outside the Jiukong pharmacy, gazing up at the sign before stepping inside. Chapter 92. An apology at the door, a face given but no respect. Upon entering the Jiukong pharmacy, Chu Wushuang encountered Chen Chang'an once more. With utmost reverence, she greeted him. I have met the young master. Chen Chang'an, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Chu Wushuang produced a storage ring, explaining, "In the 4th level of the underground palace, we were besieged by vine demons and were rescued by a group of mysterious individuals. One of them, a benefactor, instructed me to deliver this storage ring to you." "Who?" Chen Chang'an asked. "I do not know," replied Chu Wushuang, "but he wore a rat-faced mask and was quite corpulent. It seems to be that fellow Sudafu." Chen Chang'an mused inwardly, then accepted the storage ring. "You have worked hard, Miss Chu." Chu Wushuang shook her head respectfully. "It was no hardship, it is my duty." Curiosity piqued, Chen Chang'an pondered what valuable items Su Dafu might have sent him. At that moment, several individuals arrived at the Jiukong pharmacy, namely Jin Wu, Jin Jiri, and Jin Yuan. Jin Wu stepped forward with a respectful demeanor, promptly bowing upon seeing Chen Chang'an. "I am Jin Wu, the ancestor of the Jin family. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior." Jin Jiri expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy in not taking my life." The head of the Jin family, Jin Yuan, also acknowledged him. Chu Wushuang had heard of these formidable figures from the Jin family, particularly Jin Wu, who seemed to be a great true monarch. Shock flickered in her beautiful eyes. She was astounded. The young master had slain members of the Jin family, yet instead of seeking vengeance, they had come to apologize. The three from the Jin family discreetly observed Qin Chaoyan, realizing he appeared unusually youthful, resembling a mere boy of 16 or 17. The aura he emanated was faint and diminutive. Had they not been aware of his formidable prowess, they would never have imagined him to be an unparalleled and terrifying powerhouse. Chen Chang'an regarded Jin Wu and the others, speaking calmly. "Your family's sincerity in traveling such a distance to apologize is commendable." The three from the Jin family exchanged awkward smiles. "Esteemed senior, it was our ignorance that led to offending you. We are immensely grateful that you have spared our elder." As he spoke, Jin Wu hastily produced a storage ring. "Esteemed senior, this is a token of apology from the Jin family. We have heard that you require a water spirit bamboo flower, and coincidentally, we have one available, which we have placed in this storage ring as a gesture of goodwill. We hope you will accept our humble offering." Though Jin Wu was a great true monarch, he now displayed an extraordinary degree of humility and respect. His demeanor pleased Chen Chang'an greatly. It was good to be understanding. Maintaining harmonious relations would spare him the trouble of taking lives. Should they prove unappreciative, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Chu Wushuang felt a sense of curiosity, wondering just how powerful her master truly was to garner such reverence from the ancestor of the Jin family. Meanwhile, the heart of Chu Wushuang could not help but swell with a profound respect for Qin Chaoyan. Such a formidable being could render even the Jin family subservient, treating him with utmost humility. The strength of the Chu family was not significantly inferior to that of the Jin family in Hezhou. It was likely that the Chu family would adopt a similar demeanor in the presence of Qin Chaoyan. Chu Wushuang mused that it was fortunate there existed no enmity between her family and the young master. Otherwise, if the Chu family were to confront him, they would surely suffer considerable losses among their strong warriors. When faced with the sincere apologies of Jin Wu and his companions, Chen Chang'an did not make things difficult for them, accepting the storage ring that Jin Wu presented with both hands. As he probed the contents with his divine sense, a cursory glance revealed the generous reparations prepared by the Jin family, which greatly pleased him. Seeing that Chen Chang'an had accepted their offerings, the trio of Jin Wu felt an immense relief wash over them. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your forgiveness," Chen Chang'an inquired. "Your Jin family seeks to ally with the corpse transport sect against me. Now that you have acknowledged your mistake, what are the intentions of the corpse transport sect?" Jin Wu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately responded truthfully. "Esteemed elder, you have slain a minor true monarch of the corpse transport sect, inciting their wrath. They do not intend to let this matter rest. I have heard that their ancestor is emerging from seclusion to confront you." Beside him, Jin Jiri added, "Esteemed elder, that ancestor is formidable. He is the founder of the corpse transport sect and has already attained the status of a true monarch. I have also heard that he has summoned two powerful allies, likely top-tier true monarchs. Please exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Chu Wushuang instinctively gasped in shock. A true monarch. She looked at Chen Chang'an, her gaze betraying a flicker of concern. Could the young master truly contend with a true monarch? As a seasoned figure with thousands of years of experience in the cultivation world, Jin Wu was adept at reading the nuances of expression. He observed Qin Chaoyan closely. Noting that while his countenance turned somewhat frigid upon hearing Jin Juri's words, there was no hint of fear. Rather, he exuded an air of confident composure. Could it be that he is capable of dealing with the true monarch of the corpse transport sect? Jin Wu speculated. However, considering that this ancestor had summoned friends to assist, the elder would likely be facing 3 true monarchs. Just how formidable was his strength? Toying with the 2 storage rings in his hand, Chen Chang'an's eyes glinted with a chilling light. Corpse transport sect, you ought to have heeded my leniency. To disregard my forbearance is unwise, he mused. No longer willing to await trouble from the corpse transport sect, he lifted his hand and gently sliced through the air before him. What unfolded next was a breathtaking spectacle that left Jin Wu, Jin Juri, Jin Yuan, and Chu Wushuang utterly astounded. The void was instantaneously cleaved open, revealing a rift in space. Through this rift emerged another realm, adorned with opulent and grandiose structures, countless spiritual peaks and mountains, yet suffused with a sinister, malevolent aura. Jin Wu's pupils constricted as he gazed upon the scene within the rift. This appears to be the corpse transport sect? Chen Chang'an remained impassive and silent, merely extending his right hand into the rift of space, directing it towards the Shichua sect. Concurrently, above the Shichua sect, all disciples were engrossed in their respective tasks when an overwhelming sensation of impending doom suddenly enveloped them, causing every soul within the sect to tremble with dread and shiver with terror. Shortly thereafter, numerous elders and disciples of the sect beheld a colossal rift in the sky above them. Curiosity sparked among them. What could this phenomenon signify? Such an immense rift. Could it be that a celestial treasure is about to descend upon the Shichua sect? One elder speculated with a face full of astonishment. It seems the heavens are favoring our Shichua sect. Within the confines of the Shichua sect, discussions regarding this unexpected rift erupted among all present. However, at that moment, a gigantic hand emerged from the rift, exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating all in its path. This massive hand was so immense that it obscured the brilliant sun, plunging the Shichua sect into an abyss of darkness. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they gazed upon this titanic hand. What a colossal appendage! Could this truly be a celestial treasure? Is it indeed a divine artifact? Yet, why does an ominous premonition linger in my heart? Chapter 93, The Unescapable Five-Finger Mountain. The demise of the corpse transport sect. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as a colossal hand emerged from the rift in space. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked, casting shadows over the corpse transport sect, where every practitioner was stirred into a state of alarm. They raised their heads in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at this awe-inspiring spectacle. Initially, they believed it to be an extraordinary omen heralding the arrival of a celestial treasure. However, as that terrifying hand materialized, dread seeped into the hearts of all within the sect, sending shivers down their spines and causing their very souls to quiver. The massive hand descended gradually, releasing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that enveloped them in an icy grip of impending doom. It dawned upon them that this was no celestial phenomenon. It was not a harbinger of treasures, but rather a harbinger of their annihilation. Instantly, chaos erupted within the corpse transport sect as panic and horror spread like wildfire. Flee! Quick! Flee for your lives! This hand is here to obliterate our sect. Oh heavens, what dreadful entity have we provoked? At this moment, a dozen high-ranking members of the corpse transport sect surged forth, standing defiantly beneath the vast sky. Yet, even they trembled in the face of the slowly advancing giant hand. Their voices filled with terror as they cried out, Who is this esteemed presence visiting our sect? We know not why we have incurred your wrath, but we implore you to show mercy. But the giant hand offered no reply, descending mercilessly. In an instant, the elite practitioners of the corpse transport sect were engulfed, reduced to mere blood mist. There was no escape. None could evade the grasp of Chun Chongan's five-finger mountain. The remaining disciples of the corpse transport sect were struck with abject terror, their faces as pale as parchment. That was the supreme elder of their sect, a master of myriad arts, crushed into a sanguine mist with a single blow. It was the end, the end, the end. The immense hand blotted out the sun, casting a shadow over the entire sect. There was no escape, and they were resigned to their demise in that very place. I refuse to accept this. What dark force has the corpse transport sect angered? Oh, if there is a next life, I shall strive to be a better person and never tread the path of darkness again. Mother, oh mother, save me. Confronted by that colossal hand, every heart within the corpse transport sect was filled with a profound sense of helplessness and despair, leading them to utter nonsensical pleas. Finally, amidst the anguished cries of countless disciples, the thunderous hand descended, crushing all beneath it, and a cataclysmic force struck the corpse transport sect. The earth shook violently, mountains crumbled, and a vast cloud of dust rose, engulfing everything in its wake. It was as though a deity, sovereign over the realm of mortals, unleashed their wrath, delivering a divine punishment of obliteration. It was a scene of annihilation that struck terror into the hearts of all who beheld it. When that great hand retreated into the rift, the sprawling edifices of the corpse transport sect, spanning thousands of miles, had vanished entirely, leaving behind only a colossal crater. For thousands of miles, not a single being remains alive from the corpse transport sect. Everything has perished, and an eerie silence envelopes the land. All that is visible is an enormous handprint, stretching across the vast expanse. The cultivators near the vicinity of the corpse transport sect stand in a daze, gazing at the desolation. The once mighty sect has simply vanished. Could that colossal hand, which descended from the heavens, belong to an immortal? Surely, only a legendary immortal could wield such extraordinary power. Yet, I cannot help but wonder what heinous deeds the corpse transport sect committed to provoke such divine retribution. A few stragglers, who were returning from a mission, stumbled upon the grim fate of the corpse transport sect. Pale with fright, they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, they were not within the sect at the time. Had they been, they would undoubtedly have met the same fate as the others, with no place to rest in death. Look, aren't those the disciples of the corpse transport sect? They must have stepped in dog excrement to escape this calamity, remarked an onlooker, spotting the fallen disciples. However, there was no longer any trace of the reverence and fear that had once marked their tone. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. The corpse transport sect had dominated this region for years, acting tyrannically and recklessly, while the smaller factions survived under its oppressive shadow, too afraid to voice their grievances. Yet today, with the sect obliterated by an immortal's hand, they no longer trembled in fear, but felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. Bravo to the one who delivered such justice. Which benevolent immortal could not abide the corpse transport sect's insolence? A commendable deed indeed. As for the fallen disciples, upon hearing the scornful jibes from those around them, they hastily stripped off their sect robes. The male disciple was left in only his shorts, while the corpse transport sect had committed numerous atrocities over the years, and their demise at the hands of an immortal was richly deserved. From this day forth, we shall have nothing to do with them. Indeed, junior sister, why are you still wearing the robes of the corpse transport sect? Hurry and remove them, urged a male disciple clad only in shorts, noticing that his junior sister still wore the sect's attire. Trembling with fear, she looked around at the other cultivators and cried, "Brother, must I really take them off?" The male disciple retorted sternly, "Who is your brother?" "Fellow cultivator. I am but a wandering cultivator with no ties to the corpse transport sect. Do not speak such foolishness here." The onlookers murmured, "Fellow cultivator, be wise. Do you wish to invite the immortal's wrath upon yourself?" Upon hearing this, the young woman's face turned ashen, and without further hesitation, she swiftly removed her sect robes, leaving only her undergarments. With the robes discarded, her fair skin and graceful figure were revealed, catching the attention of many spectators. "Oh, esteemed celestial being, your performance is truly commendable. I never anticipated that a mere mortal like myself would be graced with such a fortunate spectacle." Under normal circumstances, this woman would have cold, piercing eyes and would swiftly reprimand the onlookers with an air of superiority, perhaps even taking a few lives to demonstrate her dominance. However, in this instance, she dares not act thus. Her support has vanished, and should she attempt such a display, she would soon find herself taught a harsh lesson. With clenched teeth, she silently curses the crowd, then hastily dons a dress at a speed unmatched in her lifetime, refusing to linger as she turns and departs. With the demise of the corpse-treading sect, she sees no reason to remain. From this moment forth, she shall wander freely, a solitary cultivator. The corpse-treading sect? What is that? She is unfamiliar with it.